Wedding 2. Progress 20. System box find the Ghost King's final bride. He pondered. The progress of this mission has increased. Next we need to find the Ghost King's bride for this occasion. Lin Feng said to everyone. Yasuna Wuyue and I will go up to gather some information. Ijia embraced the two people next to him smiling. Understood Tong Tong. Xianhua cooperate a bit, the look will be a bit scary. Xianhua replied okay. Tong Tong looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Her aura was activated. Both of them had their appearances changed. Tong Tong was an abyssal fiend level 1. Xianhua was a fiend level 5. Xianhua spoke, husband, is this alright? Everyone's appearance changed a lot. Lin Feng replied, no, it's absolutely perfect. Everyone entered inside. There were two people standing there watching them. One of them laughed loudly. Haha, you're too late. We've already finished all the wedding candies. Hearing this, Lin Feng simply replied, is that so? What a pity. That guy looked up at Xianhua, who was veiled, and exclaimed, though this ghost spirit is a bit weak, she's quite suitable. They blended into the crowd inside. Ahead were the sisters Huizhou and Fahu, both following the preparations for the bride reception. He thought to himself after hearing this. It seems by following these evil ghost masters, we'll be able to find where the bride is. There was not a trace of light around. On the black mountain outside, snow began to fall again. Inside there was a round glowing object. Inside Black Mountain, Ghost City was surrounded by airflow. Inside was a large mansion. The scene switched to the front of the Ghost King's hall. A soldier stepped forward to reporting to the Ghost King. Ghost King, all preparations are complete. Inside Black Mountain. The Ghost King, hearing this, calmly commanded, begin the bride reception. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. His soldiers were carrying him in a sedan chair. The Ghost King makes his procession. Those who impede him shall die. The soldiers blew their horns in welcome. In front of the Colossus, two people were kneeling inside. Brown skulls surrounded them. The Spirit Venerable spoke, Lord Ghost King. Now, your current status can now break the Black Mountain seal. As for those two Goryeo people, the ghost marriage ritual is just one step away from completion. Once the 1000th ghost marriage is complete, at the auspicious hour, you will be freed from your predicament. He replied, thank you, Spirit Venerable. The one from Black Mountain stretched. Haha, it's been hundreds of years. This king can finally emerge. This king shall continue to fulfill my great destiny. To unify the East. He held a book in his hand, staring intently at the person depicted on it. This is precisely the strongest individual in Shandong. Once this king emerges, the first thing he'll do is kill him. Hearing this, the Spirit Venerable smiled faintly. I hope the Ghost King remembers the agreement with the Spirit Venerable, to let the Spirit Venerable's glory illuminate the East. He laughed excitedly. I remember, haha. As long as I can become the Ghost Emperor, I'll promise you anything. Wu Yue spoke to Lin Feng, who was ahead. The negative energy ahead is too dense. Hearing this, he looked into the distance. There's light ahead, it seems we're almost there. Everyone looked up, we've arrived. This is a mass burial ground. He pointed at the mansion before them. It seems the bride is on that embroidered tower. Lin Feng pointed at the building before them. The surrounding air grew chilling. He looked up, thinking to himself, it seems the bride might be on that embroidered tower. That fellow walked over and said to him, kid, today is your first time attending the Ghost King's marriage. But it's also your last. You missed the previous 999 times. You missed out on a lot of wedding candies. Lin Feng pointed at the building. Indeed, senior. Is the bride on that embroidered tower? He showed an eerie smile. That's right, you'll meet the bride soon, she's truly. He laughed excitedly. He thought about the bride. But the master certainly has unique taste. Ein year, ein month. A bride born at ein hour is incredibly hard to find. Not to mention we've already found 1,000 of them. Fortunately, we have people across the entire northern plains. Since it's for the ghost's wedding offerings. Finding this last person certainly took a lot of effort back then. He recalled the time he arrived at the village. The father had already stepped out to block them. Sir, my daughter just got married. The mother also spoke up to protect her daughter. Indeed, we were old when we finally had this child. We don't want our daughter to marry far away. He ignored their words and began to strike them. The old man's wife and daughter saw the situation. They rushed forward and shook him. Father. The girl and her mother saw him like this. Tears immediately streamed down their faces. He looked excited and ignored them. If your daughter doesn't meet that lord's requirements, back in Fengcheng, we brothers won't have the patience for it. Coming all the way to this godforsaken place. There's absolutely no need to show you any courtesy. He angrily grabbed the old man's head. No matter what happens today, we're taking her away. Just come down the mountain with us obediently. It'd be so much better to enjoy a good life in Fengcheng. Her mother supported the old man and looked up at him. Are you the wicked ghost masters? We will never give our daughter to you. He turned a deaf ear to their pleas. You ungrateful wretches, beat them. Several subordinates heard his command. They immediately grabbed the old woman's hair and dragged the old couple outside. The others stood by mocking them. Those scoundrels were still kindly advising them. They truly don't know what's good for them. The girl was dragged away by him, her face filled with terror. She pleaded, calling for her parents as the fellow burst into laughter. He grabbed the girl's neck. She cried out aggrievedly, stop fighting. I'll go with you. I'll go with you. Hearing this, he happily embraced her. Elders, did you hear that? Your daughter wants to come with us of her own accord. You should respect the wishes of young people. Ha ha ha, they forcibly took her to their car. Ha ha. Don't worry, just wait for the big shot in Fengcheng to bestow his reward. The little girl's parents will enjoy a comfortable life for the rest of their days. The moods of both parties were completely different. She, on the other hand, began to cry sadly. He, however, was ecstatic because he had completed his mission. Even though her parents were injured seeing their daughter like this, they called out to her. Don't he brought her to that person's residence. He grabbed her collar and knelt with her before that person. Milord, the last bride has been found. The person looked at him and said, evil ghost master, you've done well. Later, I'll reward you with some more joy ghost candies. Hearing this, he immediately thanked him profusely, ecstatic. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. He wiped away her tear-stained face. You're about to marry the ghost king, no crying aloud. You don't want anything to happen to your mother, do you? She stared intently at him. He issued a warning. After this, they were to take her away and dress her up nicely. Then send her to the wedding procession location. The reply was yes, my lord. He smiled proudly. That girl, just a few threats and she's obedient. She's docile now, saved us a lot of effort too. However, she still doesn't know. Hearing this, he asked, doesn't know what? He recalled the scene before they left. What did I do? Her parents were long ago disguised by us as having been harmed by an evil creature and have already been disposed of. The families of the other married brides are the same. After all, the matter of the ghost king taking a wife cannot be leaked. He smiled triumphantly. Wo Yue stood beside him, grinding her teeth in anger. Yu Linfeng patted her shoulder. Wo Yue, calm down. Don't mind him, he's currently chatting and laughing with a few of his subordinates. He first turned around. He thought to himself, first we can't tip them off. Once we reach the ghost king's lair, we'll capture them all in one fell swoop. But those evil masters, those ghosts and monsters aiding the tiger, not a single one can be left behind. Tong Tong walked closer to him. Brother, my ghost eye sees that the person over there is a bit strange. Someone is sitting on top, sitting on a coffin lid. On the coffin lid, below are skeleton bones and those brown skulls. Brother, the aura of the evil ghost master is on them. That person only has one layer on them. Not like other evil ghost masters who are half human, half ghost. Lin Feng pondered, is it a ghost tamer? Master, someone mixed in with the evil ghost masters like us. Tong Tong, keep an eye on him. See what his purpose is for being here. She replied, okay, brother. He announced to everyone. Commotion. Shall we proceed to the show building first to find the bride? System display progress. Petals began to fall. In the room, only the bride sat there veiled with a headscarf. She sobbed, woo woo daddy mommy. Everyone entered the room. Found the Ghost King's last bride. Ghost King's marriage progress 40. Please join the 5th team for the wedding procession and head to Black Mountain Ghost City. He thought to himself. This is the last bride. The next stage of the mission has also appeared. The bride heard a sound, who's there? Wo Yue, and everyone approached her. She held the bride's hand. Don't be afraid. We are ghost tamers here to save you. Hearing this news, she quickly lifted her headscarf. Looking at everyone, are you here to save me? But she had another worry in her heart. Her cheeks flushed. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes. No, I can't leave. If I leave, my mom and dad will. Lin Feng lowered his glasses. Actually, after you left. After listening to him, she burst into tears, her face tear-streaked like a pear blossom in the rain. Her parents couldn't believe such a thing would happen. The bride tugged at his clothes. Her tears were still pouring down. She clearly promised me. Lin Feng stepped forward to comfort her. We will definitely avenge you. Not a single one will escape. She wiped away the tears still falling down her cheeks. Her eyes filled with hatred. I'll kill them with my own hands. He said to her. We can't let them find out the bride has escaped. We must enter Ghost City with Team 5 for the wedding procession. The Ghost King's wedding must still proceed as usual. We need someone to impersonate the bride and fool them. Hearing this, Wu Yue immediately raised his hand to volunteer. I'll do it. Wu Qian warned, forget it. Woyue, with your personality you'd probably be exposed before you even get in. Yeah. Lin Feng pondered who would be suitable. Xianhua Tongtong turned her head to look at him. He sighed, alright then. Who knew I also had a plan? While that Ghost King is relaxed, I'll take him out. First rank used demonic aura. Air currents began to swirl around him. His entire body began to change. He was adjusting his accessories. Seeing this, Xiao Ru said excitedly, it's quite fitting actually. Feminized model data. First rank stepped forward and added some powder to his face. Oh, how pretty. You look great in the wedding dress. Just one last step. The face has to match too. Watching him after a mole was drawn on his face. He became dazzlingly beautiful. First rank glanced. No one will be able to tell the difference this time, right? He was already veiled and spoke to them. Tongtong Wuyue. You two hide among those evil ghost masters first. Can you help me synchronize information from outside? System notification. Shared vision. Outside. The evil ghost masters gradually appeared on the rooftop. There were 3 masters presiding. Everyone, the Black Mountain Ghost King is about to be unsealed. By then this great commander will unite the East with the Ghost King? Everyone looked up and Tongtong wondered. That guy laughing excitedly is Commander Wei. Commander Wei is here. He pulled back the cloth. Lin Feng. Your death is not far off. He and his 2 guardian sisters scattered wedding candies downwards. Come. These are rewards from this great commander. Ha, Lin Feng thought. He's the one Gao Li mentioned who signed a contract with the elite Black Mountain Ghost King, Wei Wuji's grandson, Commander Wei. He tore up the book in front of Lin Feng. Wei Clan Ghost Master Alliance. I will kill all of you. The people below began to pick up the candies, cheering, kill Lin Feng. Kill Lin Feng. Kill Lin Feng. Commander Wei is mighty. They eagerly peeled the candies and popped them into their mouths. Then they roared excitedly. What is Lin Feng anyway? When Commander Wei makes a move, won't it be easy to take him down? Isn't that right? Commander Wei, we beg you. Lead us to eradicate the Ghost Master Alliance. The Ghost Masters clamored, yelling about Lin Feng. What is he anyway? How could he be your opponent? He signed a contract with an elite Ghost King. He's even got to enter the coffin. Enter the coffin. Tongtong and Wuyue together. She said, did these evil Ghost Masters eat the candies and lose their minds? They're all crazy. That's what I drew. He was stuffing that candy into his mouth. The surroundings suddenly changed. Air currents surged upwards. Then those guys violently collapsed to the ground. He took a step back, his face filled with fear. Co-commander, they're all useless. Why, that guy just laughed excitedly. Oh, aren't there still plenty left? How about killing a few to liven things up for me? Lin Feng only felt more annoyed. He was even crazier than Wei Wuji. Hui glanced at him, thinking to herself. This warlord Wei is a lunatic. If we weren't people of the spirit venerable, he probably would have killed us for fun by now. That fellow Wei, looking at this northern plains. He's truly getting more and more out of line. Once I rise to power again, the Wei family will need a thorough rectification. He recalled the past when his grandfather was still alive. Back then, he'd arrogantly stand on tables with his gun shouting, I don't eat beef. He'd parade in his car through the streets, holding his gun high. The entire northern plains belongs to my Wei family. Warlord Wei does whatever he pleases. He laughed triumphantly, raising his gun and firing a shot into the sky. Run, so much fun, bring that girl back to me. Until that Lin Feng disrupted the peace of the East. Someone told him that his grandfather had been killed by Lin Feng. The fellow Wei didn't believe it at the time. Still smiling as he said, raising his gun and pulling the trigger, fire, he's talking nonsense. A person shouted. Behind them, Warlord Wei was hanging bound. Wei Wuji has been executed by Lord Lin Feng of Sea City. The Wei family has committed countless atrocities and oppressed the people of Northern Plains. They shall also be punished. Therefore Warlord Wei will be displayed here for 7 days and then executed by firing squad. Upon hearing this, the common people raised their hands one after another, voting in agreement. Good. Thank you, Lord Lin Feng of Sea City, for eliminating evil for the people. Thank you, City Lord. Thank you, City Lord Yanyu. The Wei family deserves to die. Thank you, City Lord. Thank you, City Lord. He looked up, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at those commoners. You despicable old fools. You used to be nothing more than dogs of my Wei family. Now you dare to bite your master. His hands were tied and he was kneeling on the ground. His face turned grim. He gritted his teeth in anger, repeating, Lin Feng. Lin Feng. A malevolent spirit suddenly appeared in the air looking at him. A malevolent spirit, Warlord Wei cried out. The malevolent spirit gradually entered his body. A medium has a contract with me. The method of narrative for ancient kings and nobles is hard to find. The face of the Black Mountain Ghost King emerged. I sense the unwillingness in your heart. You have a deep obsession with revenge similar to mine. Offer all your subservience to me, and I shall fulfill all your desires. Upon hearing this, he was overjoyed. I am willing to submit. I am willing. Quickly help me get out of here. I want to kill Lin Feng, the Black Mountain Ghost King said calmly. Bring him over. The malevolent spirit opened a spatial gate. The two Fa sisters walked out looking at him. She responded to the malevolent spirit as you command. The ropes binding his wrists broke. All the common people holding weapons approached him. Fa who supported him and Fa who used her power to stop them. The scene switched to the Ghost King's palace. The Black Mountain Ghost King sat leisurely on his throne. He commanded, from this day forth you shall be my contractor. Help me break free from the predicament of the Eastern unification, and I shall help you seek revenge. Warlord Wei suddenly bowed his head, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Ghost King. Thank you, Lord Ghost King. He threw down wedding candies. I require a large number of people to break free from my restraints. These wedding candies, Ghost, can help you control the Ghost Masters of Northern Plains. You too take some and use them as well. Secretly accumulate power. Act discreetly, and gradually take control of the Northern Plains. When I break free from my restraints, absolutely no one must notice. As you command, Lord Ghost King. Recalling it now, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Warlord Wei covered half his face, whimpering. Whimper this wedding procession. Lord Ghost King will finally be free from his restraints. Now I, this warlord, with Lord Ghost King's backing, finally have the power to kill Lin Feng. Grandfather, I can finally avenge you. The Wei family will once again become the rulers of Northern Plains. For 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations unifying the Northern Plains. He shouted loudly, the Ghost Lord is here to pick up the bride. All Ghost Masters prepare to welcome the Ghost King. The hidden person saw this and joyfully said, it's almost here. Above, a long procession gradually appeared. Everyone looked up. It's the Ghost Army, there are so many of them. It's the 8 Ghost Riders under the Black Mountain Ghost King. A few Ghost soldiers announced that the Ghost King had arrived. Lin Feng could only sigh. This Ghost Army is way too ostentatious. Those maidservants stepped forward, scattering paper money downwards. Behind them was the Black Mountain Ghost King's great wedding day. The Ghost King is taking a wife. Which family's daughter has such good fortune? The paper money fluttered everywhere. He was still nonchalantly sitting atop. Black Mountain Ghost King. Blood Fiend God. Pseudo-elite rank 1. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. This is the Black Mountain Ghost King. Wasn't he sealed away? Manhua said to her husband. I think this is just a clone. Even a clone is this strong. They knelt where the servants had scattered paper money. They walked to the tower in front. They knelt there, trembling all over. The pressure was too terrifying. This is the Black Mountain Ghost King descending. Even the ghost soldiers are stronger than me. It's terrifying. The one named Wei happily stepped out to greet them. Behind him was Fa Hu. Meanwhile, Huizhu was helping the bride descend the steps. Ghost King. Ghost King. The bride is here. He stared intently at the person in front. Building a beautiful pavilion in this extremely Yin place. Selecting 1,000 people with Yin souls to perform secret Yin soul techniques. It's finally reached the last step. That subordinate walked to the bride's side with Huizhu next to her. Have her maidservant check her. She lifted the veil. It was a sad face with tears streaming down. In fact, it was Lin Feng in disguise. No problem. He was secretly pleased. The plan is a go. The maidservant led her to the bridal sedan chair and helped her get in. Tong Tong secretly warned him, brother, there's a problem. Behind the Black Mountain Ghost, the mysterious person appeared. A slashing sound was heard. Those kneeling below looked up, utterly shocked. They were speechless. The axe continuously hacked at the Black Mountain Ghost. Wu Yue also stood dumbfounded in the air. He's here to assassinate the Ghost King. Tong Tong secretly said to him, brother, what do we do now? Everyone below was watching the mysterious person who wanted to deal with the Ghost King. Lin Feng looked up. Perhaps he doesn't know that this is just a clone of the Ghost King. Wait, if things go badly, Xianhua will use flash escape to get him away, husband. That person didn't seem to realize. Still holding an axe in his hand, a tier 2 rage nightmare axe. He said it seems that axe is his ghost spirit. A tier 2 nightmare isn't the Ghost King's opponent. Is the Ghost King faking his death? The one named Wei and the Fa family sisters saw the situation and became enraged. Where did this clown come from, daring to assassinate the Ghost King? That person pointed the axe blade at the Northern Plains ghost exorcists. Today I'll eliminate a scourge for the Northern Plains. Next it's your turn. That person stared intently at them. The one named Wei showed no fear and continued to laugh loudly. Ha ha ha, you're killing me, Northern Plains ghost exorcists. Northern Plains ghost exorcists. Aren't they all kneeling at my feet? He smiled cruelly. What are you? The mysterious person didn't continue listening to him. He began to swing the axe and hack at him. Damn, too fast. That person swung the axe and sparks flew everywhere. Then it gradually spread, affecting the ghosts below. The flames began to burn more and more fiercely. Behind Grand Marshal Wei was a sea of flames. He frowned and looked up at him. You. Who exactly are you? The masked man with the axe on his shoulder replied. Didn't I just say I'm from the Northern Plains? Small sparks and smoke fell. At that moment he returned home, holding a package in his hand, ailing him back from cultivation. But before him was a house engulfed in raging flames. According to the ghost masters of Fengcheng, this whole family was killed by evil ghost masters. People around began to whisper. Things haven't been peaceful lately. Thankfully Fengcheng has ghost masters. So this didn't happen to us, yeah? Right, exactly. One of them turned around and saw him standing there dumbfounded. He said in a panic, I said it. I told you everything, I don't know much more. After hearing the truth he sat on the ruins, holding several pieces of ghost candy. The axe in his hand spoke. Do you really want to eat this ghost candy? If you eat it you'll become half human half ghost. He said to it. I must make my aura like those evil ghost masters to infiltrate that place. Before, the Lord revealed your method of absorbing ghost energy, and you were able to resist. You can even resist the corrosion of ghost candy as long as it works on the surface. That's enough to fool them, axe. The axe looked up at him. That's very dangerous. If there's even a slight mistake when absorbing ghost energy, you'll die. He took off his mask and shoved all the candy into his mouth. You axe are really nagging. After eating he screamed in agony. His mask also fell off. At this moment, he raised his axe high and looked at Marshal Wei. It's time to deal with you, he shouted. Ah, Lord Ghost King. His axe was firmly gripped by a surge of power. The talismans almost converged. Black Mountain Ghost clapped his hands. I've been in Black Mountain for so many years. It's been a long time since I've seen such a spectacular show. That person was surrounded by talismans controlled by Black Mountain Ghost. He was already out of strength. The axe whispered to him. That Ghost King hasn't been killed yet. He sealed our power. Marshal Wei laughed loudly. The injuries. They've recovered as expected of Lord Ghost King. The two FA sisters also said happily. Thank you, Lord Ghost King. The one surnamed Wei laughed. Then violently kicked him. Clown. Looks like I'll toy with you until you die. A subordinate nearby also followed up saying. Marshal, I remember this ghost master. Marshal Wei stepped on his head. He's an Earth Fiend level ghost master from Fengcheng, who used to oppose us. He wanted to clear out the evil spirits of Beiyuan. He wore a mask and gave himself the nickname Shaxinfen. We heard he had gone out for training. I didn't expect him to return from a heavenly star level city. One of the previous brides was his childhood sweetheart. He's probably here for revenge this time. Upon hearing this he became even more excited, and also a bit angrily stomped on him. Ha ha ha, what a strange fellow. Black Mountain Ghost just smiled when he saw it. Eating your ghost candy to disguise himself and assassinate you. He can indeed be called courageous and resourceful. Too bad your power has far surpassed the imagination of a mortal like him. Yu Xian, don't kill him. Take him as your appetizer instead. Yes, he received the order and replied, as you command, Lord Ghost King. He kept stomping on him. I'll let you live a little longer. The marshal adjusted his tie and ordered a few subordinates. This fellow and his ghost spirit are yours to deal with. Yes, sir. Lin Feng secretly said to Tong Tong. Protect him secretly, and find an opportunity to save him once we reach Ghost City. Yes. The wedding sedan resumed its journey. The Ghost King had completed the bride reception. The one surnamed Wei turned around and shouted to those evil Ghost Master subordinates, why aren't you keeping up? Once we reach Ghost City there'll be unlimited ghost candy, and the Ghost King will gladly bestow high-level ghost energy upon you. He thought to himself. I've nurtured you for so many years, it's time to devour you. That fellow, carry him and follow us here. Tong Tong looked at Wu Yue's sister Wu Yue. Let's follow them to Lin Feng cannot be married off. The scene switches to inside Heishan. The main gate also gradually appeared. That is Heishan Ghost City. They couldn't help but feel surprised. This ghost city is too huge, isn't it? We have returned to the correct place. System appears. Proceed to Heishan Ghost City with the 5 wedding procession teams. Ghost King's wedding progress 60. They walked in one by one. Please complete the wedding ceremony. Lin Feng was stunned. It seems this movie requires completing the marriage process. Those dozen-plus people carried the mysterious person in. At this time the ghost soldiers were already standing neatly on both sides. This is the 8 marvelous ghost army, it's too terrifying. 100,000 abyss-tier ghost soldiers, I can't take it. Inside the ghost mansion 2 people were chatting. Lin, this Heishan ghost city. Compared to my illusion it's only. Compared to Fengdu, my ghost city is miles behind. I'd like to see if the 8 marvelous ghost army is stronger. Or if my ghost army is stronger. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Alright, I know you're formidable. Some spirits came here from the sky. The ghosts of Beiyuan have come to offer congratulations. Congratulations, Lord Ghost King. Lord Ghost King, you must take me out of Beiyuan. Eradicate that Grand Ghost Master Alliance. The palanquin was guided into Heishan. Moving forward, a dazzling light shot into the sky. Ghost energy gradually appeared. They knelt on the ground reverently welcoming the Ghost King. Those people trembled, sweating profusely as they welcomed the Ghost King. Long live the Ghost King. Heishan Ghost stood up, he smelled the scent of freedom here. The world is within reach. Lin Feng said seriously to everyone. Everyone wait for the opportune moment to act. They all received the order from the youth, replying received. We want let man be married off. In the room, the spirit venerable was kneeling before the sealed statue. Once Lord Ghost King is unsealed, then the spirit venerable's energy can easily transfer to the east. At that time, the east will also become a battleground for the mortal realm. Heishan's expression was thoughtful. This is the final ceremony of my royal wedding. All the evil spirits of Beiyuan are below, aren't they? He furrowed his brow. I shall announce after the ceremony. I shall become the Ghost King of Beiyuan, and lead you out of Beiyuan. All evil spirits of Beiyuan, your lives and deaths, are all in my hands. Who agrees? Who objects? Hearing these words from below, they were all somewhat stunned. What should we do now? It seems he's serious. We're just giving him face. He didn't expect him to be serious, he thought to himself. It seems this new Ghost King invited the ghosts of Beiyuan to come, is because he wants to capture them all in one fell swoop. These ghosts. The beast ghost said, my lord is joking again. We can certainly, under the leadership of Lord Ghost King, together resist the Alliance's attack. Those ghost masters, but our own lives and deaths to hand over to the Ghost King, your lordship. Then this matter. Ghost King tier. How can a nightmare tier Ghost King dominate among us? Heishan Ghost simply said, oh. That hand lowered, transforming into the Tomb Keeper of Ghostfall Tomb. Heishan spoke. Oh dear, I thought you were formidable. Lord Ghost King's words. How could you not hear them clearly? Heishan Army General Manager Nightmare Tier 1. The airflow began to dissipate. Lin Feng thought to himself, it seems this guy is the same type as Gue Yegu. That guy dealt with the Beast Ghost. He stepped on the Beast Ghost. His Majesty's decree has already been issued. It will not be repeated a second time. Seeing this, they began to kneel, their bodies frozen. I am willing to hand over everything I possess to Grand King Heishan Ghost. Lin Feng only felt irritated. The Black Mountain Ghost King's ambition is truly immense. Originally, he already commanded an army of 100,000 abyss-level ghosts. That wasn't enough for him. Now he's even set up the Red Myriad Smoke Formation. He wants to gather all the evil spirits of the northern plains into his hands. He truly wants to catch them all in one fell swoop. Weishir Fahu and Huizhou stepped forward. They all respectfully bowed their heads. Ha 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 ha. Only the Black Mountain Ghost King is the true monarch. As for those other Ghost Kings outside, they're merely a bunch of dancing clowns. The Ghost King's single move terrified them all. They grew excited. Yes, indeed. Originally, before we didn't know the immensity of the world. It was only after meeting Lord Black Mountain Ghost King that we understood what true bearing means. That Ghost King's subordinate. You said foam. He has known the Ghost King for a long time. Originally we didn't believe it. But now there's absolutely no doubt. You're talking about the Fengdu Ghost King. Yes, you're right. I've disliked her for a long time. Just a bunch of ghosts who got help from Lin Feng and now want to control the entire ghost realm. That's impossible. In the spirit home, Yeshia was gnashing her teeth in anger. What do you mean female ghost, and what do you mean can't? Is that how I am in your eyes? Xiao Ru shouted at her sister Yeshia. You're angry. The office is about to collapse. The Black Mountain Ghost King was a little surprised. Fengdu Ghost King Yeshia. Where is the marshal? Give him this book, Lord Ghost King. According to what's depicted in this comic, that Yeshia was initially just a small insignificant evil spirit. But with the help of that Lin Feng, she gradually step by step became a powerful Ghost King. She's very famous in the East. Lin Feng and this Fengdu, Ghost King Yexiao have a very close relationship. Haha, he opened the book and read to the Ghost King. In this comic, she appears in it. Tong Tong suddenly became flustered. Xiao Ru, it can't be right. Wu Yue turned around in surprise. Lin Feng asked Tong Tong, have you seen that yet, the Black Mountain? Ghost King opened the comic book in his hand and was struck by this Yexiao. No wonder she's a Ghost King. She can unite a region. Her figure is truly stunning. He raised the book. After I kill that Lin Feng and unify the East, I will take her as my wife. Yexiao unconsciously furrowed her brows, a visual resonance. She turned her head and watched. Where do you think you're going? She and Xiao Ru quickly knelt down, pressing their palms together. We won't dare to offend again. The scene of the spirit home appeared before their eyes. She and Xiao Ru shouted. The auspicious time has arrived. The Ghost King held a bouquet and the chief steward in front shouted, let the ceremony begin. Fireworks and happiness characters shot into the sky. Everyone began to cheer Great King Black Mountain. May he reign for 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations. More and more fireworks unify the world. The servants together escorted the bride into the hall. Lin Feng thought to himself, the plan is proceeding very smoothly. He couldn't see Ji Misha's power. The Ghost King caressed the bride's head. This is the 1,000th time. This is what I've desired the most. It has finally come true. The lights of the mansion lit up. He also lifted the veil, respectfully inviting the true world spirit venerables to manifest themselves, to bear witness to my marriage. Lin Feng was in a daze, as if this was a memory of the 5 great immortals. These were indeed the statues of 2 Goryeo spirit venerables. These 2 masters were precisely the cause of the war and chaos in the northern plains. For hundreds of years, the scene behind gradually emerged. Spirit venerable of world strife, discerning and righteous. There's a giant statue, and an unknown person is sitting. Beyond Black Mountain we ascend. Awaken our true nature. Make them kneel. Contending for the world in veneration, discerning and righteous. We ascend and our clarity arrives. Lin Feng panicked for a moment. This pile of white bones. Could it be that these are the brides? The ones this Ghost King married before? Why is he choking her? Oh. Are you scared? Don't be so afraid. I'll explain everything properly to you. Ghostly energy began to permeate the bones. I will select 1,000 women born in years and in hours. Then I will build a tall tower in this place of concentrated in. When the auspicious time comes, the marriage ceremony will be held. She began to be surrounded by ghostly energy. Through 1,000 marriage ceremonies, the ritual of sacrificing brides. He looked at the statue. Those brides will cause the souls of these 1,000 in-spirit brides to remain here forever, unable to reincarnate. After this ritual is completed, then I will be able to borrow the power of 1,000 resentful souls. Here. After that I'll be able to guide the spirit venerable's power to descend, thus breaking the Black Mountain seal. He laughed loudly. This is my father, the Ghost King. The marshal was kneeling along with his subordinates. Began to tremble. I've seen it over 10 times already, but I still feel as if I'm being oppressed so severely. Those brides. Some were only skeletons, while others had only a sliver of life left. The person who had just been brought in seemed to see something and cried out, ailing him back. Look at me. Recalling from memory. You said this cultivation session, you'd come back early, okay? Little sister. I prepared some pastries for Big Brother and put them behind him. Hey, you two look just like a couple. Big Brother will be back in a few days. Ghostly energy wrapped around him. She cried out, brother, you're back, huh? He screamed and that guy walked over and pushed his head down. What's all that noise when you're about to die? The Black Mountain Ghost King caressed her face. Let's go. My bride, it's time to join them. The steward stepped forward and helped her over. Bride, please step over the brazier and enter the hall. If you don't want your family to be sacrificed, then be obedient. He presided over it. She and her Black Mountain husband performed the ritual of joint cups. Both held a cup of wine in their hands. He thought as he drank, this girl is actually acting so calm. At this point everyone else would have already been so scared. They couldn't stand steady, bold and clear-minded. What a pity. Lin Feng also brought the wine to his lips, thinking to himself, why hasn't the system responded yet? What exactly does it take to complete the marriage? It shouldn't require consummation, right? At this moment everyone held a stick of incense. Standing before the giant statue, the couple bowed towards the purifying world spirit venerable statue. They remained standing still. The ritual concluded. The system popped up. Wedding ritual complete. Quest in progress 100. Quest marry the Ghost King. Progress 100. 2 strange events in the Northern Plains completed. Special lottery reward. He thought to himself. The Northern Plains quest is finally complete. After so much effort. It seems this reward is quite extraordinary. Suddenly a strong beam of light slashed towards him. Everyone else also stepped forward in horror. Your Majesty Ghost King. The bride is Lin Feng. He held a sword in his hand. Looking at them, it's time to deal with you. His wound began to glow. He stared. Who are you? Where did you take my bride? The mist on Black Mountain Ghost King's heroic spirit rank 1 face began to dissipate. He smiled. In Beiyuan, calling me a special emissary. Fenglin, special emissary of the Ghost Master Alliance. The two immediately entered a standoff. Fenglin unleashed her power. Employing the demon-slaying combat skill Sword Dance Art, Huizhou spoke up, warning Lord Ghost King. She is that special emissary. The one I mentioned to you before. Grand Marshal Wei began to approach excitedly. Hiding your power. How can a mere senior heavenly king like you be compared to Lord Ghost King? Lord Ghost King, please hand her over to me. I'll make sure to torture her properly. Fenglin and the Black Mountain Ghost began to fight. Tong Tong shouted, special activation. 2 powerful blades clashed together. The two fought resolutely, refusing to show weakness. The sky became unprecedentedly gloomy. He sneered. What's a Tiangang special emissary worth? You can't even unleash 30% of your power. He quietly instructed a subordinate. Dispel the charm, San. Stop fooling Mr. Ghost. If Fenglin won't do, I have another name. He swung his sword down fiercely. Demon-slaying combat skill vacuum slash. The chief steward stood behind him, asking Lord Ghost King worriedly. Are you alright? The charm, San, has been dispelled? Tong Tong appeared behind Fenglin and even the Ghost King couldn't help but look up. Those people became panicked. What, Fenglin? Peak Master, no way. Another person seeing this weakly said, Peak Master. The Spirit Venerable reappeared, reporting, Spirit Venerable, there's a variable. He looked at the scene, laughing even more triumphantly. Oh. So you are the Ghost Master, currently the strongest Eastern Ghost Master. Fenglin, all the ghosts unleashed their power, continuing to spread. He raised his sword high. Ha ha ha. You've come at just the right time, saving me the trouble of seeking you out. Today I will slay you and complete my ritual to dominate the world. The Black Mountain Ghost seemed to begin using a duplication technique. Beiyuan's 8 strange ghost army evil spirits and various evil ghost masters charged forward together, vowing to kill him. Flying Aura Body Pseudo-Heroic Spirit Level 1. Blood Aura Body Pseudo-Heroic Spirit Level 1. He was above. Streams of energy began to appear and converged more intensely. Ghost Army Arrow Rain. They were closely watching from below. Ghost Art Beiyuan Blood Aura Technique. A huge explosion erupted, illuminating the entire sky. That person clasped their hands together. May the Spirit Venerable bless us, we will surely eliminate the Peak Master. Definitely blessed. Thinking to himself. If the Peak Master wins, then we who betrayed the Ghost Master Alliance will be finished. That smoke appeared before the gloomy sky. She approached him. He disperse barrier. Fenglin, Tong Tong, form fusion, remerge heroic spirits, evil spirits. Fenglin said seriously. Everyone, it's time to eliminate them. Everyone gradually revealed themselves completely. According to the 5 Immortals' intelligence, the Ghost King himself possesses extremely powerful swordsmanship, as well as blood aura body and ghost arts, flying aura body, and various stealth skills and ghost claws. Now that they haven't dispersed, I will lead the charge against the Ghost King. Yesang, the 8 strange ghost army is yours. The rest of you with Wu Yue. Deal with the evil spirits and evil ghost masters. Everyone adapt as needed and strengthen your tactics. Xiaoro bravely declared. These petty clowns before us. You are the strongest graduates of Lucheng Ghost Master Academy. And he is the one who saved the Lord of Lucheng, the commander of the Eastern Ghost Master Army, the Eastern Savior, the commander of the Quadruple Ghost Hunters, the special emissary of the Ghost Master Alliance, the one who saved the world from the evil god Apophis, the protagonist of the global anomalous events. Peak Master Fenglin. Wu Yue was incredibly surprised after hearing this. He took off his glasses and said to Fenglin, You actually have so many titles. The Ghost King began to swing the sword in his hand, attacking him. Flying Aura Body Conceal. He used his sword against him. Transformation. He held a long spear in his hand. The Black Mountain Ghost Warlord form was overjoyed. The spell is getting more and more interesting. She's going to show you her power to dominate the world. He looked at it thoughtfully. This is the rune that was sealed before. It's called Killing Heart-Burning Defense. Ghost Master Wu Yue began to use her power. Energy poured forth. She began to eliminate them. Approaching the masked man, she had 2 glowing orbs above her head. She began to treat his wounds. Uncle Hugh's energy can affect space. Using his energy, it should be able to break the spell's seal. The seal began to absorb her energy. Big Sister Bei's healing energy. He weakly thanked her. Miss Yu's hair gently floated upwards. This is what happened just by using Big Sister Bei's energy. Those evil ghost masters are gradually approaching. Hey. Do they not even take us seriously? A person appeared from nowhere, slammed a fist into the ground, and they were sent flying. More and more people appeared. A first rank said, "You lowly scumbags. Let us entertain you then." Seeing this, they began to panic. What terrifying energy. The supervisor has already brought people here. Those evil ghost masters and malevolent spirits are truly useless. Behold the 10000008 banners ghost army. Well, ride them down and crush them. Yeshang raised her banner approaching the 8 banners ghost army. This path is blocked. She glared at them. So the 8 banners army, I hear. They actually dared to defy my Fengdu ghost army. He laughed happily and said the 8 banners ghost army is #1 in the world. Yeshang held her banner high and stretched out her hand. We can finally see their true colors. Let's see who's truly mighty on the battlefield. Ghost Lord's battle banner. The Fengdu ghost army appears. Footsteps gradually approached. Someone came to her and said, "Behind her is the Fengdu ghost army." The ghost army city lord has already put on the ghost relic equipment. It was developed by the Ghost Tamer Alliance. As per your request. He pointed behind her. This is the new model of ghost army, combined with standard ghost relics. Next to them are those weapons. These are the new weapons. Ghostfire cannons. Her robes billowed. Yeshang sat at the front of the Fengdu ghost army formation, the city lord of Fengdu prefecture. Both sides began to approach each other. Fengdu ghost army welcomes the ghost city lord. Fengdu ghost army welcomes the ghost city lord. Fengdu ghost army welcomes the ghost city lord. The supervisor suddenly turned pale with fright. Oh my, this aura is too strong, it startled me. He pointed at the Fengdu ghost army and said, "A mere ghost army, not even 50,000 abyss units strong. Using those flashy tricks to put on a show of force here." The 8 banners ghost army gathered ghost energy and activated their army formation. Watch as my 8 banners ghost cavalry trample you flat. Both sides began to assume a charging stance. Seeing this, Yeshang merely smiled and said, "Oh, a malevolent Chi army formation, how interesting, let me see. Let's see if modern ghost spirit weapons are more powerful. Or if your army formation is superior. All ghost army units prepare." The Fengdu ghost army raised their cannons and aimed. A red dragon appeared on the 8 banners ghost army side. The Fengdu side also began to open fire. Both sides were evenly matched and charged forward like this. Seeing this, she remained unperturbed. Taste the power of the ghost fire cannon's fire. Orders received. Everyone began to fire their cannons forward. They flew violently towards the 8 banners army, exploding. Boom boom boom, let's get up close and personal, yes. All cannons flew towards the enemy army. The 2 armies fell into a chaotic battle, fighting even more fiercely. The ghostly energy also gradually dissipated in the sky. A subordinate reported to the city lord. The enemy's army formation has been broken. Their 30,000 vanguard ghost soldiers have been completely annihilated. The weapons that woman sold us are quite effective. Eliminate the remaining 8 banners ghost army. Yes sir. That subordinate on the 8 banners side became terrified. What the hell is this? Where are the cannons that can fight ghosts? How eerie. The remaining 8 wonders are also gradually being defeated. The Fengdu ghost was still shooting at them with a gun. He spoke. Fengdu ghost army maintained the 3-tier formation. Guerrilla soldiers advance. The commander also ordered all ghost soldiers to fire arrows. The remaining ghost army attack their flanks. Seeing this, he just smiled. What an ancient tactic. What about the 10,000 abysses? Before absolute firepower, everything is futile. The 2 ghost armies battled relentlessly. Weapons danced wildly. Back to the Black Mountain Ghost King and Lin Feng. The 2 were engaged in a fierce battle. He laughed. Ha ha ha, let's see how long you can last. The 2 above were evenly matched, with neither gaining an advantage. Their gazes met. Lin Feng said to him, "Longer than you, old ghost." He was creating clones. He was manipulating the flow of the zombie arts. Tong Tong looked at the demonic aura behind her and warned, "Brother, something's rushing over from behind. It's a ghost jade." It flew upwards. It was another ghost jade. Nightmare level demonic energy suppressing ghost laws. Lin Feng attacked him with his abilities. "Ice ghost jade." He exclaimed in shock. "What?" Lin Feng brandished the blade in his hand. He closed in on him. He wasn't idle either. Flying zombies Tong Tong stood closer. The Black Mountain Ghost King laughed. Ha ha ha, your body is immortal. A glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. His recovery ability is a bit troublesome. Back to Wu Yue. She handed the axe to him. I've already removed the seal on it. She then turned around and began to deal with those guys. He rushed there swiftly. He said to Lin Feng, hurry up and follow big sister Wu Yue. Deal with these evil spirits and wicked ghost masters. Hearing this, he immediately slung the axe over his shoulder. He happily replied, alright, I haven't killed enough yet. Ha ha ha. Those wicked ghost masters were continuously enduring the fierce assault of the Skylocks. Azure Water Arrow Array. The scene switches to Black Mountain. Inside were Old Man Sun and a large statue. Xiao Ghost Servant and Ling Luo happily walked in. Xiao and Ling Luo entering the stage. We are base rating characters. Cute and charming. Ghost Servant laughed excitedly, radiating light. The two began to unleash their moves. The light grew stronger and stronger. Walking to where the Spirit Venerable was in contemplation. You're communicating with the Spirit Venerable, aren't you? The two forces collided. The evil spirits reappeared. Huizhu said to her younger brother, what's going on, who launched a sneak attack. And so loudly. They didn't forget about us, did they? It quickly charged towards Xiao and Ling Luo. Evil Brush Immortal Nightmare Level 1. The two girls screamed in terror, it's an evil spirit. Xiao looked at it and said to Ling Luo, that's terrifying, and they're all level 1 evil spirits. Ling Luo looked up, her face filled with annoyance. It's all your fault for this base rating plan. This is bad now. At this moment the cannons had their fuses lit, and in the blink of an eye all the cannons opened fire. In addition, some soldiers from the Ghost Army unit were using their guns to block the arrows shot at them. A Nightmare Rank 1 subordinate entered to report to Yes Huang. Lord Mayor, our Ghost Army has suffered hundreds of casualties under their ghost arrows. Then Yes Huang merely replied softly, as expected of a ghost army formed from the 10,000 abysses. They do possess some power. 40,000 ghost soldiers are about to break through our army's flank. Afterwards she asked again, what about the thing I brought back from the sanctuary? Then he heard the person answer with lowered head. It has been fully charged. As expected of Lord Mayor. After the modifications by you and Miss Jiangwei, it can now use demonic energy as its power source. At this moment Yes Huang smiled triumphantly and said, begin. Then he complied with her order and said, link consciousness. At this moment the ghost armies. At this moment the demon armies. The enemy has also approached Yegu's ghost army. And said quickly outflank their sides. Subsequently the enemy's warhorses had already trampled upon the armor of Yegu's army. Next they surrounded her army shouting, kill them all. The enemy army was extremely fierce. Everywhere they went they shouted, kill kill kill. Moreover, the Black Mountain Ghost Army commander also said with a triumphant laugh, ha ha ha, let's see what you'll do this time. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than he was utterly surprised, exclaiming, no way, there's more. What Yegu showed him was precisely the holy light funnel cannons. Furthermore, Yegu had already joined the battle and told him, holy light funnel cannons. Times are constantly progressing. You stubborn old teamers. Still delusional about ruling the East. You will all turn to dust. After speaking, she also immediately used the holy light funnel cannons to launch an attack on the enemy. In just an instant, the entire enemy army was routed and scattered. Moreover, some of the ghost army fell into the vortex of the holy light funnel cannons. Their bodies eventually dissipated. Seeing that the battle was decided, she said triumphantly, the 8 Banners Ghost Army has been annihilated. This is the power of technology. And the Black Mountain Ghost Army commander had already fled on horseback, saying, on no way. So strong, run run. At this moment the Phoenix Robe female ghost was also using Fire Phoenix to scorch the plains and eliminate the enemy. Meanwhile, Xuanhua was using Ghost Fire in another location. The Ghost Fire was also using etherealization to make the ghosts dissipate. At this point the ghost spirit Isuna also spoke. We're almost done over here too. After witnessing the entire battle, Marshal Weiss' subordinates shouted, too terrifying. Furthermore, the Ghostmaster also cried out in terror. Are these the ghost spirits of the Seal Lord? We even thought of opposing them before. However, Marshal Wei arrogantly said, what are you people standing around for? Keep going, you can't even catch a few of these myriad evil ghost masters and evil spirits. A bunch of. Just as he finished speaking, he hit a Ghostmaster. Seeing Marshal Weiss' arrogance, Wu Yue immediately said, what are you squawking about? Isn't it your turn now? And Marshal Wei responded haughtily, you punk, I've already made a pact with the Black Mountain Ghost King. Ghost King level, but Marshal Wei didn't expect that the dog mask man would before Wu Yue even arrived hit him. 1 second later Wu Yue also arrived at the scene and used the power of the Curse Emperor. As soon as the dog mask man stepped back, Wu Yue swiftly advanced and attacked, causing Marshal Wei to fall to the ground in pain. 1 second later he also spat blood and said, "Tui, you guys have no martial ethics ganging up on me one person." However, the dog mask man said to Marshal Wei, "What martial ethics do you need to deal with scum like you?" And Wu Yue also chimed in saying, "Indeed, a pact with a Ghost King level being. You're truly durable, let me hit you a few more times." At this moment, the Black Mountain Ghost King was also fighting Lin Feng. Subsequently Lin Feng provoked him saying, "Black Mountain Ghost King, your ghost army has been annihilated. The evil ghost masters and evil spirits are also almost dealt with. You'll soon be all alone. It's time to wake up from your delusion." However, he still replied in disbelief, "Your great cause cannot stop here." Just then when he saw someone appear, he said frantically, "You again, spirit medium Wu Xian. How persistent the Lord of Fengdu Ghost City." He was referring to Wu Yue and Ye Gu. 1 second later he said again, "Blood adamantine body non-adamantine body go." No sooner had he finished speaking than he used a clone technique. Seeing this the young man warned, "Everyone be careful, his clones are coming." Afterwards he also boasted, "I will show you my sword technique. Frost dominates the world." Hearing this he immediately drew his sword and responded, "Oh, do you intend to go all out? Perfect, I happen to know a bit about sword arts too." A second later the Black Mountain Ghost King spoke with his sword. "Ghost King sword art. Ghost King sword art. Overlord sword style." Meanwhile Lin Feng swiftly unleashed his demon-slaying combat technique, Purifying Flame Sword. No sooner had he spoken than both sides engaged in battle. Neither side gained an advantage. At this moment, his clone had also arrived where Wu Yue was. So she said angrily, "You're finally here. I'll take care of him. You go deal with the remaining evil spirits and wicked ghost masters." The cloaked man had also responded. Next, the Black Mountain Ghost King's Bloodgang physique also spoke. "You are a descendant of the 5 immortals." Yi Shuang quickly issued orders to the strategist of Ghost City Fengdu. "Ghost Army provide support. Eliminate all remaining enemies everywhere." He bowed his head and acknowledged yes. However, no sooner had he spoken than they were attacked by the Black Mountain Ghost King's clone with a sword strike. This made him extremely worried about Yi Shuang. He shouted, "City Lord." Soon, his clone was already standing before them, and she also spoke. Fine, she also mused inwardly. "Fortunately Lin Feng warned me, preventing his sneak attack from succeeding." According to intelligence, this clone's abilities are teleportation and ghost claws. Movement speed isn't my strong suit. And if I get hit by a pseudo-heroic spirit level attack, that could be bad. As she spoke, the clone had already charged at her. Then he attacked Yi Shuang with his ghost claws. But fortunately she dodged in time. However, he did not stop using his ghost claws to attack her. When he saw Xian Hua coming to her rescue, he said in a panic, "Said what?" And Xian Hua said to her, "Yi Shuang, I'm here to help you. My flash escape can match his teleportation speed." And she agreed and replied, "All right." A second later Yi Shuang shouted, "Let's go. Xingming Bone Claw." And Xian Hua swiftly unleashed her flash escape. Meanwhile at Huaya's location, Black Mountain's clone was using the Bloodgang soul concealing array to attack her. And she was casting a spell, borrowing the power of the tiger. A second later, she then transformed into a 4-headed giant tiger shouting, "Might of the tiger." Even if he used Bloodgang, Soul Sealing 6 would also be broken by the tiger god. Finally the clone, he decided to go all out using the 6 forbidden souls to launch an attack. In an instant, all 3 of its attacks converged on Wu Yue, while she swiftly used the power of white control to break through. However, due to insufficient power, she began to complain. Exhausted as expected of a pseudo-heroic spirit level, "I can only unleash nightmare level power. I'm hungry again. Have some combat food made by the village chief." So the ghost spirit fox brought it to her. Soon she began to devour it. After eating she said happily, "I'm getting serious now." A second later she added reverently summoned the 5 immortals tablets. Then borrowing their power she shouted, "Power of the 5 immortals, descend." However, the Black Mountain Ghost King's clone showed no fear at all. Instead she said arrogantly, "Are you foolish enough to wait until you've finished casting your ability? Bloodgang Heaven and Earth Prohibition 6. Soon Wu Yue had also borrowed the power of the 5 immortals and gathered it to counter him. In an instant, the power of the 5 immortals formed a barrier, protecting her against his attack. Then she used her ghost art and said, "Watch closely. This is me." As soon as she finished speaking, she punched him hard with her fist. Then she used evolution and shouted, "Evolve." In just an instant, she moved with the speed of wind, rapidly charging towards him. And so she delivered a straight punch to him, to his astonishment. Furthermore, she also switched forms afterwards, saying, "The power of the 5 immortals merges into the Northern Plains shaman's body." In addition, the system also provided information. Feng Wuyue's spirit shaman form level 1. Seeing this, Gue Linghu praised her, saying, "Shaman Wuyue is as violent as ever." Then after seeing her in this form, his clone began to tremble and asked, "Your immortal body is suppressed." Hearing this, she explained, "This is the power after the 5 immortals' powers have merged. Big Sister Bei's healing power, after becoming stronger, can suppress your constant regeneration." At this moment, Wuling looked at her with adoring eyes and exclaimed, "Oh ho ho." Xiao, on the other hand, kept exclaiming in admiration, "The transformation is so cool." Seeing this, Park Ho and Park Haiju were both aghast and said in unison, "You're fighting. Can you two focus a little? Look at the situation, you two are surrounded." Just as they spoke, many evil spirits were closing and surrounding them. But soon, Xiao had already eliminated them. And she proudly said, "Sword Dance Water Clone. Pretty awesome, right?" Seeing Xiao like this, Wuling replied again, "You play games every day and you've trained your clone to be quite strong too. Besides, that broken water clone behind you, other than setting the mood, serves absolutely no purpose." Then Xiao retorted, "Being cool is enough, you hurry up too." As soon as she finished speaking, Wuling also made his move and said, "You really can't let others rest easy. Don't worry, I need to get serious too. This new skill continuously consumes my ghostly energy. You stay by my side and protect me." 1 second later, Wuling cast his skill while reciting an incantation. "Heaven is round, earth is square." Holding the brush, 9 chapters of decree. The 4 swords of Panglai, all laws vanish forever. Hasten as ordered by the law. At this moment, Park Ho, after observing, turned and asked Park Haiju, "Sis, that aura seems a bit," she agreed, replying, Yes, it really is a bit." Just as Wuling continued, "I, a descendant of Panglai." He then spread his palms, selected a weapon and said, "The Demon Slayer is too strong. I can't wield it, I'll choose this weakest sword, Phantom then." So Wuling decided to continue using the sword. Initially it was just a small sword, but soon, it transformed into a gigantic sword. Furthermore, the system also provided information. Panglai Immortal Art. Heavenly Sword Descent. Cast using ghostly energy. A Panglai sword technique that summons the illusory phantom of a heavenly sword, dealing immense damage to enemies. Even Park Haiju exclaimed loudly in shock. "It's too big." Meanwhile, Wuling proudly added, "Let's see if you can handle this. Heavenly Sword Phantom, descend." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword, obeying Wuling's command, descended downwards. As soon as the evil spirits saw the sword, they were horrified. Before they could even dodge, they were shattered by the sword's power, pulverized into dust. At this moment, Park Ho and Park Haiju, standing by and watching, also felt aghast. Furthermore, their evil brush immortal was also broken. In addition, the sword's power also injured both of them, causing them to spit blood. Only the spirit emissary managed to hold on by circulating their inner energy to suppress it. 1 second later, Park Haiju frantically said, Just one move. Our accumulated evil brush immortal was destroyed. This is truly unbelievable in Korea. Is this the power of the East?" Moreover, Wuling, standing on his sword, asked, "What other tricks do you have up your sleeves?" Just then, the Black Mountain Ghost King's clone was also injured. But he still arrogantly said, "You won't lose that easily." Then he opened his demonic eyes and roared, "Blood Aura Art." He then attacked Woyua with the Ghost Soul Thunder Prison. A surge of ghost energy was slowly approaching her. Soon upon contact with Woyue, it immediately caused an explosion. However, thanks to Wuxian, she was unharmed. She even flew behind him and said, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, he yelled, "What?" And she attacked relentlessly. Moreover, she was thinking to herself, "I can't sense its aura at all." After that, she decided to use the Wuxian art again. Wuxian Yan simultaneously combined 2 ghost arts to attack him together. Yet he remained completely unscathed. And she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, he's still alive." Although the Black Mountain Ghost King was still alive at this moment, he had already sustained considerable injuries. So then he said furiously, "Immortality is your rule. Even though you are suppressed, Don't even dream of annihilating you. What about the Wuxian? They cannot descend either. You have indeed become much stronger since back then. You are the strongest clone. Now behold the strongest ghost art. You are the true dragon. Wanting to trample this land underfoot. So he used a ghost art. Blood aura art dragon transformation. As soon as he finished speaking, a red dragon appeared, holding him in its mouth. This crimson dragon was incredibly fierce, roaring in anger. After that it also attacked according to his command. Furthermore he said, "Dot the eyes and enter." However Wo Yue mocked him saying, "It's just a paper dragon. With 5 claws. What's so amazing about that? Watch me." And so, she used a ghost art Wuxian art soul summoning. Seeing this the ghost fox spirit admonished her. "Wo Yue, end the battle quickly. Fusing our powers will injure you if it takes too long." Moreover she also said, "No matter what kind of dragon you are, I will deal with you immediately. Under the immortal art power of the 4 phantom tiger ants, my soul will possess the same Wuxian power as me." At this time a fierce battle was also taking place on Yiga's side. Furthermore Xianhua did not use flash escape. A moment later when he gained the upper hand, Yegu used a ghost art nether bone claws. And finally adding a corpse aura flash, the clone was also suffering. Then Fire Phoenix brought the female ghost phone Bao to help Yegu as well. And as soon as she touched the ground she immediately commanded it to disappear, saying, "Fire Phoenix transformation." Then she turned to him and said, "With several of us working together, you won't last much longer." Hearing this he began to flee. At this moment he actually used a blood aura transformed sword to attack them, but it was defeated by Lin Feng. So it didn't hit either of them. It even landed on a rock. After that, he and Lin Feng both looked at each other, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. A moment later he pointed his sword at him again, panting as he said, "Humph humph, you really can take a beating. But under the power of the demon-slaying sword, your recovery ability must be at its limit now, right?" As for the sword in his hand, the system had already transmitted information. Demon-slaying sword damage to ghosts. 500 counters various demonic creatures. Furthermore Lucifer said to him, "Bro, the privilege time is almost up. I'm about to revert to nightmare level 3. I can't fuse with the heroic spirits anymore." And the Black Mountain Ghost King panted and said, "Humph humph, my great undertaking is not yet complete. I absolutely cannot fall here." Just 1 second later Lin Feng had also used the demon-slaying sword. Then he attacked him and said, "Your ambition ends here. Demon-slaying blade combat skill Stormblade." He actually wants to merge with the sword. So he had already cast the spell and declared complete. At that the sword that had been stuck in the stone flew to his side. It then merged with him. The monster fought with the dog-faced man. When it couldn't win, it fled. Seeing this the dog-faced man said anxiously, "This is bad." After it, as he fled he also declared, "Your ambition will not be buried here. She will trample the east underfoot forever and become the Eastern Ghost Emperor." As for the evil ghost masters, the moment they saw the dog-faced man, they panicked. They cried, "Don't come any closer. I have already formed a contract with the Ghost King." At this moment the Black Mountain Ghost King had also arrived beside them, causing Marshal Wei to be terrified. He asked, "What is that thing?" But the Black Mountain Ghost King cursed back, "Useless. I didn't expect you'd still want to merge with me." After that he committed suicide. Marshal Wei, who was in front of them, was caused to scream in pain. Marshal Wei was enduring immense pain, and he loudly called out, "Aha! Ghost King, my lord. It hurts so much." Furthermore the Black Mountain Ghost King was also forming a contract with Marshal Wei. After the two merged for 1 second, they transformed into a ghost orb. Seeing this the dog-faced man struck with an axe, hitting the ghost orb with his flame axe. Its power also sent the remaining evil ghost masters flying. Furthermore after the dog-faced man's axe strike, the ghost orb had also vanished into thin air. Next Lin Feng also arrived beside the dog-faced man. Lin Feng then said, "The Ghost King has been eliminated." However immediately after, Lin Feng sensed danger and shouted, "This is bad, retreat quickly." Because the Black Mountain Ghost King had already revived, and even used the Ghost Art Drought Yang sword technique to counterattack them. And even though the dog-faced man used his flame axe to defend, he was still sent flying a great distance. The dog-faced man felt unwell, thinking to himself, "There's not much time left for the fusion." Next the dog-faced man cried out in panic, "This is bad. I'm caught by the black flame worms." Thus Tonton called out to the dog-faced man anxiously, and Guihua also quickly called out the dog-faced man's name. Lin Feng 1 second later he swiftly flew to rescue the dog-faced man. He then said to the dog-faced man, "I'll heal everyone." Furthermore, Tong Tong also said, brother, this black fire isn't just burning my ghost energy. It's burning our souls. Hearing this, Lin Feng quickly used the ghost art, ice, and ghost hand, while Gui Hua used the ghost art white tiger exorcism, talisman, to heal the dog-faced man. At this moment, beside Wu Yue, she was also going all out, fighting the red dragon. Furthermore, after seeing Lin Feng in a difficult situation, she said, I must help Lin Feng, quickly wait for me. Next, Xianhua also said to Yi Shang, let's find the right moment to take care of him, the enemy, then go support the Grand Minister. Yi Shang agreed, responding MHM. Furthermore, Xiao Ru also said to Wu Ling, Lin Feng is in a bad situation. The others are tied up. Let's go help Lin Feng. Wu Ling also agreed, saying MHM. As for Fa Huizhu, after seeing the Black Mountain Ghost King merge with the sword, she said to her younger brother, you narrowly escaped death. At this moment, Lin Feng had also discovered his Black Mountain Ghost King's weakness, and said there's not much time left. He has completed his fusion. We must act quickly and completely eliminate him. So Lin Feng quickly used the Ghost Art Twin, Life Agnostic Blood Sacrifice Amplification. After that, Wu Ling quickly used Heavenly Sword Descent, and Xiao Ru used Azure Water Arrow. Soon Heavenly Sword Descent and Azure Water Arrow both attacked the Black Flame, making him extremely uncomfortable. So he quickly unleashed the Ghost Art Xiayang and commanded it to burn, to counter Wu Ling's Heavenly Sword Descent. Following that, Xiayang successfully fended off the Heavenly Sword Descent, which resulted in Wu Ling being severely wounded. Furthermore, before losing consciousness, Wu Ling said, oh no, that last spell almost drained all my ghost energy. Xiaoro picked up Wu Ling and anxiously said, I'll take you to Sister Jiang Wei. Lin Feng also ordered them, you two go back and heal first. Ghost King Heishan, after gaining the upper hand, laughed loudly and said, ha 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 ha, you succeeded. An immortal body. Your drought demon is no match for me anymore. Ha 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 ha. And Ghost King Heishan, after fusing with the Spirit Infant, has become a drought demon. Zombie King Spirit Infant. Level 1. Lin Feng quickly used the Ghost Art Wind, Violent Blade, to attack him. The system also prompted, your body is undergoing a blood sacrifice amplification. And you also used Sword Dance. Ghost King Heishan immediately raised his sword high, then arrogantly said, I am the scorching sun that controls the eastern heavens and earth. You rebellious wretch, how dare you defy me? After speaking, he pointed his sword at him. At this moment, Lin Feng was charging towards him at an incredibly high speed. However, just at this moment, his fusion time ran out. The pain made him scream awe. Tong Tong also noticed this and shouted, brother, the special time has ended. Lin Feng stumbled. Soon the little girl ran to his side, calling out, brother. At this moment, he was clutching his chest in pain. As soon as she reached him, Tong Tong asked, brother, are you alright, Gue? Hua quickly used the Ghost Art White Tiger exorcism mark to heal him. Seizing this opportunity, he plunged his sword into the ground, then used the Ghost Art Drought Demon Black Flame. Furthermore, he smugly said, Scorched Earth Wilt. As soon as he finished speaking, the black flame spread along the cracks in the ground, spreading out. Along with it, it also rapidly consumed ghost energy. So he said, under my Scorched Earth Wilt, your ghost energy and souls will gradually wither away. 1 second later, he actually used the black flame to burn his own evil ghost masters to death. Filled with passion, those evil ghost masters also in unison screamed in pain. Ah, it hurts so much. Furthermore, upon seeing this scene, an evil ghost master also fearfully pleaded, no, don't come any closer. Sob. The black flame then continuously consumed the surrounding ghost energy. He believed it had also spread to Wu Yue, making her say worriedly, this ghost domain is now full of this strange black flame. Ghost Spirit Fox quickly reminded her, quick, use the power of white to clear it. Furthermore, Ghost Spirit Isana also said to Xianhua and Yesuang, even if we aren't entangled by this strange black flame, our ghost energy and souls are gradually dissipating. Next, this clone of Ghost King Heishan took advantage of the black flame entangling Isana's mimetic doll and launched an attack. Seeing this, Ghost Spirit Isana said, under these circumstances, our advantage against the Ghost King's clone will completely vanish as time passes. In this way, the black flame was gradually consuming everyone's ghost energy. Meanwhile, Guehua was protecting Lin Feng. Then he also comforted the little girl, saying, Tong Tong, I'm fine. Jiang Wei can heal these minor injuries quickly. Subsequently, Guehua suddenly said to him, Drought Demon, in my lifetime I once saw an ancient text that recorded it. Hearing this, he asked, what did the ancient text record? Soon Gue Hua explained. The ancient text records that in antiquity there were 4 great zombie kings. Namely Jiangchen, Ingo Hoqing and Hanba. The power of the 4 great zombie kings. Rivaling gods. The Hanba brutality is like a burning inferno. This is how its power is described. The law of drought. Under its law all life and all power will endlessly march towards death. Hearing this, Xiao Rou cried out, clutching her head. Rivaling gods, aren't we completely doomed? Then Gue Hua also said despondently. We still have a chance. Ghost King Heishan is currently at Heroic Spirit Level 1. Forced Heroic Spirit Fusion, simulating the Hanba form, is not impossible to counter. As long as we. Just as Gue Hua hadn't finished speaking, he understood Gue Hua's meaning. He directly stated, I will fuse with heroic spirits again. However, Tong stopped him, saying, but big brother, just now your body bore too much of my power. Lin Feng then comforted the little girl, reassuring her. Lin Feng said, I am a prodigy seen once in a millennium. And besides, fusing with a few heroic spirits won't be a problem. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Feng summoned Lucifer. Hearing his call, Lucifer immediately replied gleefully, you mongrel. Mongrel isn't stealing my power enough. How could I possibly fuse with a mongrel? Ha ha ha, just wait obediently for death, mongrel. But Lin Feng retorted. I can't listen to you this time, you little devil. Lucifer laughed as he refused Lin Feng's request. Oh come on, a mongrel like you actually dares to force me, you mongrel. Seeing Lucifer's reaction, he thought to himself. After these 2 years of cultivation, I can not only use Lucifer's power, but my control over the contract has also strengthened. Over Lucifer. Just then Lucifer was suddenly electrocuted, causing Lucifer to cry out in pain. Ayayaya. Lucifer was in agonizing pain as the current coursed through his body. Ugh. However, Lucifer still refused to yield, responding, ugh. Mo mongrel, a mere electric shock. You want. Don't think you can make me yield. Hearing this, he quickly said to the little girl. Tong, I'm counting on you. The little girl responded, okay big brother. So Tong began to attack Lucifer. Lucifer became enraged the moment he saw the little girl, saying through gritted teeth, you mongrel, what do you want? The little girl did not answer Lucifer, but instead shouted the power of Longinus, causing Lucifer to cry out in agony. However, Tong did not stop. She continued to attack Lucifer, speaking as she fought. The power of Longinus and Lucifer could only silently endure. Finally, unable to endure, Lucifer commanded, ugh. Quick, stop, how dare you humiliate me? Stop it, you mongrels. Tong then asked Lucifer. Lucifer, will you help my big brother? Hearing this, Lucifer said, don't. The little girl then shouted, then I'll use my full power. The power of. Immediately after, Lucifer also agreed, aye. Considering you built a palace for me, I'll temporarily fuse with the mongrel. However, Tong hit Lucifer one more time. Lucifer then shouted again, why, I already agreed. But the little girl replied, smiling. You were a bit wordy just now, I couldn't pull back my hand. Soon Lucifer also said to Lin Feng. Mongrel, my power of rebellion is not that easy to use. Lin Feng, however, thought to himself. Did I go too far with her education? She must definitely be holding a grudge. Then Ghost King Heishan said loudly again. Rebellious villain, still struggling before your demise. Next he cast a ghost technique and said. Turn to ashes under my radiance. Seeing this, Lucifer quickly acted. Accept my power. Mongrel. He then used a ghost technique and shouted heroic spirit fusion. Gue Hua, however, worriedly called out to Lin Feng. Instantly he also fused with Lucifer. Immediately after, he repelled his black flames. Next, Lin Feng quickly used the Whip of Rebellion. According to the system, once the Whip of Rebellion strikes a target, it will lose self-control. Then, it also struck Ghost King Heishan's black flames. Lin Feng, after fusing, his eyes were filled with spectral energy. In addition, the system also provided information about this form. Lin Feng, fallen heroic spirit first form, and she also happily said, you've successfully merged with Lucifer. Then Xiao Rou cheered him on again. Demon King Lin Feng, go. However, Wu Ling worriedly said, Lin Feng isn't turning dark, is he? Furthermore, he mocked. So what if you've merged with a heroic spirit? Under my withering world, you can only be cut down by my sword. Then he replied, watch me shatter your withering world. Rebellious aura. According to the information provided by the system, ghost skill rebellious aura, Lucifer's own fallen rebellious aura, violently invades and erodes the surrounding space. Those consumed by Lucifer's power will lose their sanity and gradually fall into darkness. Just as the system said. After being hit by the ghost skill rebellious aura, he began to speak incoherently. I am the Black Mountain Ghost King. Who am I? I am the Ghost King. What is a Ghost King? Seeing this, Lin Feng happily said it's working. Then Lin Feng used another ghost skill, Song Zi Duo. Thus Song Zi Duo also quickly manifested. The torrent grew stronger and stronger. Then the system provided more information. Song Zi Duo summons a river of blood filled with bloodied corpses, which can suppress the enemy's power, corrode the enemy's consciousness, and drag enemies into the river to transform them into bloodied corpses. After a moment, Lin Feng spoke again. Withering world has been shattered. Now the ghostly aura and spirits won't be swept away. Everyone can act without worry. Hearing this, Wu Yu happily said, Lin Feng is so cool. We should also seize the moment. Then she borrowed the power of the 5 immortals. With a cry of get, she quickly unleashed a ghost skill. Next, Yi Shuang used her ghostly claws to attack the Black Mountain Ghost King's clone. Furthermore, Yi Shuang also praised, as expected of the Great Priestess, to be able to control that imp's power. And Xianhua also praised, my husband is the best. Finally, the Phoenix Robe female ghost also praised him. Lin Kuan is always reliable. Subsequently, he suddenly regained consciousness and said, I am the Black Mountain Ghost King. Don't even think about affecting my consciousness. Arg, what is this bit of pain? As long as I can maintain my consciousness. Saying this, he then used the ghost skill Black Flame. Then he roared, Rebel, behold my sword. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly charged at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng also successfully repelled him. Furthermore, Lin Feng's hand was currently holding a sword. 1 second later, Lin Feng praised Lucifer. This is truly Lucifer's power. Unrivaled within the same rank indeed. I even feel like I can challenge stronger opponents of higher ranks. It's just that every moment I feel like my consciousness is about to collapse. My soul feels like it's being gnawed by thousands upon thousands of ants. Then Lucifer also explained. Worthless trash, worthless trash. How could a mere mortal covet my power? I wonder how long you can last. Worthless trash, Lin Xiaofeng. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately roared in anger. None of your business. You imp, just obediently merge. Yi Shuang, standing above, commented. Not only has your speed slowed down, but you also can't teleport too far, Black Mountain Ghost King. Damn it, it's all because the main body talks too much. If I don't quickly take care of that Lin Feng, now that I'm suppressed by his ability, I can't teleport over large distances. And my recovery has also slowed down. System notification, Song Zi Duo is active. Rebellious aura is active. Yi Shuang, gazing forward, summoned her magical artifact and called forth Battle Banner Ghost Master. She loudly commanded, Battle Banner Ghost Master. Yi Shuang's magical artifact grew larger and radiated immense energy. She shouted, 50,000 Fengdu ghost soldiers, take your positions. The ghost soldiers gathered as they responded. As you command, City Lord. Yi Shuang held Xianhua in her arms and said, My army is my strength. Now I am the true master of the ghost army. System message, combat power increased by 50. Ghost Lord's battle flag. Storable. Loyal ghost soldiers from the ghost city can be stored in the battle flag. For every 10,000 ghost soldiers added to the battle flag, the ghost city master's combat power will increase by 10. Yi Shuang roared, let's see where you can run. Thousands of spider lilies formed an energy vortex trapping Black Mountain Ghost King. Yi Shuang fiercely waved her magic tool and loudly commanded, descend, flowers of the underworld. That energy vortex pierced through Black Mountain Ghost King's body and petals danced across the sky. Black Mountain Ghost King cried out in pain under the relentless attacks. His eyes turned blood red. He was desperately trying to cast Flying Zombie Flash. Black Mountain Ghost King was deeply entangled, seemed to be able to do nothing. He roared in astonishment. What? He struggled, but it was no use. Xianhua cast Shandun. Black Mountain Ghost King's face was ashen with pain, and he was drenched in sweat. He opened his mouth and screamed. Yi Shuang coldly grabbed his braid. System message, Battle 1. EXP 300,000. She gently stroked Xuanhua's hair and said, did you see the true power of the ghost army? This battle was won thanks to Xianhua. Xianhua replied with a smile, it was my pleasure. Meanwhile, on Ghost Spirit Isana's side, she seriously commanded, Colossus, eliminate the remaining evil ghost masters. Park Haiju's side, it's come to this, we're finished. Park Hu trembled, saying, we're finished, big sister. An old man sitting cross-legged on the ground spoke. Master, I sealed a portion of my power within you. Now is the time for you to reunite with the master. Don't you want to? Park Haiju replied fearfully. Of course we do, but it hasn't come to that point yet, has it? Park Hu chimed in, exactly. Lord Ghost King hasn't lost yet. With Lord Ghost King's power, he will surely turn the tide. They looked up in terror when they heard Black Mountain Ghost King's agonizing screams. The old man cast a binding spell shouting, "Come here!" They quickly replied, "Coming, coming." They stood submissively before a Buddha statue and began to take off their clothes. On Park Hyaju's and Park Husbak's, there was a tattoo of a Maitreya Buddha. The old man murmured, "Chant Kaiga Changshin Suga Mingxing." A blue energy stream emanated from the Buddha statue, flowing over Park Hyaju's and Park Husbadi's. They knelt before the Buddha statue screaming in pain. At this moment on Ghost Spirit Isana's side, she said, "Laura is almost done cleaning up." The phoenix-robed female ghost wondered, "Who knows what those Kuruo people are up to again?" Yi Shuang shouted, "Let's go." The phoenix-robed female ghost cast Fire Phoenix Scorching Plains, combined with Yi Shuang's Flowers of the Underworld. They attacked Park Haiju and Park Hu. They cried out in astonishment. They actually blocked our attack, as Park Haiju and Park Hu were protected by a shield. Zhang Wei cried out in panic, "Lin Feng, something's happening." Lin Feng asked back, "What's wrong?" She replied, "Those remaining evil ghost masters are undergoing abnormal changes." The evil ghost masters' souls suddenly left their bodies at that moment. They writhed in pain on the ground shouting, "It hurts, it's coming out, it hurts so much." Zhang Wei said to Lin Feng, "Their souls are about to be sucked away by something." The evil ghost masters' souls floated up emitting mysterious sounds. "They're out." The old man said, "Joyful ghost candy isn't that easy to swallow. Offer your souls to the Spirit Venerable." It was that Buddha statue that was absorbing the evil ghost master's souls. Park Haiju and Park Hu screamed, "Oh no, that hurts too much, please let me go." The spiritual beasts discussed amongst themselves. "This isn't good. They are breaking the seal we placed on Black Mountain. That Korean has the power of the Spirit Venerable. Plus they've devoured the souls of those evil ghost masters. Our seal won't last much longer. If our seal is broken, then perhaps they will be able to summon the power of the Spirit Venerable." A giant dragon appeared. It roared and asked, "Are you the true dragon of this world?" Wu Yue responded loudly, "We must stop them quickly." She opened her mouth wide and shouted, "I don't care what kind of dragon you are, I'll just cut you down." The dragon was furious and replied. She was unwilling to give up. Wu Yue gravely ordered her clone to return. Then she shouted, "I'm here at the Battle Academy." She used all her strength, directly thrusting towards its forehead shouting, "Taste my flying kick." Wu Yue fell backward in pain shouting, "It's so hard." Xianhua was filled with worry. She quickly ran forward to help her up, calling out, "Wu Yue." She asked Wu Yue, "Are you alright?" She replied, "I'm fine, my leg just hurts." The spiritual beast spoke. "Wu Yue, you've used our power for too long this time. You may have reached your limit." Wu Yue corrected, "No problem at all." Then she turned her head to Xianhua and said, "Just now Wu Tian told me that those two Koreans are fighting Lin Feng." She sighed inwardly. "What, they're destroying the seal?" System message mental link. Lin Feng shouted loudly, "Jade Burial." Attacking the energy ball. A long braided ghoul was also gathering its strength, attacking that energy ball. Using the restricted Yang move. System message, "Jade Burial ghost energy attacked. Will be purged by Jade Burial." The ghoul screamed no. Tong Tong's restricted Yang suddenly appeared, stabbing directly towards the ghoul's hand shouting, "Power of Longinus." After a while the little girl gradually weakened, murmuring, "Brother, my power is almost exhausted." When she didn't receive any response from Lin Feng, the little girl anxiously shouted, "Brother, brother, what's wrong with you?" Lin Feng's eyes suddenly emitted red energy beams at this moment. He let out groans of ugh ugh ugh. Lin Feng's eyes turned crimson. He suddenly let out a deafening roar. An earth-shattering explosion resounded, smoke and dust filled the air. Debris flew everywhere and a pillar of light shot straight into the sky. The Black Mountain Ghost King was covered in wounds, in immense pain, curled up in the rubble groaning. He raised his hand, opened his mouth wide and roared, "Is my great ambition truly going to end here?" He was unwilling. Lin Feng, a nearby red-haired man, stretched out his arm towards the Black Mountain Ghost King shouting, "Lord Ghost King." The Black Mountain Ghost King slashed at him with a blade, roaring, "Get lost," making him frown in pain, then open his mouth wide and curl up on the ground. The Black Mountain Ghost King roared angrily, "It's all your fault, you useless weakling. I only lost to him despite merging with a heroic spirit." The Black Mountain Ghost King's face turned red and he roared at Lin Feng, "You ruined my great ambition. Even if my soul is scattered and my spirit shattered, I'll drag you into hell with me." Tong Tong flew in front of Lin Feng anxiously and loudly shouted, "Brother." On Lin Feng's face, dazzling patterns suddenly appeared. He seemed to be enduring immense pain. Lin Feng's eyes were crimson. He tilted his head back, opened his mouth wide and roared, Tong Tong was startled. The little girl shouted, "Brother, quickly break the fusion." A violent purple energy vortex erupted from Lin Feng's mouth. Then it violently gushed forth, making Tong Tong cry out in pain and be blasted away. The little girl stumbled, crying out, "Brother," then she furiously yelled, "Lucifer, quickly break the fusion. Otherwise I won't go easy on you next time." At this moment in the consciousness space, "Lucifer, you trash, deserve whatever you get," she scoffed. "I told you before that my power would lead to this consequence. Although I am an heroic spirit, my essence can even rival gods. I can only barely use my own power." She crossed her arms and smiled, saying, "After integrating the stronger aura of rebellion, I can no longer dispel it at all." She continued, "But don't worry. Once his body and consciousness are exhausted, and he becomes a dead fish, it can be dispelled. Perhaps very soon." Tong Tong cried out in a panic upon hearing this. "You noisy fellow." Panic. Hearing someone call out loudly, he turned his head. Lin Feng, the Black Mountain Ghost King, rocketed towards them, laughing loudly and saying, "Be scattered to the winds with her." Over with Park Haiju and Park Ho, the Buddha statue was currently absorbing their souls, and all that remained of them were two skeletons. The elder calmly said, "Offer yourselves to the Spirit Venerable, and the Spirit Venerable will remember you." Afterwards, he too slowly merged into the Buddha statue. He sat cross-legged on the ground, muttering to himself, with the body offered to Buddha, still lacking some souls, and he gradually dissipated. At this point, the Black Mountain Ghost King rocketed towards the Buddha statue and shouted, "Fulfill her last wish. Go make them scatter to the winds with her." The Buddha statue suddenly sucked in the Black Mountain Ghost King, drawing him into its mouth. A stream of golden energy, burning hot, emanated from the Buddha statue. In the Buddha statue's eyes, there was now a scene of a prosperous metropolis. Mount Shenya exploded with a roar. People screamed in terror. Our Black Mountain seal was broken back then. A small boy nearby was petting his pet, yelling in an innocent tone, "Mommy!" The mountaintop flew away. The sky was fiery red. A massive fireball was falling towards Fengcheng. People were desperately trying to find shelter, safely hiding from the falling fireball. They screamed in terror, reminding each other the mountain exploded. "Run!" The Nightbone Ghostess in phoenix robes, Ghost Spirit Isuna, and others were above, observing below. Lin Feng shouted, "System message. Rebellious aura activated." Lucifer exclaimed, "Oh, I didn't expect your combat talent to be so strong. Even when unconscious, your body instinctively uses her power." A powerful energy pillar shot out from Mount Shenya, directly into the sky. Lin Feng flew above with widespread wings and looked down. Jiang Wei asked in surprise. The light from just now disappeared along with the Buddha statue. The ghostess in phoenix robes said worriedly, "We must find a way to wake up Lin Feng as soon as possible." Xiaoro grabbed Wayu's hand and said, "You scared me to death. I thought it was some big ultimate move. Turns out it was just a bluff. Next we just need to deal with Lin Feng." Losing control, Wu Yue replied, "I used too much of the five immortals' power this time. I'm weak. I'm so hungry," Jiang Wei said to everyone. "Everyone's pretty exhausted from tonight's battle." Ghost Spirit Isuna replied, "I'll try to communicate with Mr. Ghost's consciousness. If that doesn't work, well, just have to fight him." Hedon. On Lin Feng's side, he suddenly opened his mouth and smiled, his eyes flashing with light. Wu Yue said suspiciously while gnawing on a biscuit, "Wait, something is about to appear." Many energy streams, characters from scriptures, appeared and flowed downwards. At the same time, a voice was heard. If sentient beings in future lives, whether sleeping or dreaming, see various evil spirits and strange forms, whether sorrowful or weeping or distressed or sighing or afraid or terrified, tell their past life kin to accumulate merit, desiring to escape the evil paths. The Buddha statue put its palms together and murmured, "World purifying Spirit Venerable, wisdom and righteousness know all, open my broad heart, awaken my clear nature. Its true form is already comprehending the grand Tao in the heavens. Only I, this venerable one, can come to this evil land, this unpurified land." System report: Spirit Venerable Buddhist Shadow Heroic Spirit Tier 1. The phoenix-robed female ghost broke out in a cold sweat and screamed, "This is what they summoned through sacrifice." Jiang Wei replied doubtfully, "A heroic spirit level phantom." The Buddha statue spoke, "Mercy. Mercy, your killing intent is too strong. Your killing intent is too strong. Why don't you lay down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot?" Afterward, the Buddha statue emitted a golden energy, accompanied by bursts of Buddhist scriptures. Those energy flows in Buddhist scriptures pervaded all directions. Everyone was in extreme pain, crying out in agony, clutching their heads. Lin Feng, At this moment also struggled in pain, emitting black aura. At this moment in the consciousness space, Lin Feng called out to everyone. Lucifer exclaimed with interest, "What stubborn small fry? Do you want to act in your subconscious again?" Lin Feng's head transformed into a shark's head, opening its massive maw, charging towards the Buddha statue mountain. A barrier appeared protecting the Buddha statue. The Buddha statue seemed entirely unaffected by Lin Feng. The Buddha statue ascended. Lin Feng also charged up, roaring in fury. At this moment, when Lin Feng transformed into an evil spirit, he arrogantly spoke to the world-purifying spirit Venerable. "Kill." So the world-purifying spirit Venerable gave him a palm strike. Then said, still deluded. Upon seeing the critical situation, Tong Tong, in a panic, cried out loudly, "Let's go help him, quickly find a way to wake him up." But Xianhua stopped her and said, "Tong Tong, leave my husband to us. You've used too much power today." However, the little girl stubbornly said, "I can still do it. He needs me." Just then, Lin Feng was still fighting the world-purifying spirit Venerable with all his might. A second later, Tong Tong also arrived by his side. Then said Longinus. Next, Wu Yue also stepped forward to use the 5 immortals flame to provide support. A second later, Yeshang also shouted, "Everyone, let's go." Thus Lin Feng, Yeshang, Wu Yue and Tong Tong, the 4 of them, joined forces to fight the world-purifying spirit Venerable. Next, upon seeing that they were no match, Xiao said, "The gap is too big. Our power is almost depleted." Everyone's attacks had no effect at all. At this moment, Lin Feng was also in trouble, shouting. Furthermore, Lucifer also said to him, "Unconscious small fry, constantly pouring power into your body. How much longer can you last? Your body and consciousness have reached their limits. I'm finally about to regain my freedom." At this moment, the world-purifying spirit Venerable was also by Lin Feng's evil spirit struck. As a result, cracks began to appear on its arm, making the spirit Venerable disbelieving. It shouted loudly. What a second later, the evil spirit burst out from the destroyed arm. Next, the spirit Venerable also attacked him with its remaining arm, and said, "Wretched beast." Then also tried to tightly clench him in its palm. However, the spirit Venerable did not catch him, so he decided to attack the spirit Venerable's eyes. Lin Feng was concentrating all his power to attack the eyes. Furthermore, he then also furiously attacked the spirit Venerable's face. Seeing him like this, Tong Tong cried and shouted, "Big brother, stop quickly." And the system, after observing Lin Feng's attack, also reported mutual destruction. Finally, Lin Feng also destroyed another part of the spirit Venerable's body and stopped attacking. Seeing this, the little girl asked again, "Big brother, how are you?" A second later, the evil spirit also shouted. Next, he suddenly attacked Tong Tong. However, the little girl did not dodge, and sadly said, "Big brother, remember everyone." So the evil spirit stopped. Seeing this, he unconsciously said, "Why are these small fry not moving?" At this moment, the spirit lord had also fully recovered. His body was as good as new. And he also said, "Now this lord shall purify the evil spirits of your family." Universal spiritual radiance. After saying that, he cast his magic and kept chanting the mantra. "Lay down your butcher's knife, mani mani hum. Attain Buddhahood immediately." Next, Xiao also fell victim to the spirit lord's spell. So she also put her hands together in prayer and chanted Buddhist names. "Now I must lay down my butcher's knife, mani hum mani hum." Seeing her like that, Wu Ling helped her. He struck Xiao with an iron chain and shouted, "You've been hit again. Watch me knock you awake." However, after that, Wu Ling also fell victim to the spell and said, "I shall also lay down my butcher's knife." Furthermore, the remaining people also showed signs of being affected and began to babble. First was Xianhua, and too irritable. "This isn't good, this isn't good." Then Guiling also continued. Hohat also said, I understand. Yeshan also vaguely began to call out husband. Next, the Phoenix Robe Ghostess also uncomfortably said, "I'm too impulsive." Finally, there was Ghost Spirit Isana. "Am I sometimes too aloof?" At this moment, Wu Yue was also babbling. "How can I lay down a butcher's knife if I don't have one?" Seeing her like that, the Fox Ghost Spirit frantically shouted, "Wu Yue, wake up, don't be purified anymore." Only Mo Tong Tong remained unaffected. So the little girl put her hand to her forehead, pondering inwardly. Everyone has been affected by the rules of this shadow. Even brother. Must we stay here? At this moment at Jichao Nunnery. And finally Qingzhu had also returned. As soon as she returned, Shirgu said, "Lin Feng, am back. I can already utilize some of the rules." The system also reported. Rule: collect female evil spirits. Transform into benevolent spirits. Evolution complete. Obtained new Ghost Art Soul Awakening Spirit Purification Charm. Ghost Spirit Qingju Nightmare Level 2 5-star potential. Experience abilities Suppression Purification. Description: Clone Ghost Art Soul Awakening Spirit Purification Charm. Abilities: Abyss Walk Marrow Transformation. Ghost Domain Jichao Nunnery. Binding 966. After that, Shirgu also said Soul Awakening Spirit Purification Charm. Then the system reported again. New Ghost Art Soul Awakening Spirit Purification Charm. Materialization Suppressing Purification Rules. Instantly suppresses targets with evil thoughts in their hearts. Awakens the deep-seated good thoughts within the target. Target analysis reaches 50 Buddhahood. They will form a purifying suppression on the target. Effective on ghosts within range. Effective on targets up to 3 levels higher than self. Finally, Qingju had also arrived next to Linfeng. As soon as she saw Shirgu, the little girl happily shouted, "Sister Qingju, you're back." Shirgu also happily replied, "Yes, I'm back. Everyone has worked hard during this time." After speaking, she cast the spell Soul Awakening Spirit Purification Charm, and then said, "Everyone wake up." Seeing this, the World Purifying Spirit Lord immediately said in surprise, What kind of evil sorcery is this? It can even neutralize this Lord's purification." Seizing this opportunity, Lucifer also shouted to him, "Small fry, attack quickly. Attack, keep attacking." Next, Linfeng had also woken up. Lucifer also looked at him, smiled, and then said, "Oh dear, things aren't looking good." Hearing this, he immediately replied, "Once you've settled your accounts, then I'll settle accounts with you." 1 second later, the evil spirits were also ready to fight. And she also said to Shirgu, "Qingju, welcome back." Hohat also woke up and shouted, "Sister." 1 second later, she also hugged Shirgu and said, "Sister, you're finally back. Thanks to Sister's power, everyone could wake up." Besides, Wu Yue also said in surprise, "Linfeng, you actually have such a powerful ghost spirit." After that, everyone had also gathered. Continued fighting. The World Purifying Spirit Lord, Qingju, then said, "I've temporarily suppressed it. Quickly finish it now." Linfeng then ordered Isuna to accelerate time. Hearing this, she replied, "Okay." At this moment, the Spirit Lord also gradually lost part of its body. Furthermore, the Spirit Lord arrogantly said, "You evil spirits, don't be so stubborn and deluded." Next, the ghost spirit Isuna cast another spell. Then she shouted, "Dreamtime." Time accelerated 10,000 times. In addition, the system reported heart-changing spirit cleansing spell. Progression 1. And he said, Kingzu's new ability is indeed capable of fighting above its level. After that, the system continued to report progress. Progression 10. Progression 20. Progression 30. Progression 50. Suppression Purification activated. As for the Spirit Lord, after seeing the power of the heart-changing spirit cleansing spell, it asked in confusion, "What kind of evil sorcery is this? It's actually restricting my power. You evil spirits. I was kindly trying to convert you, yet you ambush me." Hearing this, Linfeng replied to, "Thank you. We will now convert you." Everyone was attacking the World Purifying Spirit Lord together. Next, Linfeng also used his whip and said, "Rebellion Whip." Just as the whip was swung out, he had already shattered one of the Spirit Lord's arms. After that, everyone collectively shouted, "Fusion Power 5 Immortals. Fire of the 5 Immortals." And so it destroyed the World Purifying Spirit Lord's statue. However, the Spirit Lord still refused to admit defeat and said, "How truly stubborn and deluded." Next, Yeksha used Clear Bone Claws. And Tongtong said, "Wake up slowly, Longinus. Go back when you're done fighting." At this point, everyone had already eliminated the Spirit Lord. Furthermore, the system also reported, Ghost Buddha Remnant eliminated Battle 1. Experience points increased by 1 million. In addition, Wu Yue also happily said, "Tonight's events are finally over." And Tongtong echoed her, saying, "What a long night, big bro." A second later, Wu Yue said again, "I'm starving, I want to eat a Manchu Han Imperial feast." And Yeksha said that fight was very satisfying. A moment later, Yeksha cast a spell and said, "White Tiger Exorcism Script." Finally, the person wearing the dog head mask dragged out 2 people from the Spirit Lord's side and reported, "Sect Master, look what I found among these remains." So those 2 people pleaded together, No, please spare me." In addition, the person wearing the dog head mask, after throwing them to the ground, also said, "Sect Master." All the other evil ghost masters were completely annihilated. This evil ghost master still has a breath left. And this Marshal Wei was hiding in a pile of corpses, trying to escape, but I dug him out. Soon, Marshal Wei had already crawled to his front. then pleaded with Lin Feng. No, Sect Master. Great Sect Master. I was completely controlled by that evil Ghost King. Thank you, Great Sect Master, for saving me and awakening me. Thank you, Great Sect Master. It was all those evil spirits doing. It has nothing to do with me. Great Sect Master, please spare me. And the evil Ghost Master followed, saying, Great Sect Master, it was all martial way. And those evil spirits who ordered me. I'm just a small Ghost Master. Please spare me. After that, both of them vigorously nodded and said, Please, Sect Master. Please, Sect Master. However, he said, You've harmed so many innocent people. And you still have the audacity to beg for mercy. You truly show no remorse at all. And I am powerless to forgive you on their behalf. As soon as he finished speaking, all the vengeful spirit brides came to claim lives. A moment later, he ordered Xianhua. Xianhua released them from the ghost realm. I promised them earlier that they could personally deal with their enemies here. Let them all go. Xianhua agreed and replied, Yes, my lord. Immediately after, the person wearing the dog head mask handed the sword to Xianhua, then said, Take this. Xianhua quickly replied, Upon seeing this, martial Wei yelled in panic. What are you trying to do? No, don't come any closer. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianhua used the sword, while the person wearing the dog head mask used a blade to finish off the two of them. Additionally, Xianhua then cried out, Father, Mother, your daughter has avenged you. However, another vengeful spirit bride appeared. The person wearing the dog head mask said, And Ning am late. Seeing this scene, he shouted loudly, Xinju, these souls. These brides are trapped here due to the wedding ceremony, enduring torment. Master, do you have any solution? The master quickly replied, But these souls have been corrupted by the previous shadow power. They cannot reincarnate, nor can they even become ghosts. Currently, the best way is to let them find complete liberation. So Lin Feng agreed and replied, This is the only way. Soon the master began chanting scriptures and weeping, May this merit adorn the Buddha's pure land, repay the 4 great kindnesses above, and relieve the suffering of the 3 lower realms below. If there are those who see or hear this, may they all arouse the Bodhi mind, and having exhausted this karmic body, be reborn together in the land of ultimate bliss. As soon as he finished speaking, every vengeful spirit received a purple lotus flower. Additionally, Qingzhu then made a vow. May this merit be dedicated to all sentient beings in the Dharma realm. After that, all the souls followed the purple lotus flowers that guided them to Qingzhu's side. Next, the master said, Hearing the Dharma brings salvation, moving away from suffering, obtaining joy, and moving towards the pure land. At this moment, the person wearing the dog head mask was saying goodbye to Ning. That person was also calling out the vengeful spirit's name. And Ning, the sky is gradually brightening. At this moment, the person wearing the dog head mask was sitting on the rooftop complaining, So hungry I forgot to eat again while cultivating. Just then someone suddenly came and patted his shoulder. The one who came was a girl wearing a qipao. When he saw her, he was startled and said, You scared me to death. She replied a little awkwardly, Really? Then she took out some food and said happily, Why are you still so silly, just like when we were in school? You forgot to eat again, didn't you? I stewed too many ribs earlier. Let me share some with you. Seeing her so enthusiastic, he said happily, Who's silly? An excellent ghost master like me has already eaten long ago. Don't act like an old busybody all day. So she pretended to be angry, pinched his ear and said, Eat it now and quickly. If you leave even a speck, I won't let you off the hook. The person wearing the dog head mask obediently replied, All right, all right, all right. Next, while eating, she also asked him, Is it delicious? He replied, It's extremely delicious. After that, she asked again, Do you want to eat it every day? So he replied honestly, Yes. At this moment, he recalled Ning's face and the words she said when they parted ways. Why are you still so silly, just like when we were in school? Don't cry anymore. Before Ning dissipated, she also admonished him, Take good care of yourself from now on. Remember to eat on time. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning dissipated before his and Lin Feng's eyes. Next, he also asked Lin Feng, My abilities, though not as great as yours, I will make this world a better place just like you. He gently replied, After that, the two stood there watching the vengeful spirits dissipate. 1 second later, he suddenly scratched his head and said, Suddenly my head is so itchy. Then he said not only his head was itchy but his butt too. Seeing this, Xiao Rou mocked Lin Feng. Are you finally growing a brain? Then the person wearing the dog mask said, Master Feng, you have something pointy growing on your head. Soon he also touched his own head and said, There really seems to be something there. Finally, after a piercing scream, he grew 2 horns. In addition, a tail also grew on his butt. Furthermore, his hair also turned pale. So he just said softly, "I feel so heavy and so much pain, it feels like something extra grew behind my butt." As soon as she saw him like this, Tong Tong touched Lin Feng's horns, and then innocently said, "Big brother, you've turned into a demon." Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately touched his face and stammered, "Is this again?" A second later he yelled again, "Lucifer." Then Xiao Rou also said frantically, "It's over, Demon King Lin Feng is going to destroy the world." A second later he became dejected again. Seeing this, Tong Tong comforted him, "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" Meanwhile, Wu Yu gently called Lin Feng's name. Suddenly he raised his head, then smiled evilly and said, "Hey, you trash." The little girl immediately wanted to avoid him, "Is it?" Meanwhile, Wu Yu said worriedly, "The evil aura is too strong." However, he laughed happily and said, "You trash, I am Lucifer." That's right. At this moment, Wu Ling and Xiao Rou also realized that he had turned into a demon, and they cried out in unison, "Lin Feng has turned into a little demon, quick, take a picture." Meanwhile, Tong Tong suddenly started hitting him and angrily said, "Where did you throw Big Brother? Give Big Brother back to me." So a bump swelled up on his head, and he cried out, "So much pain. So much pain." Meanwhile, the little girl said happily, "Big Brother, you're back." After that he suddenly said, "Lucifer, what's going on? I remember the fusion was already undone. Why are you still inside my body? And my body has also been affected by your power, turning it into this." Meanwhile, the little girl said displeasedly, "Tell the truth quickly, otherwise he'll use the spear of Longinus to make you talk." Then Lucifer turned his head and asked the little girl, "Do you think I like staying in this kind of trash body?" Apparently, when this trash lost consciousness, the degree of fusion with me was too deep. Now it's entangled with my soul in this body. How can this trashy, withered body compare to my perfect body? I also want to get out of this body and play games. Then Lin Feng had no choice but to fight Lucifer to reclaim his own body. "Don't do such things to my body." However, Lucifer stubbornly said, "I will do it." "Go ahead and do it then." Meanwhile, everyone else could only stand there watching him displeased, saying, "First Wu Yu. I heard the village chief say, this is called schizophrenia." Next was Tong Tong. "Big brother has developed multiple personalities." Xiao Rou then said, Exactly. A moment later Lin Feng said in despair, "Now my body has been demonized. If this entanglement continues, my soul might be assimilated by Lucifer's soul." Assimilated. Seeing this, Ghost Spirit Isuna came to his aid, saying, "Mr. Ghost, connect with my power using your mind, and let us enter your body, to see if we can separate your two souls." And he agreed. This is the only way. Inside Lin Feng's body, it was Lin Feng and Lucifer. And Lucifer was still sitting on his shoulder happily shouting, "Haha." Seeing this, Tong Tong said, "This method, the way souls entangle, is truly strange." Meanwhile, Wu Yu said angrily, "I'm ready. Let's pull them apart together from both sides." But he disagreed, thinking, "Why do I feel like something is wrong?" However, everyone listened to Wu Yu's suggestion. At this moment, Wu Yu and Tong Tong stood in front chanting 1212. Meanwhile, Yu and Lucifer were both screaming in agony. Over there, Wu Yu was also shouting 1212. However, they eventually gave up. Tong Tong also said they could only extend the lifespan of their souls, and not separate them. So Lin Feng secretly mused, "Sigh. I can only return to Fengqing first, then figure out a way to resolve the after effects of merging with Lucifer." A little while later, Yu and the others rode the Redman Rhinoceros dragons again, and flew back to Fengqing. It was hailing in Fengqing that morning, and what's more, it had inadvertently injured people and destroyed everything, so everyone had to go help with the rescue. At this moment, the rescue workers were complaining as they saved people. "Why are there so many rocks falling from Black Mountain? We can't clean it all up. Injured person found here, quick, come help." After walking for a while, they discovered a collapsed area. So they shouted, "Careful, it's collapsing." In addition, some people cried out in fear. After that, someone suddenly crawled out from the collapsed area. The rescue workers recognized this person, calling him Commander Guard. He in turn asked, "You're not hurt, are you?" Then he picked up a little boy and said, "He's still alive. I'll take him to the hospital immediately. You continue saving people." So the rescue workers said to him worriedly, "Commander Guard, your injuries." Although his head was bleeding, he reassured the rescue team, replying, "Don't worry. Even if the Ghost Masters vanished from Fengqing overnight, we are still here. As long as we rely on perseverance, we will see the dawn." In the hospital, the doctors were also diligently treating the injured. At this moment a female doctor also spoke up. You can just put him here. Be gentle, the person quickly replied. You've worked hard. A little while later another injured little boy came over. And mocked another patient. Ha 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 ha, another coward afraid of hardship. So a little girl nearby, who was feeding medicine to a patient, reminded him to be quiet. Shush, keep your voice down. Then another patient cried out from excessive blood loss. Arg, damn it, it hurts like hell. Seeing this, the nurse told him to bear it. The anesthetic is about to take effect. A second later the little girl from before found the nurse again and said, Auntie, the medicine and bandages are almost gone. Is there really nothing more we can do? The nurse replied truthfully. After Black Mountain collapsed, the city lost water and electricity. Water was cut off, and many supplies and food items couldn't be bought. The Ghost Masters collectively disappeared. And there aren't enough people to rescue everyone. After hearing this, the little girl said worriedly, how could this happen? In addition, she thought to herself, Sister Fenglin, you must come back soon and help Fengcheng out of this predicament. At this moment outside the city gates was also a scene of chaos. The soldiers were shouting to each other. Go quickly and ask for instructions from the city lord. If we don't restore the water supply soon, something terrible will happen. Where did the people from the Ghost Master Alliance go? Finally Commander Guard also returned here. As soon as he arrived he asked, is the city lord still the same? The guard truthfully replied yes. In addition, some people happily saw him and said, Boss, you're finally here. Meanwhile the city lord sat in his room deep in thought, not reacting no matter what was said, constantly babbling nonsense, as if his soul had been taken. After that he also mumbled to himself, that's it. That's how it is. Moreover, Commander Guard was angrily pounding on the door saying, damn it. Those common folk just woke up to a changed world, right when they need our help the most. The city lord and the exorcists. In addition, his men also asked, Boss, will we also be cut off from water and food? However, he firmly replied no. The first thing that will break down Phoenix City isn't water and food, but the chaos in people's hearts. Just as he said, people outside were scrambling to hoard food. So someone ran to a shop door, knocked and shouted, Owner, open up. You clearly still have stock, we're starving. Meanwhile the shop owner hid inside their home, eating something and thinking, before they break in, I'd better eat my fill first. However, what the shop owner didn't expect was that they actually climbed in. And they also shouted, he's inside. There's food, everyone rush in and grab it. No sooner had he spoken than everyone broke down the door together, rushed in and shouted, charge. Then someone else said, the supermarket door's been crashed open, quick grab what you can. Don't push. Don't hurt the children. Furthermore, on the main street, a bright light suddenly appeared in the sky, capturing everyone's attention. Then an old man shouted, look. What is that in the sky? And that bright light was created by the Crimson River Sky Dragon. As soon as he saw it, the old man froze and asked a divine dragon, is it a heavenly deity descending? A second later Lin Feng also spoke. My apologies, I'm late. Soon he swiftly drew his sword, pointed it at the sky and cast a spell. Just a second later many boxes, filled with food and water, fell from the sky. Seeing this scene, people asked, is that? However, when they opened the boxes they were overjoyed and shouted, it's food and water. We're saved, heaven bless us, it's a miracle. Afterwards, while the Crimson River Sky Dragon was still circling in the sky, people continuously shouted, this esteemed one saved us. Quickly, let's go see. Thank you for your grace, esteemed one. Next, when they saw all of Lin Feng's friends walk out, people began to discuss excitedly. Wow. Aren't these two famous people from Ghost Spirit Net? Right, let me see. It's true manga artist Xiaro. Oh my goodness, who exactly is that person in the middle? He can actually make them follow and protect him. Just then, Manhua spoke up and said, people of Phoenix City, listen to what I have to say. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was still atop the Crimson River Sky Dragon, explained to everyone. That's how it is. After listening, people began to discuss this matter. I didn't expect that those girls who disappeared in Beiyuan all suffered at the hands of the Black Mountain Ghost King. Then people said in unison, the Wei family is declining, yet they still want to stir up trouble in Beiyuan. The exorcists of Phoenix City were actually all brainwashed by the Ghost King. No wonder they all disappeared. Next, Hua praised Lin Feng in front of everyone. Fortunately, Peak Master disguised himself as Special Agent Fenglin, came to Beiyuan to investigate, and only then did he expose Grand Marshal Weiss conspiracy and eliminate the Ghost King. And he humbly said, This is what we Eastern exorcists should do. A moment later, a few people walked out of the hospital. At this moment, someone also asked in confusion, what did she just say? The Peak Master and the little girl from earlier also walked out. As soon as she saw Lin Feng, she froze and said, Sister Feng Lin, is that the Peak Master? Meanwhile, another person with a head injury also softly said, he's the legendary Peak Master. But how is he different from the one in the manga? Following that, Lin Feng also promised the people, please rest assured, I have already notified the headquarters of the Ghostmaster Alliance, and they will soon send people to assist us. For now, let us rebuild our homes together. Upon hearing this, the people responded in unison, all right, Lord Feng. Furthermore, the people continued to praise him afterward. Thank you, Lord Feng. Lord Feng is amazing. Is Lord Feng still looking for a wife? Lord Feng, we love you. Long live Lord Feng. Long live Lord Feng. Long live Lord Feng. Long live Lord Feng. And those who were lying in the hospital also happily shouted, Lord Feng sent supplies. We're saved, Lord Feng. Long live. The little girl also hugged the patient and said excitedly, that's wonderful, hooray. Soon Lin Feng arrived at the city lord's manor. The guard captain also led the way for him. He said, Lord Feng, please follow me this way. As soon as he arrived at the city lord's room, after checking his condition, Wu Yus said, Old Ming has completely lost consciousness. Seeing this, Tong Tong reminded him, brother, be careful, but he just quietly replied, it's fine. Afterwards, Lin Feng then said, Fa Hui Zhu once said. They inserted the ghost brush into Old Ming's skull. Now that the evil brush immortal has been eliminated, can he still not recover? Then Ghost Painting reminded him, right now, the evil brush immortal's demonic aura still remains in his brain. If you don't use a similar evil demonic aura to expel it, it will be repelled by the demonic aura, and it will kill Old Ming. So he asked again, an evil demonic aura. Suddenly Lin Feng had another idea, and then said to Ghost Painting, there shouldn't be any demonic aura more evil than mine now, right? Soon he unleashed the rebel's breath demonic art on Old Ming's head. The system also recognized it and reported rebel's breath. It then succeeded, making Tong Tong exclaim in surprise. It worked. As soon as he woke up, Old Ming asked blankly, is my consciousness back? A second later, Old Ming cupped his hands in a salute and said to Lin Feng, greetings, Lord Feng. Thank you, Lord Feng, for your timely rescue. But he stopped Old Ming, saying, Old Ming, there's no need for that. Then Old Ming confessed to him, it's all my fault. I believed the letter of brotherhood sent by Goryo, and that's why I was controlled by the evil brush immortal. When I was controlled by the ghost brush immortal, I actually still had a sliver of consciousness then. But I couldn't control my body. I could only watch helplessly as they brought disaster upon the people. This old man of Fengcheng deserves to die. However, he didn't blame him, Old Ming. You are also a victim, there's no need to blame yourself. Now that the Black Mountain Ghost King is dead, Bei Yuan is safe as well. However, Old Ming showed concern and said to him, no, Lord, you don't understand. Everything is not over yet. The so-called world-purifying Spirit Lord was originally in Goryo. The Black Mountain Ghost King was merely a piece in his plan to conquer the East. His spirit emissaries have already spread throughout the world. If no one stops him, then eventually the entire East, and even the whole world, will be under his control. I inadvertently overheard his power level. If everything proceeds according to his plan, he will recover to the Saint Spirit level, which is above the Heroic Spirit level. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling panicked and shouted, Saint Spirit level. And Xiaoro hugged his arm, saying, even Lucifer is only Heroic Spirit level. Then Old Ming continued, the Spirit Lord's ultimate goal is to make everyone believe in him, to restore his absolute power, and slowly bring the entire world under his control. Just then the guard captain walked in again to report, there's an emergency in the city. City Lord, Peak Master city residents are collectively self-immolating in several locations. Our brothers have investigated thoroughly. It's a stronghold of the Spirit Lord cult. Those cult members are all family members of the evil Ghost Master. They've long been brainwashed by the Spirit Lord. Upon hearing this, he immediately gave an order. Tell me the location at once. At this moment in the cult's lair, the Spirit Envoy said to the cult members, the purifying Spirit Lord is wise and righteous. Awaken what lies dormant within me. Awaken my true nature. The purifying Spirit Lord is wise and righteous. Awaken what lies dormant within me. Awaken my true nature. Moreover, the Spirit Envoy was also holding a crying child in her arms. Furthermore, the Spirit Envoy had already doused herself in gasoline and in her other hand she held a candle. Next the spirit envoy continued. Fellow believers, the Spirit Lord's great plan has been thwarted by evil people, causing heaven and earth to rage and Black Mountain to collapse. Our families have all sacrificed themselves for the great cause. Lord Spirit Lord has already granted us new life. Today we too shall follow the Spirit Lord. Thereupon everyone simultaneously poured gasoline over themselves, while chanting, I wish to follow Lord Spirit Lord. I wish to follow Lord Spirit Lord. Follow the Spirit Lord and enjoy eternal bliss. At this very moment, Lin Feng suddenly appeared and shouted to stop them. All of you stop right there. And when they saw him, everyone was surprised. A second later they all pressed their palms together and chanted their mantra. Purifying Spirit Lord, wise and righteous, awaken what lies dormant within me. Awaken my true nature. Mind the purifying Spirit Lord is wise and righteous. Awaken what lies dormant within me. Awaken my true nature. After seeing the scene before him, Lin Feng asked the guard captain, is the cult's brainwashing truly this extreme? And the guard captain reminded him, Pete Master, be careful. This place is drenched in gasoline everywhere. It could ignite at any moment. A moment later Lin Feng shouted and commanded the spirit envoy. You woman on the platform, put down that candle in your hand. The Spirit Lord was already annihilated by me long ago. What you're doing is meaningless. Can't you see the child is terrified? However, the spirit envoy, after looking at the child in her arms, calmly replied, I don't know who you are, but I know Lord Spirit Lord is immortal and indestructible. Wherever the Spirit Lord goes, that place becomes paradise. Whatever the Spirit Lord does, that is righteousness. To send my own flesh and blood to meet Lord Spirit Lord, that is the child's true happiness. And the child continued to cry, incessantly sobbing. As soon as she finished speaking, the spirit envoy released the lit candle from her hand and said, Lord Spirit Lord, long live. And the cult members followed the spirit envoy, saying, long live, long live, long live. Seeing this, he shouted, wait. However, it was too late, because the flame had already touched the oil. Soon, the spirit envoy and the child also turned into a ball of flame, right before the guard captain's and the cult members' eyes. However, what he didn't expect was Manhua actually saved the child. So at this moment the child was being held by Manhua. Next, he called out to Xiao Rou. Then Xiao Rou replied, firefighter Xiao Rou is here. As soon as she finished speaking, she cast a water element spell to extinguish the fire. Finally, the flames were put out and the spirit envoy was saved. However, the spirit envoy cried out in despair, no, I was supposed to lead everyone to the land of ultimate bliss. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng had already drawn his sword, pointed it at the spirit envoy, and said, you wish to go to the land of ultimate bliss so badly? Then I shall send you on your way. Then Qingzhu stopped him. Lin Feng, wait, perhaps they can still be saved. We can try using my abilities. Furthermore, Antmaster Qingzhu was thinking to herself, I didn't expect Lin Feng's personality to have been affected by Lucifer as well. After that, Lin Feng also heeded Antmaster Qingzhu's words and Qingzhu, he swiftly cast the Ghost Art Heart Exchange and Spirit Purification spell to resolve it for everyone. As soon as they woke up, someone held their head and said, my head hurts so much. Then someone else asked blankly, where is this? I was just at home reading scriptures. How did I suddenly end up here? Seeing this, Manhua said happily, that's great. Everyone had recovered, and Anti-Master also responded, thinking that some evil ghost masters were originally good people, but only committed evil due to the influence of a cult. Next, the system secretly connected minds, allowing Tong Tong to speak with Lin Feng. And the little girl also said, brother, I was a step too late here. This fire has already been brought under control, but the casualties are heavy. In addition, the ghost spirit Isuna also reported, we were also too late on our side. Several children have already perished. Lin Feng then said in alarm, what? And on your side? Someone woke up and cried, why, our child is gone. What's the point of me living alone? At this moment Lin Feng could only mutter to himself, I never thought that the spiritual venerable of Goryeo, from 1,000 miles away, would cause such painful effects on the people of the northern plains. I can't let its influence expand any further. Lin Feng then made up his mind. I've decided I'm going to Goryeo to completely eliminate that so-called pure world spiritual venerable. Immediately the system also issued a quest and reported, new quest, investigate the truth. Goryeo controlled by ghosts and gods. 1. Find a way to Goryeo. Quest progress 0. After hearing Lin Feng say he was going to Goryeo, Wu Yua agreed. Alright, let's get rid of that hypocritical big-head Buddha. Next, Tong Tong said, brother, I'll be your helper. Even Hongchuan Shilong roared, indicating his agreement. Next, Wu Ling's fighting spirit was also ignited. Come on, Xiaoru. Even if it's a saint spirit level, I won't be afraid. In addition, Xingju and Hohat also said in unison. We can't let it harm people any longer. Yeyan then said, this is my Grand Minister. And the phoenix-robed female ghost said, Mr. Lin's wish is my wish. Lastly, the ghost spirit Isuna. Go Mr. Ghost. Furthermore, Lucifer also praised, haha. As expected of the man I've possessed, he has great spirit. And when Lin Feng heard this, Wu Yue thought he was up to his old tricks again. However, Lucifer arrogantly said, though still not as good as me. Lin Feng then replied, displeased, wrong. What business is it of yours? Also get out of my body. After that, Lin Feng returned to the Fengqing Lord's mansion. In addition, he called Wei Xiaoxian. After hearing what the little girl said, he didn't believe it. And asked again, what, there's nothing. Hearing this, the little girl honestly said, yes. I used satellites. And the ghost spirits confirmed the rules many times. The Goryeo region only has a few very small villages. The rest are all barren mountains. After that, the little girl also showed him a map. Then said, this is a satellite map of Goryeo. The eastern region of Goryeo is blocked by mountains. The other side faces the sea. The entire area appears to be normal. But the ghost spirit satellite detected strange fluctuations. The scene we see is probably a disguise. Lin Feng then said doubtfully, this place. The entire area is blockaded. No information has been leaked. They must be guarding against the outside world. Speaking of this, through the connection, Lin Feng also issued an order to Xiaoru. While Xiaoru was playing games in her room, Xiaoru, let your water clone go investigate the Goryeo border and gather 10 pieces of intelligence for us. Xiaoru also agreed, okay. Immediately after, she also ordered according to his instructions. Let's go, time to work. You just play games all day. Not diligent at all. Hearing this, Lin Feng asked in surprise. Are you talking about yourself? 1 second later, Elder Ming and the guard captain also came before him to report. Have also reported to you. As soon as Elder Ming saw Lin Feng, he bowed and said, Lord Feng. The guard captain quickly cupped his hands in greeting. Then he said, reporting Lord Feng. All strongholds of the Pure World Spirit Cult have been destroyed. There were over 300 casualties in total. He softly replied, I understand. Furthermore, Elder Ming then sincerely said, if it weren't for Lord Feng's ghost spirits chanting sutras to guide the souls, I'm afraid many more would have sacrificed their lives. Then he grasped Elder Ming's hand and comforted him, saying, Elder Ming, there's no need to be overly sad. Fengcheng still needs your strength for its reconstruction. However, he confessed his fault to him, saying, Lord Feng, all this suffering began because I failed to recognize the true nature of people. Now that the Ghost Exorcist Legion has been destroyed, how can I possibly face the people of Fengcheng? Please allow me, Ming Jianyuan, to resign from my post as Lord of Fengcheng today. Lin Feng also agreed with him. Since you have made your decision, I respect your choice. The new Lord and the reconstruction work of Fengcheng will all be arranged by me. Finally, he quickly said, thank you, Lord Feng, for your understanding. Afterwards, Lin Feng thought to himself, they should be here soon, right? Sure enough, as soon as they saw him from a distance, they shouted loudly, Lin Feng, we're here to help. There were 3 of them. Lin Feng was very happy to see them arrive. As soon as they landed, he said, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Furthermore, those who came included the President, Yan Liuru, and Ningdi, the kind spirit Granny Dai. A second later, President Yan teased, didn't we just get your message? You know. So we hurried right over. And she was still thinking to herself, what kind of look is this? It's quite handsome. Granny Dai, on the other hand, complained, you don't even think about this old body of mine. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. Then he spoke honestly to them. Fengcheng now needs reconstruction and the maintenance of emergency order. Lord Ming has also decided to step down. As for you all, I didn't know who else to ask. Hearing this, Granny Dai suddenly replied cheerfully, don't worry, you can safely leave these matters to the Ghost Exorcist Alliance. But we can only provide temporary assistance. The long-term security work for Fengcheng still requires the leadership of a city lord. At this moment, with Wu Yue, as she and Han Chuanxi Long were repairing everything, someone suddenly called out to her. And just a second later, she also recognized everyone and walked out, saying, Village Chief, everyone. Soon the village chief also smiled and replied, when it comes to construction, we're professionals. Hearing this, an old woman reminded him, hurry up. Don't leave Wu Yue to do all the work alone. Afterwards, Wu Yue happily said to everyone, thank you, everyone, work hard. And all your food and drinks are on me. Everyone responded in unison, okay. After a while, President Yan looked troubled. and said to him, Xiaoru and I are in Haicheng, and can't split ourselves. Liuru on the other hand asked him about the city lord position. Do you have a candidate in mind for the new city lord? Hearing this he looked at Wu Yue. Wu Yue had already gestured to him, so he stammered in reply. A candidate, of course there is. Then Lin Feng spoke to Wu Yue. After listening she asked him back in surprise, You want me to be the acting city lord of Fengcheng? He honestly replied mum. However she frantically explained to him. What kind of joke is this? Someone like me only knows how to eat, drink, fight fish and so on. How can I possibly be the lord of a city? Are you serious about me becoming the city lord, or are you just joking? However he encouraged her, saying, I think you're very capable. When I first took over as the lord of Haicheng, I didn't know anything either. It was only with everyone's help that I slowly learned these things. Furthermore, upon seeing the 5 ghost spirits and the village chief's people all supporting her, she said in surprise, Everyone, and then came Grandma Butterfly Spirit. Grandma also supported her, saying, Miss Vo Noyet, you can do it. Next the ghost bear also voiced its support. Miss Vo Noyet, you can do it. Seeing everyone support her so much, Vo Noyet was moved to tears. She said, You're right. Just then the village chief playfully teased the two again. Ha ha ha, my grandson-in-law. You still don't know your wife well enough. Our Vo Noyet can't handle compliments. So she shyly said, Oh please. Since you all put it that way, then I'll do it. Vo Noyet finally agreed to serve as the city lord. The next morning the Great White Pair, Fengcheng's #1 gun and cannon shop, also reopened. Seeing this, people asked the owner, Reopening so soon? The owner happily replied, Yes, with the city lord here, everyone is enthusiastically building Fengcheng. Afterwards Lin Feng also asked the dog-headed masked man, Are you planning to leave Fengcheng? He honestly replied, City Lord, Fengcheng has been built. There's nothing more I can help with here. Besides, I'm used to wandering alone. I plan to continue wandering in the northern plains, cleansing evil spirits and doing good deeds. As for here to me. Before he could finish, Lin Feng threw an instrument to him. Then he said, This is the newly developed ghost spirit communicator. Contact me if you have any problems. Vo Noyet then came over to them shouting, Wait in here. When he saw her he was surprised. Then he called out to her, Vo Noyet. Vo Noyet was carrying many rations. She handed them to him and happily said, These are rations. I asked the village chief to make them for you for your journey. Take them, he replied hesitantly. Thank you. After bidding them farewell he also left. Just then Lin Feng also asked Vo Noyet, Didn't you prepare a bit too many rations? But she merely replied softly, They're just ordinary rations. Meanwhile with Xiaoru, her poor chicken was squawking as if it was about to cry, yet Xiaoru still didn't react. While Xiaoru on the other hand was drinking soda and playing a game. She even calmly said, Eat, play, play, play. Battle. I worked so hard before, I need to reward myself. As she said this she suddenly felt a bit cold, so she said, Why is it a bit cold? Xiaoru immediately turned her head to look aside. Just then Lin Feng suddenly appeared again, and he made a terrifying face to scare her. Then he said, Ha, it's all mine. Xiaoru then screamed in panic. When they heard her voice everyone rushed in and asked, Xiaoru, what's wrong? Furthermore, when Tong Tong saw Lin Feng, she exclaimed in surprise, Big brother. No corresponding text continues from previous context. But the one standing before them now was no longer Lin Feng. It was Lucifer. So Lucifer snatched Xiaoru's things and stepped on her. Then he happily said, You nobodies the snacks in comic books. And these games all belong to Lord Lucifer. Tong Tong enjoy Lord Lucifer's masterpiece. Hearing this, Tong Tong immediately covered her face frantically, crying out, It's over, big brother, you've become a pervert. Furthermore, Tong Tong's face had also been drawn with a mustache and a turtle. Seeing this, Wu Ling said to the little girl, Tong Tong, Your face chuckle. Finally, when she looked in the mirror and saw them, the little girl angrily yelled, Lucifer. Just then Lin Feng hurriedly said to Tong Tong, My Bodhi's condition, Lucifer's consciousness, has taken over and it's getting more and more severe. Furthermore, Lucifer was using Lin Feng's body to snatch Xiaoru's things, then ran off. Seeing this, the little girl attacked Lin Feng. So Lucifer said to the little girl, Tong Tong, Do you dare to harm this body? I don't mind us losing this body and this city. Hearing this, she gnashed her teeth in anger and said, Lucifer. Then Lucifer turned around and taunted her. If you're too scared, then goodbye. However, Wu Ling had already used her evil spirit art cursed treasure, an umbrella, opening it to block Lucifer. A second later it quickly ensnared Lucifer. Yet after that, Lucifer took Wu Ling's umbrella and brought it into her ghost domain. That night a group of female spirits went to soak in a hot spring together. Then Yes Wang said, "This feels so good. I never thought Fengchang would have a ghost hot spring and that it'd be this comfortable." Meanwhile Tong Tong worried about Lin Feng and said, "We need to quickly find a way to separate you from Lucifer." In addition, Wu Ling angrily replied, "When the time comes I'll definitely give her a good beating." The spirit Ishuna however sighed and said, "I wonder where Mr. Phantom ran off to again." Just as Lin Feng was mentioned, Lucifer returned. So Yes Wang exclaimed in panic, "You." Lucifer meanwhile peered at them with a magnifying glass, then sneered, "I'd like to see what you pathetic nobodies are plotting." Hearing this, Lin Feng reminded Lucifer, "If you use my body for something like this, you'll die." However, as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Yes Wang rushed forward to attack Lucifer. Wu Ling then reminded her, "Sister Yes Wang were still undressed." Everyone then only had time to wrap themselves in towels. Furthermore, Yes Wang firmly declared, "Gather everyone. Capture this demonic Lin Feng." Hearing this, everyone responded in unison, "Yes." In an instant everyone was ready for battle. When they surrounded Lucifer, Tong Tong shouted, "With Sister Kingzu's suppression, let's see where you can run to." Next, Wu Yue urged Lin Feng, "You must receive treatment as soon as possible." Lucifer, after observing the situation, cursed at Lin Feng, "Damn it, this weakling's body is too fragile." Then Lin Feng also shouted, "Tong Tong, everyone, act fast, my consciousness has regained control of my body." Soon she also succeeded, then said, "Gotcha." At this moment, as Lin Feng was wrapped up like an Egyptian mummy, Xiao took out a communicator made by spirits to call for help, then said, "Previous methods haven't worked. Let's get in touch with professionals." The experienced Thousand-Year Suma. After hearing their suggestion, the two on the other end greeted them. "Hello everyone, long time no see." The person Xiao sought help from was Van Helsing, Spirit Tier 1 and Laddies, the Cathedral Bishop. First Van Helsing glanced at him and said, "Lin Feng looks like he's possessed by a demon." Then Laddies also stated the solution. To deal with demon possession, you can attack the body with the power of holy light, combined with the Suma ritual, and try what the ritual requires. Just as Laddies hadn't finished speaking, Wu Yue had already smirked triumphantly, then said, "I understand, let's perform the ritual." Xiao also happily said to everyone, "Laddies' suggestion should be very reliable, right?" Soon they drew a circle of fire with a hexagram inside. Lin Feng meanwhile was tied to a cross. He then uncomfortably said, "I didn't do this. You're being too rough. My consciousness is in control of the body now." However, his face was swollen from being hit by Tong Tong, and she also asked him, "Are you really him? Sister Ishuna, please check his Boda's condition." And she replied, "Okay." At this moment, inside Lin Feng's body, the spirit Ishuna had already seen Lucifer sitting on his shoulder, and even prying at his mouth with her hand, angrily saying, "Go on, just do it." He meanwhile pinched Lucifer's face and said, "Let's see you do that with my body." As soon as she finished speaking, she said, "It's still the same as before." After the spirit Ishuna finished speaking, Tong Tong then gave the order. At this moment the 9 people began to act. Each of them held a torch and stood surrounding him. Meanwhile Honchuan Shilong was in charge of breathing fire. Finally they all said in unison, "Purify the demon. Purify the demon." The next second Honchuan Shilong also flew up and let out a cry generating lightning, and that lightning bolt struck him, making Lin Feng cry out in pain. After a series of rituals, he let out a sigh of despair. Seeing this, Tong Tong quickly asked, "How are you?" However, it was Lucifer who answered her, "You small fry got electrocuted again." Furthermore, inside Lin Feng's body, Lucifer was already standing atop his head. Then he pointed at them and cursed, "How dare you use the Soma ritual on me, small fry, small fry." Lin Feng meanwhile said with satisfaction, "There's still some effect. Our souls aren't as tightly entwined as before. It feels like they're about to separate, but this posture is a bit." At this moment Tong Tong said worriedly, "Oh no, oh no, oh no. We don't have the ability right now, what should we do?" Hearing this, Ghost Spirit Fox brought up an old matter. Before in Beiyuan, they had encountered a similar situation. It was called soul separation syndrome. As long as Lucifer felt intense emotional stimulation, their souls could be separated. Then Wu Yue suddenly had an idea and said, "I know this one. Intense emotional stimulation. Eat delicious food, play fun games." No sooner had he spoken, everyone rushed together to the hot spring at the mountaintop. Moreover, everyone was wearing swimsuits, and called it the swimsuit party battle plan. However, Yi Shuang said impatiently. Why do I have to do this kind of thing? Thereupon, Ning Dai and Granny Shanliang Dai both teased. You're quite well endowed. It's all because of Lin Feng you're covered up so tightly. Could it be that you? After he appeared the very next second only, Yi Shuang shyly and stammeringly called him de Situ while the others happily. First female ghost Feng Bao called him Lin Kuan, followed by Xian Hua calling him husband, and finally Gui Hua called him Lin Feng. And then they all said in unison, come join the party. By the pool, however, Lin Feng merely grunted and showed no reaction. Seeing this, Xiao Rou said in surprise, it's clearly so stimulating, how come? Lin Feng doesn't seem to react at all. After a while, Ning Dai and Granny Shanliang Dai also said in confusion, even if that little demon is female, shouldn't it be affected? And Lucifer gave them an answer. Why would I be interested in human bodies? You bunch of guys. It was then that she discovered the key point. Then she shouted, it's not human. It's an egg, I almost forgot. Xiao Rou then guessed again. Could its beloved be some kind of tentacle monster? Like King of Western Shu Wu? Hearing this, Lin Feng was already dumbfounded with surprise. Afterwards he asked again, are there any other ways? After pondering for a while, Xiao Rou said confidently. None of your methods work, it seems. In the only one you can rely on. Hearing this, Xian Hua Ning Dai, Granny Shanliang Dai, and female ghost Feng Bao all said in unison. You, Xiao Rou replied, speak, what's your method? Soon Xiao Rou replied, playing games. After hearing this, everyone started thinking again. And after a while she said dejectedly, forget it, let her give it a try. Xiao Rou then shouted loudly, Lucifer, I challenge you to a live stream of the currently most famous ghost domain survival. In front of all the netizens and fans. Lucifer agreed, bring it on, small fry. I'm a master streamer of ghost domain survival. Next they logged into the ghost domain survival game. The system was also prompting that they were logging in. The two of them were sitting in front of two computers. Lucifer then said, if you're ready, hurry up and start, small fry. Hearing this, Xiao Rou said to him, let's begin. The next second, Tong Tong also informed them that the live stream room already had 10 million people in it. Besides that, Xiao Rou and Lucifer's progress were both at 0. After the login process, Lucifer had already parachuted before reaching the battlefield. He also confidently said, I can play this map with my eyes closed. However, no sooner had he spoken than Lucifer was hit by a rock from Xiao Rou, right in the head. So Lucifer fell into the state of being boxed upon landing. Afterwards, Lucifer angrily said, you noob, go on then. I was just letting you win earlier. Anyway, winning in one move wouldn't be fun for you. Xiao Rou, however, mocked Lucifer. Too weak, you're too weak. At this point, Xiao Rou's progress was 001, while Lucifer's was still 000. Immediately after, Xiao Rou's score climbed to 002, then 005, 200, 500, and finally 999. Lucifer's score meanwhile remained 000. Lucifer furiously said, noob, you're cheating. But Xiao Rou retorted, what, you dare say I'm cheating? Do you know how hard I work? I practice games 23 hours a day and you say I'm cheating. The audience isn't blind, Lucifer, know your place. No sooner had Xiao Rou finished speaking than Lucifer's screen displayed the netizens insults, noob ultimate intermediate shame. Good luck next time. Bad but loves to play total noob. Insult compendium. Being this bad is killing me, I give up. Noob lol, worst streamer. Xiao Rou wins. After reading these words, Lucifer separated from Lin Feng and furiously roared, ah, I don't believe it, not from a mere noob like you. Seeing that she was about to be in danger, Xiao Rou shouted, stop, Tong Tong. In an instant, everyone appeared to rescue Xiao Rou, and she happily said, we've finally separated from your soul. Now we can properly teach you a lesson. Meanwhile, Yi Shuang asked Lucifer, having fun, are we? Seeing too many people, Lucifer worriedly said, this is bad. Besides that, Lin Feng also returned to his original form, and happily said, I've finally changed back. However, just 1 second later, everyone including Lin Feng surrounded Lucifer, causing Lucifer to scream in extreme panic. In the sky above the Korean peninsula, all the overhead views were as beautiful as paintings. However, to enter Goryeo, one must first infiltrate the ghost domain. The ghost domain guarding Goryeo possesses incredibly powerful strength. Furthermore, in the capital city of Goryeo, there is also a very tall tower with all four sides covered in statues of the pure world spirit venerable. At this moment, the city lord was declaring to the people, greetings, people of Goryeo. Under the spirit venerable's blessing, we live in the era of humanity. The outside world perishes. The strange awaken, letting us quickly welcome a new day. Let us continue, under the guidance of the three venerables and heavenly kings, to offer devout faith to the Spirit Venerable. As is customary today, we invite the Great Venerable to preach the gospel to us. Furthermore, in the capital city of Goryeo, there is also a ghost spirit squad with the Spirit Venerable's image as their head, monitoring the activities of the populace. A moment later, the Great Venerable Nangongshi also arrived. He clearly stated, "Is it not good to dedicate everything to the Spirit Venerable? What do you all think? Is it not good to live for the sake of dedicating everything to the Spirit Venerable? Blindly pursuing worldly desires is ignorance. Curiosity is the root of all troubles. These are all poisons that waste life. Everything in this world is false. The meaning of life is to surrender oneself to the Spirit Venerable. In humanity's final purification, let the Spirit Venerable lead us away from troubles. You can no longer hide the truth from the people of Goryeo. As long as people still have curiosity about this world, they can achieve liberation. You have been purified. In the words of the Grand Exalted One, in the words, the Constable and his forces, the Wraiths, constantly rounded up those who were curious about the outside world, and punished them by killing them, calling it purification." Then Nan Shigom also said, "We humans once lived proudly in the secular world, until the anomalies awakened. Only then did we realize our insignificance. Fortunately, the Spirit Lord protects us. Sinful as we are, as the last of humanity, we must offer everything to the Spirit Lord to receive salvation. The world-purifying Spirit Lord, compassionate and righteous, awakens our minds, soothes our souls, and enlightens us with wonderful truths. His voice guides us to the boundless pure land. The world-purifying Spirit Lord, compassionate and righteous, awakens our minds, soothes our souls, and enlightens us with wonderful truths. His voice guides us to the boundless pure land. The world-purifying Spirit Lord, compassionate and righteous, awakens our minds, soothes our souls, and enlightens us with wonderful truths. His voice guides us to the boundless pure land. The world-purifying Spirit Lord, compassionate and righteous, awakens our minds and soothes our souls, and enlightens us with wonderful truths. His voice guides us to the boundless pure land. Eventually they arrested the leaders, forcing them to submit to the Spirit Lord. Afterwards, when someone prostrates themselves, their name, gender and piety level are all identified. Currently a group of people are prostrating themselves. They are Kim Seon-hee, 31 years old. The person next to him was identified as having 100 piety. Additionally, 2 others were found to possess the power of faith. Their faith has been transferred to the pagoda in Dai Honghwa, who guards the city. 2 girls were also listening to the Dharma. World-purifying Spirit Lord, who knows righteousness and compassion, awaken my enduring heart and revive my clear nature. Enlighten us with wonderful truths, guide us to the boundless pure land. World-purifying Spirit Lord, who knows righteousness and compassion, awaken my enduring heart and revive my clear nature. Enlighten us with wonderful truths, guide us to the boundless pure land. Furthermore, at home people must also prostrate themselves and recite the words taught by the Grand Exalted One. Currently a couple is prostrating together. First the husband says, "The world-purifying Spirit Lord, compassionate and righteous, awakens our minds, soothes our souls, and enlightens us with wonderful truths. His voice guides us to the boundless pure land." After that the wife also says, "Low-ranking believers like us, who have made no contributions, must bear many children for Lord Spirit." Just then their son, who had just woken up, yawned and said, "Mom, Dad, is it morning already?" But as soon as he came closer, his dad grabbed his ear and scolded him. "Seodong, why are you late again? You missed the Grand Exalted One's gospel. The Spirit Lord is everything to us. How dare you wake up so late and not participate in the chanting? See how Dad deals with you." He immediately tried to escape, saying, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. I need to hurry to school, I'll be late." Furthermore, after leaving home, Seodong kept hearing, "The meaning of life is to devote oneself to the Spirit Lord. The meaning of life is to devote oneself to the Spirit Lord. The meaning of life is to devote oneself to the Spirit Lord." Hearing this, he immediately felt unhappy, and said, "It's too noisy," repeating the same few phrases every day. Just then his female classmate ran over, hugged him and said, "Good morning, Seodong." And he happily replied, "Kim Soo-hyun, it's you again." Then she pulled him along, saying, "Who treats their childhood friends so harshly? We should get married after middle school. Then it will be time to devote ourselves to Lord Spirit. Aren't you afraid he'll go off with someone else then?" Seodong, while looking at his phone, said to her, "Soo-hyun recently online. There have been many strange legends circulating that are quite terrifying in the city, especially a legend about the elevator. It is said many people encountered a ghostly pregnant woman in the elevator who vanished mysteriously. Hearing this, she expressed disbelief and advised him, "She don't stop looking at all this weird stuff all day. With Lord Spirit Venerable protecting us, what's there to be afraid of? Such things couldn't possibly happen. Even if it's true, it's because their faith wasn't devout enough." Then she excitedly told him, "I'll tell you some good news. My parents have joined the order. If we are chosen by one of the lords of the order and eaten by his demonic brush deity, what an honor that would be next." She grabbed his shoulder and urged him, "Shidong, you need to work hard too. Become a police officer of the order who purges undesirables." Hearing this, he reluctantly mumbled, "I'll try my best. Shuxian, please let go first." A second later, she started lecturing him on the doctrine. "Shidong, stop thinking about those strange things all day long. In humanity's last sanctuary, we want for nothing. Just dedicate everything to the Spirit Venerable. The two venerables make daily appearances. The performance at the Pure Lotus Hall has begun. Let's watch as we walk." Subsequently, at the Pure Lotus Hall, an image of the world-purifying Spirit Venerable was also present, and everyone was enthusiastically watching the song and dance performance. The current performer was Wu Tianji. On the stage, she was passionately performing. Moreover, she didn't forget to utter words of reverence. "Spirit Venerable, dear believers, let us be inflamed. Let us offer our sincere faith to the Spirit Venerable." Upon hearing these words, Shuxian said to him, "Wu Tianji, the two venerables are truly the national idols of Goryeo. The people of Goryeo sing so well." However, later during his studies, Dong still had to listen to the teacher talk about evil spirits. Now what I'm about to say are all key points. Hundreds of years ago, when the demonic entities awakened, all humans outside perished. Everywhere was filled with evil spirits. However, he couldn't muster any interest at all, so he had already fallen asleep in class. Meanwhile, the teacher continued to talk incessantly about the Spirit Venerable. "Fortunately, we have the Great Spirit Venerable's protection, separating Goryeo from the outside world and creating this pure land. The royal family of Goryeo, deeming themselves incapable, handed over the nation's power to the Great Spirit Venerable and the World Purifier for the administration of the Spirit Venerable's spiritual order. Under the leadership of the three great venerables and the three great heavenly kings, we have lived carefree for over 100 years. A second later, the teacher had also noticed Shidong was asleep, so he threw chalk at him and said, "Shidong, you're not studying properly and you're sleeping again. How will you ever become a contributing believer?" And he only managed to grunt. However, Shidong then honestly answered, "You talk about this stuff every single day for over a decade now. I've listened to it for over a decade and it's utterly meaningless. I'm truly fed up." The teacher, thoroughly angered, exclaimed, "Humph. Shidong, what are you muttering about? Is there anything I haven't explained clearly? Stand up and tell me loudly." So Shidong straightened up and said boldly, "Are there truly no survivors outside? Why is Goryeo the only nation left in the world? Why have we never gone out to investigate? How can such a conclusion be drawn? After the demonic entities awakened, this place was sealed off. Who knows what it's like outside? All the information about this world is all told to us by the order." Then he looked at his other classmates and said, "Don't you all wonder too?" Meanwhile, his classmates looked at him secretly, thinking, how could he have such doubts? Furthermore, the classmates then said in unison, "Listen to the teacher, listen to the teacher. Listen to the teacher, listen to the teacher, listen to the teacher." Next, the teacher roared, "Sit down. Ungrateful wretch, have your parents come after school? Moreover, listen to the teacher, listen to the teacher." The shouts of "listen to the teacher, listen to the teacher" continued to echo, so he reluctantly replied yes. And he secretly thought, trembling, "Am I really that curious? I shouldn't think so much. I should just follow everyone else's way of life." A moment later, the teacher continued the lesson. "Next up is your first time watching a live broadcast from the sacrificial cult. After you've watched it, each of you must write a reflection paper of no less than 10,000 words. Turn it in tomorrow." On the screen were three girls dressed in priestly robes. The teacher added, "These individuals were all chosen from among the believers, the most devout ones. You must learn from them and dedicate yourselves to the Goryeo kingdom. Only such exemplary individuals are qualified to be sacrificed to the cult's specters and evil entities, and even the Ouija spirit." As those individuals walked into the specter's lair, the teacher added, "This is the supreme honor for the people of Goryeo kingdom." No sooner had the words left her mouth than the three girls were attacked by the specters. Yet they showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, they accepted it with great joy. In the blink of an eye they were all torn to shreds. Moreover, their faces still held smiles of contentment. At this moment the teacher suddenly burst out laughing and declared, "Pure world spiritual Lord, knowing righteousness and truth, awaken my enduring heart. Revive my clear nature, universally enlighten all wisdom, guiding with wondrous sound to the boundless pure land." Following this the chant, "Pure world spiritual Lord, knowing righteousness, knowing truth, awaken my enduring heart. Revive my clear nature, universally enlighten all wisdom, guiding with wondrous sound to the boundless pure land," continued to echo among the students. Resounding responses. Meanwhile Dong started to cry, thinking to himself, "Why am I going insane? Or has this world gone mad?" In the teacher's office, Dong's father, head bowed, said to the teacher, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." The teacher, however, slammed his hand on the table angrily and snapped at Dong's father. "How do you low-level believers educate your children? Is this how you repay the generosity of the Goryeo Kingdom's great ones? Take him back and discipline him properly for me." On the way home Dong's father incessantly scolded him. "You good for nothing. Why can't you just study properly all day long? You're just daydreaming and thinking nonsense. You've completely disgraced our family. Do you want to be judged like those pieces of trash? Bringing shame upon us." With that he pointed towards the people hanging from the high tower, who were there for resisting the spiritual lord. Those people incessantly cried out, "Fake! Fake, it's all fake. Everything the cult told us is a lie. The Goryeo Kingdom is just a cage to raise us. We've all been brainwashed by the power of the spiritual lord and the cult." Furthermore, the old man who was imprisoned said in a panic, "As long as our curiosity about the outside world remains unchanged, we can bring our emotions back to the very edge of the border and see the world outside there is." However, before the old man could finish, Dong's father threw a stone at his face and told him to shut up. Afterwards he said to Dong, "They are all the Goryeo Kingdom's trash. They don't even have the value of being eaten. They have already lost the great spiritual lord's protection. Dong, don't you dare learn from them." And he obediently gave a soft reply. 1 second later, from the high tower where the great spiritual lord resided, the teaching was broadcast again. "Pure world spiritual Lord, knowing righteousness and truth, awaken my enduring heart, revive my clear nature, universally enlighten all wisdom, guiding with wondrous sound to the boundless pure land." Next Dong's father excitedly shouted, "Purify!" And the entire city's populace shouted in unison, "Purify! Purify, purify! Purify, purify, purify!" And so, accompanied by these shouts, those who were being punished were stoned to death by the public. 1 second later, Dong's father handed him a stone and said with a smile, "What are you just standing there stunned for? You want to be a normal, obedient child, right? Hurry up and join everyone in purifying these deviant pieces of trash." He was terrified, but after a moment he had no choice but to take the stone. Then, trembling, he stammered, "I." Finally, under the pressure of the crowd, he threw the stone as well. Then, with a scream of awe, "Purify!" After a while all those people died. That night, after witnessing this, Dong couldn't sleep. He sat there thinking, "Am I really abnormal?" It seemed that after he started having doubts about the outside world, after the question, he gradually became out of sync with everyone else. "I must be like everyone else. I cannot be a disgrace to the Goryeo nation." However, he was still perplexed by the old man's words. What exactly is outside the city walls? Aren't they all blocked by evil spirits? Finally, out of curiosity that night, Dong secretly slipped out. And he thought to himself, "Just this once I'll go take a look." As he walked he kept thinking, "It's just ahead." Soon he arrived at that place, murmuring to himself, thinking, "This is the protective barrier covering the capital. It seems I can see outside. Outside is." As soon as he looked out he saw evil spirits. And there were many of them. So he immediately chanted, "Woo-woo, Spirit Lord's blessing. Spirit Lord's blessing." After that he ran and cried, "Woo-woo, I shouldn't have doubted. The blessing of the Spirit Lord's blessing cult." Just then the cult police reappeared. Seeing this he said in a panic, "There are police fighting. I shouldn't have come here." Having said that he dove into a trash can to hide outside. At this moment people were resisting the Spirit Lord's cult, engaging in battle with the police. At this moment Su-won said to Yi-Su-na in a panic, "We've been discovered, it's the cult police and the evil brush immortal." Yi-Su-na also reassured her, "We're almost at the edge of the city wall." But the cult police and the evil brush immortals group were growing in number. Seeing this, the two used the good brush immortals ghost technique. And then they appeared. Soon they also engaged in battle with the cult police and the evil Brush immortal. A second later Suna said to Su-won again. Sister, the numbers are too disparate. Those good brush immortals will be wiped out soon. As soon as she finished speaking, the cult police and the evil brush immortal also caught up, and then Suna shouted again. The previous good brush immortals have all been wiped out. They're catching up. Sister, the edge of the protective barrier is ahead, it's time to use the special ghost brush given by the sovereign to make a hole. Then everyone in unison used the ghost technique. And the good brush immortals reappeared. And the brown-haired girl said to Su-won and Suna, you two get out quickly. This is your last chance, while hold them back. So the two said in unison, good brush immortal summon. The summoned entities appeared instantly. And thus helped them pass through the protective barrier and escape. A moment later the barrier also split open. Seeing this, the two shouted, it worked. The barrier has split. However, the good brush immortals also gradually dissipated. At this moment Su-won also said sadly, this ghost brush has reached its limit, it's about to dissipate. Having said that, she rushed out, let's get out of here quickly. Then the cult police and the evil brush immortal also said, chase them. However, when they reached the barrier, they stopped and said they've already escaped the barrier. Well, chase them out too. At this moment Shi-dong secretly watched, thinking, those people just now were the cult police. Who were they fighting? When he saw the opening, he said in a panic, that's just as he was secretly observing the barrier gradually healed. However, this also allowed Shi-dong to glimpse the outside world. Then he murmured to himself again, outside is the sky, there were no ghosts originally. Everything was a lie. We, the people of the Goryeo nation, have always been living in an illusion. Early the next morning, people also received a notice. As always, good morning, residents of Goryeo nation's capital. Under the Spirit Lord's blessing, in the age of humanity, the outside world has already perished. Anomalies have reawakened, swiftly ushering in a new day. Let us continue to offer our faith and repay the Spirit Lord, under the guidance of the three venerables and the Heavenly King. Today, as usual, we invite the Great Venerable to convey the gospel to us. Immediately Namgung he also appeared. First, I extend to those injured and killed in last night's terrorist attack by the Goryeo maniacs my deepest condolences. They sacrificed themselves for the Spirit Lord and have found salvation. Let us like them offer everything to the Spirit Lord. Purifying world Spirit Lord, righteous and compassionate. Awaken my true heart, revive my clear nature. Universally enlighten all with wondrous sound guiding the way. Boundless pure land. At this moment Stong had also gone to find Suk-hyun. The moment he saw her he shouted loudly, Suk-hyun, wait. I have something to tell you. She stopped and asked Stong what was wrong. He panting said, it's about last night. You must not tell my parents. Hearing him say this she was very surprised. What, you snuck out last night and saw the cult police fighting the maniacs? At this he immediately gestured for her to be quiet. Keep your voice down. As I just said, everything here is fake. It's all a trick by the cult Suk-hyun. We should tell more people the truth. However, she then slapped him and cursed, you haven't gone crazy too, have you? Immediately she ran away. Stong chased after her, calling out Suk-hyun's name. I'm not crazy. She terrified screamed, don't come near me. I don't know you. At this point Stong continued to insist. How can this be? I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. What I saw last night was definitely not a hallucination. In the classroom he said to his classmate, listen to me, last night However, his classmate thought he was ill. Stang, are you crazy? You're having hallucinations. Your condition is getting worse. At this he once again insisted. I'm not crazy. Why don't any of you believe me? Fake, it's all fake. But eventually the phrase you're crazy spread throughout the entire classroom. And you're crazy kept ringing out, intensifying Stong's stress. This made him scream, clutching his head. That night on his way home he kept muttering to himself, I'm not crazy. 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 Furthermore, what he didn't expect was that he was being followed by the cult police. They were identifying him. Stong, 32 years old, regression rate -99. Awaiting transfer to the Urban Legend Purification Department. And while he was thinking, anyway, I should just go home, he horrifyingly saw an evil spirit. So he covered his eyes in fear. Afterward he fearfully said, why is it so cold today? When he looked closely he muttered again, the pregnant woman already went into the elevator just now. I was thinking just now, so I didn't see her. No, realizing this, Stong had already fixated on that evil spirit. Then he suddenly remembered something else, thinking, Urban legend. Everyone who encounters the anomalous pregnant woman disappears right. At this moment the elevator was descending to floor B13. He also muttered to himself. The elevator is going down, there's no basement here. So he immediately shouted loudly, let me out, let me out. Let me out. The evil spirit meanwhile looked at him and smiled gleefully. And the fetus suddenly cried loudly, wah wah. Wah wah wah. At this he screamed even more frantically, open the door, mom, dad. A second later he clutched his head and shouted, help, help. Help. When he turned his head to look he found it gone. It's gone, that was just my illusion earlier. However, when the elevator descended to the negative 18th floor, the evil spirit suddenly touched him. And Jidong said that everything was his own illusion. A second later the evil spirit covered Jidong's mouth again. At this moment the elevator also began to freefall. In addition, below, there were many elevators filled with blood. Meanwhile in Rangcheng, Goryeo Nation Data Monitoring Center, all the guards and members of the cult were working diligently. A second later someone reported. Esteemed venerables, among these 1,000 people, what the Mech Buddha emissaries have reported back has been purified by our Urban Legend Department. Cleansing your city. With the Urban Legend Department's transmission and cleansing, the number of highly curious individuals has decreased by 5 compared to the previous quarter. He praised them, excellent work. Keep it up. You'll get a bonus at the end of the year. Just then Wotianji and Nangongshi came to see him again. Wadei greeted them saying, greetings, esteemed venerables. Then Wotianji cursed him, damn it. How did you let those 2 rats escape last night? How did you handle things? Wadei said, dealing with these rats. That's your and your subordinate department's business. Damn it, then he apologized. I apologize, it was supposed to be a simple matter. But their power suddenly increased after using the ghost pen. This might be a little trick from the ruler's side. I will strengthen the surveillance of the sovereign. As for those 2 rats, my people are already on their trail. They all have ghost pens with tier 2 nightmare power. Those 2 rats won't get far. After hearing this she replied, I hope so. Then Nangongshi asked again. After the sisters we sent out arrived in the east, have there been any updates? He replied. No news has come back yet. So he said, notify me immediately if there's any news. He replied, understood. Finally he gave orders to his subordinates. Continue monitoring, control and purify. His people replied in unison, understood. 2 weeks later, Fengcheng. At this time a car sped through the blizzard, heading towards Fengcheng. The person inside complained endlessly, sneezing repeatedly, achoo. The client on the order is from the Fengcheng City Lord's manor. This rich city lord actually ordered Guifeng direct delivery. Over such a long distance, from Haicheng to Fengcheng. I'm practically freezing to death, this ghost of mine. Inside the new Fengcheng City Lord's manor, Wu Yue was eating and doing stretching exercises, happily saying, Fengcheng is finally built and settled. I'm completely exhausted. Tong Tong, who was feeding the deer, heard this and replied, Sister Wu Yue, aren't you doing a great job as city lord? Wu Yue shyly said, I'm just doing my best. Luckily Lin Feng taught me. A bit flustered inside, what's wrong with me lately? I always get like this whenever I see Lin Feng. Tong Tong giggled slyly from behind, teasing. Sister Wu Yue is shy aunt, who said with a smile. Oh, Wu Yue, that child. A car stopped in front of the 3. Guifeng, sitting in the car, shouted loudly. Deliveries here, please sign for it. Lin Feng was surprised. Wu Yue and Tong Tong couldn't help but wonder. Delivery. Guifeng walked up to the 3 holding the package and made a request. Guifeng, direct delivery mission accomplished. The package for the Fengcheng City Lord's manor has arrived, please sign for it. Lin Feng turned his head to look at Tong Tong. Tong Tong, is this your delivery? Tong Tong looked at Wu Yue and replied to Lin Feng. No, it's Sister Yu's. Wu Yue looked bewildered, still not understanding what was going on. What delivery, can I eat it? Guifeng looked at Lin Feng, thinking to himself. This young lad on the right looks so familiar. Very much like a certain anime character. Lucifer heard the sound and ran out happily. My delivery has arrived. Xiao Rou also happily ran behind. My darlings. You're here. Lucifer happily signed for it. My package in Xiao Rou's. Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Didn't you lose all your ghost coins? Where did you get the money to buy things? Xiao Rou started to take credit. I made some puppets. Are your modified versions no good anymore? Lucifer made them. I advertised online and they sold really well. After the Ghost Clan delivery truck drove away. After Lin Feng heard how they made money, he couldn't help but give each of them a beating. He watched as both of them got bumps on their heads from the beating. Yet they were still excitedly preparing to open the box. He asked, perplexed. What did you 2 buy in such a small box? Xiao Rou touched the box, her eyes sparkling non-stop. You'll find out in a bit, this is a Ghost Clan Express box. It has ghost domain space inside, it can hold a lot of things. Lucifer clenched his fist. Unboxing. This is the happiest moment of a girl's day. The two rushed forward and started wrestling. My turn, I want hog it this time. You small fry, let me open it, Tong Tong. Seeing the two already fighting over it, Lin Feng, curious about what was inside, opened the box to check. Lin Feng stared in shock at the items in the box, which were bouncing high. Everything went out of control. Wu Yu, who was off to the side, held potato chips, eating them with relish, exclaiming how delicious they were. Lin Feng looked on tiredly and helplessly at the messy scene before him, stammering, "You guys." Tong Tong's excited voice came. She held a toy in her hand. "There's also Big Brother's limited edition bear doll in here." On the other side, Lucifer and Xiao Rou were still wrestling and fighting over things. Lucifer started showing off. "My super ghost spirit computer has arrived. I can channel my power into it. You'll never lose to you again." Xiao Rou wasn't to be outdone, holding a game console. "The limited edition game console I won in the lottery is here too." Hearing Xiao Rou's words, Lin Feng suddenly stood up. Suddenly remembering the lottery. "I almost forgot." He activated the system and used the special draw. A flash of light and a huge spinning wheel appeared. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This special effect truly lives up to being a special reward. Only obtained after completing 2 missions." Lin Feng looked at the prizes in surprise. "These things are..." Zhang Wei could hardly believe her eyes, her face filled with shock. "If the markings on them aren't wrong, these are all ancient artifacts. Legendary ones." The system displayed. Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow Exquisite Pagoda. A multi-layered pagoda appeared. Zhang Wei introduced. The Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow Exquisite Pagoda. Once summoned, one becomes invincible. The system displayed the next item. God-beating whip. A whip appeared. The patterns on the whip shimmered. Zhang Wei continued the God-beating whip. A whip specifically used to strike deities. Ancestral Dragon Banner Sky Seal. An image of a seal, on which there was a dragon-shaped pattern soaring through the clouds high in the sky. Ancestral Dragon Banner Sky Seal. Suppresses all gods and demons. 3 treasures Jade Rui. Lapis Lazuli. 3 lights Divine Water. Immortal Binding Vine. Immortal Binding Rope. Zhang Wei's eyes grew brighter with each item she spoke of. She covered her mouth in disbelief. "And this one?" Lin Feng asked. "This is..." Zhang Wei exclaimed in disbelief. "Immortal Slaying Sword. Legend says it can slay sages." Xiao Rou turned to Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling incessantly, excitedly grabbing his clothes. "Wow, with this, who can stop us now?" Lin Feng. "Hurry up and draw, then lend it to me to teach Lucifer a lesson." Lin Feng, full of anticipation, started pressing the huge spinning wheel. "Begin lottery." The spinning wheel started to turn. The artifacts also moved along with it. The people behind also shouted with anticipation. "Immortal Slaying Sword. Immortal Slaying Sword." When the pointer landed on the sword, everyone clapped happily in celebration. "Yay, it's the Immortal Slaying Sword." A few seconds later, the pointer retreated and pointed to a book. The joy didn't last long. Everyone's smiles froze. Tong Tong cried almost. Almost a despondent voice drawled, "No, it's not the Zhuxian sword." The prize flew towards Lin Feng. Everyone wanted to see what prize he had received. Everyone started discussing it. Fang Wuyue asked, "What did Lin Feng draw?" Tong Tong looked and replied, "He drew a scripture." "It looks very ordinary." Xiao Rou voiced her thoughts. Lin Feng searched around the scripture. He had never seen any record of it. Lin Feng entered Qingzu's ghost domain. He took out the book. Qingzu looked at the scripture and offered a suggestion. "I think in this book, the scriptures contain powerful laws. One needs to analyze and comprehend the laws operating within it to be able to use it." "Hand it over to me." Lin Feng handed the scripture to Qingzu. "All right." Qingzu held the book in her hand and fell into thought again. "Is its name the White-Robed Guanyin Scripture? The power within it transcends heroic spirits." Qingzu's voice was uncertain. "Is it a holy spirit? Beyond this realm?" Xiao Rou spoke through visual resonance. "Lin Feng, the water clone I sent out earlier to scout, saw fighting near the Goryeo Kingdom's border. This line is combined into the previous one for natural flow. A ghost master was chasing someone. They were using evil spirits just like those two from the Goryeo Kingdom before." He was surprised by Zaira's tone. "Xiao Rou, you're finally being useful. Have her, your clone, protect them first." Lin Feng's expression was serious. "Xianhua, take us there." Xianhua appeared behind him and replied, "Yes, my lord." Unbelieving of Lin Feng's words, Xiao Rou said awkwardly, "I've always been useful." Lin Feng ordered, "Let's go take a look." "Wu Yue, keep an eye on Feng Cheng." Wai's voice came. Leave it to me. He mused inwardly. Someone has come out of the Goryo kingdom. Is it related to the shadow from before? They must know the situation in the Goryo kingdom. There's a clue for the mission now. Outside the Goryo kingdom's border, a girl was carrying another girl on her back, taking difficult steps. The girl's voice grew weaker. Sister, put me down. I can't go on much longer. I'll use the ghost brush to hold them back for you. You use the last ghost brush and quickly run. You must fulfill the Lord's instructions. Suwon's tears streamed down her face in agony. Her voice choked. Su, now your sacrifice and everyone's will not be in vain. I will certainly. Before she finished speaking, she sensed something flying towards her and looked up. They were two pursuing subordinates looking at their prey. Didn't expect them to have so many ghost brushes. They ran so far because of them. He began to use a purification skill. Streaks of red light flew out, attacking the people below. Zyra's clone flew over, blocking the evil spirit's attacks. Above, the two subordinates began to discuss. This is a guiling emperor from the Eastern world. Only nightmare rank 1. Our evil brush immortals are all nightmare. Rank 2, shred them. On this side of the battlefield, two evil spirits brought down dangerous fingers, ripping Zyra's clone apart with immense ghostly energy, into pieces. Seeing the two evil spirits about to fly over, Suwon protected her sister behind her with one hand. Her other hand trembled as she drew and chanted, Benevolent. Benevolent brush, take me far away. Lotus flowers attacked the evil spirits, surrounding them with scrolls, preventing them from moving. The battle quickly unfolded. They were bound and unable to resist. Purple flowers floated, obscuring the sky. The subordinate shouted in disbelief, the power of the evil brush immortal is unusable. Suwon lay on the ground utterly exhausted, watching the wondrous sight in disbelief. Isuna weakly looked at the purple flowers protecting her. So beautiful. Lin Feng arrived just in time. Seeing the two unconscious people on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief. We made it. Observing the battle from high above, Lin Feng commanded the ghost painter. Let's deal with these evil spirits. Those evil ghost masters might have information that we need. Let's spare their lives for now. Zhang Wei circulated her ghost energy and replied. Xianhua enveloped everyone with her ghost energy. Lin Feng formed a protective layer, combining the power of the ghost painting, and attacked the evil spirits with the scroll. Ghost energy permeated the battle. Suwon was dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes. They were numerous second-tier nightmare evil brush immortals, yet they were annihilated so easily. Completely. Yasuna leaned weakly against Suwon, a gleam of light flashing in her eyes. This ghost master is surprisingly powerful. Lin Feng walked over to Zhang Wei and her sister. First, he treated their wounds. Queen Xianhua, bring those controlled evil ghost masters here. Zhang Wei activated her skill White Tiger Exorcism Sigil. A white tiger-shaped aura emerged, and waves of white light flew towards Suwon and Yasuna. Yasuna was utterly shocked, saying to Suwon in disbelief, Sister, the wounds inflicted by evil energy, the wounds caused by the evil brush immortals on us, have actually healed. Lin Feng introduced himself. My name is Lin Feng. I am an Eastern ghost master. Are you ghost masters from Goryo? Both girls, full of gratitude, placed their hands over their chests. Thank you, benefactor. My name is Suwon. Thank you, benefactor Sumnita. My name is Suwon. We are ghost masters loyal to the 7 emperors of Goryo. They sighed with great emotion in their hearts. He's so handsome. Lin Feng said softly. No need to be so formal. Just call me Lin Feng. He looked at the sisters and asked, Ghost masters of the 7 emperors of Goryo, is that right? Do you have a detailed route to Goryo? Yasuna replied proudly, yes. Of course, Suwon said, surprised and anxious. Does benefactor intend to go to Goryo? It's very dangerous there. The phoenix-robed female ghost was fearless. Xianhua chimed in. We do have that intention. We hope you two can share some information. Lin Feng pointed at the surrounded evil spirits. Also those evil ghost masters who were chasing you. Who are they? Do you know any information related to the Spirit Lord of Purification of Goryo? Any relevant information? Suwon hesitated, testing the waters. Benefactor, you also know about the Spirit Lord of Purification? Yasuna worried. Is he one of the Spirit Lord of Purification's people? The Spirit Lord's cult is the security cult. They eliminate dissenters within Goryo. Many of our comrades have been killed by them. Lin Feng's voice turned cold. So the Spirit Lord of Purification is actually an evil cult. The Spirit Lord creates poisons to harm humanity. Perhaps from this security cult, we can obtain some information about the Spirit Lord. Even though they were tied up, those subordinates still shouted stubbornly and devoutly, we will never betray the cult. Never betray the 3 revered ones. Never betray Lord Spirit Lord. Tong Tong looked at them speechless. Haven't they already spilled the beans? Tong Tong held a stick in her hand. Behind her were the leopard Xiao Rou and Ling Luo. Each of them held a weapon in their hand. Dangerous smiles appeared on their faces. Don't worry, we'll make you say more. Cold sweat appeared on their faces and fear filled their hearts. How terrifying are these Eastern evil spirits? The two subordinates utilized their remaining ghost techniques. Two distorted faces appeared on the subordinates' bodies. Shouting for Lord Spirit Lord. Yasuna and Suwon screamed in terror, benefactor, look out. A loud bang. A violent explosion destroyed everything. Cracks spread, continuously expanding. Dust flew everywhere and dark clouds filled the sky. Ling Luo activated. A barrier and a thin film enveloped them. Tong Tong spoke, brother, they self-destructed just now. Not even their souls remained. That tattoo. It's exactly the same as the ones we encountered before. I'm afraid it's another restriction by the Spirit Lord to prevent secrets from being leaked. Yasuna spoke in disbelief, saying, sister. His ghost spirit actually blocked an explosion nearly equivalent to a third-tier nightmare. Suwon also exclaimed in surprise, so strong, too strong. Is this what an Easterner is like? Perhaps he can. The two girls began awkwardly rubbing their hands. Because their stomachs wouldn't stop growling. Lin Feng spoke, everyone, are you hungry? After this I'll take you back to Fengcheng for dinner first. Their faces flushed, extremely embarrassed. They felt extremely awkward about his invitation. Lord of Fengcheng. Feng Wuyue brought dish after dish to the table. Eat slowly. There's still plenty on the table. Suwon savored each mountain and sea delicacy. This Eastern food is so good. Lin Feng began to ask. You said that ever since the oddities awakened, the Goryeo kingdom has been controlled by the Spirit Venerable and his cult. Does that mean we have detailed information about Goryeo kingdom? No, Suwon said, her spirits low. Originally the Goryeo kingdom was governed by the 7 sovereigns and the ghost controllers who wielded the benevolent brush immortals. Just like the 7 sovereigns, we've always been protecting it. Do you remember where those 7 sovereigns were imprisoned? Ever since the cult usurped the nation, the 7 sovereigns have been locked up in the red-tiled platform of the Guardian City. Ghost controllers like us who know the truth of the world went underground to secretly resist. She began to explain. Yielding City, Guardian City, Prefectural City. The entire territory of the Goryeo kingdom is now enveloped by the Spirit Venerable's power. Its internal structure is composed of Guardian City, Yielding City, Prefectural City, the capital city Ba, and a massive central hub formed around these cities. Each city is imprisoned by the Spirit Venerable's power, and its citizens cannot leave. From inside looking out, the entire world appears to be filled with evil spirits. The cult falsified history, brainwashing the citizens within, telling them the outside world has been overrun by evil spirits, with no living humans left, making the citizens completely submit to the cult. The citizens were brainwashed, even considering being devoured by the cult's evil spirits as an ideal. Lin Feng was furious after hearing this. Damn it. Those terrifying ghost Buddha heads are scattered throughout the city. The cult uses a special ghost aura that hovers everywhere, monitoring the citizens. They use various forms of entertainment to immerse the entire nation in the lies fabricated by the cult, making them unable to extricate themselves. If anyone disbelieves the cult, they are purified. Each ring city is garrisoned by a venerable of the cult and a heavenly king of the heroic spirit rank, stationed within the Buddha statue tower in the city center, leading the congregants in their rule. Guardian City is overseen by the Grand Venerable Namgung Hui, who presides over the Pure World Lotus sect, and is in charge of proselytizing and brainwashing the Goryeo citizens. His subordinates are the cult's core missionary members, who have contracted the Heavenly King of Light power. In the image, a person sits before a Buddha statue, receiving kowtows. Grand Venerable Namgung Hui. Prefectural City has 2 venerables in charge of entertainment. Their subordinates are the cult's most outstanding performers and strategists, who have contracted the Heavenly King of Sea power. Both venerables are skilled in martial arts and chess. This is all we know for now. Some time ago, the king secretly contacted us, asking us to escape the Goryeo kingdom to seek aid. To escape the Goryeo kingdom, our teammates all sacrificed themselves. Isuna said excitedly. The king said that the current situation in Goryeo kingdom has reached a critical point, and they must break out to find a ray of hope. Lin Feng analyzed in his mind a critical moment. It seems to be related to the Spirit Venerable. He then asked, so has this Pure World Spirit Venerable ever appeared? And what is his connection to your Goryeo kingdom's brush immortals? Suwon shook her head. We haven't heard of it. I heard that the Spirit Venerable only appeared when the oddities awakened, helping the cult usurp the nation. Afterwards he handed the Goryo kingdom over to the cult's control. Although it is said he bestows power upon the cult, his true form has never appeared again. Perhaps the king knows more about the spirit venerable. Isuna continued. Brushing mortals are like this. This is our method of combat. We use a ghost brush to summon brush immortals of different levels. Our ghost brushes summon benevolent brush immortals who help humanity. The cult summons malevolent brush immortals who need to regularly devour their followers. Lin Feng understood. So that's the kind of ghost energy. Like a ghost spirit relic. You suggested. Can you take me to Goryo? I have a score to settle with the spirit venerable and his cult. I just couldn't pinpoint their exact location. She patted Lin Feng's back, rhythmically agreeing repeatedly. Exactly. Suwan asked in disbelief. Really? Really? Although benefactors' ghost spirits are powerful. But a single ghost master, pitted against the spirit venerable and his entire cult, is still too much to ask. Perhaps we should find more help. Isuna quickly stopped them. No. Absolutely not. If benefactor Lin Feng goes like this, he'll only be throwing his life away. Zimia. This is Xiaoro, a professional introduced by Lord Lin Feng. She seemed to glow. You people from sealed nations, your information is too outdated. Let's talk as we watch. The two sisters opened it, perplexed. This is Xiaoro. The moment she opened her mouth, she spoke of the world's great trends. What has been united for a long time will inevitably divide. And what has been divided for a long time will inevitably unite. Since the awakening of the ghost anomalies. Her voice boomed, carrying far and wide. Lin Feng, the Wind Lord. The two sisters were greatly shocked. Shocked by Lin Feng's identity. Oh, the person before us is actually the Eastern Ghost Master Commander, the Western Demon Hunter Leader. And even Lin Feng, the Wind Lord. He just annihilated a spirit venerable clone. Lin Feng gave a dry laugh. Well, it's true. There's no need to be so surprised, is there? Suwan and Isuna beamed with joy, genuinely saying, we will lead Lord Lin Feng into Goryo. Please, Lord Lin Feng, save our Goryo. The system panel displayed the quest. Investigate the truth behind Goryo being controlled by the Ghost Buddha. I find a way to travel to Goryo. Quest progress 102. Enter Goryo and find the King Lord. Investigate the truth behind the Ghost Buddha's control. Quest progress 0. Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. The second phase of the quest has also been triggered. He said expectantly, all right. First, take me to see your king. Isuna's eyes sparkled. Of course, Lord Lin Feng. Lin Feng excitedly stroked his hair, passionately telling everyone, we're going on a business trip. His voice gradually turned grim. To Goryo to settle scores. Behind him, ghost spirits gradually emerged. Those figures were like warriors, ready to follow their general to war. The two sisters were overjoyed, their eyes shimmering with light. Goryo is saved. Meanwhile, Yigu provocatively said to Grandma Dio, are you going too? Not guarding your Jack's alliance anymore. Grandma Dai retorted, unwilling to be outdone. I wonder who forgot their own ghost city and is clinging to her grand steward all day. Yigu was speechless. She, in Fengchang, Wu Yu raised her hand and asked, what about me? Lin Feng answered, Wu Yu, you stay in Fengchang for now. The northern plains needs you, its city lord, to guard it. Wu Yu gladly agreed, gesturing with her hand. Understood, Lord Lin Feng. Rest assured. I'll take care of the northern plains. The good spirits also chimed in. Leave it to us, stay safe. Everything was ready. You and the others flew far away. Let's go. Goryo is located on the northern plains border. At this moment, Suwan happily told him, Lord Lin Feng, once we cross the mountains ahead, well, entered Goryo territory. Isuna also happily chimed in. We've mapped out all the routes inside. Lin Feng happily responded. Fortunately, you two are guiding the way. Otherwise, we don't know how long we'd have to search inside to find the exact location. Hearing this, both of them felt a bit embarrassed, answering in unison, benefactor. It's what we should do. When he saw their expressions, he secretly thought to himself, they're truly sparkling. But just then the system had a problem again. He muttered to himself, what's wrong with the system? The urgent quest is. Then he commanded, Xianhua, stop here for a moment. A moment later, the system prompted again. Special quest discovered. A ghost rule is forming nearby. Seeing this, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. A ghost rule is being born nearby. So he immediately ordered her. Tong Tong, use your ghost eye to look around. Is there anything unusual? She immediately replied, okay, big bro. Next, Tong Tong began observing with her ghost eye. Before long, she saw an area emitting a surge of ghost chi. Seeing this, she pointed in that direction and said, big bro, there's a strange ghost chi fluctuation over there. Then he said, let's go take a look. A second later, they were already very close to it. At this moment Tong Tong pointed at it and said, "Big bro, it's right here." Then he turned around and said to the people behind him, "Nina Sona, be careful of danger. You two stay in this ghost domain for now." Hearing this they immediately replied, "Yes, Lord Lin Feng." Then Tong Tong pointed at it again and asked him, "Are those a ghost spirit and a ghost master?" Gue Hua however looked at it and answered worriedly, "The aura is too strong." He meanwhile thought to himself, "This is precisely the ghost rule that's forming. Furthermore, there's also a small dragon hidden inside. And a girl connected to it. They are a ghost spirit and a ghost master." Just as Tong Tong said. And they are both dead. At this moment, when he saw what was hidden inside, Qing Zhu said, "This is a rule aura just like mine. That ghost master no longer has any life aura. She's already dead, so that must be her contracted ghost spirit. It feels like it's about to dissipate. Is it transferring its last bit of power to that ghost master?" However, soon after, the system also informed him what state they were in. "That's a 6-eared spirit and a rank 3 nightmare wraith." So Lin Feng shouted, "It's a rank 3 nightmare ghost spirit. I wonder what kind of battle they went through that led to the ghost master's death. This ghost spirit is also on its last legs." Furthermore, when Cheng Zhu discovered its unique aspect, she said to him, "Lin Feng, that fragment is very special. It's merging the deceased ghost master with the ghost spirit. This thing is about to completely merge, becoming a new ghost rule." So Lin Feng immediately ordered Cheng Zhu, "Let's first take them into Jijiawan." Ant Master agreed MHM. However, just then, the ghost master and the ghost spirit suddenly opened their eyes. Furthermore, the aura around them began to fluctuate violently. Then it sucked away everything nearby, and then generated an incredibly powerful aura. Seeing this, he asked, "This is?" Then Gue Hua replied, "This ghost rule hasn't fully formed yet. It's currently in an unconscious state. Our aura triggered its self-defense." Finally, having no other option, he decided, "It seems we'll have to forcibly bind them into Jijiawan. This task is indeed not that easy." Soon after, the ghost master and the ghost spirit also emerged. Then Lin Feng immediately ordered, "Everyone prepare for battle. Bind this ghost rule into Jijiawan. She is very weak in her current state. Everyone try to restrain your power as much as possible." Tong Tong replied, "Okay." Afterwards, when Cheng Zhu saw that the ghost master could manipulate talismans, she said again, "She can control ghost chi to form talismans. Her combat abilities must be the same as they were in her lifetime." Next, everyone unleashed their powers and charged forward, battling the ghost master and the ghost spirit. Wuling used flash teleportation, Tong Tong used the heavenly lock array, while Cheng Zhu used the heart awakening bell incantation. Then she created a magic array with purple lotuses, from which chains formed from all directions, and then moved towards the ghost master. Then the ghost master simply said softly, "Probe void." Hearing this, the ghost spirit unleashed its power. A second later, the ghost master dodged everyone's attacks. Seeing this, Wuling shouted loudly, "How is that possible? It's as if she can predict my attacks. She dodged them all." Gue Hua also voiced his thoughts. "It must be the spirit's ability they're merging." Just then the ghost master was still dodging everyone's attacks. And soon after, the ghost master countered. Ghost 8 Frenzy. Then the ghost master swung her hands covered in sharp claws, extending her claws, and shattered Kingzu's purple lotus formation. Seeing this, Gue Hua said worriedly to Qing Zhu, "She actually shattered your ghost art." Qing Zhu however clasped her hands together and replied, "This is the rule, it's gradually taking shape." Then Lin Feng asked Aunt Qing Zhu again, "Is there any way to suppress her? If not, I'll use Lucifer's power." Hearing this, Qing Zhu immediately replied, "You all hold her off for now. This white-robed Guanyin Sutra, I'm almost done analyzing it. Using the rules of this sutra, we'll be able to suppress her." And he had already agreed, saying all right. Meanwhile, the ghost master had already extended her hands, covered in sharp claws, reaching for the ghost domain. Then Tong Tong and Lin Feng also combined their efforts to deal with the ghost master. Demon-slaying sword, however, after fighting for a while, Tong Tong discovered her weapon was being corroded. She then said in a panic, "Bro, this is bad. Her rule is corroding our weapons." Hearing this, he also looked at the sword in his hand, then ordered, "Withdraw first." Then he asked confusedly, "What rule is she gradually mastering exactly?" Tong Tong replied, "I feel like it has something to do with destruction." What Tong Tong referred to was berserk transformation. Just as Tong Tong said, the ghost master once again used her power and destroyed everything. However, Wuling couldn't tell what the ghost master was doing, and said worriedly, "What ghost art did she use again? Her power is constantly increasing. Xiaorou also said angrily, so violent. She must have been a violent woman when she was alive. The system began providing him with information again. Sun Qingqing and Six-Eared Ape. Ghost Spirit forming Heroic Spirit rank 1. Then he said in a panic. This ghost art raised her rank by 1 tier. Immediately after, Six Ears, obeying the Ghost Master's command, had transformed into a ghost and was already roaring. This ghost had the appearance of a large gorilla. Not only that, the Ghost Master was occupying its head, then it let out a cry, oh. 1 second later, it also opened its gaping maw to devour Lin Feng's ghost domain. Just as it was about to devour Lin Feng's ghost domain, Xingzhu appeared in time and saved everyone. Xingzhu had already used the rules of this white-robed Guanyin Sutra to suppress the Ghost Master. Additionally, Xingzhu chanted Namo Great Compassionate Guanyin. May I quickly attain the path of discipline and concentration. Thus this sutra had already enveloped Lin Feng's ghost domain, protecting it from the gorilla ghost's attack. Furthermore, the system had also informed him about the white-robed Guanyin Sutra. Ghost artifact Saint Spirit grade. Can evolve through experience. Purify mind. Within range, mentally suppress enemies. The scripture continuously spreads and entangles enemies, performing purification on them. After reading it, Lin Feng exclaimed admiringly how amazing in an instant it suppressed her rule. And Tong Tong also said happily, that sutra is a Saint Spirit grade ghost artifact. Xingzhu then explained, the rules of this ghost artifact are more suited to me, which is why I was able to master it in a few days. Jiang Wei also praised as expected of Yu and Xingzhu. Furthermore, as the white-robed Guanyin Sutra was enveloping the gorilla ghost, it roared uncomfortably, oh. And just as it wasn't fully enveloped yet, everyone around the ape demon disappeared. The abbess said anxiously, just a little bit more. So she clasped her hands and chanted Buddhist scriptures. Then the abbess said again, temporarily split off a portion of the white-robed Guanyin Sutra's power to suppress her with demonic energy. As she finished speaking, several scripture papers flew off from the sutra. A second later, they surrounded the ape demon, making it scream in terror and agony. Finally, the papers that flew out from the sutra formed a halo of Buddhist scriptures, shining directly upon the ape demon's body. Under the illumination of the Buddhist scripture halo, the ape demon transformed from a giant ape into a tiny ape. It looked utterly pitiful. Seeing this, Lin Feng laughed heartily. It's become peaceful. And the ghost master also returned to her original state. In addition to that, Lin Feng also said, this demonic art has been dispelled. Her soul has also been restored to its original state. Now both the Ghost Master and the Ghost Spirit have returned to their initial state of death. Xingzhu also added by way of explanation, that is using the white-robed Guanyin Sutra to temporarily create ghostly energy, which can temporarily suppress her power, preventing her from violently attacking us. At this moment, everyone shared a common feeling, just like Lin Feng, and he voiced what everyone was thinking. There's always a familiar, yet indescribable feeling. After observing the Ghost Master and the Ghost Spirit for a while, he also gave an order. Let's take her to that previous crystal. That crystal is likely the nourishing ground for that rule ghost. Everyone agreed. Finally, he successfully brought the Ghost Master and Ghost Spirit to Jizhao Nunnery. So he happily said contain them within Jizhao Nunnery. After that, the system notified Lin Feng again. Quest contain formed rule ghost. Completed EXP reward 10000000. Reward rule ghost's memory dreamscape. Seeing this, he thought to himself, as expected of a special emergency quest, the rewards are so generous. Then the system notified again. Quest help formed rule ghost be born. Birth progress 10. After reading it, he happily mumbled to himself, the next quest is here too. Let's place it in Jizhao Nunnery to nourish it. A moment later, Jiang Wei ran over to him to deliver good news. Lin Feng, I've leveled up. Just as Jiang Wei finished speaking, the system provided more information. Ghost Spirit EXP full. Jiang Wei Nightmare. Tier 3. Then he secretly praised. It seems this EXP reward came just in time. Next, Jiang Wei also showed him her abilities. This is my awakened nightmare ability. Sword come forth. No sooner had she spoken than the sword appeared by her side. Seeing this, Tong Tong, Xiaorou and Wuling exclaimed in unison and asked, what kind of nightmare ability is this? It looks so cool. Just then, Jiang Wei quickly drew her sword and performed a few moves for them. Then the system provided more information. Ghost Spirit Jiang Wei Nightmare Tier 3 Potential 5-star. EXP 08. Ghost techniques: body replication, rebirth, ghost mark, drawing illusory eyes, tracking, concealment, white tiger, evil mark, ability abyssal scroll, annihilation, nightmare ability, azure snow, crimson plum sword, talent devour, merged ghost domain, multiple ghost domains, world in painting, bind 2000. In addition, while she was performing her sword dance, Tong Tong was also watching her. Her eyes filled with admiration, and she also shouted wow. Furthermore, the system prompted again. Azure Snow, Crimson Plum Sword, combat power 20. Chance to trigger. Skill, Wintry Plum Blossom, binds and freezes enemies. A moment later, the Phoenix Robe Ghost suddenly appeared and touched her chest. This made her even more flustered and panicked. She also happily said, "Congratulations, you must become strong quickly too." Moreover, the ghost spirit, Yasuna, also came over, held her hand and said with a smile, "Kobe, congratulations on advancing to Nightmare rank 3. Kobe quickly replied, "Thank you." After Rinho saw the scene, he felt quite embarrassed. Covering his mouth, he responded, "Congratulations, Kobe. Now the chances of winning against the Goryo Kingdom are even greater." Furthermore, Yasuna and Su Yuan also looked at him with admiring eyes. Then they said, "Lord Rinho is truly amazing. To think he has so many Nightmare rank 3 ghost spirits." At this moment, Shoju and Barrio were happily eating bananas together. While eating, they asked, "Ghost bananas are delicious. Do you think they taste like monkeys?" Barrio also agreed, Just then the ghost tamer and the ghost spirit opened their eyes again. Moreover, the ghost tamer and the ghost spirit were extremely furious when they saw Shoju and Barrio. Both of them simultaneously screamed in panic. As soon as they heard their screams, Rinho and Tongtong rushed over. Then Tongtong anxiously asked, "What happened to you two again?" Hearing this, both of them replied in unison, "Those two monkeys are going crazy again." However, when they looked inside, they found that in the golden house, Ayadeko Basin was suppressing the ghost tamer. So after a while, both of them closed their eyes as usual. Seeing this, Rinho sighed in relief and said, "Phew, they're suppressed by Ayadeke's ghostly aura." However, Rinho then said with concern, "They look a bit strange." After Tongtong observed them, she also agreed with him and replied, "Brother, they seem to have been shocked by something." So the two immediately looked at Shoju and Barrio, who were holding 2 bananas. With suspicious expressions, they said, "Could it be but the two?" But looked at him and Tongtong with puzzled expressions. Then he and Tongtong also understood the problem. They quickly took out 2 bunches of bananas, and then asked in unison, "Do you want to eat these?" As soon as they saw the bananas, the ghost tamer and the ghost spirit both started drooling, so the two said in unison, "Let's feed them and see." But Shoju, after he snatched all the bananas from her, cried miserably and said, "My ghost bananas and boo." Rio also comforted Shoju, taking out a durian. Then he said, "Here, have some ghost durian instead." After they ate the bananas, the system immediately reported, "Birth progress is 100. Seeing this, he happily said, "Feeding them seems to slightly increase their birth speed." Tongtong happily replied, "It feels like we're at a zoo, big brother." However, the system then reported again, "Ghost Spirit Sun Saisei and 6-eared ape. Ghost Spirit are forming Nightmare rank 3. Ghost Arc Void Search utilizes the ability of 6 ghost ears to detect locations of weakened ghost energy and enemy attack directions. Ghost Ape Giant Claw, sharp colossal claws, with destructive rules partially imbued, tears apart everything in sight. Nightmare ability Berserk, loses consciousness and temporarily gains 1 rank. After seeing this information, he was so scared that he frantically thought to himself, "What's going on? Why would the system display her ability attributes? Clearly only when a ghost spirit is highly bound and simultaneously goes through a contract can its attributes be displayed." So he decided to bring out the ghost spirit, while the ghost tamer was eating bananas. As he held the ghost spirit in his hand, he looked at it and muttered to himself, "This is the reward from the dream memory. This ghost tamer, Sun Saisei, who died in the border Goryo Kingdom. Could her death? It's related to Goryo." Seeing him deep in thought, ghost spirit Isuna walked closer to him and said, "Mr. Ghost, why don't we use my dream ability to take a look?" Upon hearing this, he happily replied, "Then I'd be much obliged if you'd take us inside to see what exactly happened that made her turn out like this." Next, ghost spirit Isuna agreed, "All right." Soon after, she used her ability and said, "Manifest Dream World." The system also reported to him the dream time, and so everyone entered the ghost spirit's dream. After entering the dream, they saw Sun Qingqing eating a banana and holding 6 ears in her hand. She said, My name is Sun Qingqing. I am a wilderness ghost tamer from the east. I like to travel all around, so I have no time to join the Ghost Tamer Alliance. Hearing this, he thought to himself. So she's been wandering outside all this time. No wonder she's so strong, yet I've never heard of her. Then she continued. Our hobbies are eating bananas and reading the comic Age of the Bazaar. We're fans of Lord Wind. Lately Age of the Bazaar has been getting worse and worse. It's just as expected from the artwork of Water Ghost Xiaoro. Seeing this, Tong immediately teased him. You've met your fan. Meanwhile he was muttering to himself. Could it be that her abilities can be displayed? For this reason. She's a fan of Lord Wind. So she naturally comes with bond points. Afterwards Sun Qingqing picked up a Lin Feng doll again. And said with a smile. 6 Ears, look. This is the feminized Lord Wind doll that I finally managed to snatch. Hearing this, 6 Ears unhappily said. I don't understand you humans or Xiaoro. After seeing the doll, Xiaoro had already started crying, complaining I didn't even get to snatch this one. The next second, Sun Qingqing hugged the doll again and said with a laugh. I really love the feminized Lord Wind. However, 6 Ears completely ignored Sun Qingqing. It was now looking at its phone, saying dejectedly. Ever since we left the east, the ghost spirit phone has had no signal. We can't get a location, Qingqing. We need to go west. But we've been lost here for too long. Did we fly in the wrong direction? However, she firmly stated. Sun Qingqing never makes mistakes. Hearing this, 6 Ears immediately smacked her on the head and angrily cursed. You knew the direction was wrong all along. You just didn't want to admit it. Sun Qingqing didn't get angry at all. At 6 Ears still believing she was right. So she pointed forward and confidently said. Look. There's ghost aura ahead, it must be that way, let's go. At this moment Tong asked him worriedly. Brother Feng, could she have stumbled into Goryo? Lin Feng also agreed. It certainly seems so. What's ahead is probably the means the Spirit Lord used to seal off Goryo. However, Sun Qingqing didn't notice at all that there was danger ahead. So she continued to play happily, even flying backwards, and said, why don't we go see what this is? Seeing this, both he and Tong grew worried. And he was also shouting in his mind. She's truly a monkey. Then she even knocked on the ghost realm excitedly, saying, it seems like a ghost realm. Are there ghosts inside? Here 6 Ears stopped her. Don't just knock around randomly. What if the ghosts inside like to sleep in? But she didn't listen to 6 Ears. Afterwards she even shouted loudly, they haven't woken up after all this knocking. Let's go in and see if we can ask for directions. Hearing this, 6 Ears asked worriedly. What if the ghosts inside don't want to? Sun Qingqing replied. Then well, beat them until they do. 6 Ears agreed with a laugh, saying. That's true, he. Hearing this, Lin Feng and his group felt helpless. All sharing the same thought. These two truly have unique ideas. A second later Sun Qingqing issued another command to 6 Ears. It's up to you, open a rift in this ghost realm. 6 Ears replied confidently. Watch closely. The moment he finished speaking, 6 Ears slapped his palm towards the ghost realm. Moreover, it also used its claws to diligently tear open a rift in the ghost realm. At this moment, in the Buddha statue pagoda's city defense conference room, he said happily. It's time for the quarterly meeting again. Wu Tianji, Wu Daoi, everyone, you've all worked hard on your journey from the ancient city. You've arrived at the city now. However, the two felt uncomfortable sharing the same sentiment. The most speechless thing is this old man talks as if he's holding a class meeting. After a system check, they immediately discovered damaged shield detected, intruder present. However, Wu Tianji showed no concern at all. Instead, he said excitedly, it's been a long time since an outsider came to play with me. And Wu Daoi said, purify. Then he replied, how could a ghost master break through the shield? It seems her strength is not weak. Let the mechanical monks and church police investigate her strength then. Through the computer screen, they also saw 6 Ears, who had already dug a hole in the ghost realm. Furthermore, they also saw Sun Qingqing happily eating a banana while saying to 6 Ears, as expected of 6 Ears, you tore open a rift with a single blow. Additionally, a little while later, the computer screen could no longer capture their image. After entering the interior, Sun Qingqing felt surprised. She said, oh my god, is this actually a whole world inside? 6 Ears also said in surprise, this isn't like a ghost realm, it's a city. After walking a bit further, Sun Qingqing asked again, this city, what is it? Have we gotten lost in another dimension? However, 6 Ears retorted, no, I sense a powerful ghost energy in the center of the city. It must be its power that formed this sealed space. Seeing the two still looking confused, Lin Feng said, holding his head in frustration, This should be the capital of the Goryeo Kingdom, a city under siege. They really got lost honestly. Next, Sun Qingqing was completely shocked. When she saw many evil spirits approaching her, she yelled, "Evil spirits! There are evil spirits everywhere behind us. When did they appear? How did I not notice?" After observing for a while, 6 Years frowned and replied, "This must be a type of ghost technique. Looking out from this light, the outside is full of evil spirits." She also agreed with it, saying, "So it's fake." And the two of them still didn't realize someone was watching them from above. Then Sun Qingqing walked and talked. "This place is really strange. It looks like there are people alive up ahead. Let's go check it out." Afterwards, when Sun Qingqing saw people, she started asking around incessantly. First, a middle-aged uncle. "Hey, where is this place?" Next, an auntie. "Hey auntie, do you know how to get to the west?" Then a bald uncle. "Hey uncle, can you talk?" However, no one paid her any attention. They just stared intently at the phones in their hands. Finally she sighed in despair. "Phew. This is exhausting. Are they just going to ignore a beautiful young lady like me?" 6 Years also said in frustration. "These people are all captivated by something above. They completely disregard the outside world." Moreover, on the women's phone screens were photos of handsome men, while on the men's phone screens were hot beauties. Seeing this, she complained in disappointment. "Even a beautiful young lady can't get their attention, it's hopeless." The moment she finished speaking, Sun Qingqing was hit by a beam of light from a tracking device, causing her to involuntarily look up to see what it was. Then 6 Years reminded her, "Qingqing, be careful. A force is affecting our minds." However, Sun Qingqing showed no concern at all, and she happily took out a talisman and said, "No problem at all. The Ghost Chi talisman has blocked it." As soon as Lin Feng saw the talisman, he thought, "Is this her ability when fighting us? It seems she has mastered a special method of Ghost Chi manipulation." A second later, Su Qingqing showed a curious expression as everyone gathered and chanted loudly, "Purify, purify, purify." So she pointed at the crowd and said, "Let's follow them and see." Next she saw many people tied to crosses, and a cultivator standing there giving a speech. "These madmen are spouting nonsense again. Ungrateful to the Spirit Lord, saying the outside world isn't occupied by evil spirits. As for these madmen, what do you all say we should do?" Afterwards the crowd kept chanting loudly, "Purify, purify, purify." Then the cultivator took out a blue stone and laughed as he said, "What are we waiting for? To deal with these madmen who betrayed the Goryeo nation, carry out the stoning and smash them to pieces." So the crowd mercilessly threw stones at them, and they shouted loudly, "Stoning, stoning," while those who were tied up kept begging for mercy. "No, please don't." Seeing this scene, Su Qingqing gallantly stepped forward, intending to save them. Talisman Chi manifestation staff. At this moment, she took out a long staff and charged towards the crowd. She then quickly used her power to block the stones flying towards the tied up people, and Lin Feng recognized her move and quickly said, "This is condensing Ghost Chi into temporary combat Ghost Chi." And thanks to Su Qingqing, the people tied to the crosses were freed from their suffering. Furthermore, she then stepped forward and said, "They're not wrong. We are from the outside world." Just then the cult police also arrived at the scene, and when they saw Su Qingqing, they pointed at her and said, "This is another madwoman. Purify her." Su Qingqing, meanwhile, felt both confused and surprised. Next, mechanical Buddha emissaries also descended from the sky, and then said in unison, "Purify her, purify her." And the crowd in front of Su Qingqing also chanted in unison, "Purify, purify." Seeing this scene, Su Qingqing said with a smile, "Ha, I get it now. This city has been brainwashed and controlled by powerful evil spirits. Since that's the case, we don't need to be polite anymore. It just so happens I know a thing or two about martial arts, so how about I just punch you awake?" After speaking, she threw a punch. So after Su Qingqing's punch, cracks immediately appeared on the ground, and it quickly collapsed. So everyone screamed in panic, "Ah!" And she ordered Ghost Ling Lure, transform combat form. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a gigantic ghost gorilla. Furthermore, it roared, "Can't this woman be a little less violent?" Afterwards, the gorilla also attacked the cult police, followed by the mechanical Buddha emissaries. In addition, the gorilla stomped its foot and then said, "Demonic apes, wild roar." A moment later, another ghost spirit appeared, and it jumped onto Evil Brush Immortal's shoulder, then challenged Lure, saying, "What kind of crazy monkey is this?" Evil Brush Immortal and those mechanical Buddha emissaries had no power to fight back at all. Seeing this scene, Su Qingqing sat on the ghost spirit's shoulder and then happily said, "Lure," someone said. "You're a crazy monkey." Furthermore, because it was too heavy, Evil Brush Immortal shouted, "Get down." As soon as the words fell, Su Qingqing dispelled that ghost spirit, and also attacked the cult police. In the end, everyone lost to them. Furthermore, bodies. The corpses had piled up like mountains at the ghost gorilla's feet. Gorilla. In addition, some people screamed in panic saying, "So brutal." An uncle also cried out in fear saying, "Woo woo, she must be possessed by an evil spirit." Meanwhile, the aunt lying next to the uncle still believed in the Spirit Lord. She said the three great venerables and Lord Spirit Lord will surely purify her. Sun Qingqing. Hearing her words, Sun Qingqing, while eating a banana, said she would break their brainwashing. It seems we'll have to defeat Master Mu, the big boss here. Just now, the brainwashing power was emanating from the tower ahead. The boss is in that tower, let's head for the tower. As she said this, she also pointed to the tall tower. Furthermore, as the ghost gorilla carried her away, Lin Feng said, "It seems she arrived in Goryo a step ahead of us, discovered the truth here, and then encountered the Spirit Lord's subordinates." Jiang Wei also picked up on Lin Feng's words. She continued fighting afterwards, so something must have happened, which led to her death. Lin Feng also agreed with Jiang Wei's idea, replying, "Many ghosts and spirits and cult police charged towards Sun Qingqing and the ghost gorilla transformed by six-eared macaque." And they also said, "An intruder has entered the central Buddha statue. Everyone prepare." When they heard the commotion, they said to each other again, "They're coming from the side." Meanwhile, on Sun Qingqing and the ghost gorilla's side, they had already eliminated several cult police. Then Sun Qingqing confidently said, "You scumbags, don't block our way." Afterwards, Sun Qingqing shouted again, "Six-eared charge." The gorilla also stomped its foot to intimidate them. At this moment, as all three of them stood at the top of the tower, Wu Daoyi spoke. "She's about to reach this floor according to our earlier scout. She herself possesses nightmare tier strength. And with that third tier nightmare tier ghost, they can achieve combat power close to heroic spirit tier." Hearing this, Wu Tianji said, "So what? Each of us has a heavenly king tier heroic spirit." No sooner had she spoken than the gorilla's arm had already smashed through the floor beneath them. The moment she saw them, Sun Qingqing pointed at them, and then asked, "Are you the evil sorcerers who control this place with evil spirits?" So he began to feign holiness, saying, "Outsider, we are merely protecting the citizens of this country. We are full of love for this nation. Your misunderstanding of us and causing harm to our country is wrong. Why don't you cast aside your prejudices and listen as I explain the Spirit Lord's teachings?" Then Wu Tianji also feigned agreement, saying, "Yes, yes, yes. We are full of patriotic fervor. You're so cute. Why don't you join us and feel a big sister's love?" However, after Sun Qingqing heard these words, she felt nauseous and disgusted, responding, "Ugh, that's disgusting." The ghost gorilla then warned her, "Don't you dare puke on me." After that, Sun Qingqing even turned to mock Wu Tianji. "Who would want to join you guys? You heavy makeup hag." Hearing this, Tong Tong and the ghost spirit Isuna laughed, praising her in unison with Spot On. Wu Tianji, however, was enraged and yelled, "What? Heavy makeup hag? This is the most popular makeup technique in Goryo. Let's try her out." As she said this, she pulled out a brush and held it in her mouth. A second later, Wu Daoyi angrily said, "Purify." However, just as Wu Tianji and Wu Daoyi were about to attack Sun Qingqing, the Great Venerable stepped forward to stop them, and then said, "You two don't need to act. She's just a nightmare tier small fry, let me have some fun with her." Then the Great Venerable ordered. "Summon the Light Power King." No sooner had the words fallen than the figure appeared. In the blink of an eye, she had already used Light King's shot, attacking Sun Qingqing and Gue Jingjing. Gue Jingjing also blocked this move, and proudly said, "Is that all?" Meanwhile, Lin Feng, after seeing her, began to guess that these people were likely from Korea. The three great venerables and King Shan. Next, Wu Tianji, seeing Gue Jingjing block the attack from the summoned Light Power King, said in surprise, "Oh, a nightmare level can block a heroic spirit level's blow. Has your ghost spirit touched upon the laws? But our heavenly kings are all heroic spirit level. Even if it has touched upon the laws, so what?" Hearing this, Sun Qingqing proudly declared, "Challenging higher ranks is what we often do." Following that, she immediately ordered 6 ears. Rampage heroic spirit fusion. Soon Gue Jingjing also responded with an MHM, and did as she said. In addition, the system also prompted Lin Feng. 6 ears has fused with the ape heroic spirit. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei was quite surprised by Sixier's ability, saying another ability that can level up. It's a bit like Tongtong's anomaly. Wu Daoyi and Wu Tianji, after hearing heroic spirit level, were surprised and simultaneously exclaimed, "What?" It jumped to heroic spirit level. Afterwards, both of them felt Gue Jingjing's power. Furthermore, Gue Jingjing had already reverted to her original form at this moment, indirectly transferring her power to Sun Qingqing. She then commanded 6 ears and also employed the ghost techniques. Heroic spirit fusion combined with 6 ears frenzied ape. A pair of armored gauntlets was forming. In the blink of an eye, the armor had already appeared before them. Now it looked like Superman's mechanical arms. She named it Heroic Spirit Fusion Frenzied 8 Battle Gauntlets. Afterwards, Sun Qingqing again used Ghost Technique Void Probe, destroying Light King's shot in 1 second. Moreover, she had already approached the summoned Light Power King. Furthermore, 6 ears now as the Frenzied 8 Battle Gauntlets also roared, "Smash that guy!" However, at this moment, from within Light King's shot, from the summoned Light Power King, an image of a little girl surprisingly appeared. And that little girl joyfully shouted for the Spirit Lord. Then 6 ears said in surprise, "What?" 1 second later, the summoned Light Power King continued to use Light King's shot to attack them. However, Sun Qingqing did not counterattack. Instead, she insisted on saving the little girl. Then she embraced the little girl and dodged aside. "You want to be a good person? Then let you be a good person." The little girl in Sun Qingqing's arms kept shouting, "For the Spirit Lord, for the Spirit Lord." Sun Qingqing watched the little girl like this, thinking to herself, "She's been brainwashed by that previous power. And that power is preventing me from putting her into 6 ears ghost domain." At this moment, upon seeing the summoned light power gaining the upper hand, the Great Venerable said with a triumphant laugh, "You tried, didn't you? You can't put her into the ghost domain, can you? She has been delivered by the Spirit Lord. As long as she still has the Spirit Lord's power on her, you won't be able to put her into the ghost domain." Next, from within the Light Power King's mirror, several children blessed by the Spirit Lord would fall out, and they would attack them. Hearing him say that, Wu Tianji praised. He said, "Worthy of the Great Venerable, you really know how to play." Then he happily continued, "Let's see how many children you can save. Begin, Light Power King." As soon as he finished speaking, from within the Light Power King's mirror, another little boy appeared. And just like before, the little boy chanted for the Spirit Lord. After a while, another child appeared, still saying, "Because of the Spirit Venerable." The result was, she, after picking up these children, suffered severe injuries. So Sun Qingqing cursed him, calling him despicable and shameless. But no matter how much she cursed, the King of Light Force still kept creating children. And she was still saving them. Seeing this, he smiled smugly and said, "There you go again." At this moment, Sun Qingqing, while confronting the King of Light Force, was already in a desperate situation. But she still protected the children. As for Wu Tianji, when she saw an opening, she pointed at Sun Qingqing, laughing loudly as she said, "Oh dear, you female ape, you can't be careless about what's behind you." So the King of Light Force attacked Sun Qingqing from behind. Just as Wu Tianji had said, the King of Light Force struck Sun Qingqing's heart, making her cry out in pain. Sun Qingqing collapsed to the ground after being struck in the heart. Seeing this, Lu Er anxiously stepped forward, calling her name, Qingqing. Hearing Lu Er's cry, she immediately opened her eyes and instructed, "Lu Er, run. Don't forget to keep informing me about that princess every year." The Grand Venerable immediately ordered the summoned light to purify her, so she obeyed his command and used the Light King's shot to purify Sun Qingqing. Meanwhile, Lu Er, knowing he couldn't save her, cried out. Furthermore, he also used his own enraged ghost chi to save her. Seeing this, Sun Qingqing tried to stop him, saying, "Lu Er, don't do this." However, she still couldn't stop him. Soon, Lu Er's enraged ghost chi formed a ghost domain, protecting her from the summoned Light King's shot. Furthermore, it also unintentionally created smoke and dust, enveloping the surrounding area. Seeing this, Wu Tianji exclaimed in surprise. This is while the Grand Venerable recognized what kind of ghost art it was. That ghost spirit actually enraged its own ghost chi. Soon after, Lu Er's enraged ghost chi power unintentionally caused an explosion at the top of the tower. Furthermore, Lu Er also transformed into a ghost ape, broke through the encirclement and flew out of the tower. Then, he even tried to destroy the country's ghost domain. In order to escape, the ghost ape continuously pounded the ghost domain. And after much effort, he also carried Sun Qing Shanyan escaped after they escaped, Wu Tianji said. Grand Venerable, they've escaped, should we pursue them? However, he replied. No need, that ghost spirit is severely injured. And has exhausted all its power just like that ghost master. Neither of them will live much longer. As soon as they escaped, Lu Er couldn't stop saying. Qingqing, just hold on a little longer. When he saw she had no response, he cried out her name. Qingqing. Then after a while she also spoke, saying, Lu Er. You're so foolish, stop, otherwise you'll also. But Lu Er said no. There must be a way, I won't let you die. At this moment he remembered 7 years ago, when he was still a monkey, and was being bullied by other wild beasts. At that time he only knew how to cry. Why, just then, she appeared and drove away those wild beasts. When she saw him she happily said, so it's just a crank minor ghost. No wonder you were bullied, from now on you'll follow me. So at this moment as Qingqing died, he burst into loud sobs calling her name. Qingqing. Immediately after he also unintentionally created ghost chi fluctuations. Next, because the ghost chi fluctuations were too powerful, they caused an explosion after he hit the ground. Furthermore, a part of his ghost domain was also damaged. And he still kept crying wada wa. Besides Sun Qingqing's corpse. However, what they didn't expect was, it was the fragments formed from their fusion that were awakening underground. After awakening, it was searching for its master. Soon it came to 6 ears and tried to heal Sun Qingqing with its power. Moreover, Jiang Wei also recognized what it was. So Jiang Wei said, this is a special fragment from their fusion process. Additionally, while it was healing Sun Qingqing, it unintentionally attracted nearby energy sources. Ultimately, it also created a ghost domain to protect 6 ears and Sun Qingqing's bodies. At this moment Lin Feng understood everything and said, the energy of that fragment transformed their deaths into how we found them. Look, it seems that fragment is the key. They became ghost reapers. Afterwards, they remained in the dream of ghost spirit Isuna. A moment later they emerged. After coming out, Lin Feng said, I can't believe they were trapped to death like this. That great venerable called Nangongshi, full of talk about benevolence and morality, yet his methods are so despicable and vile. In addition, Tongtong also raised her staff and said angrily, using others' kindness to frame them. Big brother, we must avenge them. Ling Luo and Xiao also agreed, shouting revenge in unison. Hearing this, Lin Feng also agreed. Just then, Ning Dai, the benevolent spirit Granny Butterfly, reappeared. She also said to Lin Feng, what if in battle that Nangongshi uses that despicable trick again? What should we do? But he immediately comforted her, reassuring her, I already have a countermeasure. In addition, Yi Shuang added, you don't need to worry. During the time you were absent, many things have happened to us. But she angrily yelled at Yi Shuang. What did you say? What happened? Tell me clearly. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng advised, Ning Dai, don't get agitated, she didn't mean it that way. Afterwards, Lin Feng's ghost domain also set off, entering Goryeo. As soon as they located the capital, Tongtong said, Big brother Lin Feng, the capital is just ahead. A moment later, Su Yun said to Lin Feng with some concern, Big brother Lin Feng, the city is full of Buddhist envoy surveillance machines, all manufactured by the cult. We'd better find a way to sneak in and avoid their detection. Hearing this, Lin Feng asked her, how strong are they? Su Yun replied, only shrank, but there are many of them. So he said, then it's no problem. Well, use Xian Hua's flash dodge to go straight in. However, both Su Yun and Isuna both said in unison, surprised. What at this, Lin Feng began to comfort her and said, don't worry, Isuna. And ghost spirit Isuna, following his words, replied, okay, Mr. Ghost. Presence concealment. As soon as the flash dodge enveloped the two, Su Yun grabbed Isuna's hand and asked, can we really do this? She replied, believe in Lin Feng Appa. It will definitely be fine. 1 second later, Xianhua also activated flash dodge. Soon Lin Feng's ghost domain had safely infiltrated the capital of Goryeo. However, they still had to wander around the capital for a while. After circling around, they also found a suitable location, a tower. They quickly descended. As soon as they landed, Su Yun said blankly, is this how we got in? It's too easy. In addition, those who followed Lin Feng included Su Yun, Isuna, Xianhua, Tongtong, Ghost Spirit Isuna, and Ghost Phoenix. However, they were soon discovered by the mechanical Buddhist envoys. Then more mechanical Buddhist envoys arrived, surrounding them in increasing numbers. Many Buddhist envoy surveillance machines, Buddha heads and Sumeru, were all in the sky. Red light scanned and detected Lin Feng and the others. The thing scanned Suwon and Yasuna's faces. Both girls clearly showed signs of nervousness on their faces. Messiah's aura was taking effect. Those things continued to keep their eyes open, their eyes emitting an eerie red light. Scanning Lin Feng and the others one by one. The information panel displayed rebelliousness 999. After the check was complete, the Buddha Envoy Gundam reported. Scan complete, all are excellent citizens. Those things slowly walked away. Suwon, Yasuna and Lin Feng were standing together. Suwon happily said to Lin Feng, as expected of Lin Feng Appa. They've all been fooled, judging us as excellent citizens. Suwon continued, the Goryeo nation relies on the pagodas in each city to establish the Spectre network. A man's voice came from under the bridge. He was pressing his phone and talking to himself mixed with Suwon's voice. Interesting, the two venerables are truly interesting. The Spectre network. Not only does it immerse the Goryeo nation in the entertainment programs of the two venerables and the uncontrollable heavenly mechanism, but it also serves to monitor the behavior of its citizens. Suwon continued, Buddha envoys and machines are everywhere in the city. They will send the data they detect via the Spectre to the monitoring center. The data is processed by Spectre processors in the Central District to determine if a person is a qualified citizen. Excellent citizens who are deemed believers and become loyal have the right to enjoy everything the Goryeo nation offers. If deemed unqualified, they will be purified by the cult police or dealt with by the cult's evil spirits. Xiaoro was terrified after hearing Suwon's words. How terrifying! If I leave my things here, wouldn't everything be exposed? Tong Tong and Ling Luo stood by and said in unison, what kind of messy things do you usually do online? Lin Feng was pulled away arm in arm by Suwon and Yasuna. Lin Feng said to everyone, first take us to get to know this city. Suwon and Yasuna quickly agreed. Lin Feng Appa. A broadcast announcement came from the city. A new performance will be held at the Pure Lotus Center. All believers are welcome to attend. Everyone please vote online for your favorite girl group and boy group members. They will have the honor of being offered to Penny Mortal. The Spectre phone recommended by Venerable Woodei and the Good Mechanism brand beauty serum are recommended. Create your own beauty. Lin Feng sighed after hearing this. This country is truly fractured. On one side are cold and strict military personnel and citizens, and on the other entertainment content is everywhere. Tong Tong agreed with Lin Feng. Yeah bro, suddenly Xiaoro sensed something. I think I smell some delicious Spectre food. It's right in front of us, let's go check it out. The scene switched to the entrance of a restaurant. Two beautiful girls dressed as maids and wearing bunny ears warmly invited customers inside. Greetings excellent citizens, please come in. Inside the restaurant, Lin Feng and his group sat around a large round table for 9. A delicious dish was placed on the table. Suwon and Yasuna exclaimed in unison, wow! This is Goryeo roast chicken, a traditional delicacy of the Goryeo nation. Ling Luo Tong Tong, Xiaoro and Lucifer happily picked up the food and started eating. Lin Feng had a piece of chicken in his mouth. He then turned his head and saw that Xianhua wasn't eating, so he asked in confusion, Xianhua, why aren't you eating? Xianhua looked at a nearby table and replied, my husband Lin Feng, I feel like something's wrong. Look over there at how those Goryeo people are eating. Those people are eating very fiercely and everyone looks chubby. Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, they've eaten themselves into pigs. Tong Tong chewed on a chicken leg and said, bro, you guys should eat quickly too. But didn't notice that she herself had already gotten as fat as a pig. He asked, how much have you already eaten? He held up a mirror for everyone to see. Look at yourselves now. Tong Tong, Ling Luo, Xiaoro and Lucifer looked at the mirror together, then screamed in terror. How can this be? Xianhua explained. You've eaten too much food. Ghostic sense. A large amount of residual ghost energy has accumulated in your bodies. You must quickly expend this residual ghost energy. Asuna. She replied that she could. Dream time. During dream time, the 4 of them ran on treadmills looking exhausted. In front of them, a carrot dangled before their eyes. Asuna said, dream time will accelerate 10,000-fold. Whoever slows down first gets to eat this carrot first. The scene shifts to outside the restaurant. The 4 of them had already transformed back to their original appearances. Each of them wore a fatigued expression, still gnawing on a carrot. But they still complained. Finally, we've recovered. But I still want fried chicken. Then Lin Feng asked where the others had gone. Tong Tong pointed in the opposite direction and said he went that way. A girl in a sexy bunny girl outfit was enticing several beautiful women to come and see the new fashion. The 4 who had just been transformed into pigs, their eyes lit up again and they said, we want to go too. The scene shifts to inside the clothing store. A sales clerk was introducing clothes to Xuanhua. This is the new collection. It suits you all very well, Frostghost said enthusiastically. Buy it all. Everyone try them on. Lin Feng suddenly had an ominous premonition. The clothing store clerk introduced new bags. This is the new LV bag. Frostghost looked at the bag. Buy. The clerk then brought out several cosmetics. These are the new ghastly cosmetics. Buy. Then she continued to introduce this as a ghost spirit phone. The people accompanying Lin Feng replied buy. Lin Feng was confused. Doesn't it have a Meizu aura? Is that really necessary? He got a big bump on his head from being hit in his hands. He held a huge pile of purchased goods while storing them in his spatial inventory. He complained it's too much, that really hurt. Frostghost and Ningdi were wearing sexy clothes. As soon as they finished shopping they said, Lin Feng, we've finished buying. Frostghost turned her head and asked him, Grand Situ, who is prettier, the two of us? Ningdi urged, hurry up and tell us. He was so flustered he didn't know how to answer, stammering. From somewhere Lucifer's voice rang out. You mere minnows. Of course I am the prettiest among you. Minnows. Tong Tong, Ling Luo, Xiao Rou and Lucifer appeared simultaneously with new looks. Tong Tong called him brother and Ling Luo also called him Lin Feng. Lucifer kept yelling Minnows. Xuanhua also. Asuna and the others also kept asking Lin Feng, husband Lin Feng, what do you Ghost or Lin Kuan think? He just chuckled foolishly and gave a thumbs up. Suddenly, on the advertising screens of the surrounding buildings, an image of an orange-haired girl appeared announcing, Citizens of Goryeo, the performance is about to begin. Lin Feng asked doubtfully, a performance? Asuna explained. The girl group led by the two honored ones, Wu Shanji's group, are national idols. They often perform at the Washing Heart Pure Lotus in the capital. Every performance is broadcast live nationwide. The people of Goryeo have become frenzied, abnormally passionate. Something feels very wrong, Xiao Rou said with a laugh. National idols, my foot. I Xiao Rou am the talent streamer with tens of millions of fans. If you've got the guts, come and compete with me, Xiao Rou. Lucifer also spoke proudly. Minnows. Lucifer is the most powerful streamer. A huge flower-shaped stage. A yellow lotus was at its center. That was the Washing Heart Pure Lotus. A giant metallic lotus flower. Inside was Wu Shanji's performance venue. Below the stage were thousands of Wu Shanji's followers who said. Wu Shanji's followers held microphones and said, winking, let's lose ourselves and get hyped. The followers below shouted in unison, oh, honored ones. Wu Shanji was singing to her followers. The audience was not on the stage, but also stood in front of the broadcast screens to watch. Wu Shanji also shouted, oh, honored ones. Two venerables, oh. Girls. People in maid outfits were also dancing, shouting, second venerable. Second venerable. Lin Feng and his group also joined in the joyous singing. Except for Lin Feng and Tong Tong, who looked utterly bewildered. Xingzhu, standing by, said worriedly, this is the power of the rules. Everyone is about to be brainwashed. Xingzhu quickly pressed her palms together and chanted a spell to help everyone break free from the brainwashing. Namo, great compassionate Guanyin, may I swiftly attain the path of discipline and samadhi. Under the influence of Xingzhu's chanting, Lin Feng and his group gradually regained their senses. Lin Feng said. Just now that, Ling Luo said with a dark face that was too embarrassing. Xingzhu quickly explained. In Buddhist teachings, in this city, brainwashing rules are constantly being emitted. It's not easily detected, allowing humans to immerse themselves in entertainment. After the performance began, for some reason the power of the rules increased. But with my soul awakening and spirit calming spell and white-robed Guanyin Sutra, these rules don't affect us. Lin Feng thanked Xingzhu, good thing we have you. Tong Tong watched as the brainwashing power around them gradually dissipated. The people around them also gradually realized what had happened. Ling Luo said angrily, so we were affected. No wonder we ate until we looked like balls. Xiao Rou also said, I'm not that gluttonous. Tong Tong said indignantly. Exactly, it's all because of those damn rules. Lucifer spoke up. What a bunch of small fries. I saw it long ago, I was just playing along with you. Bone Ghost and Ningdi also said. Didn't we go shopping together too? Xingzhu continued. The influence of those rules is indeed powerful. It subtly amplifies a certain inherent nature deep within one's heart. The few people who were just angry suddenly pursed their lips and fell silent, not daring to look Xingzhu directly in the eye. Just then Su Wan noticed something, pointing forward, then pointing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, oh, it's the... Ahead was the red-tiled platform of the Demon Ban ruler. The surrounding buildings were all stationed with police. The church was monitoring the ruler. Lin Feng immediately called Jiang Wei. Activate your invisibility and take us inside. She replied okay. Then she activated her invisibility, taking everyone inside. Jiang Wei's ghost spirit abilities are truly countless. Xiao Rou said, "What's this?" to her. Ahead. A clear image of the red-tiled platform gradually emerged. Inside the red-tiled platform, two girls were sitting together chatting. Taifei, I heard that before the Ghost Riders. Those of us who remained and tried to break out were all killed by the church police guarding the city borders. Taifei continued sadly. Is there really nothing we can do? Soon not only Goryo, but even this world will. The girl beside her comforted. Ruler, I will always be by your side. The girl next to Taifei suddenly sensed something. She quickly spoke up. Who's there? Is it someone sent by the church? Just then Princess Yushu, a first-rank pseudo-heroic spirit, appeared standing in front of Taifei. Don't even think about harming the ruler. At this moment Lin Feng and his group had already entered. Suwan and Isuna quickly ran forward crying and shouting. Ruler Taifei were back from outside. Taifei and the girl were overjoyed, saying with tears in their eyes. You actually managed to go outside, Sister Suwan. Sister Isuna. Suwan and Isuna sobbed. Suwan said. Our teammates all sacrificed themselves, only we managed to escape. Isuna also said. We fled to the east pursued by the church. When the Chiche's pursuit was about to catch up to us, we met our benefactor Sir Lin Feng. Sir Lin Feng agreed to come to Goryo and help us. The two of them. They quickly introduced Lin Feng and his group to Taifei. Suwan said, this is Lin Feng, the Eastern Wind Master. Sir Isuna confirmed. He can surely save Goryo. Lin Feng. Appa, this is our nation's king and consort Mina. Princess Yushu was protecting Emperor Qi's pen spirit. The consort and the king said in unison. Lin Feng, Lord of the East. Only Princess Yushu harbored doubts. She said the cult had 3 Tier 1 heroic spirit kings. This Lin Feng came from the east to help us. But his ghost spirits under my scrutiny. None of them were heroic spirits. It's truly concerning. Lin Feng angrily unleashed the aura of a heroic spirit. He said. If I couldn't handle it, I wouldn't have come to Goryo. Princess Yushu also confirmed in surprise. He's using true heroic spirit level power. The people around also activated their own heroic spirit level powers. Unleash beyond limits, unleash. Activate enhanced combat power. Yushu exclaimed in surprise. Another heroic spirit level. The ghost aura emanating from these ghost spirits suddenly also approached heroic spirit level. Xingzhu chanted while tapping a wooden fish. The consort and the king were astonished while Princess Yushu stood and said, my power is suppressed. This is the law of ghosts. The things beside her had at least saint spirit level ghost aura. The consort also exclaimed in surprise. My goodness, the law of ghosts actually possesses power close to that of a heroic spirit, coupled with saint spirit level ghost aura. The 3 of them exclaimed in surprise once more. So this is the Lord of the East. Lin Feng, Mina, worried about their power being discovered, quickly said to Lin Feng. Sir Lin Feng, using your power like this will attract. Lin Feng calmly replied, no need to worry about being discovered. He continued to explain. My ghost spirits and ghost arts have already isolated this place from the outside world. They can only detect false information. Just then, Suwan and Isuna said, holding a stack of books in their hands. These are books we brought back from the east. They record the deeds of Lin Feng Appa. The consort Mina and Yushu looked at the books with shining eyes, exclaiming, the strongest ghost master in the east. All 3 of them were overjoyed. Yushu said expectantly, we're relying on you this time, sect master. Mina and the consort also said, we never imagined the sect master would be so powerful. Goryo is saved this time. The consort revealed her true name. Lord Lin Feng, my name is Kim Xianhe. Only then did Lin Feng ask, king, as far as I know, no ghost can control or brainwash an entire nation like the spirit venerable. And it only appeared during the usurpation of the throne, when the bazaar awakened. Do you know the reason why the spirit venerable controls Goryo? Mina hugged the consort. The consort timidly replied. Lord Lin Feng. According to the books passed down by Emperor Qi, the spirit venerable already existed in Goryo in ancient times. Back then it had already surpassed the heroic spirit level. When it invaded the east in ancient times, it was severely wounded and brought down by a powerful unknown entity. It then fell into a slumber in Goryo in a heroic spirit tier 3 state, until the awakening of the bazaar. Xiao Rou smiled and said it dropped to heroic spirit level. It'll be easier to deal with this time. The consort recalled the past, speaking about Goryo. In ancient times our Goryo was a vassal state of the east. The East bestowed upon Emperor Qi the technology to create ghost pens. With ghost pens we can summon heavenly evil pen spirits. Pen spirits are ghost spirits that help us fight. If a malevolent ghost pen is summoned, we will directly destroy that pen spirit. When the bazaar first awakened, the pen spirits helped us resist waves of evil spirit invasions. Goryo's situation gradually stabilized until she continued beneath the capital. The Spirit Venerable awakened. The Spirit Venerable is a colossal Buddha head. The Spirit Venerable bestowed its power upon some Goryo people who submitted to it, allowing them to establish a cult for it, to mislead the people of Goryo, making them believe in it and collecting pure power of faith. It then returned once more beneath the capital, falling into slumber. Lin Feng asked doubtfully, collecting power of faith. Is it for Qing Zhu? Hastily replied. The Dowager Consort continued. The three believers received immense power bestowed by the Spirit Lord, becoming the cult's three grand venerables. When the cult was first established, the seventh prince, we used powerful ghost pens, able to summon first-tier heroic spirits, to battle the three grand venerables, attempting to stop this evil cult. But unexpectedly they had contracted with three heavenly kings, and together they could unleash the power of second-tier heroic spirits. The seventh prince's most powerful heroic spirit died in battle, leaving only the ghost spirit Princess Yushu, who was not skilled in combat, and was powerless to prevent the cult's expansion. She continued under the Spirit Lord's power. The cult gradually took control of the entire Goryo kingdom, killing the king and many ghost masters of that generation. The ghost masters of that generation gained the method to create ghost pens, manufacturing many evil pen spirits to serve as the cult's minions. They also sealed off the Goryo kingdom, using their abilities and methods to constantly monitor and brainwash the populace, and transformed Goryo into what it is today. The Dowager Consort continued her narration. If it weren't for the seventh prince no longer possessing the power to threaten them, and if the seventh prince's bloodline didn't have a special influence over the hearts of the Goryo populace, we would probably have been wiped out by them long ago. She continued. Because of this ability of the seventh prince, the cult would regularly extract the king's blood and add it to the pagoda, to strengthen its power. Furthermore, to be safe, every generation's king was required to bear a child before reaching adulthood, and then they would be killed by the cult. Tongtong smiled gently, comforting the king. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Brother and I will definitely defeat the cult and the Spirit Lord. The Dowager Consort replied softly. Lin Feng also said firmly, we will definitely liberate this imprisoned nation. It was then that Yushu spoke to Lin Feng. Peak Master, a while ago I sensed a powerful ghost aura fluctuating beneath the capital city. It's likely that, after years of faith collection from the Goryo populace, the Spirit Lord, who has been dormant for many years, is about to recover. It has awakened to the Saint Spirit level. That is why we had Su Wan and the others try to go out and find a glimmer of hope. He replied, now we will find a way to break the cult's hold and deal with the Spirit Lord. Lin Feng's system panel appeared. Enter Goryo Kingdom, find the king, investigate the truth of the Ghost Buddha. Control task progress 100. Complete investigate Ghost Buddha task. Control Goryo Kingdom. Reward EXP 1 million. Lin Feng pondered. Task completed. The ancient ghost spirit, severely injured for unknown reasons, fell into slumber, its power plummeting to third-tier heroic spirit. It bizarrely awakened and revived. Control of Goryo Kingdom, faith collection in progress for recovery. This is the truth behind controlling the Goryo Kingdom. The three grand venerables working together reached a power level of second-tier heroic spirit. It seems we'll have to deal with them individually. The system panel appeared. Ghost Spirit Law Birth Progress 30. Lin Feng thought to himself. Xiaorou and Linglong are within Jizhou Nunnery, continuously cultivating. It's indeed effective. It seems this Ghost Spirit Law will soon be born. The system panel displayed a notification. New quest: locate the Spirit Lord's remains. He muttered to himself, the Spirit Lord's remains. Was this Spirit Lord also human before? Perhaps by investigating these remains we can find its weakness. Lin Feng said to the three of them. I suspect the Spirit Lord was also transformed from a deceased person. Your Majesty, do the seventh prince's books contain any information about the Spirit Lord's remains, or the time of the Spirit Lord's appearance? The Dowager Consort raised a hand to her forehead and said, let me think. The seventh prince's books only record that the ancient Spirit Lord first appeared near Fucheng. There are no longer any related records now. He replied. Dowager Consort, let's first go check around Fucheng. Perhaps we can find information about the Spirit Lord Wan and Isuna followed behind Lin Feng, volunteering to lead the way. Let us lead the way. Thoughts resurfaced in Lin Feng's mind. The spirit venerables remains. They are likely where he first appeared. Perhaps on the remains. We can find a way to deal with him. Scene switches to the Talisman City ruins. Before their eyes was a dilapidated urban landscape. A figure one explained. This is the old Talisman City ruins from the previous era. A fierce ghost tide once erupted here as well, completely destroying the old Talisman City. Tong Tong said to Lin Feng, brother. We've searched around here several times already. My ghost servants haven't found anything unusual. Lin Feng decided, let's expand the search area. Xingju was concentrating, tapping a wooden fish and chanting a spell. Her eyes were tightly shut, one hand twirling prayer beads, the other tapping the wooden fish. Suddenly she opened her eyes. She seemed to have discovered something. She exclaimed loudly, this is. She pointed ahead of Lin Feng. In that direction I hear chanting. Lin Feng responded, let's go take a look. Ahead of them was a majestic mountain. Xingju stated with certainty again. I hear chanting coming from the summit of that mountain. Ghost I activated vision resonance. At this moment on the mountain, a figure was seen chanting. Lin Feng asked puzzledly, is that a ghost? Tong Tong replied. No, brother. I can't sense any ghostly aura from him. This should be a pure benevolent thought. Legend has it that after a highly virtuous monk passes away, their benevolent thoughts linger. He said dismissively. It's just an essence that's existed for 1,000 years, that's all. Xingju said to Lin Feng. This benevolent thought is chanting here. Likely waiting for us. Let's follow him. Lin Feng agreed. A benevolent thought. This monk's appearance should be related to the spirit venerable. Subsequently, the benevolent monk turned and walked towards the mountaintop, leaving the trio behind. Lin Feng speculated, it seems. That ghost domain is where he wants to lead us. Xingju said. That ghost domain is probably hidden by a special power. Without his guidance it cannot be revealed. Meanwhile, the benevolent monk walked even closer to the ghost domain. Tong Tong loudly reminded Lin Feng. Brother, he entered the ghost domain. The three of them also arrived before the ghost domain's entrance. Lin Feng said there must be clues within this ghost domain. Let's go inside and see. Scene switches to inside the ghost domain. Lin Feng and the others were surprised by the sight here. Lin Feng asked, is this a temple? A massive temple appeared before their eyes. In front of the temple stood the benevolent monk. Just now Xingju had also wondered. The spirit venerable's earliest appearance was nearby. Could this Yaofeng temple be the spirit venerable's temple when he was alive? Suddenly he vanished. Lin Feng urgently told everyone to enter the temple and check. He disappeared. Let's go inside and see. Jiang Wei, Lin Feng, Tong Tong and Xingju all stood together within Jiang Wei's invisibility orb. Then they flew into the temple. Beneath them were many figures. Tong Tong looked down and said, brother, there are so many monks down there. These monks are dressed so splendidly. The sight Tong Tong saw was many monks were sitting cross-legged, hands clasped, chanting Buddhist scriptures, chanting sutras before a Buddha statue. They wore kasayas adorned with many patterns. The hands tapping the wooden fish were skeletal, mere skin and bone. Layers of skin on their hands rotted and slowly peeled away. While tapping the wooden fish they suddenly stopped. A monk's face slowly lifted. His entire face was rotting and deforming. His eyes were blood red, a chilling sight. He was still wearing a kasaya. System panel: Yaofeng Master Abyssal Tier 3. Yaofeng Assembly Abyssal Tier 2. The monks were turning their heads to look at Lin Feng and his group. From their mouths they were still chanting Amitba. In the silent space, I only heard a series of chants drifting over as the monks chanted Amitba. Amitba, Amitba. Suddenly a monk roared Amitba. He raised his arms high, seemingly preparing to do something. At the same time an energy orb enveloped the group of monks, followed by a loud voice. Scepter Annihilation. Afterward countless gold coins flew out from it. After the explosion countless gold coins rained down from that energy orb. Lin Feng picked up a gold coin to examine it. He asked curiously, why do these evil spirits drop gold coins? Then Jiang Wei explained. These are just ordinary evil spirits. They were killed by the gold inside their bodies when they were alive, leaving no remains we need to find. Suddenly Xiao Rou appeared. She leaped into Lin Feng's arms. She looked very happy. She quickly boasted to Lin Feng, I've reached Nightmare Tier 3. Lin Feng then realized it was the experience gained from the previous quest rewards and the recent battle that had taken effect. Xiao Rou put her hands on her hips, laughed heartily and said smugly, as expected, I Xiao Rou am a genius. I reached Nightmare Tier 3 just by eating and drinking. If this keeps up, it'll punch Lucifer to pieces sooner or later. Ling Luo and Lin Feng stood by speechless, saying, if this keeps up, you'll really be done for. The notification panel popped up. Ghost Spirit Xiao Rou Nightmare Tier 3 Potential 5 stars. Ability Azure Water Arrow controls water flow. Ability Abyssal Arc Water Sword. Ability Nightmare. Azure Water Raging Waves. Talon Clone Water Spirit Ghost Realm Summon. Bond 233. Suddenly Xiao Rou covered her face with both hands, blushing deeply as she cried out. Aha, this is bad. The people around her also asked curiously what's wrong. Xiao Rou turned her head, blushing, pointed at her rear and said, itchy. So itchy. Lin Feng Dong Dong and Ling Luo said in disbelief. Itchy, you're a ghost, how can you feel itchy? Xiao Rou covered her face again, saying in a panic, no, this is bad. Something's about to come out. Just then a blue tail suddenly grew out of Xiao Rou's rear. She let out a small cry, ah. The people around her started talking all at once. A tail grew out. Xiao Rou shyly mumbled, Don't look at my tail like that. Ling Luo ran over and touched Xiao Rou's tail, then said, it's so soft. Xiao Rou was startled and shrieked, don't touch it. Dong Dong stood by, even pulling out a camera to take pictures. The system panel displayed Xiao Rou's new information. Ability Nightmare Azure Water Raging Waves. A blue shark tail grows from the back. Shoots out a massive water vortex impact. Combat power fluctuates based on emotional state. Increasing by 10 to 500. The longer the tail, the stronger the combat and attack power. Lin Feng suddenly realized, saying, Xiao Rou, this seems to be your nightmare ability. Xiao Rou replied shyly. Is that so? As expected of me. To actually awaken such a powerful nightmare ability. Ling Luo was very interested in this tail. Her hands seemed to want to touch the tail. And her eyes were fixed on it. She suggested, it's too cute, let me touch it. Lucifer also pounced over, saying, let me see how it feels. Xiao Rou screamed in fright, oh my goodness. Chased by Lucifer, she ran while shouting, no, don't. Dong Dong and Lin Feng stood by, sighing. These two are beyond saving. The remaining people listened to Lin Feng. Never mind them, let's go into the temple and search. Then they turned and entered the temple. Dong Dong looked at the enormous golden Buddha statue in front, shimmering with golden light. He couldn't help but exclaim, this temple is truly extravagant. Evil spirits drop gold coins. And even the Buddha statues are made of gold. Lin Feng nodded, indeed. Let's search around here. Everyone followed Lin Feng's command and began to search for the phoenix robe separately. Some searched outside the temple. Xianhua, on the other hand, went into the deepest corner. Isuna also looked around, observing her surroundings. Several hours later, everyone gathered in front of the Buddha statue again. Xianhua stepped forward. My lord, we've searched this entire temple and found nothing. Lin Feng mused, where could it be? The spirit venerable suddenly pointed at the Buddha statue. Lin Feng turned to look. In his heart, he too started to feel that something was off. What's wrong with this Buddha statue? Why is it disappearing? Xingju's eyes were wide with shock. Could this Buddha statue be? Aunt Shirgu pointed at the statue in a panic. She cried out, scaring Jiang Wei out of her wits too. Lin Feng smashed open that golden Buddha statue. It's the first time I've seen my sister like this. That Buddha statue. Just obey, okay? Then he drew his weapon and advanced with Tong Tong. A loud crash echoed. The golden Buddha statue was ultimately destroyed. Fragments rained down. Tong Tong's eyes widened, her voice trembling with a hint of fear. Bro, inside this golden Buddha statue is. Everyone exclaimed in unison. When they saw a desiccated skeleton sitting cross-legged inside. It's a person. Mission: find the spirit venerable's remains complete. Lin Feng said. It seems these are the spirit venerable's remains. Wrapped in gold. No wonder we didn't find it. Xingju frowned. As expected, such a thing happened in this temple. Xingju, do you know why the remains would? The spirit venerable's remains would be inside the Buddha statue. Aunt Shirgu pressed her palms together and slowly began to explain. This is a Soka Shinbatsu. It's when they were still alive they were fed poison, to prevent their bodies from decaying. After death they declared to believers that this was achieving Buddhahood. Sealed within golden Buddha statues for people to worship. In ancient times some temples went astray. They would use this cruel method to proclaim that a monk had achieved Buddhahood and use it as an opportunity to amass wealth. Tong Tong cried out in anger. How could they do such cruel things? Lin Feng was helpless as well. This temple truly is a demonic temple. Lin Feng spoke to Isuna. Isuna, examine these remains. See if there's anything special about them, okay? She approached the remains. Master, I've found a dream fragment. It's formed from lingering obsession. It seems to contain the memories of these remains. Looking at the small blue orb slowly rising from Isuna's hand, Lin Feng said, Let's go in and take a look. Let's see how the spirit venerable became like this. Everyone was transported back to ancient times. Yaofeng Mountain in Goryeo, Lin Feng. He saw a monk diligently carrying water. This is what the temple looked like in ancient times. It seemed to be thriving with worshippers. They saw Jin Shan. Jin Shan, a disciple of Yaofeng Temple, was sitting by the pond. Lin Feng and Shang Zhu couldn't hide their surprise. They blurted out, "This is the spirit venerable in his lifetime. Exactly like the benevolent thought that guided us here." That benevolent thought was the spirit venerable's. He released a small golden carp into the pond, gently admonishing it, "Don't be so careless next time." Tong Tong commented, "Bro. He doesn't look like someone who would turn into an evil spirit." Seeing Jin Shan, then huffing and puffing as he carried water back to the temple, Lin Feng nodded. "It seems he's a monk from this temple." A monk stood in the center of the temple shouting loudly, "Listen up, you lot. No entry without buying incense. Some of you go down the mountain and preach to those ignorant men and women. Tell them how effective Yaofeng Temple is. How efficacious we are." After seeing this, Tong Tong leaned into Lin Feng's ear and whispered, "Bro, he seems to be the abbot of this temple. He must be the evil spirit from the temple earlier." The other monks immediately gathered around, bowing and fawningly replying, "As you command, abbot." That abbot. When the abbot saw Jin Shan return, he revealed a sinister smile. "Jin Shan is back, master. Why aren't those who didn't buy candles allowed to come in and worship?" He answered without hesitation. "Foolish disciple, all 13 provinces of Goryeo are suffering from calamities now. There's disease and famine everywhere. Our Yaofeng Temple is very efficacious. Those afflicted commoners come to pray for blessings to cure them of the plague." Showed no sincerity whatsoever. Everything happens for a reason. That's what he said. But he had other plans brewing in his mind. A natural disaster was a perfect opportunity to make a fortune. The other monks also didn't hesitate, showering him with sweet words, but they had already seen through his true intentions. As expected of the abbot, a profound charlatan. He gets to feast while we only get the scraps. They glanced at Kim Sian and began to insult him. "Kim Sian, your cultivation is still lacking. No wonder you're only fit to chop wood and carry water every day. What a good for nothing." Ignoring these malicious words, Kim Sian gently asked his senior brothers, "Shouldn't we have compassion? Shouldn't we open the temple gates and help the people suffering from the disaster?" They glared at the junior monk, then turned and walked away directly. "You bastard, what's with your self-righteousness? Who are you to preach? Go fetch your water, you good for nothing. How dare you speak to your senior brothers like that?" They went out and saw a long line of people queuing as someone loudly announced, "Those who wish for blessings must purchase incense and candles to show their sincerity. Only the sincere will receive blessings and have their plague eradicated." An old man, after buying candles, happily self-hypnotized. "I am sincere. I am sincere. I bought the incense, I will surely receive blessings." The candles on the table gradually diminished. A few brazen monks spoke up. "There isn't much incense left for today. Tomorrow sincerity won't come at this price." Everyone immediately burst into a clamor upon hearing this. "We're more sincere. Sell to us first, sell to me first." That evening 2 monks with covered noses were carrying a corpse together. It was the old man who bought candles in the morning, and they were struggling to find a place to dump him. They cursed, "Bastard. These plague-stricken wretches couldn't die further away. Now they die right outside the gate and cause us trouble, damn it." They tossed the old man into a pit full of corpses, impatiently exclaiming, "Damn it, it's full again, we have to dig another pit." After finishing, they went inside to report to the abbot. "We have cleaned up. The people who died around us due to the disaster will absolutely not defile our temple gates." He tossed each of them a gold ingot. "This is your reward." The 2 smiled, but cursed him inwardly. "Thank you, abbot, you stingy old swindler." The abbot looked around and asked, "Where is Kim Sian?" "Why don't I see him?" A monk replied, "Oh, him. He's gathering herbs in the back mountain, brewing medicine to treat the plague-infected victims around us. He's over there." He scoffed, "Damn it, how foolish. If they're cured, who'd be sincere then?" Everyone looked at the pile of gold, with not a trace of humanity in their eyes. "Indeed, our Yaofeng Temple's incense offerings are flourishing thanks to you, abbot. Your dharma is profound. Yes, yes, you understand me." Suddenly he frowned. "Too bad several more temples have sprung up around us. This time with the natural disaster. The incense offerings we've received are noticeably less than before." A disciple said, "Abbot, this is just because our temple's reputation isn't great enough yet." "What do you mean?" He leaned in and whispered into his ear, "What if someone in our temple could become a Buddha? At that time we would surely become famous, far and wide, countless People would come to worship Abbot. The abbot suddenly understood. You mean to create a mummified Buddha? Everyone chimed in unison. Yes, Abbot. That's a great idea. This way will become the largest temple. In Goryeo, he readily agreed. So who wants to be made into a mummified Buddha? Hearing this, they all fearfully backed away. Not me, get away from me. One person spoke up again. Isn't it obvious, Abbot? Of course the chosen one isn't here. Besides, he knows nothing anyway. Yes, it's a great merit. Let him do it then. At the foot of Yaofeng Mountain were 3 refugee camps. At that time tents stood densely packed. Following this, a large number of weak people arrived. Collapsing on the steps, Kim Si-in held a bowl of medicine and handed it to an old woman. Oh, please take this medicine for a few more days. And your plague will be cured. Lin Feng and Cheng Zhu frowned. Over the past few days, Kim Si-in, who was previously the spirit venerable sword, had been continuously performing good deeds and accumulating virtue. Even the medicine used to aid the refugees was tested on his own body. This was precisely why after his death, he was able to leave behind a pure benevolent thought. One of his senior monastic brothers came over, covering his nose with one hand and constantly scolding him. Oh, Kim Si-in, you've been slacking off in this shabby place for the past few days. Kim Si-in smiled and looked at the monk. Is there something you need, senior brother? The other replied impatiently. The abbot needs you. Hurry and come back with me. Yes, senior brother. When the people saw Kim Si-in about to leave, they all came out to see him off, not forgetting to express their gratitude. Thank you, young master Kim Si-in, for curing my child's plague. Thank you, young master Kim Si-in. If it weren't for you, young master, I fear my leg would have been lost. Young master is truly a living bodhisattva. If it weren't for you, young master, my whole family would have died long ago. Kim Si-in kindly said to everyone. It is this humble monk's duty. Seeing this, Cheng Zhu also felt deeply moved. She clasped her hands in a respectful bow. True renunciants are those with compassionate hearts. That monk, seeing the scene, was filled with intense jealousy. He turned his head and cursed. Damn it, Kim Si-in, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Do you expect the abbot to wait for a junior monk like you? Yet Kim Si-in still politely turned back to bid farewell to the crowd. This humble monk must return for some matters. Thank you, young master, for healing us who were on the verge of death. Kim Si-in returned to the temple. Seeing the abbot and everyone else already gathered before the Buddha statue. Master, I'm here. The abbot feigned concern and spoke. Come, Kim Si-in, quick, have a seat. I've heard about the good deeds you've been doing these past few days. You truly are my proud disciple. He pretended to sigh with worry. You must also know that the famine and plague in the 13 provinces of Goryeo are growing more and more severe. As a person of Goryeo, this master is heartbroken every day. Kim Si-in nodded. Indeed, recently the number of refugees at the foot of the mountain has increased, and the medicine's effectiveness against the plague is worsening. Many people are dying from illness and starvation every day. The abbot pondered for a moment before saying, this master has consulted many ancient texts, and finally found a method to end the famine and eliminate the plague. Kim Si-in cried out joyfully. Really, what method? Let's use it quickly. He pretended to raise a hand to wipe away tears. The other disciples also played along. This method is simply too. Master can't bear to say it, let us explain. One monk spoke. Legend has it that if a devotee recites scriptures in reverse, drinks potent poison for 3 days to offer to Buddha, their body will not decay after death, becoming a Sokushinbutsu self-mummified Buddha. Once they become a Buddha by worshipping their golden body, within 100 li radius, the famine and plague will end. He pretended to be distressed. Actually, all of us senior brothers want to become Sokushinbutsu. This is partly to save Goryeo. Another said. Junior brother also knows that what we senior brothers have done is not enough. Kim Si-in eagerly volunteered. Immediately falling into their trap, master, let me do it. I am willing. As long as it can end the famine and plague, I am willing to offer my life. The abbot hypocritically embraced Kim Si-in and wept. My disciple, you've suffered so much. However, behind his back, everyone was secretly delighted, because their scheme had succeeded. Kim Si-in held a bowl of medicine in his hand, listening carefully to every word the abbot said. This is the secret medicine, my disciple, if you don't want it. Without waiting for him to finish, Kim Si-in gulped it all down in one go. Just a few seconds later, intense pain began to spread throughout his entire body, making him clutch his chest and groan in agony. Enduring the excruciating pain, he sat cross-legged, hands pressed together, and said with difficulty, sacrifice me. I only ask that I may save all people. Immediately after, Jumseon's body turned purplish black, and streams of dark aura continuously emanated from him. The beasts in human skin cheered upon seeing this. Someone in our temple has become a Buddha. Someone in our temple has become a Buddha. Cruelly they placed Jumseon's corpse inside the Buddha statue. The statue of the joyful Buddha proceeded with the next step, announcing to all directions, someone has become a Buddha, and urging them to quickly come and worship the new Buddha who would bless them. As expected after the news spread, people rushed to the temple. I heard someone in Yaofeng Temple became a Buddha. A new Buddha, a once-in-a-century occurrence. Let us quickly pay our respects. We're willing to pay any amount to worship the new Buddha. The more people who came to make offerings, the more money they earned. The abbot and his disciples were extremely smug. Believers from all over the country are coming to us now, as expected of the abbot. To think of this method of self-mummification to become a Buddha. This time we are the richest temple in Goryeo. A monk asked. Master, I heard that the famine and plague in Goryeo have worsened. Then he revealed a smile devoid of humanity. What does that have to do with us? From now on, besides high officials, nobles and the wealthy, no one else is to be allowed in. A monk stuck out his tongue and said disdainfully, as expected of the abbot, what right do those paupers have to enter? Another monk quickly chimed in, yes, yes, yes. Lest they infect us with the plague. He sat below the Buddha statue, the one containing the corpse of that unlucky monk, yet he cheered without a hint of shame. It's all thanks to Jumseon. Sacrifice one's body to Buddha and become a Buddha. That fool Jumseon actually believed it. These words, Jumseon seemed to have heard them all. He died with his eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. The withered corpse silently shed tears. A voice came from an unknown place. Are you unwilling? Why fall into eternal solitude like this? Your hatred for this world has successfully caught my attention. A red lotus flew over, hovering in front of Jumseon's corpse. I am Mara Buddha. In my name I bestow upon you a Buddha's position, to help you purify the filth of this world. Behind Jumseon, a pair of blood-red giant eyes filled with resentment suddenly appeared. Full of resentment, they emitted a red light that enveloped him. From now on you shall be the spirit venerable of world purification. At this moment those unrighteous mortals were still celebrating joyfully, completely unaware of what was about to happen. This gold is so beautiful, yes it is. This gold is so lovely. A monk heard a sound behind him, and stopped. It turned out that the golden Buddha statue behind him had suddenly begun to glow, continuously emitting spiritual energy. The abbot exclaimed in shock, it's manifesting, how is this possible? That spiritual energy wrapped around his body, making him stiff. The abbot groaned in fear. My body isn't obeying me. Large amounts of gold coins flew up, directly forcing their way into their mouths. Swallowing gold will kill people, no, stop it. A moment later, the abbot's body suddenly turned pitch black, becoming a walking corpse. His disciples were not spared either. Everyone turned into a group of zombies with blood-red eyes, aimlessly wandering around as if soulless. Streaks of red lightning ripped through the sky, striking Yaofeng Temple. They began to strike down the mountain, causing a significant earthquake. The common people screamed in terror, clutching their heads. The sky is collapsing. A cyan vortex suddenly appeared in the dark sky. It emitted a voice that resounded throughout heaven and earth. All living beings are lost in delusion. The suffering of all beings stems from unrestrained emotions and desires. This venerable one shall sever the emotions and desires of the world, and establish a pure land free of wants and needs. From behind the mountain, a figure resembling a Buddha, but wearing a skull helmet, appeared. This venerable one is the purifying spirit lord. The common people witnessing this scene cheered in unison. Buddha, a miracle, a true Buddha has descended. The purifying spirit lord pressed his palms together, emitting countless vortices large and small. He extended his massive palm forward, with the palm facing upwards. Heaven and earth are in this venerable one's hands, boundless deliverance. The energy he created instantly spread throughout the Goryeo kingdom. The common people all pressed their palms together and prostrated themselves, without a hint of doubt regarding his words. Purifying spirit lord, understand truth and emotion. Awaken my true mind, restore my enlightened nature. Universally enlighten all, may mystical sounds guide the way to the boundless pure land. Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. These people have all been delivered, their emotions are gone. Granny Dai couldn't hide her inner shock upon seeing the incredibly powerful diffusion ability of that energy. She couldn't hide her inner shock. This is the power of a sacred spirit. It instantly enveloped the entire ancient Goryeo kingdom. It spread to the wealthiest and most powerful places. Purifying spirit lord. Understand truth and emotion. Even places where knowledge was imparted. Awaken my true mind, restore my enlightened nature. Even the poorest places. Universally enlighten all may mystical sounds guide the way to the boundless Pure Land. In just 1 month the entire nation was delivered. The purifying Spirit Lord declared with impassioned fervor. Not just Goryeo. This venerable one shall transform the entire world into a Buddhist Pure Land. He cast his gaze far away, to the border between Goryeo and the eastern lands. The purifying Spirit Lord suddenly released his energy even further. Next I shall deliver this east. Just then in the sky, another golden vortex appeared, accompanied by a mocking voice. To the east. You are not worthy. He looked at the vortex, frowning in displeasure. Are you a god or a Buddha? You are not worthy to know. As soon as the cold words fell, a massive golden staff shot out from the golden vortex, striking towards the purifying Spirit Lord. The golden staff was much larger than him. The staff flattened him with one blow. The one who called himself the purifying Spirit Lord couldn't resist at all. He could only lie there and take the beating. He groaned weakly. What this kind of godlike power? Lin Feng, seeing him blown away, cried out in surprise. This is the Shadow Staff. It was the one that helped me on the timeline before. It was it that injured the ancient spirit venerable. From the pile of rubble, a pure emerald shard flew out, looking incredibly pure. Xingzhu and Granny Dai. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim with emotion. The rule that turns ghost tamers and deceased spirits into ghosts also originates from this Shadow Staff. With just one effortless blow, it shattered the sacred spirit's soul. What incredible power this is! Lin Feng's emotions were complex, mixed with a hint of heartache. The memory fragment ended here. So when the spirit venerable was alive, he became like this to save those who were deceived by the evil monks of Yaofeng Temple. He became like this. One thought can lead to Buddhahood, another to demonhood. Now, all we can do is free him. The past scene before his eyes gradually faded. Lin Feng looked around, surprised to find himself alone. The memory ended. My memory should have returned with everyone else. Why am I still here? Jin Chan appeared, tucking a scroll of paper into his hand. This humble monk is ashamed. I have disturbed you, benefactor. You are the lingering good thoughts of the spirit venerable. These are words left unsaid. Tauntaun's cry rang out. Bro, why are you spacing out? Lin Feng then suddenly woke up. He abruptly opened his eyes. He looked at the scroll tightly clutched in his hand, and said to everyone, just now the spirit venerable's lingering good thoughts appeared, and handed this scripture to me. Tauntaun looked at it. It's full of ghost talismans. I can't understand it. Xingzhu softly replied, this is Sanskrit. Let me see the scripture. It records information about the spirit. Venerable Auntie quickly scanned the words within. This scripture records a secret technique that can collect powerful faith in oneself. Granny Dai exclaimed in surprise. A secret technique to collect powerful faith in oneself. Lin Feng spoke. The spirit venerable was severely injured, and separated a portion of his soul to serve as the core, creating 3 Buddhist pagodas to draw upon the pure power of faith from believers. For healing, he explained, the 3 Buddhist pagodas should be Shochang, Rangchang and Fucheng that Su Wan and the others mentioned. Those 3 great venerables guard the Buddhist laws within the cities. Tauntaun exclaimed. It's those Buddhist pagodas that emit the mind-controlling ability. Lin Feng stroked his chin, gradually understanding the profoundness of the matter. In other words, as long as we destroy the statues of the venerables, we can cut off the power of faith supplied to the spirit venerable, preventing him from sleeping and healing beneath Shocheng, and preventing him from recovering his Holy Spirit rank. Xingzhu nodded. If the soul portion separated by the spirit venerable is destroyed, he will be forcibly awakened from his slumber, and his strength will definitely decrease. But it also records a ghost artifact. The spirit venerable's heroic spirit rank ghost artifact that possesses the ability to change the tide of battle. Auntie looked at the scripture and continued. The spirit venerable has a ghost artifact called the heart-cleansing pure lotus. It is one of the sources of his power. Performing faith prayers within it can increase the intensity of faith and enhance the power of the one being believed in. Xiao Rou suddenly exclaimed. Isn't this where Gao Li used to hold performances every day? So that was the heart-cleansing pure lotus. The performances were the faith prayers. No wonder. We felt the mind-controlling power increased then. Xingzhu said, handing the scripture to Lin Feng. The 3 great venerables, when combined, possess the strength of heroic spirit rank 2. We need to defeat them, destroy the Buddhist pagodas and statues, and also deal with this heart-cleansing pure lotus. Our current strength is a bit. He immediately reassured them. Don't worry, I already have an idea how to deal with them. Moreover, the ghost judge is about to appear as well. With her hatred for the spirit venerable from her lifetime, she will be a powerful ally by then. Just then the system notification suddenly sounded. Task complete. Investigate the reason for the spirit venerable's emergence. Experience points reward 50,000. Ghost judge emergence progress. 60 special reward heroic spirit rank combat ghost artifact. 1 use X2. Lin Feng secretly rejoiced. This time not only did I gain a lot of experience, but I also obtained 2 combat ghost artifacts. They can be used once. What an unexpected gain. He showed them to Qingju. Within these are sealed 2 one-time use heroic spirit rank ghost artifacts. They will be able to help us when the time comes. Auntie replied in surprise. I sense a Buddhist aura within them. It feels like 2 heroic spirit rank Buddhist weapons. Looking at the 2 ghost artifacts floating before Lin Feng, he continued. Both of these possess powerful purification abilities. One's aura is like countless purifying projectiles raining down. The other's aura is like a giant dragon. The group stood before the tombstone. Before the neatly rebuilt tombstone that Jin Shan had erected on the back mountain. Medicine wind bone deep etching. To engrave the wishes of the departed in one's heart. Kim Xian. I will definitely eliminate the spirit venerable Amitabha. Xianhua suddenly spoke, calling out to her husband. Xianhua Yu. Her body flew up. Xianhua announced happily. Husband, I've reached Nightmare rank 3. Ghost Spirit Xianhua Nightmare rank 3. Potential 5 stars experience 02. Abilities Flash Teleport Ghost Iron Ghost Mist Transformation. Ability Abyss. Abyss Flash Teleport. Ability Nightmare Clone Flash Teleport. Ghost Technique Ghost Realm Suppression. Ghost Item Shield 3000 Lanterns of the Underworld. Ghost Hydrangea Talent Extraordinary Perception. Rapid Ghost Realm Multi-Ghost Realm Bind 3200. Clone Flash Teleport. Can differentiate into multiple Ghost Realm orbs. Perform multipoint Flash Teleports simultaneously. Removes the limit on Flash Teleport uses. Lin Feng was delighted. It seems the experience from these past few missions has come in handy. Xianhua reached out and caressed his face. Can my nightmare abilities help you, my husband? Of course. Tong Tong cheered. Sister Xianhua has reached Nightmare rank 3. I wonder what form Sister Xianhua will take once she reaches the heroic spirit level, and what form shall be in after fusing. Upon hearing this, Xianhua's cheeks immediately flushed red. Heroic spirit fusing with my husband. In her mind, she didn't know what she had already imagined it to be like. When fusing with my husband, what will look good? What kind of appearance would my husband like? Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Xianhua. You, what's wrong? Xianhua shyly waved her hand. No, it's nothing. He took her soft hand and said with a smile. Xianhua, take us back to the main city, okay, husband? She used her flash teleport skill without hesitation, bringing everyone back. Returning to Red Tile Terrace, Lin Feng told everyone about all his experiences. This is what I discovered in that temple. Everyone in the room was astonished. To think that the spirit venerable actually originated from ancient Goryeo monks. As expected of the Peak Master, to be able to uncover such secret intelligence, one of the little girls asked. So what should we do next? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Coincidentally, I have a few ideas. For now, the spirit venerable is asleep, healing his wounds. He's recovering to the saint spirit level. He won't be able to manage external affairs for a while. He conjured a large blackboard and placed it in front of everyone. Lin Feng tapped on it a few times with a ruler, clack clack, and then began to explain. Now, we must destroy the Buddha statue pagodas in the 3 cities, cutting off their healing effect on the spirit venerable. As for Lin Tun, he pointed to 3 crooked twisted figures drawn on the blackboard. And we cannot allow the 3 great venerables to gather together and unleash the power of heroic spirits. Secondly, we must wait for them to separate and guard the 3 cities, then defeat them one by one. Destroy the Buddha statue pagodas, splitting into 3 routes. This is the perfect time to use Xianhua's clone flash teleport. Lin Feng assigned roles. Tong Tong Xianhua, the queen. Qingju and I will attack the main city's Buddha statue pagoda and deal with the great venerable. Tong Tong immediately agreed excitedly. Okay, big brother. Then angrily he pointed at Xiao Rou and Ling Luo, who were focused on eating watermelon, and roared. Stop playing. You 2 go with Isuna to Talisman City and hold back the 2 venerables. Isuna, keep an eye on these 2 for me. The 3 immediately accepted the command. As you command, Mr. Spirit Monster. Isuna said with a smile. This team is a bit difficult to manage. As for the remaining Ghost Spirit team, Lin Feng also instructed the task of holding back the three venerables in Nether City. He'll leave to Yi Shuang Ning Dai and Zhang Wei. Yi Shuang and Ning Dai both snorted in unison. A piece of cake. Then they both glared fiercely at each other at the same time. You copied me, King Kim Xianhui and the others. Seeing this scene could only give Rai smiles. The Peak Master's ghost spirits are certainly lively. He then pointed at 3 red crossedot portraits on the board and said, after I deal with the Great Exalted One, Xianhua will use flash teleport to take everyone. And he'll quickly reinforce the other 2 battlefields. To deal with the second Exalted One and the third Exalted One, the husband. Under Xianhua's ability, the scene of the 3 high towers was presented before everyone. Lin Feng then said, at that time, when the pagoda statues formed by the souls of the 3 spirit exalted ones are destroyed, the spirit exalted ones who are severely wounded will be weakened once more. They will surely be forcibly awakened. Then with the power of the ghost law, everyone can work together to deal with him. Monarch Kim Xiangyi then spoke. Peak Master So Wan and So now will contact Ghost Suppressor Huang Qi to ambush in the other 2 cities. At that time the Ghost Suppressor who possesses the virtuous brush immortal will cooperate with your uprising in each city. The cult's strongest fiend Ghost Master guarding the city will be left to me as long as the 3 great exalted ones are absent. The Princess ability, Jade Tree, will be enough to lead us against them. So Wan and So Na cheered excitedly. Lin Feng will take care of the 3 fiend Ghost Masters in Fu City. Lin Feng will take care of the 3 fiend Ghost Masters in Yang City. The monarch reached out to Lin Feng, smiling. With the Peak Master's help, our Goryeo will surely break free from control and become a normal country. He held her small hand and nodded slightly. The other party shyly thanked the Peak Master. Suddenly, Dong Dong and Xiao Rou raised their phone screens. Brother, what about this heroic spirit level Ghost Qi? Lin Feng chuckled, not worried at all. Regarding this, I already have a plan. This is also the key to defeating the spirit exalted ones. According to the information, that heroic spirit level Ghost Qi does not restrict its users or those who are worshipped. Then the key is whether Lucifer will cooperate or not. He drew a circle in the air, preparing to take everyone away. Let's go try her out, Dong Dong said, squinting with a smile. Don't worry, big bro. If she doesn't cooperate, my hands are itching for a fight. Arriving at the entrance of the Demon King City Ghost Spirit homeland, a gatekeeper unceremoniously stopped them. Lady Lucifer said no small fries are allowed in. At this time, inside Lucifer's palace, she was sitting eating a drumstick and cheering gleefully. Can't even live stream in this Goryeo. Those small fries who love to curse me will be heartbroken. Small fries. Small fries can only play Ghost Era. As soon as she finished speaking, the wall behind her exploded open. Smoke and dust billowed. Lin Feng led the crowd inside. Lucifer, we have something we want to discuss with you. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and one of his eyes turned scarlet. Lin Feng threatened, from now on, you must do as I say, and cooperate with us fully. I don't want a repeat of what happened last time. Lucifer sat amidst a group of people, creating an oppressive atmosphere. She merely listened silently to Lin Feng. I need you to hack into Goryeo's network, break through the barrier covering the city's defenses, and proceed according to my plan. Lucifer smirked and began to retort. Is this how small fries act? Beg me, acknowledge me as your master. It's not like I can't help you. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, signaling Dong Dong. Dong Dong happily raised the stick in his hand. Alright, big bro, she really never learns. The electric light from the stick crackled. Lucifer shouted, wait. This current won't work on me anymore. A moment later, Dong Dong looked at the other party who was pinned to the chair. Still sighed, unwilling to admit defeat. Big bro, he lasted much longer than before. I'm exhausted, Lucifer panted. You small fries. After last time, I've already trained myself against it. I want surrender. Feeling that it wasn't effective, Lin Feng changed tactics to attack her mind. Do you mean you don't have this ability? Lucifer roared in exasperation. Don't you dare try to provoke me. Seeing Lin Feng and Xianhua walk towards her, Lucifer clutched his aching backside and cried out, you small fry. What else do you want to do to me? He bent down and asked her. Lucifer, are you interested in bringing down Korea's supreme god Cao Cao from his divine pedestal? Lucifer paused, then let out an intrigued "Oh, you small fry, you're quite interesting." Details unknown, as he whispered something in her ear. All they saw was Lucifer grinning from ear to ear. So that's how it is. He'll listen to you this time. 2 days later, the birth progress of the ghost rules had reached 80. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel. After 2 days of cultivation, the progress is still increasing. Xiao Rou angrily threw a durian into it. I fed you all my ghost bananas. Now eat my ghost durian. As soon as the durian touched the crystal, it bounced back onto Xiao Rou, making her yelp. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. It seemed to be able to control what entered the crystal. Feng Pao appeared and reported softly, Master Lin, Suwan has sent news. The three great venerables have all returned to the Buddha pagodas in their respective cities. Lin Feng nodded. It's time. Everyone gathered at Honghuatai. Lin Feng handed a weapon to Ling Luo and Yi Shuang. This time you must stop the two heroic spirit level venerables. Sealed within this is heroic grade combat ghost energy 0x1. Use it immediately if the situation turns grim. Meina also spoke excitedly. Master Feng, the ghost tamers ambushed throughout Korea are all ready and will act alongside you, Master Feng. Suwan and Suna also spoke up. We are ready too. Lin Feng gripped the sword in his hand and ordered Xian Hua behind him, then let the operation begin. Xian Hua teleported Ling Luo, Yi Shuang, Suwan, and Sunada Shou Chang and Yangqing. The teleportation facilitated by her husband's duplication technique, and Xian Hua's flash escape began. Xiao Rou fearfully hugged Ling Luo. We're going to fight the strongest heroic spirits. Sister Ling Luo, Sister Suna, you'll protect me, won't you? Suwan thought helplessly. Ghost spirits are so powerful. Do they even need protection? Yi Shuang stood opposite, and Ning Dai couldn't help but mock. Just don't hold us back. You're the one. Don't you collapse. Jiang Wei and Suna found it amusing. These two are really something else. Lin Feng spoke. Everyone, let's go. In this battle we shall shatter the Buddha nation. A purple pillar of light shot straight into the sky from inside the building. Many monsters emerged from a red area. The crowd immediately became agitated. Something's happened at Honghuatai. It must be the remnants of the red ghost tamers. Everyone suppressed them together before. A war between humans and demons erupted, with sparks flying everywhere. During the battle someone shouted, Martial God Spear. Xian Hua, on her side, also cast a spell and unleashed her own move. Ghost Fire. The scene was now extremely chaotic. Flames roared, devouring everything. All sorts of moves were unleashed in quick succession. Fire Phoenix Fire Form. As the battle raged on, many colorful meteors appeared in the sky. A person stood atop a tall tower, observing everything with a sword in hand. In another place, a large screen was broadcasting the battle. Nangong, she looked at the back of the person standing on the tower, and said, another ghost tamer from outside, it seems. You've colluded with the nation lord to create objects. Therefore you lead all police legions and cultists to suppress them. The person in the police uniform listened, immediately saluted and loudly declared, yes, loyal to Zania. He revealed a strange smile, thinking of someone in his heart, and secretly muttered, another young person with some strength, but doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Only knows how to do good deeds, sending people to the pure land. On the two screens, images of Wu Tianji and Wu Daoi appeared. Both spoke in unison. Damn it, our city has them too. Outer world spirits. Nangong, she was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. What, appearing in all three major cities at once? He pushed up his glasses and analyzed. It seems a large number of invaders have come this time. He sneered and ordered, suppress them as quickly as possible. Then, I'll punish this disobedient little national lord. Both responded, yes sir. Meanwhile, after the battle, everyone flew towards the copper tower. They happily said the evil ghost masters have all been dealt with. Lin Feng, leaning on his sword, calmly said, no rush, wait for the main forces to arrive. A troop was flying in the sky. Seeing them, he spoke up. It seems all the order's evil ghost masters have been mobilized. Seeing their arrival, everyone became excited. Lin Feng jumped down from the high tower. National Lord, these evil ghost masters are yours to handle. Well, go deal with the Grand Venerable. The person replied. Upon hearing this, understood, Wind Master. He and his party jumped down, landing on Tongtong's head, and smiled. The National Lord excitedly said, this is the Divine Dragon. Tongtong flew in the air, creating a trail of fire, astonishing the people on the ground. A monster, how terrifying. Esteemed lords of the order, are you here to deal with that monster? May the Spirit Venerable protect us, may the Spirit Venerable protect us. The National Lord of Goryeo continued to shout loudly. Everyone, Goryeo has been controlled for 100 years. The time has come for us to reclaim Goryeo. The one controlling the Divine Dragon is the Eastern Wind Master. He's here to help us. Let us follow the Wind Master and overthrow the Pope's rule. Everyone was shocked but also overjoyed upon hearing this. We finally waited for this day. We finally waited for this day. Amidst the dark night sky, exciting voices resounded. We finally waited for this day. At this moment, people from all walks of life began to take out their calligraphy brushes. Summon the benevolent pen immortals. Such voices resounded one after another. Summon the benevolent pen immortals. They were still circling in the sky on Tong Tong. Lin Feng observed the crowd's actions. He said, so many benevolent pen immortals. It seems that over the years, the ghost exorcists have been ambushing in the city, gathering strength, preparing to rebel. He pointed forward, shouting, Tong, Tong, disperse the evil. Pen immortals head into the Buddha statue pagoda in the center. Hearing its master say this, it responded, yes sir. Tong Tong's eyes glowed at this moment, bursting forth with its power. A masked person carrying a witch on their shoulders saw the scene, and frantically tried to stop them. This monster cannot be allowed to disturb the Grand Venerable. However, many green light beams shot towards him, knocking him to the ground. That power was unleashed by a subordinate next to the National Lord. She said while fighting, your opponents are us. In another location, the Grand Venerable stood atop a tall building observing Tong Tong and said, it seems this fellow is the mastermind. Venerable Guanli. The sky had now turned purple. He and his party had already approached their target. Lin Feng pointed his sword forward and said, you are the Grand Venerable Nangongshi, aren't you? Your time is running out. Upon hearing this, he sneered back, young man, don't be so arrogant. Submitting to the Spirit Venerable will reduce much worldly suffering. Wouldn't it be better? Tong Tong stood beside him using its weapon to block a strike. It loudly exclaimed in ambush. Seeing this, he began to speak disdainfully. A dignified Grand Venerable revered by all is actually a despicable scoundrel. Lin Feng and his teammates jumped up and charged forward. They boosted their combat power. He said, Tong Tong, you head back to the spirit realm home for now, well, take it. Upon hearing this, everyone responded in unison, all right. Meanwhile, in Floating City, an Egyptian statue punched down a building. Wu Tianji was loudly threatening, damn it, it's you people who disrupted the creation of our nation's idols. And the rebellion in Fucheng was also caused by you, wasn't it? My Korean idols will suppress you. Hearing her words, the two girls immediately made a face and replied, let those damn demons die. We're going to test you. Heavy makeup auntie. Seeing this, Yasuna thought helplessly, this is so embarrassing. She was lifted high by a tentacle and replied disdainfully, damn it. You foreign devils don't know that the current trend is King Haile. She raised a microphone to her mouth and began to display her power. Let you brats feel the terrifying charm of the Korean sea god and beauty goddess. I'll torture you, Zamiya. On the other side, a young girl holding a brush loudly said, esteemed Korean elders, we have overthrown the running dogs of those evil cults. The Fucheng Legion relies on us. Hearing this, an old gentleman replied, we've been ambushing for so many years. For this very day, Zamiya. A stage was set up, with 3 young girls standing on it. They sang and danced, responding, let the Korean idol group suppress those cheering old men. You two sides go have your decisive battle. Cheers erupted. Summon the Spirit Pen Immortal. Summon the Spirit Pen Immortal. Let you taste the power of Korean beer. Summon the Spirit Pen Immortal. Let you taste the power of coffee. Summon the Spirit Pen Immortal. Let you taste the power of traditional tomatoes. In Nyangchung, a giant blue orb of light crashed into a high-rise building. In the blue light, the figures of Wu Daoyi and 2 others appeared. Seeing them, someone immediately said, it was you who disrupted the stability of the nation. The 3 girls whose powers had been enhanced replied upon hearing this, you are the 3 venerable national inspectors. I really don't like people who constantly peek at King Shanli, a rank 1 heroic spirit. Someone shouted, purify. Subsequently, among the crowd on the street, shouts began to rise. Purify, purify, purify. Chief Jean, this time it's all up to you and the city's police force. A person laughed excitedly. Leave it to us, we've been ambushing for so many years. We can't hold back anymore, Zimina. In Shocheng, the battle was raging fiercely. Various attacks such as Light King shot were being unleashed. Everyone scattered and fled. The scene was extremely chaotic. Run. Lin Feng fought and reprimanded. You truly don't care about your followers at all. Zhao. Huan Guang stood solemnly behind the Great Venerable. He smiled scornfully at Lin Feng and said, isn't this all your fault? If it weren't for you disrupting Korea's stability, how would we be like this? Moreover, how many people died in the last ghost tide from the outside world? He adopted a condescending posture and scoffed, humph. Those ignorant commoners don't know what's really happening. As long as we blame everything later on, those invading evil spirits from the outside, they will once again turn to believe in me. But his arrogant words were immediately refuted by Lin Feng. How despicable evil spirits are practically good spirits compared to you. Various techniques and attacks were continuously unleashed, as if this was merely the beginning of the battle. Ghost Orb Heart Call Pure Spirit Lord Fire Phoenix Shadow. Zhao Huan Guang pulled out a large mirror to protect his master the Great Venerable. It reflected the recent attack. Light King Reflection. Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Her ability can actually reflect ghost techniques and attacks. Xingju was chanting Buddhist scriptures. Kangawa launched an attack. Anti-Asatan commented. As expected of a heroic spirit. Demonic Arc Reflection. It dispersed Kingzu's soul-purifying incantation. Then Shirgu ordered Lin Feng. You find an opportunity to merge the heroic spirit with Tongtong. Create an opportunity for me. I will suppress him using the white-clad Guanyin Sutra. He nodded in agreement, saying all right. That great exalted one still refused to give up that mocking attitude. What I hate most are you hypocrites always fighting and killing. In this strange and dark era filled with bloodshed, one must use their wits and do whatever it takes to survive. Lin Feng said angrily, you are truly so clever. It's sickening. You have no kindness whatsoever. You're worse than an evil spirit. He snapped his arms open and widened his eyes. If you're so kind, then you can be the good guy. He shouted loudly. Next from the mirror. Children blessed by the Spirit Venerable will drop out. I will attack them. They possess the Spirit Venerable's power. You won't be able to draw them into your demonic realm. Lin Feng thought, it's this move again. Fortunately, I've seen it in my memories before. The Great Exalted One provoked. I'd like to see how many of these children, whom I've killed, you good guys can save. Suddenly countless people appeared from unknown places. Their commonality was that they all acted like madmen, chanting incessantly for the Spirit Venerable, for the Spirit Venerable, for the Spirit Venerable, for the Spirit Venerable. He answered the opponent's previous question, how many will I save? Of course he'll save them all. And commanded Queen Xingju, proceed according to my plan. She nodded and relayed the order, all right. Lin Juniying's shadow reflection mirror. Shirgu began chanting the white-clad Guanyin Sutra. From the mirror suspended in the air, countless people once again fell towards the ground like free-falling objects. Shirgu Qingzhu was extremely anxious, continuously casting techniques trying to save them before they hit the ground. White-clad Guanyin Sutra Purify. Lin Feng seemed very confident in Shirgu's ability. Kingzu's white-clad Guanyin Sutra disperses the Spirit Venerable's power from their bodies. The children will be fine. He was delighted to see Shirgu's technique was effective, and then used the Queen's shadow reflection mirror, instantly sending them into the Queen's demonic realm. Those who were almost in danger had already returned to their previous normal state. They shouted joyfully, we're back to normal. I've regained consciousness. The Great Exalted One was furious at this sight. How can so many people be transferred in an instant? Purify you. He raised both hands. Light Power Heavenly King Heroic Spirit Fusion. Lin Feng provoked. Your despicable methods are useless, so you're lashing out in anger. Tongtong Breakthrough. She nodded, saying breakthrough. Heroic Spirit Fusion activate breakthrough. He walked towards the mirror and made his move. His entire body. He was now concentrating all his power into this strike. A wave strike from the shattered mirror. But from within it a sword appeared and pierced through it. That was the Great Exalted One's sword. He complained. Another sudden boost to heroic spirit level. What a troublesome ability. He directly shattered the mirror. Wielding a greatsword, he advanced to attack Lin Feng. Light King Shockwave. At the same time, a summon. The summon light also emerged, in a posture identical to its master. Mirror shards also scattered everywhere. Heroic Spirit Fusion Nandong Shi. The Light Power Heavenly King Heroic Spirit's first tier body. Lin Feng said curiously. Heroic Spirit Fusion boosted his power. I wonder what other abilities he has. Everyone be careful. Tongtong nodded. MHM. A girl in an unconscious state suddenly appeared, murmuring Sect Master Lin Feng. At this moment, the battle to save innocent lives. It continued relentlessly. Suddenly a squad of fully armed soldiers, even wearing biohazard masks, appeared and shouted imposingly. Purify these crazy Koreans. But before their words even faded, they were instantly knocked down. Two figures appeared from the very front, saying proudly, youngsters, don't talk nonsense. What crazy Koreans, we are Korean demon exorcists. A monk with astonishing power came over carrying a staff identical to a bell-striking hammer. Picking up that heavy object like a temple pillar, he attacked those malicious guys. Witness my master's benevolent brush. He picked up something shaped like a writing brush and shouted loudly. Who else dares? The soldiers whispered. Retreat, forgive us, Spirit Lord. These lunatics are too strong. I'm outta here. The king joyfully announced. As long as the venerables from the three great sects aren't here, there's nothing to fear. It's all thanks to Lord Feng that our counterattack went so smoothly. At this moment, in Talisman City, the scene was still quite chaotic, with various things splattering everywhere. Wu Tianji was somersaulting in the air, surrounded by strange creatures that looked like snakes. Sea King shot. Xiao Rou unleashed an attack, fending off the continuous barrage of attacks. Zhang Lingluo pointed at them. Does that disgusting heavily made up hag only spray things around? Xiao Rou clenched her fists. This time it's our turn to attack. A large number of chains were thrown at Wu Tianji, tightly binding her and the strange creature. But she merely responded with a hearty laugh, completely disregarding the ropes. Xiao Rou was overjoyed. He got you. But she just took a deep breath, panting, and retorted. Oh, have you really caught me? The more she provoked, the angrier Ling Luo became, and her attacks grew fiercer. You're caught, yet you still talk. Big Skylock prison. Wu Tianji was squeezed tighter and tighter by the chains. It hurts. Zhang Ling Luo turned to her teammates and said, what's wrong with you all? They replied, nothing. If you ever use that against us in the future, absolutely do not use this move. She pointed her hand, commanding everyone seize the victory. Pursue and finish her off. Everyone was filled with energy. Okay. Azure Water Sword, ancient divine weapon. Wu Tianji burst into laughter, revealing a sneer she had never shown before. If we keep playing, someone's really going to die. Ha ha ha. This is truly exhilarating. She no longer stayed put, letting the chains bind her, and began to attack. Sea Force, Heavenly King. Ling Luo frantically warned those around her. That's a tentacle talisman. It can dissolve demonic energy. Wu Tianji had almost broken free from the chains and the talismans that had just bound her. It's been so long since I've had such a blast. She began using the puppet to attack everyone solely to defeat you all. Ghost Isuna said worriedly. Although our combat power has increased, there's still a gap compared to heroic spirit level. Ling Luo suggested. Sister Isuna, you hold her off first, Xiao Rou, and I will prepare our ultimate move. She nodded. Okay. The scene was chaotic. Isuna ordered an attack. Ancient divine weapon, quicksand erosion. Wu Tianji stood on top of that monster, which had numerous tentacles furiously attacking everything around. Sea King clone. Xiao Rou retorted. That skill of yours is just cheating. And it's still such an ugly water clone. Wu Tianji held a microphone, speaking clearly as if afraid no one would hear her. TCH. You need evidence when you make accusations, you know. Water clone, go. Those tentacles were furiously destroying everything around them. From Xiao Rou's hand, a series of puppets identical to her were launched. Let me show you what a proper water clone is. Power and aesthetics. But also very quickly, those puppets were already caught by several tentacles. They all foamed at the mouth, dizzy and disoriented, collapsing on the spot. Xiao Rou panicked. Shui, my clones are here to save you. Ling Luo raised her hand in front of Xiao Rou. Aren't you already strong enough to reach Nightmare Rank 3? Activate your Nightmare ability, and let's go together with my Sky Sword. She continuously launched heaven and earth attacks, edicts of 9 chapters with brush in hand, all laws. Summon forth the sword as swift as an edict. Meanwhile, Xiao Rou's face wrinkled up like a red date. The tails out and 3 people. They were floating beneath the giant arrow. It was burning. Ling Luo asked Xiao Rou, I'm ready. How about you? She replied excitedly, I'm ready too. But Ling Luo and Xiao Rou had both expended a lot of stamina. What's the use then? Xiao Rou looked worriedly at her tiny tail that had just grown out. Only a tiny bit. Only this much has grown out. Ling Luo hesitated. It seems this is the only way. Well, buy new ones later. Isuna nodded. Ling Luo took out her game console. This is your Feed the Ghosts game console. She raged. You, what do you want to do? The mythical ghost Wukong inside. I haven't even cleared that level yet. But in an instant, that game console, which had just been grandly introduced, was mercilessly crushed. Xiao Rou was petrified, with heartache wailing incessantly. My Feed the Ghosts. My save file. My save file. Your combat power has now increased to 250. She was burning with rage, hissing. The others nearby were also worried. Not good. Her combat power is still rapidly increasing. It has now risen to 350. She's becoming more powerful than ever before. Combat power increased by 500. Perish. Ling Luo looked at the scene Xiao Rou created before her eyes, sighing repeatedly. This is Xiao Rao's power. So strong. Even Wu Tianji was surprised, breaking out in a cold sweat. What the hell, she's clearly only nightmare rank 3. But the intensity of this ghost energy instantly reached heroic spirit level. Everyone is attacking. Let's use all our strength. Continuous attacks were unleashed. Those tentacle monsters also frantically kept fighting. Guiling Isuna and Ling Luo's eyes lit up. Wow, 2 clones were dealt with in one go. Xiao Rou was fighting with great enthusiasm. She raised her hands signaling don't be surprised. Follow me and keep going. But Ling Luo exclaimed. Completely unrelated or fitting to the current situation. So cool, heaven and earth shatter. Xiao Rou was in her most excited state. From the azure water raging waves at the start of the battle. Wu Tianji said into the microphone. Oh dear, it's a Korean idol. I cannot fall during this barren retreat. Sea King's encirclement, sea power, heavenly king. Heroic spirit fusion. Ling Luo asked hesitantly, is everyone dealt with? Isuna calmly replied. I'm afraid it's not that easy, although some damage was dealt. She also activated her ability to freeze and dispel ghost energy. She reassured everyone in an energetic tone. It's alright. We have Xiao Rou as long as she unleashes another one then. But when she turned to look at Xiao, she was greatly surprised. His coolness only lasted 3 seconds. Her teammate looked like a walking dead. I hate you, this skill consumes too much ghost energy. It can't be activated again in a short time. Wu Tianji blinked, feeling honored. Next she became triumphant. It's the most popular idol's performance time. Goryo, she excitedly said, are you ready? Neptune's passion. In my Neptune's passion. Dance and music will make me stronger. After that, Tianji began to sing her terrifying song. She was still singing non-stop. Flying from one place to another singing. Her singing shook those evil spirits away. Hi. Ling Luo and Xiao Rou saw everything trembling and said at the same time. What did she sing? It improved so much all at once. Ghost spirit Isuna also added. It's too brainwashing. The ghost spirits laughed loudly, full of provocation. The 2 venerables used their strongest idol skills. They're about to eliminate those evil spirits from outside. You old lunatics won't be happy for long. Victory belongs to our idols. Yeah. Su Wan on her side met the challenge fearlessly. We trust Wind Lord and all the ghost spirits. You should deal with yourselves first. Let you taste the power of Bixian. Goryo tradition. Starting to make their moves. Korean extreme spicy sour kimchi. Korean extreme spicy chicken noodles. After being hit, the ghost spirits were all tied up. The attacks constantly hit the ghosts directly. This is passed down in my family. Taste the power of Goryo coffee. Next up is ginseng chicken soup jajangmyeon. Goryo supreme barbecue. Goryo 99 proof liquor. They took turns concentrating their attacks on the ghost spirits, causing them waves of pain. Lin Feng and Tong Tong both felt uncomfortable. All the battlefields in your talisman city are very strange. Xiao Rou answered with a smile. Is that so? Ghost spirit Isuna also felt helpless. I feel a bit out of place. The ghost spirits groaned in pain. Wu. Too violent, Ximian. In various cities, terrifying explosions occurred. The ghost spirits and evil spirits crashed into each other, engaging in close combat. Director Jean and Isuna teamed up to eliminate the police cult. The 2 cooperated flawlessly, causing them all to fall. The police cult and evil. The Bixian of Talisman City is about to be suppressed to death. If we can't deal with the 3 venerables, this is our last effort. Isuna replied. Trust Lord Wind. He will surely bring a new life to Goryo. Unexpectedly, the building in front of them exploded, sending dust flying. As a result, they were flung backward. Yi Shuang, Jiang Wei and Ning Dai all had to block cautiously. Dawi had to hug his body to withstand the attack. Immediately after, the Great Venerable let out a furious roar. Dawi immediately came under control. How is this possible? 3 nightmare ghost spirits. Their combined power at 3rd stage is actually evenly matched with a 1st stage heroic spirit King Shanli. Ning Dai and Yi Shuang said in unison, Goryo Venerable. Are you all so arrogant? After saying that, she thought she stole my line again. You're almost reaching heroic spirit status too, aren't you? Jiang Wei reported the situation to Lin Feng. The 2 of them, in their fight for victory, are fighting a bit out of control. He replied helplessly, you've worked hard, Jiang Wei. Yi Shuang angrily. Whoever defeats them first wins. Ning Dai didn't speak but rushed out first. Lin Feng didn't understand and could only feel helpless. What are they competing over? Mountain Power Echo. With this move unleashed, Yi Shuang was hit. Ning Dai immediately flew over to support her. Illusion Butterfly saved her life. Yi Shuang was a bit displeased and huffed. Dawi surprised. What, immune to Mountain Power Echo? Ning Dai without hesitation. unleashed Extinction Butterfly Orb, releasing an energy ball-like projectile that flew forward. Yi Shuang also refused to be outdone. She immediately unleashed Battlefly Ghost Lord. Netherworld Flower. The two powers combined attacking Dowie. Inside, the two continuously unleashed Extinction Butterfly Orbs causing explosions. Netherworld Flowers causing explosions. Dowie was unharmed and immediately neutralized the moves. Mountain King Transformation Art. The two were dumbfounded. The ghost technique was neutralized. Dei's offense on the contrary became even more ferocious. Mountain King's raid attack power. With a wide range. At this moment it was Jiang Wei's turn to make a move. It's my turn to strike. Immediately after, Jade Snow Cold Plum also entered the fray. Sword Ant's professional sword dance. Small snowflakes flew off from Sword Ant's side. Full Hall Flowers drunk 3 assassins. A series of snowflakes appeared from her sword aura. Like a fairyland. Sword Bone Han 14 realms. Yi Shuang and Ning Dai both exclaimed so beautiful. Dowie was about to neutralize the Mountain King transmutation art again. She showed no concern whatsoever and continued to cast. A colossal ice dragon appeared accompanied by snow plum blossoms. This move directly attacked, making Dowie feel terrified. Oh no, her move possesses heroic spirit level power. Quick. The Great Venerable roared. Lu Dowie is inside. Jiang Wei's tiny snowflakes were still fluttering. Powerful ice instantly froze them. The Great Venerable was also frozen as a result. Yi Shuang immediately praised Jiang Wei. Your swordsmanship is too strong. Ning Dai also added from the side. I've never heard of your swordsmanship being so formidable. But Jiang Wei was still too late. She was still a step too slow and couldn't prevent those heroic spirits from merging. Yi Shuang struggled to hold on. The three of them were protected together by a sphere of light. But the Great Venerable was too strong. He had already broken free from the ice seal. Purification time has arrived. Shall we go support the Great Venerable? The three could only watch Yi Shuang, their faces filled with worry. The Grand Minister is almost done, right? Ning Dai also said. Now all 3 battlefields have entered a stalemate. I believe Lin Feng will definitely find a way to break the deadlock. The Great Venerable's power grew stronger and stronger. All are evil spirits from outside. Like you who destroy the beautiful order. His power was too immense, the three could only barely hold on. Jiang Wei and Ning Dai had already recognized his moves. He was merging 2 of his previous ghost techniques, creating a terrifying giant wind formation, capable of sweeping away everything. Ning Dai exclaimed, this is bad. He combined his previous ghost technique Ice Dissolution Ghost Chi with the Space Slicing Ghost technique. My phantom butterfly shadow might be dispelled. Yi Shuang and Jiang Wei also said in succession. We can only do our best to contend with him. My Jade Snow Red Plum can still hold on for a while. Ning Dai looked up at the eternal realm before her. It's here. The whirlwind grew larger and larger, no one could stop it. Purify the Goryo Hall and the evil spirits from outside. Purify all of them. Upon seeing this, the ghostly spirits immediately fled in panic. Quick, tell everyone to run. The destructive power is too great. Even members of the police order were swept away. The people of Goryo were also swept into it. Unable to resist. The members of the police order only knew how to scream and shout. Yi Xuan also couldn't hold on. Director Kim, hurry and go. Director Kim could only face his fate. Let me face this strong wind alone. Yi Xuan watched helplessly as Director Kim was swept away. Director Kim, Jiang Wei, Yi Shuang and Ning Dai were still struggling to hold on inside their sphere of light. Yi Shuang also already felt exhausted. These venerables have lost all humanity. They've gone mad, attacking indiscriminately friend or foe. Ning Dai replied. We're caught in this storm. And our power is constantly diminishing. Jiang Wei tried her best to stand up and fight back. She then immediately asked about Lin Feng's situation. How are things on your side? Her ice snowflakes were also about to be shattered. Guarding the city, Lin Feng was fighting the enemy alone. This enemy was a bit difficult to deal with. The more Lin Feng fought, the more unscathed the enemy remained. He powerlessly watched the enemy caught in a dilemma, as it slipped back into the mirror. Lin Feng, Qingzhu, the phoenix-robed ghostess, and Xianhua, the 4 relied on each other. Tong Tong powerlessly reported that it's a bit difficult to resolve right now. The phoenix-robed ghostess said worriedly, Lin Kuan. He can enter the mirror fragments and ambush us back and forth from within. We can't track his movements. The enemy replicates through each small mirror fragment. Guang Wang Lao, Lin Feng exclaimed anxiously, this is bad. Xianhua said from the side, my lord, this is bad. The surrounding space is about to be sealed. The 4 were trapped within a giant square mirror. He immediately ordered Qingzhu to break the surrounding mirrors. The surrounding mirrors were immediately shattered. breaking into many small pieces. The four of them broke free from the glass they were imprisoned in and rushed straight forward together. There's too much intersecting glass around. It will make him use that kind of ghost technique. Tong Tong added this time's enemies. Those guys are really sinister, secretly trying to assassinate us. The enemy was shattered into many pieces. He then chuckled smugly. How are your personnel doing in the various cities in Fu City? It doesn't look too good. Longfeng instantly split into two main bodies. Mind your own business first. The twin martial gods transitioned to the Fu City side. Ira wore a tear-stained face. Our ghost energy is almost depleted. Xiaoro was also teary-eyed. They've caught up. Ghost spirit Isuna is also about to collapse. The pressure is immense. Tianji looked at their miserable state and burst out laughing. You little devils. Can you feel my scorching song? Vanish within my scorching song. They were all in a terrible state, seemingly unable to resist. Lin Feng gave the order. Quickly use a battle ghost energy once. The one I gave you before. Ira embarrassedly said to Xiaoro. Quickly get out the thing I gave you before. Ghost spirit Isuna was also in a miserable state. What, you let Xiaoro keep it? You guys saved me first. Xiaoro rummaged through her things item by item. No, that's not it. This isn't it either. Ira became annoyed. Where did you even put it? Don't you ever organize your ghost items? Ghost spirit Isuna felt frustrated and exhausted. Finally, Xiaoro found a dazzling golden yellow box. Found it, were saved. The three of them were dumbfounded. This is heroic grade ghost energy number 01. It's truly extraordinary. How strange. Opening the box, they saw. Inside was actually a gilded master, holding a multi-barreled gun in its hand, with an instruction manual included. Ghost spirit Isuna said frantically, use it quickly, they're coming again. Xiaoro, with a tear-stained face, nervously read from the instruction manual. The 15 unfettered Gatling Bodhisattva Tianji relentlessly attacked the three of them. Suddenly a golden light flew out. It blocked Tianji's technique. The gun barrel continuously moved forward with immense destructive power, causing everything around to shatter into pieces. Ira and Xiaoro couldn't help but cheer up. So cool, Gatling Bodhisattva. Great compassion and mercy, saving all sentient beings. Ghost spirit Isuna was dumbfounded. Which country is this Gatling Bodhisattva from? In shared view. Tonton Lin Feng Shenhua Jian Wei Ning Dai. Yi Shang and the female ghost phoenix robe were all stunned. Su Yuan also looked up. This Buddha statue seems to be on our side. What? Tianji also trembled. What did you summon? A heroic grade ghost energy spirit. Is it my imagination? Heroic grade battle ghost energy number 01. The Gatling Bodhisattva statue continuously fired forward, providing extremely powerful support. Xiaoro and Ira flew into the air. After that, she immediately reached out and ordered to fire. Blast that heavily made up old hag away. At this moment it had already received the signal. It rapidly opened fire with extremely strong destructive power. Bursts of gunfire continuously poured out, while the statue itself glowed brightly. Seeing this, Wu Tianji showed no fear. Instead, he displayed his technique with great interest, yelling, "Ah, Ocean King's passion." Then he raised his hand high. Two sonic speakers behind him vibrated violently, creating illusory water bubbles, enveloping the surroundings. Then he confidently shouted, "Let's see whose ammunition is stronger." Without hesitation, immediately, he pushed all the water spheres straight forward. And because of this, one side launched an attack, while she blocked the bullets and water spheres. And thus they mutually cancelled each other out, exploding everywhere in the sky. Not to be outdone, the ghost energy sprayed even more fiercely. The barrage burst forward like fireworks, due to excessive force, causing the ground to vibrate and collapse. Earth and rocks cracked. How many water spheres did he produce? All were destroyed by the statue's projectiles. Facing this scene, Xiaoro stood there brimming with confidence. See how powerful we are now. However, Isuna was a bit worried at this moment. She looked at Xiaoro, thinking to herself, she's getting carried away again. As for Tianji, upon seeing the immense power of the 6-barrel cannons, she couldn't help but panic. She spoke, sounding confused. How is this possible? How could my passion lose? I'm a national idol. While she was still desperately firing water balls. By this time it was no longer just about breaking attacks. Those powerful bullets penetrated her float-type shield and destroyed it, causing her to stumble, fall and scream. Even so, it wasn't just tools and vehicles. She was also sent flying. Her outer armor. In her panic, her eyes rolled back as she shrieked. How can this barrage also purify ghost chi? Facing this spectacular attack, the civilians below were full of praise. The deep-sea heavenly king of power is suppressed. As expected of the Wind Master. Below, an elderly man exclaimed with wide eyes. Look. This is the power of the Wind Master from the East. And because of this, standing on the statue's shoulder, Ling Luo couldn't stop, exclaiming excitedly. I never imagined this Bodhisattva statue would have such an effect. She also couldn't help but regretfully say, if only Lin Feng could give me a few more. Lin Dongdong watched with wide eyes, causing him to freeze and cover his face. On the other hand, in Rang City, a dark energy vortex was attacking the city. Hohat was desperately using magic at this moment. Her butterflies created a defensive layer to block the attack, protecting the two people behind her. Seeing them standing there blankly, Lin Feng had no choice but to remind them. Nightbone Ningdi. You two like Xiao Rou. Use your heroic spirit level ghost chi. The two only remembered after receiving the signal. She just chuckled, closed her eyes and replied alright. How embarrassing, she thought, reaching out to take out and activate something. She felt like she couldn't hold on much longer, and quickly turned to look behind her, emphasizing, now is not the time to be thinking about that. Use it quickly. So the two no longer hesitated, responding alright. When they opened the box, a scroll appeared inside. Nightbone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's a painting. Ningdi also saw it, and thankfully said with relief, thankfully it's not that strange statue. Then, just like Xiao Ling earlier, they picked up the paper to read the instructions. But they seemed to have seen something wrong. She was a bit stiff and didn't read. Instead, she handed the instruction manual to. You read it? Nightbone looked a bit bewildered and retorted somewhat blankly, this. You read it. Seeing the two procrastinating and pushing it onto each other, she couldn't stand it and roared. Both of you read it together. Stop dawdling. Our ghost chi is about to give out. It was only then that the two realized the problem. Startled, they replied yes. Nightbone no longer hesitated, and with sharp eyes directly threw the scroll high up, shouting loudly, go. As soon as the scroll flew into the air, multiple energy streams appeared around it, shimmering golden light surrounding it. Hohat was still struggling to hold on. Although they were a bit embarrassed earlier, both decided to read it together now. Blushing, we invite the great mighty heavenly dragon to recite the incantation. The tightly closed scroll automatically unfurled, revealing many fragments that flew everywhere, glittering in the air. After fully unfurling, it was burning fiercely. In the center was an image of a master meditating, accompanied by the chanting of Om Mani Padme Hum repeating continuously. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, shouting in unison. This is the remaining battle ghost chi. A master added. This is the power of a venerable monk's residual image, left behind by a righteous Buddhist sect. A clear chanting sound emanated from the painting. You audacious demon, how dare you be here, showing off your paltry skills. As these words came out, Yego was slightly taken aback and said, why does it feel like the residual image in the painting wants to attack us? Ningdi seemed worried but then denied, saying, surely not. Hohat, however, voiced his thoughts. The oppressive feeling is too strong. This innate ghostly energy. Our power is already suppressed by him. The great majestic heavenly dragon has appeared. This is a master possessing the power of a dragon spirit beast. Its mighty power charges straight forward, roaring, today I will make you reveal your true form. It then controlled the fierce dragon to attack directly. As it spun, it twisted its body, drawing lightning with its form, striking Dao Yixin directly. Stunned and disoriented by this sudden attack, he asked in confusion, what is this? Where did it come from? The fierce dragon roared in the air. Not waiting at all, it immediately twisted its body, forming a bolt of lightning that struck the ground. Dao Yixin was still conscious. He created a night barrier and growled, "Oomph! Ill purify you heretics and evil cultists." He immediately counterattacked. Mountain King transformation, Arc Mountain King assault. The ground bulged and cracked. Not to be outdone, the fierce dragon also exerted more power to counter. Many lightning bolts combined their power. Both sides were evenly matched and shouted loudly. Soon it was revealed whose power was stronger. The heavenly dragon gained the upper hand and won the victory. The other guy was swiftly cut in half at the waist. Seeing this, Yego felt very happy and said, the tables have turned. As expected of the Grand Marshal. Ningdi, however, was unimpressed and sarcastically retorted, what do you mean to you? It should be to us. Hohat was speechless, thinking, here we go again. Meanwhile, in the main city, Lin Feng was currently deep in thought, head bowed. Both the town and prefecture city battlefields are suppressed. That's no longer an issue. This reward is truly, the system is really becoming more and more unreliable. Subsequently, Lin Zimo requested, Xianhua, use clone flash teleport to cover this battlefield. She quickly nodded and replied, yes, my husband. Then she immediately raised her hand and used her ability. Clone Flash Teleport Magic Trajectory. Continuously formed rings. Then one by one they gradually formed. Fiery red orbs surrounding the glass shards. Above their heads. It continuously multiplied slowly. Spreading out and covering the entire city in vivid red. Under the glass layer. The robot asked in a hoarse, unpleasant voice, "What do you want to do?" At this moment Zimo said coldly. Nearly shuttling and leaping between mirrors. Can hardly be called a skill. At this point he swiftly rushed out, his voice full of provocation. Let's see who's faster. Holding his scythe he slashed through every mirror piece. Brandishing the scythe in his hand. Shattering the mirrors to open a path. Seeing this, the robot swiftly slid at supersonic speed. Leaping from one large shard to another to hide no matter where it fled. The orbs created by Manhua attacked the shards. It used its momentum to push off. But suddenly an arrow flew straight at it. Luckily the robot dodged by leaning back 45 degrees. Spreading its limbs. It prepared to contract its body and merge into the mirror. He then said, trying to hide in the mirror again. So just as it pressed its face against the mirror surface, preparing to conceal itself, he and she combined their efforts, charging upwards and utterly shattering the glass shards, penetrating it at the same time. The terrifying shriek of the green bamboo youth echoed. At this moment Martial Ant hovered in the air softly, calling out, "Calm your mind." Then Zimo and Linfeng turned their heads. Flames were igniting around them, revealing a dangerous smile, and he said, "This time it's your turn, Great Exalted One." He and Xianhua stood on the massive remains of the Great Exalted One's statue, which was writhing in pain. Sprawled on the ground. Helpless wails escaped its throat. Linfeng clutched the golden staff, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light. He whispered, "Queen, destroy this tower." Golden magical energy surged around him like a tide. The female ghost in phoenix robes riding a fire phoenix powerfully streaked across the sky. She replied, "Lin Kuan. Linfeng has suppressed the Great Exalted One." Cheers erupted from the ground below. The fire phoenix swiftly destroyed the black tower. A dazzling explosion illuminated the entire sky. Below, everyone who witnessed this scene was incredibly excited. There were also some who were immersed in pain, desperately rushing towards the tower. The sky is falling. How could this happen? The Great Exalted One, the world-destroying evil spirit from the outer realms, has vanished. May the Spirit Exalted One bless us. May the Spirit Exalted One bless us. At this moment Linfeng said to Xianhua, "The Spirit Exalted One's clone soul should be in this tower." The tower beneath their feet was gradually engulfed by the explosion. Linfeng immediately put his arm around Xuanhua's waist and jumped. She smiled slightly. The two landed on the back of the fire phoenix. From the debris and rubble, a Buddha head-shaped soul appeared. Tong exclaimed in surprise. "Brother, that must be the Spirit Exalted One's clone soul." With lightning speed, Linfeng rushed forward and sliced the soul in two. He shouted, "Break!" At this moment, from its shattered body, an angry voice rang out. "You evil spirits from the outside are truly despicable. People of Goryo, who should have been carefree under our protection. Why do you destroy the pure land of Buddha, which we built with such effort?" The Great Exalted One's true form burst open, exposing it. Linfeng had now removed his white mask, and his eyes were no longer blood red. He laughed mockingly. "No way. No way. Could it be that you talk so much? That you've brainwashed yourself? Devouring the people within, toying with them at will. Is this your pure land?" Then with a swift swing of his sword, Linfeng cut off the Buddha head skull. At the same time he vehemently declared, "If this is a pure land, then this evil spirit I have already eradicated. You and the pure land of Buddha you established." Although the Great Exalted One's head floated in the air, it still laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, Nangong Shi. Am not that easy to eradicate, young man. The Spirit Exalted One will let us meet again. By then, we'll see who eradicates whom." With that, its body completely dispersed. Linfeng immediately swung his sword again, shouting somewhat confusedly, "What? I clearly struck it just now." Tong said dejectedly, "Brother, we only hit its body just now. Its soul isn't here." Linfeng's amber golden eyes grew profound, filled with seriousness. He quietly said its last words. "Something feels off. It seems the Spirit Exalted One still has some trump cards." At this moment in Talisman City, beside the colossal golden statue, Xiao Rou and Ling Luo were loudly cheering from the air. "Go blow it up. Blow it up." The statue next to the two began to crack, mottled fissures spreading across its entire body. Xiao Rou's face paled and she cried out with wide eyes, "Ha! This isn't good." Ling Luo wasn't much better off. She shouted, "The ghostly energy time is almost here again. Wu Tianji suddenly appeared at this moment. She swayed her alluring figure, smiling as she said, "That ghostly energy can't hold on much longer. In a bit let me teach you two little brats a lesson." Ling Luo and Xiao Rou both bared their teeth in contemptuous smiles. "Teach us a lesson with just you. We haven't even used our ultimate move yet." The two girls stood back to back, extending their hands and chanted in unison, "It's our turn. Summon Peak Master Lin Feng. Summon Wind Master Lin Feng." On the surface they appeared mighty as such, but deep down, both were crying out in despair. "Lin Feng, quickly come save us." Wu Tianji was dumbfounded, her face filled with surprise. Another heroic spirit level ghost energy. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's playful face as he said, "You two sure know how to pick your moments." Wu Tianji looked up and gained another stun fan. Her mouth agape, she stammered, "This is in the air." Lin Feng and three girls were riding on the back of a giant fire phoenix flying straight towards her. Lin Feng shouted, "The Buddha statue tower at the city's defense has been demolished by us. Now it's your turn over here. Ma'am, your makeup is really thick." Hearing this, Wu Tianji completely refused to believe it. Her face contorted, she said, "Impossible." At the same time she began to unleash continuous attacks. Sea King's Passion. Sea King's Clone. Lin Feng reacted quickly. A single strike of his golden cudgel dispersed her attacks. Wu Tianji was wrapped and constricted by a green auto solution. Struggling, she cried out, "My strength! My strength is gone." The auto solution threw her towards the muzzle of the golden statue. Countless cannon shells pierced through Wu Tianji's body. She groaned loudly, her eyes wide, a smirk on her lips, as her body gradually dissipated. However, a triumphant smile still lingered on her enchanting face. "My performance isn't over yet." The fire phoenix surged forward. The system chimed with a notification. Successfully eliminated Sea Power Heavenly King. Gained 1 million experience points. Tong Tong looked at the residual black demonic energy left by Wu Tianji. She then shouted, "She's just like Nangongshi. Her soul isn't here." The tower was engulfed by a violent explosion. Lin Feng sliced through the soul fragment. A blue light flashed, eliminating another person. The residents on the ground cheered joyfully, shouting, "Windmaster! Windmaster!" Flames blazed furiously. The colossal golden statue burned fiercely. Xiao Rou and Ling Luo joyfully danced in the air nearby. "Goodbye, Jatalin Tong Tong." Lin Feng and Yasuna both thought with a wry smile, "This is truly exhausting." At this moment the Phoenix Robe Ghostess turned around, extended her hand, and summoned a golden fan from the air. She smiled softly, Lin Kuan, waving the fan to cover half her face. She said, "I've already reached Nightmare Tier 3. Faced with her charming and slightly shy posture, Lin Feng blushed. He thought to himself, "So beautiful, Phoenix Robe." The queen gently turned, revealing a gentle smile. "How is it, Lin Kuan, are you satisfied?" At this moment the system displayed complete information about her potential and power. Nightmare Tier 3 potential 5 stars. Experience 02. Ghost Technique Phoenix blazing across the plains. Shadow Warrior Shadow Clone Ghost Domain. Phoenix Soaring 9 Heavens Phoenix Soaring 9 Heavens. Rui Majestic Phoenix Transformation Abyssal Ability. Queen's Domain. Nightmare Ability. Flowery Phoenix Feather Fan. Talents Gold Immunity Sunlight Immunity. Ghost Domain Moon Gate Royal City Bond 1230. And the fan in her hand, shaped like flames, was also a wondrous treasure. The blue panel also displayed its information. Flowery Phoenix Feather Fan Combat Power 10. Its flames continuously incinerate the enemy's ghost energy. Has a chance to trigger the skill. Fire Dance Petals. A rain of fire descends, enveloping enemies. Lin Kuan replied to her, "Let's go support Rang City." She agreed, covering her mouth with the fan, and chuckled softly, "All right, Lin Kuan." Scene switches to Rang City. That ghost creature was pitch black all over, like a piece of charcoal spitting blood from its mouth. It let out a low growl. Its body was tightly coiled by a gigantic golden dragon. The few tentacles on its back thrashed wildly, but to no avail. Ho Hot, Yi Shuang and Ning Dai were flying in the air. At the same time Ho Hot cheered excitedly. The ghost chi of the three venerables was greatly weakened. Meanwhile the other two young ladies stood proudly with their arms crossed, their faces flushed. "This ghost chi is too powerful. It's truly him. He's still worried about my safety." The people below happily ran over to watch. A girl cheered. As expected of the Peak Master, the three venerables were completely suppressed. Their eyes sparkled, as if they had seen their savior arrive. Even the girl, wrapped up like a mummy, was overjoyed on the stretcher. Just the arrival of the ghost spirit suppressed 3 heroic spirit level venerables. From now on the Peak Master will be our idol. Hiss. At this moment the ghost chi began to control the tentacles. Behind it, they pierced into the golden dragon's body. The golden dragon roared in pain. Seeing this, the three young ladies finally began to act. Yi Shuang worried that things were going badly and Ning Dai frowned. It's time for the ghost chi to activate. We can't let in use that move. Ning Dai drew her long sword and shouted a command. Let's go. The golden dragon was now gradually dissipating. The ghost chi had already unleashed its venomous move. Power wrapped around its body. The three girls continuously flew towards it. As the situation fell into a critical moment, Feng Pao appeared from nowhere. Waving a fan in her hand, it burst into raging flames. She chanted a spell intending to enhance their combat power. Flower Shimmer Phoenix Spirit descends. Seeing her, the three girls were overjoyed. They cheered in unison. They're here. While chanting the incantation, she waved her fan. The flames from the fan formed a massive fireball. Then it gradually flew into the distance. Seeing the fireball approaching him, the ghost chi arrogantly declared, "Ha ha ha. Without heroic spirit level ghost chi, what can a mere ghost flame do?" No sooner had he spoken, the fireball instantly transformed into a cascade of flames pouring down. His entire body was engulfed in flames. He let out a low growl. At this moment, he gradually realized the seriousness of the situation. He hadn't expected to be defeated by a ghost flame. What in the world can continuously burn my ghost chi? Ugh! Seeing this, Feng Pao suddenly swung her fan. Tens of thousands of flaming arrows shot directly towards the ghost chi. Let me add fuel to the fire. This was the move Fire Domain Flying Flowers. He was pierced by tens of thousands of arrows. His entire body fell freely through the air. No, he cried out unwillingly. His body continued to fall relentlessly, getting closer and closer to a building. It was the Buddha repressing pagoda, and then a loud crash occurred. Sparks continuously struck the building he was falling onto, forming beautiful bursts of flame like fireworks. Celebrating victory, Xiao Rou and Ling Luo were full of praise for the move. Ling Luo clasped her cheeks, exclaiming excitedly, "That firepower is insane." Xiao Rou raised a hand expressing her excitement. Indeed, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. After being beaten to pieces, Heavenly King Chuli suddenly appeared, laughing heartily. "Haha, we'll meet again soon. Next time we must purify those outsiders." Lin Feng, holding a golden saber, raced like lightning. He rushed down from the mountaintop, charged at the ghost chi and thrust his saber, and threatened, "I'll kill you every time I see you." That fellow's shadow gradually dissipated along with the ghost chi. Tong Tong frowned. It seems the souls of the three venerables were all separated from their bodies by some necromancy and escaped. Long Feng calmly replied, "Don't worry. They won't be able to cause much trouble for a while. What's most important is that we've successfully destroyed 3 pagodas and cut off the spirit venerable's energy source." Tong Tong quickly reminded him, "Brother, it's time for the breakthrough period. I wonder how long it'll take to recover." Lin Feng's clone gradually dissipated. Suddenly, a ball of green light enveloping Tong Tong began to change color, turning gold. She widened her eyes in surprise. "Lin Feng, is this Tong Tong? Put your hand on my chest and feel it. I feel something gathering inside my body, and sounds are coming out." Lin Feng's eyes widened, realizing this was a good sign. "Tong Tong, are you forming the heart of a spirit emissary? Are you advancing towards becoming a spirit emissary?" He secretly rejoiced. The ghost spirit system had previously stated that, as long as one had enough experience, they could form the heart of a spirit emissary. It seemed that the experience gained from the 3 great heavenly kings had already met the conditions for Tong Tong's promotion. She excitedly bounced and jumped. "Lin Feng, am about to become a spirit emissary," he happily replied. Linglo was happy for her upon seeing this. Tong Tong's promotion to spirit emissary, coupled with her groundbreaking abilities, could be said to be a second-tier spirit emissary combat power. Xiao Rou also added, "Big sis Tong Tong is the first among us who promoted themselves to spirit envoy." Lucifer blurted out in surprise, "Ha!" Yazakura said to Feng Bao, "The queen has also reached Nightmare Tier 3. She smiled very happily. Thanks to Lin Kun. When the others saw Lin Jun, they immediately ran over excitedly. They shouted his name loudly. "Wind Master. That's the Wind Master. So cool, his ghost spirit is also so cool." Wind Master Obama, a person lying on a stretcher, also jumped up and rushed towards him. "Wind Master, ha!" He was startled. "Evil spirit." Then many people came and restrained him. He then signed his name on him, Director Kim. It signed. The person immediately said gratefully after hearing this, "Thank you for the Wind Master's autograph. I'll pass this bandage down to my descendants." Immediately after, Several people behind also clamored for the Wind Master's autograph. "I can queue for you until the end of time." The people following him and he himself exclaimed in unison. The fan culture in Goryeo is truly terrifying. Seizing this opportunity, Ling, La and Xiao Rou immediately set up a temporary sales booth. And with megaphones ready they started shouting, "Want to know about the Wind Lord's deeds? Hurry and buy the documentary comic. This is adapted from the Wind Lord's true stories and limited edition business cards. Hurry and buy it to get the Wind Master's autograph." In an instant a large crowd gathered around. "I want one, I want one. I want an autograph." He was startled after hearing this. What, more autographs? But the people following him couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "We also want an autograph session with the Wind Lord." The next morning everything returned to normal. The sky was azure with fluffy white clouds. Isuna opened her phone and scrolled through the network. Wind Lord. The three great venerables are defeated. The cult has lost its fighting spirit. Now the city defending cult. And those towns we defeated. At this moment he had just finished signing, his hand aching terribly. Finally finished signing. She continued to read also. After those citizens regained their memories and consciousness, immediately panicked and asked excitedly, "What exactly did we do before? What exactly did we do back then?" The tied-up girls cried out, "How could we have liked that heavily made-up auntie?" The citizens furiously attacked the villains. They collectively cursed and drove them. "Reached a desperate situation, dog," Isuna said happily. "Without the brainwashing from the city's pagodas, our people of Goryeo are gradually waking up?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. "With such a big commotion, the spirit venerable must have noticed it too. He's about to awaken." His face was grim and his eyes flickered with fire. "Next, we'll defend the city against the spirit venerable, that peak spirit envoy, according to the previous plan with Lucifer. Are you all ready?" Yang responded coldly. "Does that even need to be said? Anyway, this battle will be very interesting." Ningdi also said, "I've been looking forward to it for a long time." Tong Sharo and Lingla showed a strange smile. "Ha ha ha, this time's battle stage. We've already prepared." Xuanhua also reported to Master Lin. "The equipment has also been designed, and we're looking forward to Nightmare Tier 1. Just watch me change equipment with a single click then." Ghost Painter also replied with peace of mind. Everyone's practice sessions went smoothly too. Hearing this he ordered, "Then let's set out to defend the city." With that he waved his hand. A red magic aura instantly enveloped him. Then it spread out, encompassing everyone traveling with him. He affirmed confidently, "Let's amaze Goryeo." In just a blink of an eye, their group transformed into fireballs, flying towards Master Lin's location at lightning speed, almost at the city defense. Master Qingzhu seemed to notice something unusual. She turned to warn Lin Feng, "This isn't good." The ghost rule within Jizhou Nunnery. A fireball emitted. A dazzling light coming from the direction of Jizhou Nunnery. The light stung everyone's eyes. Master Qingzhu murmured, "That ghost rule is about to be born. Her power is spreading from Jizhou Nunnery. The power is too strong. This is the rule of destruction she controls." Everyone was struck down to the ground by the power of the ghost rule within Jizhou Nunnery. Facing this terrifying power they were utterly terrified. Xuanhua warned, "My lord, her rule cut off my blink ability." Everyone began to discuss the ghost rule in terror. The power is too strong. This ghost rule is so overbearing even before it's born. The spectral spirits whispered in fear. "She probably won't remember us. Talking bad about her before, right?" "Certainly not." He asked Master Qingzhu. "The white-clad Guanyin scripture is a saint spirit tier ghostly artifact. It should be able to withstand her power. Please use the white-clad Guanyin scripture to protect us so we can go inside and take a look." Master Qingzhu immediately agreed, and began to cast the white-clad Guanyin scripture to protect them all. In just an instant, they were all enveloped by the pages of the scripture. To avoid being harmed by that domineering and terrifying ghost rule, everyone was dazzled by the light before their eyes. Unable to open them, everyone was amazed and dumbfounded, and Dong cheered. "This is so beautiful." Now, the progress of the ghost rule's birth was so fast that it made people dizzy. It was about to be born. Lin Feng exclaimed. Sun Qingqing and Six-Eared actually merged into that stone. They've completely fused with that fragment. A new ghost rule is about to be born. Let's feed it some more ghost bananas to speed up the process. They eagerly threw bananas in to feed the gradually developing ghost rule. It's almost ready to hatch. It's almost successful. After a period of feeding the ghost rule, the progress finally reached 100. Suddenly the stone that was incubating the ghost began to show the first signs of cracks. It's about to crack open. Explosions. rang out continuously like a long string of firecrackers, drawing everyone's attention. Unexpectedly, from inside the stone, many small spectral spirits jumped out, their bodies burning with blazing flames. They playfully ran and jumped around. The spectral demon finally appeared. It looked both beautiful and adorable, making everyone exclaim repeatedly, "It's so cute!" Its beautiful face also emitted a dazzling light. Its hands were small and cute. Thus the task of helping the ghost rule to be born was successful. The experience card also leveled up. Spectral Spirit Sun Qingqing Linfeng said happily. The task of helping her be born is also complete. This reward will be of great use in the upcoming battles. Next, they marveled at the scene before them. Wow, so this is the birth of a ghost rule. The demon. Xiaoro felt a bit puzzled about this birth. It feels like something is still missing. Just then suddenly, another tail grew out from behind the ghost rule. Now that's more like it. After the rule ghost was born, it slowly began to approach them. Flickering lights emanated from its surroundings. The other evil spirits also happily ran towards Zun Qingqing. Zun Qingqing was very happy. She has finally been born. We fed you so many bananas. However, the rule ghost's gaze seemed anything but welcoming to these evil spirits. Their burning gaze clearly showed a hatred for the mundane world. The abbess reminded them to be careful. She just woke up and hasn't regained consciousness yet. She only has the instinct to protect herself. How dangerous. The rule ghost suddenly pulled something out from behind her. In order to protect herself, she unexpectedly became so powerful. In just a moment, she could pull out a staff to protect herself. Her power was indeed astonishing. Just raising that staff and smashing it onto the ground was enough to make the ground there crack. That was also her weapon. It was named the Law-Breaking Staff. As expected, its power should not be underestimated. Abbess Qingzhu began to remind everyone to get into an attack stance. It seems a big fight is imminent. Zun Qingqing also didn't hesitate to draw her bow and wield her sword first. The abbess began to cast spells and chant incantations. She began to counterattack the rule ghost Namo Amida Butsu. Unexpectedly, after hearing Qingzhu chant, Zun Qingqing began to have a strange reaction. She immediately put down her weapon and fearfully touched her master. "Don't chant. My consciousness has returned. I remember everything. Don't chant, don't chant." Looking at it this way, Abbess Qingzhu is still the coolest in times of trouble. It's best to let Qingzhu take action. The rule ghost rushed towards Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling. "Lord Feng, we finally get to see you. I've collected so many of your comics and magazines." Zun Qingqing just pounced on him, rubbing herself all over him. The real feeling of Lord Feng is truly incomparable to a body pillow. The evil spirits were a bit jealous. "Pervert. Let him go. Let him go." Lin Feng asked her. "Weren't you inside the stone? How did you know I was Lord Feng? There's still a difference between me and the comics." "Are you Zun Qingqing or Six-Eared now?" she affirmed with a confident gaze. "I am both Zun Qingqing and Six-Eared now. We are the Super Rule Ghost, a fusion of two great powerhouses." As Zun Qingqing, although during our transformation process, we couldn't control our bodies, we could still perceive information from the outside world. Information from the outside world, not to mention. She was talking when she was suddenly interrupted by some guy getting interrupted. It's really annoying. Zun Qingqing shouted at those two evil spirits. "You two transform into the forms I recognize. Your global oddities drawing has gotten worse and worse. It's not as good as it used to be. And you even hit us with durians. You two should really reflect on yourselves. We've already sent a box of razor blades. Xiaoro and Ling Luo were scared we've been discovered. Let's run." She just hugged Lin Feng tightly. As expected of Lord Feng, kill that Bill and avenge Zun Qingqing and Six-Eared. Be gentle, ghost spirit. Zun Qingqing restrained 99. She seemed to want to make a pact with him. "Next we'll fight alongside Lord Feng. Make a pact with us, Lord Feng. You're a bit gentler, my waist." If he didn't make a pact, his life might be in danger. So the two of them successfully made a pact. "How is it, Lord Feng? Aren't our powers strong? We are super powerful Shrank Beauties." He looked at their power panel. This ability combined with the upgrade experience card, which was previously rewarded, is simply heaven-defying. This battle with the Spirit Lord is a sure win. The Rule Ghost was happy and excited. He, from now on we belong to Lord Feng," Tong Tong angrily reminded. "She's hanging on him again." Xiaoro also squeezed in this monkey brat. "I don't know why the bond was so high from the start." 99. It seems he has a bad premonition about Wind Lord. A huge rift appeared in the sky emitting light. The Spirit Venerable is about to awaken. The 3 realms and 4 continents. All sentient beings indulge in desires and passions leading to their suffering. All beings in all directions are lost in dreams. Everyone seemed to be chanting some kind of spell. World purifying spirit venerable. Knowing righteousness, knowing emotion. In a certain spacetime. The girls who were being tortured were bound within it. A sound also echoed. Awaken my clear heart, revive my enlightened nature. All sentient beings are bound by karma. Sever passion and desire forever. The spirit venerable will attain liberation. Universally awaken all enlightened ones with wondrous sounds leading the way to the boundless pure land. They kept chanting the spell, seemingly wanting to restore the spirit venerable. World purifying spirit venerable, knowing righteousness, knowing emotion. Awaken my clarity, revive my enlightened nature. Universally awaken all enlightened ones with wondrous sounds leading the way to the boundless pure land. Suddenly someone reported bad news. The spirit venerable has not fully awakened yet. Just its voice alone brainwashed people once again. Goryo Kingdom. The Goryo Kingdom once again fell into a state of fanatical belief. She began to warn. Contact Director Kim and all Ghost Masters. The Goryo Kingdom will temporarily retreat. The upcoming battle is not something we can interfere with. The people. At this time the people of the Goryo Kingdom were already fanatical to the point of madness. They kept muttering purification. Director Kim immediately ordered the Ghost Masters to protect the sovereign. Things have come to this point, we can no longer show mercy. They tried to stop the public. To stop this obsessive behavior. They suddenly all collapsed to the ground. Without any consciousness. It would be better to temporarily make them lose consciousness. Lin Feng and his group finally arrived at their destination. Running towards the sovereign. We're back. The three great venerables were wiped out by Wind Lord in a few moves. The sovereign was overjoyed. The future of the Goryo Kingdom depends on Wind Lord. I will not fail your expectations. The system girl reminded him. Bro, that's the spirit energy of the heroic spirit rank Pure Heart Pure Lotus. It seems the spirit venerable is about to appear. Everyone act according to the previous plan. Wind Lord. According to the intelligence we gathered inside. Are all fanatical cult followers. I didn't expect that within this heroic spirit rank spirit energy. Within the Pure Heart Pure Lotus there was actually hidden. So many incomprehensible things. Inside the Lotus platform a magnificent stage was also prepared. The lighting was like a celebrity concert. Below were the fanatical crowds shouting loudly. Welcome the spirit venerable to the world. Wu Tianji spoke into the microphone to the followers below. Lord Spirit Venerable has heard your cheers. Let us all offer the people's faith, transforming it into a grand welcome for the Spirit Venerable's descent. The Buddhist emissaries started a nationwide broadcast. Those evil spiritual entities were even playing music to attract fanatical followers. She shouted loudly. Let our maiden four heavenly princesses and Wu Daoi lead the Goryo girl group to begin their performance within the Pure Heart Pure Lotus. Welcome the Spirit Venerable's arrival. Lin Feng and his group were observing from below. Didn't expect this, did you? My performance has begun once again. The souls of the Venerables. We have long belonged to Lord Spirit Venerable. As long as Lord Spirit Venerable endures, then we can be reborn countless times. She was dancing wildly on the stage. Her soul was lost in the frenzied dance. The fanaticism of Goryo idols. We traveled throughout the Goryo Kingdom. And everywhere images of these crazed believers were being broadcast. In Fuching City people were also crowded below, cheering wildly for this performance. Two venerables. In those cities, the fervor for this performance was no less intense, combined with L7295. Dancing wildly and shouting loudly. Lin Feng asked his senior aunt. The Spirit Venerable revived and they held a performance. At the Pure Heart, the Pure Lotus Society will strengthen its power. It seems they were affected by the prior operation to destroy the Buddha statue tower. They were greatly weakened. Thankfully the Spirit Venerable's benevolent thoughts provided intel. We devised a combat plan for this situation. Lin Feng has begun his operation. Exactly as planned. How are Lucifer's preparations coming along? At this very moment at the Red Tile Terrace. Lucifer replied. You small fries, don't you trust the master's moves? The Nether Spirit computer I bought online wasn't bought in vain. Nether Spirit computer. Coupled with my rebellious expertise, it created a super Nether Spirit electronic virus. Incense offering malignance complete. You small fries kneel before me. Lucifer plugged into the head-shaped sculpture of the Goryo firewall. You are as exposed as if you were streaking before my eyes. Let me teach you a lesson. After the successful intrusion, the incense offering malignance spread through the network and infiltrated their central hub. At this moment she reminded everyone. Tong Tong Qingzhu. Sun Xingqing will come with me to confront the Spirit Venerable. The others proceed according to the original plan. Under the actions of the fervent believers, and the effect of that performance, the Spirit Venerable began to react violently. Cracks appeared. Suddenly a light appeared, penetrating through layers upon layers. The Spirit Venerable finally emerged from below. Unexpectedly, what appeared before their eyes was a fragmented body. Mechanical parts had long fallen off. Is that truly you? This Spirit Venerable is truly bizarre. How is it different from the Spirit Venerable in the dream memories? The colossal Spirit Venerable appeared and said to them, "How dare you disturb this venerable ones? Pure cultivation and destroy this Pure Land Buddhist nation." Lin Feng immediately scoffed. Pure cultivation? Pure Land Buddhist nation? You who tolerate evil Spirit Venerables raising humans like livestock. How can you even speak of a pure land? Xingqing gave a thumbs up. Well said, Wind Lord. Tong Tong also nodded. My irregular heroic spirit can be used now. World Purifier. The Spirit Venerable began to grow angry. Stubborn fools. Today this Venerable One will deliver you all. You shall become my new venerables. Go immeasurable Buddhist chant. The World Purifying Spirit Venerable began to recite incantations attacking Lin Feng and the others. Fortunately they were hiding inside a fireball. The World Purifying Spirit Venerable's series of incantations seemed to have no effect on them. She stood beneath the ball directly facing the Spirit Venerable. You want to deliver us and make us your subordinates? She directly cursed at the Spirit Venerable. You're not worthy. Wow, as expected of Sister Qingzhu. We are completely unaffected. The Spirit Venerable began to get angry, still mumbling under its breath. Holy Spirit level ghostly aura. This item has a connection with this Venerable One. It should rightfully be used by me. She began to boost her combat power. With your impure six senses you dare call yourself a venerable. Today, I shall purge you and fulfill Jin Shan's dying wish. Irregular heroic spirit fusion. Sun Xingqing also began to boost her combat power. First time fighting alongside the Wind Lord. Let's show the Wind Lord our strength. Magic breaking staff. The World Purifying Spirit Venerable was now seething with rage. In the face of her words. Truly incurable, immeasurable thousand hands. Fake Buddha. You mechanical junk, even ghosts wouldn't want you. Sun Xingqing furiously charged towards the Spirit Venerable, shouting, have a taste of old Sun's staff. The Spirit Venerable used its hands to slap towards Lin Feng. Then shouted, my Buddhist Dharma is boundless, immeasurable thousand hands will deliver you all. You all. Lin Feng and Tong Tong simultaneously shouted loudly, War God. Malignant Spirit Demon Shattering Combat Technique. Both of them wielded their weapons and simultaneously unleashed their moves, striking towards the gigantic hand. Storm Blade. The Spirit Venerable brought all its hands together, then cursed. Noisy flies. Sun Xingqing pointed at the Spirit Venerable, then shouted, Wind Lord, am coming to help you. She spun her staff while shouting, magic breaking staff. Lin Feng thought this was Lure's ghost technique from before. After Sun Xingqing transformed into a ghost spirit, it evolved into an even stronger ghost technique. At this moment the notification panel lit up, displaying all the information about the move. With a roar from Sun Xingqing, the staff in her hand elongated. She shouted, law-breaking staff extend. She swung the staff, blocking all of the Spirit Lord's palms. Xingqing continued to swing her staff, destroying the giant palms. Tong Tong, who was on Lin Feng's body, exclaimed in surprise, this is a Tier 3 nightmare. The power of a rule-based ghost. It broke your Tier 0 and Tier 3 ghost techniques. That's incredible. Sister Qingqing's rules can directly attack and destroy the opponent's rules. Qingzhu shouted loudly, Lin Feng, she has this strength not just because she's a Tier 3 nightmare rule ghost. The staff shadow fragment she fused with is also an extraordinary divine artifact fragment. At this moment a series of palms slammed towards Qingqing. Seeing this, Lin Feng warned loudly, Qingqing, be careful. She laughed happily and shouted, Lord Feng, just relax and watch my performance. She roared excitedly, woohoo. My law-breaking staff can't wait. Sun Xingqing gripped the end of the staff and shouted, poking staff style. She slammed the staff into the giant palms, then shouted, take a staff hit from old Sun. Lin Feng saw this and said, isn't that a bit over the top? Tong Tong's eyes sparkled as she marveled. Sister Qingqing is truly fierce. Sun Xingqing swung her staff shouting, I stir, I stir. Oh ha ha ha, she made the fragments of the palms fly everywhere. Tong Tong and Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, that works too. At this moment, within the cleansing heart pure lotus, a pair of long legs clad in black high heels and stockings stepped onto the stage. Wu Daoyi walked off the stage. Wu Tianji swayed her body and sang, Immerse yourselves in my song, and offer your faith to the Spirit Lord. Applaud the Spirit Lord. The audience. Within the cleansing heart pure lotus immediately cheered for the Spirit Lord. Spirit Lord Venerable One, Venerable One. Spirit Lord. At this moment the Spirit Lord absorbed the spiritual energy from the audience, then said, "This Venerable One feels your faith." Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. The believers from all of Goryeo through the cleansing heart pure lotus are strengthening the Spirit Lord's power. The heads of the statues kept falling off. Wu Tianji was still singing frantically. Suddenly she looked up at the sky and angrily shouted, "It's you again." The female ghost spirits appeared and said in unison, "It's our turn." Wu Tianji asked angrily, "What do you want to do?" Ling Luo laughed and summoned a spatial gate, causing a series of sharp ice shards to shoot out. The little girl shouted, "Ghost spirits, come out, open." The spatial gate grew larger and larger. Ice shards continuously shot towards Wu Tianji. She was standing on the stage. Xiao Rou excitedly shouted, "Assembly begins." This was built by the collective effort of us few. Ning Dai said with a light chuckle. When I first heard Lin Feng's plan, I was surprised for a long time. A few hours ago, Lin Feng sat on a chair, explaining his analysis to everyone. Within the cleansing heart pure lotus, when prayers are offered, faith can increase the intensity of belief, strengthening the power of the one being worshipped. By then the Spirit Lord will definitely use it to hold performances and gather the nation's faith, to boost their power for fighting us. However, the benevolent message the Spirit Lord gave us didn't say that only the Spirit Lord, performing rituals inside, could gain the boost. Tong Tong exclaimed in surprise, "You mean?" Ling Luo and Xiao Rou smiled and said, "We've probably already guessed it." Lin Feng crossed his arms and smiled appreciatively. "Exactly. It's about using others' ghost energy against him." He stood up and then commanded, "Well, split into groups, forming the Ghost Spirit Girl group. When the battle begins, Jingxin Jinglian will enhance our side's strength." Xiao Rou suddenly raised her hand and asked, "I have a question." Jingxin Jinglian collects faith through concerts and internal rituals, which then enhances the power of those being worshipped. But we don't have our worshippers here. Lin Feng replied with a smile. While there aren't any in Korea, the eastern and western sanctuaries have countless fans of Lord Wind. You all continue. The key to this operation is Lucifer. Lucifer will infiltrate Korea's network, control a portion of the Buddhist emissary robot cores, and make them available for our use. Then we will break through the city's defensive barrier and connect Korea's network to the Ghost Master Alliance's Ghost Spirit satellites. Ghost Emissary Lucifer laughed heartily, covering their mouth. "Let's start a live stream, facing the eastern and western sanctuaries. You mere minnows, I don't even need to make a move." Tong Tong, Ling Luo and Xiao Rou shouted in unison. "Just wait for the heroic spirits to deal with you." Lin Feng also analyzed at this moment. Eastern Lord Wind fans vs Korean Spirit Venerable worshippers. He clenched his fist and declared, "We will gain a power boost from the faith of the Eastern and Western Lord Wind fans." Lin Feng commanded Ghost Spirit Girl Group to battle. "This is our ultimate trump card. Xiao Rou Queen Ling Luo, Ishuna Jiang Wei, Shen Huaiyi Chang Ning Dai. You will go forth as the Ghost Spirit Girl Group." The ghost spirits who were called responded in unison, "Yes." Back to the present. Ling Luo joyfully shouted, "Assembly complete. We've trained for thousands of hours. In dream time, we can finally make our debut." The stage lights turned blue, and the space grew larger and larger. All of this formed an even grander stage. Within Jingxin Jinglian, Wu Tianji and Wu Daoi cried out in alarm, "What? Why did you bring a stage here?" The female ghosts answered in unison, "To crash your party, of course." Ishuna smiled and snapped her fingers, saying, "One click. Costume change." Instantly, a golden flame danced around the ghost spirits. After it dissipated, the Ghost Spirit Girls had changed into their outfits. They shouted in unison, "Ghost Spirit Girl Group first battle." Ling Luo and Xiao Rou stood back to back, assuming shooting stances facing forward. Ling Luo blinked and said, "To the Korean girl group members, listen to the impact of our Ghost Spirit Girl Group." Xiao Rou heard this and responded, "That's right. It's really about to begin." Tong Tong watched them shine from the side, her eyes suddenly lighting up. "I want to join the Ghost Spirit Girl Group too, but I have to be in charge of transmitting signals." Lin Feng could only smile upon hearing this, then quickly comforted her. "Don't be sad, Miss Tong Tong. After the battle, we'll hold a special live stream just for you in Korea." Wu Tianji, after hearing their entire conversation, couldn't help but give a thumbs down, making a gesture of contempt. Then she scoffed, "Ghost Spirit Girl Group. Where did you underground idols crawl out from? You don't actually think holding a live stream here will increase your power, do you? At this point she suddenly burst out laughing, a look of smugness on her face. Power is gained through fans. Do you underground idols even have fans? As soon as she finished speaking, cheers from two spirit venerables rang out around them. She listened even more smugly. This is power in an idol of Korea. Ning Dai retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Our fans are only more not less, and they're all drawn by our charm. Unlike a heavily made-up old hag like you, who can only rely on brainwashing. Just then at the red-tiled platform, Lucifer was sitting in front of a computer screen, with one foot propped on the keyboard, and confidently said, "What a bunch of Nino networks watch this." Just then at Korea's network center, a man sat in front of a computer screen. Wearing a mask, he exclaimed in a panic, "What is this? This is too weird." Just 1 second later, the computer screens here all turned into a red interface. A small devil was laughing on it. Seeing this, they immediately panicked and quickly reported externally, "Our network has been invaded. This virus possesses the power of Devil 0660. Our antivirus program cannot remove it. Our network permissions and some of the Buddha tool machine permissions have all been stolen." Just then those Buddha head machine devices, with purple tentacles wrapped around them, automatically flew out. Lucifer's proud voice rang out, "You miscellaneous pottery machines have been controlled by me, Lucifer." Those machines moved towards the stage, just illuminating a cute girl who raised her hands and said, "Prepare for the live broadcast." As soon as Wu Tianji saw the scene, he immediately roared angrily, "What? Those are our Buddha tool machines." Lucifer was standing at a high place at this moment, looking down below. This is the scorpion barrier that covers the entire city. "Watch me," Lucifer revealed a sinister smile, his crimson pupils glowing, holding two weapons that erupted with rebellious power. Enhanced combat power. As soon as Lucifer's attack was unleashed, it continuously bombarded with orange-yellow fireballs. Lucifer, witnessing the scene firsthand, confidently declared, "Under my power this scorpion barrier will be unable to restore itself." Afterwards Lucifer revealed another dangerous smile, yet full of amusement. Ghost Spirit satellite connecting to Goryeo's network. Just then at the Ghost Master Alliance headquarters, President Yin Yan was extremely anxious. After Lin Feng and his group entered Goryeo, they had been out of contact for a long time. No sooner had she finished speaking, a woman standing not far away waved her hand and anxiously reported, "Yen Yen, we've connected to Goryeo's network." Grandma Ningdi sent a message. Ningdi was on her phone contacting someone, and as soon as the call connected she shouted, "Yen Yen, it's Ningdi next. Have the cities of the East cooperate with our actions." Meanwhile Yeshang was also on the phone with someone. "Strategist, this is the City Lord. Ghost City, heed my command, act." Even Ling Luo was eagerly seeking external support. "Latice, this is Ling Luo. We need help from the Western Sanctuary." The other parties, after hearing their calls, all uniformly responded with a smile, "Okay." After the calls ended, emergency messages were broadcasted everywhere. "Residents of Haicheng, please pay attention to the live broadcast. Provide support for the City Lord's ghost spirits and the City Lord." This announcement was spread throughout every corner of Haicheng. There wasn't a single place that wasn't echoing with the sound of the emergency message. In the sanctuary, a towering gilded loudspeaker was broadcasting announcements all around, attracting the attention of everyone below. Everyone prepared to support the sanctuary guardians. In Fengdu Ghost City, the strategist of Ghost City stood on the platform and said to the soldiers below, "The City Lord has commanded all ghosts in Ghost City prepare to provide support. Those who do not cooperate shall be executed at the same time." Aman was elsewhere looking worriedly at her phone screen. She hastily cried out, "Lord Angel!" The network exploded. Then she said, "Lin Feng of Goryeo needs support from others. He's truly something else." The Lord Angel she spoke of was sitting on the bed at this moment, holding a phone behind her back with one hand and saying, "Is that so? You also know that I don't go online to play with ghost spirits, right?" Upon hearing this, Aman raised an eyebrow. Good thing Lord Angel doesn't go online. The Ghost Spirit Network created by the Ghost Master Alliance truly harms people deeply. Many ghosts are addicted to it. After hearing this, the angel immediately responded, "Thankfully I haven't been following the era of the bizarre comic. Nor would I buy gender-bent merchandise of the Commander online. And I certainly wouldn't care about such things." But what they didn't expect was, on the angel's phone screen, it was Lin Feng and his group. Amon, unaware of this, continued to praise non-stop, as expected of the pure Lord Angel. Just then, at the headquarters of the Ghost Tamers, in a building with a modern architectural style. Inside, Lin Feng's image was on a giant TV screen. Everyone was watching intently. As soon as President Yan saw the screen, he knew the live broadcast had begun. He held a large saber in his hand and spoke to the screen. To everyone watching the live broadcast, I am Commander Lin Feng. Currently I am in Goryeo, fighting against the evil spirits controlling Goryeo. We need your support for our Ghost Spirit Girl group. His gaze interacted with the audience. His appealing words were full of power. Everyone in front of the screen, please become our strength. As soon as they heard him say this at the Ghost Tamers headquarters, they immediately cheered for the Ghost Spirit Girl group's commander. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, his words also received a response from everyone there. A unified chant rose up. Commander, Commander, Ghost Spirit Girl group. Even in Lucheng, the live broadcast was being aired. Even mothers holding their children were drawn to this live broadcast. They watched intently. That unified chant rose up again. Commander, Commander, Ghost Spirit Girl group. At this very moment in Fengcheng, many people were watching that live broadcast. Commander, I'll cheer you on. Just then, at the sanctuary, they were also watching Lin Feng's live broadcast. They held their swords together, cheering in response. The great archbishop of the sanctuary was there. Lattice exerted all his strength, shouting until his face was wrinkled. People of the sanctuary, bring forth your power. Meanwhile, the strategist of the sanctuary and the ghost spirits next to him held pink glow sticks in their hands, cheering together. Commander, Ghost City Lord. Commander, Ghost City Lord. Commander. Commander of the Ghost Spirit Girl group. Lin Feng seemed to sense the situation at this moment, and said, it seems all the cities in the east, as well as the sanctuary and Ghost City, have synchronized the live broadcast. Let's turn the camera to the Ghost Spirit Girl group. Afterwards, the camera quickly turned towards the Ghost Spirit Girl group. They were all smiling brightly and waving in greeting. Hello everyone. Wu Tianji, on her side, stared at her phone screen. Shocked, she exclaimed. Their live broadcast has surpassed 100 million views. And it's still rising. How is that possible? She was furious. Her eyes filled with hatred as she looked at them. They destroyed the protective barrier connected to the outside network. And they still have so many fans. These invaders. What exactly is their background? Ghost Spirit Isuna was currently manipulating magic, deploying the necessary props for the music. She also didn't forget to announce to everyone, the instruments are out. But just 1 second later, as soon as her words fell, all the props ready for the performance exploded. She could only stare blankly at it. How is this possible? This entire scene fell into Wu Tianji's eyes. She couldn't hold back any longer and scoffed a few words. Didn't expect that, did you? In the heart cleansing pure lotus. Only special ghost spirit instruments can be played. Your ordinary instruments are just junk. What's the point of putting so much effort into them? Just as they encountered difficulties, they received help from two saviors. As soon as they arrived, they announced, we're here. I brought the ghost spirit instruments. The royal heirloom there for all of you. She rushed forward carrying the instruments, and added another sentence. Put on the Ghost Spirit Girl group's gear. At this moment, the ghost girl in the phoenix robe quickly took on the task of playing the piano. Her slender fingers glided lightly over the keys, seeming extraordinarily skilled. As for Yasuna, she chose to be the guitarist. A girl leaned on her and said, you play the bass. Yi Shuang, on the other hand, chose to become a drummer. Ning Dai took on the task of playing the electric guitar. Seeing that everyone had their respective roles, Xian He, holding a microphone, said amidst the lively instrumental music, let me be the lead singer and well dance. A slender hand raised high towards the sky, pointing at a blue orb of light that was casting its glow downwards. As it shone downwards, at this moment they were all in position, ready to begin their plan. Everyone was in their respective roles, yet they spoke in unison. Ghost Idol Group live broadcast begins. In the territory of the Ghost Exorcists, people took their seats to watching their live broadcast with great anticipation and delight. In many other places in the east, they were also waiting with immense excitement. In the sanctuary, people in golden armor were cheering joyfully. Hearing them say this, Ghost City was no exception. Crisp laughter rang out, blending into the lively atmosphere. Others shouted, Ghost Idol Group, the show begins. As soon as the cheers subsided, the lights immediately went out. Swinging music began to play, filling every corner with a joyous atmosphere. Yi Shuang raised her drumsticks, her face beaming with happiness. Her rosy lips bloomed into a smile as bright as the morning sun. Amidst the cheerful melody of Ghost Yasuna, she powerfully and uninhibitedly played the guitar. Gue Hua wore a hat that covered her face, adding a touch of mystery. Lightly plucking the strings of the moonlute, Ning Dai, the benevolent spirit, confidently held her electric guitar. They looked at each other, their eyes and faces openly revealing an atmosphere brimming with joy and passion. Melodious music began to play, accompanied by Xian He's sweet singing. She closed her eyes as if her entire being had merged with the music. Her gentle voice sang, "Where exactly are they?" Her red skirt spread wide, as if she had become one with the melodious notes. "The treasures belong only to us." The phoenix-robed ghost girl, with her slender beautiful fingers, glided across the keyboard, creating incomparably melodious music. Unlike her, Yi Shuang pounded out energetic drumbeats, raising the atmosphere to a climax with the singing. "We are about to embark on an eternal adventure." Xian He's singing, as Xiao Rou and Ling Luo sang back to back. "What awaits us ahead?" They suddenly turned their heads to face the audience, breaking into radiant smiles, extending their hands towards the audience in a blink. Ling Luo sang "Flowers and Sky Come Here." Xiao Rou also chimed in, both smiling. Their voices were like soft shimmering ribbons, flowing into everyone's bodies, making everyone incredibly excited, unable to help but gasp in awe. The music was so beautiful that even a strong warrior like Jiaster couldn't help but praise it. "It's so beautiful." The music from the stage reached Lin Feng's battlefield. The music and the adoration of the crowd brought immense power to Lin Feng. He excitedly smiled. "It worked. Power is continuously surging into my body. My combat power has greatly increased." On the other side, the giant demon still smiled complacently. "You beast, how dare you steal this Lord's ghost energy?" Saying this, it formed hand seals and chanted the name of its technique, Infinite Buddha Sound, Infinite Thousand Hand Suppression. As soon as it finished chanting the spell, 4 giant palms appeared. 2 hands were forming seals, while the other 2 hands pointed directly at Lin Feng and the others. However, Lin Feng was not to be outdone, and rushed forward, shattering one of the palms. He declared, "Martial God, Evil Spirit, Demon Breaking Combat Technique, Vacuum Touch." Sun Qingqing also raised her staff and smashed another hand. She smiled proudly and said, "Following the Wind Master, I've become so much stronger." Her power was formidable, so much so that everyone else could feel it. Her combat power was rising. Suddenly, everyone suddenly stopped, seemingly surprised by something. It turned out to be a hand inscribed with Sanskrit markings. It was creating a surge of energy, enveloping the 3 of them in an aura of power. Outside, beyond the circle, lay the fragments of the hands they had crushed. The giant Oni grumbled faintly as it spoke. It threw a punch that shook heaven and earth. Feeling the tremor, the immense power from the giant Oni's move made everyone cover their faces in panic, shouting, "Windmaster." The giant Oni smiled smugly. It said, "Still quite resilient, aren't we?" So it threw another heavy punch, aimed at them, causing cracks to appear in the aura of power. As the giant Oni's punch landed with immense force, the protective circle around them completely vanished. Seeing this, it proudly declared, "This lord possesses the power of billions of believers." A mere ant trying to shake a tree. Lin Feng pointed his spear at the giant Oni and spoke, "You're still far from being able to contend with me." At this moment, appearing on the shattered glass fragments were joyful faces, the excited faces of the ghost idol girls, and the faces of those who were immersed and incredibly excited as they listened to their songs. These images made the giant Oni panic and become flustered. It asked in surprise what, taking advantage of its daze. Lin Feng charged directly at it, shouting loudly, "I am Qingzhu." Just then Qingzhu appeared, forming a hand seal and pointing at the giant Oni. Chanting the spell White-clad Guanyin Sutra, awaken the pure heart spirit lord. Like the other 3, Qingzhu's combat power was also increasing. A string of scriptures emanated from Qingzhu's hand, heading directly towards the giant Oni. Martial Ant shouted, "Pure Heart Sutra." A scripture followed closely behind, flying forth, surprising the giant Oni. "What kind of evil sorcery is this?" Just then the soul of a monk appeared. It was Master Jinshan. Master Jinshan spoke gently, "Amitba, many thanks to the benefactor for fulfilling this poor monk's wish." Seeing this, Tong Tong excitedly said loudly, "Sister Qingzhu's pure heart spirit awakening spell has awakened the spirit lord's good nature." The giant Oni looked at Master Jinshan and said, "Jinshan, I never thought I'd see you again. Your pathetic compassion, has it flared up again?" It laughed mockingly. "It's all because of your pitiful compassion that we've ended up like this. The foolish common folk of this world are beyond saving." Only by allowing this lord to help them sever their desires can they achieve liberation? This poor monk was wrong. Obsessed with a good name yet ignorant of human hearts. It was this poor monk's fault. After death, my lingering hatred drew an evil. It was this poor monk's fault. Everything is this poor monk's fault. Jinshan's soul gradually turned into fragments. Despite his immense regret, he could not provide much help to the others. So Jinshan said, "Benefactor Lin, this poor monk can only do so much." A green light emanated from Jinshan's soul and flew directly into the giant Oni's head. However, the giant Oni showed no concern, instead speaking disdainfully. "Jinshan, do you think just because we are one you can harm?" This lord, it raised its hand. Immense power once again formed a super-dispelling circle surrounding that aura of power. It began to speak. This lord was personally appointed by Mara to purify the world. The spirit lord had lifted its head, revealing a sinister smile. "Jinshan, you truly are a complete hypocrite." Seeing this, Lin Feng shouted to the others. The spirit lord's good nature is weakening the spirit lord's power. It's almost at spirit infant third stage. Suddenly Tong Tong cried out, "Brother Lin Feng, the breakthrough time is almost here." Lin Feng said nervously. "What? Losing an elite combatant isn't good. Lucifer as planned. You should have supported us a long time ago, but you." Hearing this, Lucifer said, displeased. "Scum, don't I need time to travel?" Wu Tianji was on the arena. Wu Tianji and Wu Daoui frantically shouted, "Lord Spirit Venerable." Wu Tianji roared. That so-called ghost spirit girl group followers burning their lives. Dedicate their remaining power to the Spirit Venerable. Hearing the calls from below the stage, Spirit Venerable. Wherever the Spirit Venerable calls, their souls fly there, making their bodies increasingly withered. Lucifer hovered in the air seeing this scene. He frowned in displeasure. He snorted coldly, "This truly displeases me. He's just a mere pipsqueak, yet he has more followers than me." The ghost spirit venerable roared loudly. "Even if my power has been weakened converting, you all will be as easy as flipping a hand with that." One hand transformed into a fist and extended. It struck straight towards them. Tong Tong frantically shouted, "Ah, Brother Lin Feng, it's time to break through." Qingqing held her body tightly. Immense power radiated from within his body, making Lin Feng turn pale with shock. That monstrous spirit continued its fierce attack. "Boundless universal salvation, be converted by my Buddha's light. Be converted by my Buddha's light." Seeing this, Qingju unleashed the white-robed Guanyin scripture. It was as if everything had ended. However, just then Lucifer appeared again. He reached out and pierced Lin Feng's body. He said, "Scum, I VE arrived, kill that scum for me." A powerful force emanated. It stopped the ghost spirit venerable's attack. Just then Lin Feng transformed into his heaven-shattering heroic spirit stage 1 form. He stood before the ghost spirit venerable, making it panic greatly. That golden cicada monster. Seeing this demonic form, "Cursed you beast. As expected, you're a demonic heretic. You've revealed your ugly true form." Mocked Lucifer immediately roared in anger. "Big scum, what did you just say?" Ugly Lucifer was absolutely furious. "Back when I was leaving legends in this world, you spirit venerable, you little pipsqueak, hadn't even been born yet. How can you say that?" Lucifer raised his hand and shouted, "Unleash the power of rebellion. Combat mech number." Lin Feng circulated his power with all his might, activating his burst form. Subsequently, the fusion of Lin Feng and Lucifer was also activated. Several tearing sounds were heard. Lin Feng immediately charged forward, preparing to throw a punch. Just then, the monster's gigantic palm seized him. "Over here." Everyone watching this scene was utterly panicked. Qingqing shouted, "Master Feng." Tong Tong also worriedly cried, "Brother." At this moment, purple aura emanated from the monster's hand, radiating from between its fingers. Lin Feng also broke free, his eyes blood red. Seeing this, Tong Tong frantically exclaimed, "Oh no, brother's losing consciousness again." From his outburst, Lin Feng comforted the little girl through their consciousness. "No, Tong Tong, I'm fine. I can withstand the erosion of Lucifer's power and maintain my consciousness." A gigantic tail had appeared on Lin Feng's body. Lucifer laughed heartily with excitement. "Pipsqueak. How about this rebellious tail I installed for you?" He could only respond helplessly, "Your preferences are truly strange to actually put the rebellious tail on my back." Lucifer chuckled proudly, "That's how it should be." At this moment, flickering lights appeared around Tong Tong. The little girl sadly said, "Brother, I feel like my heroic spirit heart is about to condense." Lin Feng said to the little girl, "Tong Tong, you should go back and reach the ghost line stage first." The little girl obediently replied, "Okay, brother." Lin Feng, Qingqing, and Qingzhu were full of momentum. "Watch us." enhancing their combat power. Their battle was also live-streamed, along with Manhua, who was performing on stage. Her singing was full of infectious power. A dazzling light like you. People in Sea City were watching the broadcast of the battle on screen. On the screen, Qingqing proudly and loudly declared, "That's Wind Lord's new form and a new ghost spirit." Hearing this, the people enthusiastically cheered for Wind Lord. Wind Lord, Wind Lord. At the headquarters of the Ghost Tamer Alliance, Dean Yen Ingwei of the Ghost Tamer Academy and the green-haired girl were watching the live broadcast. Seeing Lin Feng's form on the screen, they also commented in surprise. Besides, Tong Lin Feng actually has such a powerful ghost spirit. It's a fusion with Lin Feng indeed. Contrary to the joyful mood of the people in Fengdu Ghost City, the ghosts and monsters were also trembling as they watched the live broadcast. This is truly the head of the East. I used to think he only gained such prestige by relying on the Ghost City Lord. But I didn't expect him to be so terrifying. No, I didn't realize how terrifying he truly is. This terrifying Eastern Lord, is he not going to let ghosts live? Lin Feng's power continuously grew stronger. Demonic energy coiling around his fists. I feel the power of faith. Combat power has increased. The spirit venerable monster furiously unleashed thousands of long sinister beams. How dare you ignore my boundless Buddha sound? Boundless heavenly mansion. Boundless universal salvation. Lucifer laughed heartily with satisfaction. Scum! Utilize the power of Pan, unleash my divine power. This is an incomparably pure power of faith. Lin Feng unleashed his power, shouting, "Power of Pan." Lin Feng form. Immediately after, he pointed his sword directly at the sky. A red circle appeared in the sky, gradually expanding. Seeing this scene, Qingqing couldn't help but ask in surprise. This is what Qingzhu explained. This is the divine power of the strongest evil god from back then. From the red circle, countless blood-red liquids surged out. They poured down like rain, falling towards the monster. Lin Feng commanded Qingqing, "Go." Qingqing had already been captivated by Lin Feng's majestic posture, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Oh, Wind Lord is so cool." The red liquid poured down, splattering everywhere. The golden-armored spirit venerable monster was now stained with a demonic crimson hue. He loudly declared, "Today I shall subdue you, demon." Hearing this, Lucifer immediately clutched his stomach and rolled on the ground, mocking, "Ha ha ha ha, scum, how dare you resist my power?" The monster unleashed a palm strike, pushing away the blood-red liquid. "Demons are not to be feared now. I shall vanquish demons and evil spirits." Meanwhile, a crack appeared in Lin Feng's body, which was fused with Lucifer. This was Lin Feng forcibly peeling Lucifer out of his body. He impatiently said, "Get out now. Any longer and I'm afraid he'll turn into a demon again." Lucifer, dragged out by his head by Lin Feng, roared furiously, "Scum, I wasn't done having fun." What a useless scum to do this at such a crucial moment. Lin Feng ignored Lucifer fuming behind him and turned to look at Qingqing. "Qingqing, it's time. Let's fuse and finish him while he's weakened," he thought to himself. Qingqing's ghost technique after transformation can be said to be heaven-defying. Qingqing was also ready, excitedly saying, "MHM. I've been waiting for this. Ghost technique, explore void evolution, spirit void eyes. See through the enemy's power. Ghost technique, demonic ape frenzy claws, evolution, law-breaking staff. Destroys laws. Directly affects the power of faith laws." Ghost technique, primal rage transformation. Evolves into primal ape technique. Will transform into a homologous phantom, increasing strength by 2 levels in a short time. Body comes with the law of destruction. Qingqing took out a banana, eating it while excitedly saying, "I've already figured out our fusion pose with Windlord." She proposed a strange fusion pose, the two standing in a horse stance, with their 2 index fingers connected. "Well, do it like this." After Lin Feng and Qingzhu heard this idea, their faces fell, feeling embarrassed. Lin Feng proposed, "How about we switch? This doesn't feel right here." Qingqing, "Notify everyone. Activate our backup plan. Ensure we make the coolest entrance." The ghost spirits on stage also joyfully cooperated. Everyone prepare to change the rhythm. Lin Feng extended his hand towards Qingqing. Hearts connected. Activated the system announcement, spirit upgrade experience privilege. Ghost spirit venerable Qingqing. Ghost spirit upgrade experience. Duration 10 minutes. Qingqing placed the golden circlet on her head, preparing for heroic spirit fusion. Qingzhu put her hands together. Light glittered around her body. Teleported the golden circlet to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, if you wear this golden circlet, you will fuse with spirit venerable Qingqing's heroic spirit." Lin Feng took the golden circlet before him. He put the golden circlet on his head. "Miss Qingzhu and Lucifer, please step back first." Seeing this, the spirit venerable monster brandished its gigantic arm, roared furiously. Demon, what evil spell are you trying to cast now? He put his hands together, controlling the gigantic arm behind him that was growing longer. 1,000 hands united, immeasurable compassionate Buddha hand. The gigantic arm shot straight towards Lin Feng and Xingqing, who were currently fusing. I am the pure world spirit venerable, the one destined by heaven. Suddenly a long spear pierced through the giant palm. He cried out in surprise. What? The ghost spirits here were all very surprised. That's the 7-colored auspicious cloud. On the stage, the ghost spirit maidens performed diligently to increase power for their master Feng. Light emanated from between the monster's fingers. A voice rang out, the one destined by heaven. In an instant, the gigantic fingers shattered into pieces. Feng roared. You're not worthy. Lin Feng's figure gradually emerged from the flickering light. All over, people watching the live broadcast were incredibly surprised by this new form. Lin Feng's heroic spirit fusion so exciting. His figure swept through the hazy space. His aura was formidable, as majestic as a general. He stood before the spirit venerable monster. Seeing this, the monster scoffed disdainfully. I thought it was some great powerful being. Just a worn-out horse. Lin Feng assumed a high-spirited battle stance. What worn-out horse? Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. System announcement. Lin Feng Heaven Fighting Martial God Heroic Spirit Tier 1. Combat power elevated. Lucifer also gnashed his teeth behind Lin Feng. I'll go deal with that small fry. I've disliked him for a long time. I'll go with you. The spirit venerable monster remained arrogant, claiming to be the embodiment of destiny. I, the one destined by heaven, descended to establish a pure land. You fools refusing to be enlightened shall be suppressed by thunder. After speaking, he unleashed 1,000 giant arms surrounding him. Lin Feng let out a sneer. Ha! Destiny, if you, this evil Buddha, are truly destiny. Lin Feng ascended on a cloud and shouted loudly. Then we shall shatter your destiny. At the same time on the stage, Xianhua also drove the atmosphere. Everyone, the atmosphere is even more fervent. Then the other ghost spirits also performed enthusiastically in response. Subsequently a giant fire phoenix appeared, flying up from the stage. Phoenix dance, everyone simultaneously released beautiful blue spirit butterflies. Together they introduced wax snow spirit butterflies. Sparkling butterflies filled the entire stage. Wow! Xianhua began to sing. Let's begin. Her melodious singing echoed from a distant story. Always thinking of you. Everyone sang in unison, surrounded by dazzling butterflies. Don't forget the feeling of reuniting with us yesterday. Everyone's voices merged into one. At the end of a faraway story, we leaned on each other. The love between us will never be forgotten. Accompanied by this infectious song, I found my direction amidst bewildered loneliness. My story is unfolding for you. Cast sorrow into the past. On this side of the heavenly machine stage, those specters saw the brilliant stage over there, and immediately felt overshadowed. What kind of stage effects are these? And this way of singing? Our stage performance feels too inferior. Indeed, a bit. Everyone watching the live stream was moved to tears. Leave behind your resilient stance of survival. Our faraway story is not yet over. Eric looked at the soaring numbers on the screen, and his jaw dropped in surprise as he exclaimed. The live stream's likes have already reached 14 billion. The popularity is too high. The Demon Exorcist Alliance's servers are about to crash. People everywhere raised their phones towards the big screen. The only constant is that I'm no longer confused. No matter where they were, everyone pulled out their phones and kept tapping the screen. The live stream room was continuously gaining popularity. Everyone was moved to tears which flowed ceaselessly. Even the angel was no exception. Moved to tears which welled up continuously, and kept tapping the screen. Back on the battlefield. At this moment, with everyone working together, Lin Feng's power also continued to grow stronger. System prompt spirit void I activated. Sees through the enemy's power direction. The monster's gigantic palm was pressing down towards Lin Feng. He activated his power, shot out attacks with a few whooshes and grinned confidently. Lucifer also gained a battle power boost at this moment, violently and continuously slashing the monster's body. He cackled, ha ha ha, watch me deal with you all. Green Bamboo was surrounded by talismans. He pressed his palms together and chanted Umatba. Lin Feng aimed the cloud staff at the monster's gigantic hand. The giant palm and Lin Feng were almost about to collide. With a mighty boom, an explosion came from the direction of that giant palm. Just like that, The giant palm was shattered to pieces by the flames from the cloud staff. Seeing this, the monster's expression suddenly changed. Its body was continuously cracking apart. Lin Feng, holding the cloud staff blazing with fierce flames, declared, "Now let's see if you still dare to speak of destiny." A massive flame attack directly struck the Spirit Lord monster's body, causing it to recoil backward. He glared coldly at him and said, "Before us the heaven-defying war gods, who dares to speak of destiny?" From children to elders they continuously shouted in response, "Wind Lord, Wind Lord." Even the other specters continuously shouted, "Wind Lord, Wind Lord." The previous attack seemed to have a significant impact on the monster. Its body was severely damaged with countless mechanical parts scattering everywhere. The monster was incredibly stubborn. "Amit Ba. To deliver evil spirits. If I don't go to hell, then who will? Then allow this humble one to offer a part of my soul. Let me send you off." He unleashed a scorching soul offering technique. Countless gigantic palms, enveloped in flames, emerged from his body. Limitless Buddha hands. The palms fiercely slapped towards Lin Feng. He dodged his form like a cloud. He thought to himself, sacrificing a part of his divine soul to activate this ghost technique. But we can still easily dodge it. Suddenly the monster's voice rang out, "Evil fiends, have you truly dodged it?" Hearing this voice, he looked around. What? While he was caught off guard, the space around him was already enveloped in darkness. Green Bamboo spoke, "The sky is boundless. We've fallen into his ghost technique." Lucifer continued, "The city guarding fodder below have disappeared. We are no longer in that sky from before. Xingju is worried about Lin Feng. Our power is being constantly devoured by this space." The spirit venerable monster's voice resounded again. "All things in the world have their foundations by which good and evil are distinguished. This venerable one, those with the purest foundations, can achieve enlightenment and enlighten the world. You demons with the poorest foundations will ultimately never escape this venerable one's grasp." In his hand he held a sphere of light that imprisoned the crowd. Lin Feng showed an evil smile from within. "This venerable one's immeasurable Buddha hand is a realm in itself, you fiends. You shall be converted within this venerable one's palm." Xianhua spoke angrily, her brows tightly furrowed. "Husband, we've come to save you." Lin Feng shouted anxiously, "Leave this place to us. Don't you all come over here. We'll find a way to break this demonic technique." A reflection appeared in the sky, shining directly onto the ground, accompanied by the sound of chanting. Immeasurable Buddhist chants. Junior Martial Ant and Lucifer both felt ringing in their ears, feeling dizzy from Lin Feng's chanting. In this space, the Spirit Venerable's power was amplified many times over. By the Guanyin Sutra could not block the sound of that brainwashing scripture. "All his small fries are your fault. If this continues, they'll be converted by that big Nino." While dizzy, they didn't know what to do. Xingqing said to the Wind Master, "Prepare to activate my strongest demonic technique. The Mad Ape Avatar can break through this space." His eyes turned golden, with blood vessels covering the area around his eyeballs. As he chanted, the sound grew even stronger, making him spit blood. The glowing talismans multiplied, trapping the three in a difficult situation. "Immeasurable universal salvation, little fox venerable, now that you've fallen into this venerable one's hands, don't even think about escaping. Obediently let this venerable one convert you." This venerable one, no. You are a battle sect practitioner. It would be good for you to become this venerable one's protector. He wiped away the bloodstains from earlier with his hand. Frowning, "You want me to be your thug? Are you worthy, obstinate and incorrigible? This venerable one shall use thunderous means to eradicate evil and defend the righteous path. This venerable one shall use thunderous means to eradicate evil and defend the righteous path." Meanwhile, in a luxurious white building, that was the Tongjian Ghost Mansion, her hands allowed a red aura to surge into her body. After completion, the ghost spirit only let out a sound. She lowered her gaze to look, raised both hands and examined carefully. A trace of red mist still lingered. Just above her left chest a spirit was condensing. The little girl floated in the air, then split into three different forms. A humanoid figure with golden wings approached. The little girl created a red sphere of light. The humanoid figure approached and said, "Gaia's heart," then stretched out its hand towards the light sphere. The two of them together injected spiritual power into it. The three humanoid figures helped her see happy memory fragments with him and the others. From that light sphere, two heart shapes transformed. One red belonging to the little girl, and the other golden belonging to the humanoid figure. The little girl was overjoyed upon seeing the results. The two heart shapes were condensing spiritual energy. She smiled proudly and said, "Big brother, in here." Back to this side. He and his teammates were still struggling fiercely. battling against the attacking hands. System. Informing that the ghost spirit Tongtong's level is quite high. Especially the dual spirit heart, which can transformed into Gaia form, utilizing Gaia's earth-purifying divine power to help boost combat power. He felt relieved after seeing Tongtong. Meanwhile, Lucifer couldn't bear it and went berserk with rage. Tongtong's new humanoid form is due to combining the two energy sources from earlier, making her stronger. The tip of the spear pointed downwards, forming a fiery ring that encircled the surroundings. All three of them were astonished by this novel sight. This is the heroic spirit level Tongtong. The power of the dual spirit heart is truly mighty. Even in this spirit venerable space, she can still unleash such immense power. Truly worthy of being divine power. How can this be? Damn it, how can I avenge the spanking this time? He's so handsome. Tongtong walked up to him and confessed her feelings. Let's get out of here, They all became full of confidence, their momentum soaring. Charging together, they broke through the magic array, staffs and swords flying everywhere, striking fear in the hearts. Power. They attacked the countless hands assaulting them. May you all be suppressed under my five-finger mountain. Something felt off, he instinctively said. What? Then suddenly, the purple object in his hand glowed. Purple light enveloped the entire sky. Then it immediately exploded. With an explosion, they easily escaped. Thankfully, we had Tongtong's divine power. We made it out. Husband, they're out. Lin Feng broke free. His tone was even more arrogant than when he was trapped. Spirit Lord, you're out of tricks now, aren't you? Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. The Spirit Lord couldn't believe his eyes, thinking he had one. But things are unpredictable and ever-changing. Ignorance. Can't wait any longer. Martial Ant immediately recited a spell for him to hear. White-robed Guanyin scripture bind. You actually want to use Buddhist teachings to cover up your wicked deeds. You are the greatest demon here. Lucifer managed to escape, of course. All emotions converged upon him. Wielding a whip to attack. Haha, I'll blast you to smithereens. This is the price for offending me. It's Tongtong's turn. She for her part showed no weakness to demand justice for him. In an instant he was struck by everyone's palms. He could only stand stiffly and endure it. Your turn. With a well-aimed strike, a hole exploded right on his face. Spirit Lord. You were born from Jin Shan's lingering resentment. As far as the world is concerned, you have caused calamity for nearly a century. Now it's time to go. His long spear plunged directly into the center of his face. But he remained as such unaware of his faults. My grand ambition has not yet been achieved. How could I leave? He immediately interrupted. Increase the spiritual power even more. That's not up to you. 4 different states. All showed the tide had turned. The Spirit Lord was finally vanquished. You small fry. If it weren't for me, Lord Lucifer, you would have died long ago. Quickly bow down and declare your allegiance to me. Those below finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Spirit Lord has been vanquished. The Peak Master saved the Goryo Kingdom. He felt something was strange. Guiling, seeing him like this, asked, what's wrong? Wait, we did indeed vanquish the Spirit Lord. But why isn't there a system notification? An echoing voice came from the sky as if foreboding something ominous. My grand ambition remains unfulfilled. This venerable one will not leave this world. He reappeared, never giving up. Continue fighting immeasurable nirvana. How is this possible? Lin Feng looked up at the sky and said with a solemn face. The Spirit Lord has regenerated completely unharmed. He was still using magic attacks. Absolutely no surrender, ignorant fiend. I am a true Buddha incarnate. As long as I am connected with my disciples, I will continuously undergo nirvana rebirth. His followers from old to young, men and women, were all below, sincerely praying for his resurrection. The Spirit Lord revealed his true form. Standing there with arms outstretched, he burst into laughter. The Grand Venerable has also been resurrected by the Spirit Lord. He stood there smiling, then mocked the young man. I once said the Spirit Lord would let us meet again. See you tiny ants. You have no idea how powerful the Spirit Lord is. I, the elder, once said, young people shouldn't be too arrogant. He stood high above. Behind him the Spirit Lord's statue was speaking. You fiends. If this form of mine still cannot enlighten you, then it seems I can only resort to using even greater power. He let out a loud shout and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body. Surrounded by eyes of evil aura, a spirit brother used a combination. Seeing the situation was bad, he immediately ordered. Qingzhu, leave this to us. You used the white-robed Guanyin scripture to suppress him. The devotees of Korea were racking their brains thinking. Meanwhile, that guy named Lucifer kept blabbering in the lackey's ear. What should we do this time? That lackey, like an unkillable cockroach, is about to undergo heroic spirit fusion. Hurry up and break the contract with me. I don't want to die here with you, you nobody. The specter next to him also spoke up, finding it troublesome. Lucifer, quiet down, unkillable. I don't believe it. You just need to cooperate obediently with me. He opened a black portal in the sky, then said gratefully, thank you, Buddha, for bestowing divine power. This power is exactly the same as my evil god's power. His head split into 3 red heads, the middle one turned into 2 rows of teeth, with tusks pointing outwards. It looked incredibly bizarre. Oh, merciful Buddha. Seeing this scene, Lucifer grew anxious. Lackey, that big evil fiend's heroic spirit fusion isn't good. He's not just undergoing heroic spirit fusion. He's also been transformed by the powerful force of the evil god into an avatar of the evil god. He's now feared by humans and detested by ghosts. The grand Tao of the world resides within this humble one's heart. The heavenly thought of the spirit venerable was repelled. He cried out in panic when he saw his teammates trying to stop him. Jin Shan heard and replied, this humble monk is incapable. It's all up to you, benefactor. After that gooey mass, he has now manifested as a heroic spirit fusion body. Since you've encountered the Buddha, why do you not bow? He furiously charged directly at the opponent and attacked. Bow to you? What kind of thing are you? That lackey's heroic spirit fusion has upgraded, and it has disgusting abilities. Hearing his insulting words, he attacked in a fit of rage, disrespecting the Buddha. You deserve to be annihilated, Mara's sacred halberd. The powerful abilities of both sides collided, creating a massive impact in the sky. Sensing the danger of this power, Tong Tong immediately said to both of them, the evil god's power here can corrode our bodies and souls. How dare you defile my body? Hearing this, he and everyone else boosted their abilities even further, fighting with all their might. Spell-breaking staff power of destruction, dragon's breath. Power of purification, world-defying earth sword. Power of rebellion. He remained unharmed high above. This humble one's Mara's sacred halberd is endless. See how many hits you beasts can take. Seeing the situation was dire, Tong Tong used heroic spirit rank 2 transcendent power and advanced with everyone. Let's attack together and shatter you. His massive sword was fighting against the minuscule humans, but both sides were evenly matched. The result of power overload could not be sustained for long, and it shattered into pieces. He still didn't stop, using his demonic god's power to create a massive energy ball and fire it downwards. Both sides continued to fight again. His side counterattacked with all their might, striving to end this battle. All 3 showed resolute gazes, gritting their teeth and combining their strength. They would not retreat. He attacked with a 1,000-meter-long scepter, while he himself remained safely high above. Xianhua and others stood watching, continuously worrying. Mr. Ghost. Lin Feng, my husband. President Yan stood there, her eyes never leaving him, her heart aching immensely. Lin Feng. The others below called out his name in unison. Lin Feng Xianyun, seeing this video elsewhere, also couldn't rest easy. His eyes were wide and his hands clenched tightly. He wanted to end it quickly and without hesitation unleashed another ultimate move. This place dares to betray this humble one, you shall face divine punishment. Today Korea shall cease to exist. Immediately casting a spell, he hurled the long spear downwards. Whether Korea exists or not is not for you to decide. The crowd, with their minuscule bodies, stood there enduring the evil Buddha's attack. You dare to challenge the heavens? She looked up. Tidy saw that her husband was still alive. She was overjoyed. Husband, this is wonderful. Lin Feng, you're alive. Captain Chang and everyone embraced, weeping bitterly. This is wonderful, I'm so thrilled, Peak Master. Meanwhile, as she watched, someone suddenly burst in and said, Lord Angel, were you angry just now? I sensed a powerful fluctuation of ghostly energy. No. He stood proudly with one hand blocking him. He stood there glancing at him with a face full of resentment. The Ghost Spirit Girl group continued their live broadcast. Tong Tong and Lucifer, follow my lead. Ching Ching, get ready. She looked at the screen, happy for her husband. He did not stand still. He shot a barrage of flying swords downwards. Presumptuous, how dare you use your own magic here? Raging ape avatar. Dark smoke spread throughout the surroundings, making the air even more terrifying. The moment the black smoke touched the flying swords, they were immediately blasted away and scattered. The raging ape avatar transformed into a phantom of a raging ape. Its strength increased by 2 levels in a short time. Law of destruction. Oh, it looks quite similar to when that big gorilla transforms. It just has 3 pointed ears transform. This heroic spirit is too strong, huh? What's the use, and it's still so handsome. More handsome than Lucifer, I cannot forgive this. He looked at the gorilla, recognizing it somewhat. Oh. A secret art that can raise one to heroic spirit tier 3. In such a short time. Manifesting the power of destruction as a means of attack. Interesting, he sighed. He showed disdain for their heroic spirit tier 3. So what if it's the law of destruction? Don't forget this lord possesses limitless nirvana. This lord is immortal and indestructible and all laws endure forever. He pointed to the sky. He spouted arrogant nonsensical words. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate this. Above and below the heavens. Only I am supreme. He and Qingqing. They attacked that detestable demon together. Within the Raging Ape barrier. Peak Master. Our consciousness is within the Raging Ape barrier. If we wish to control it, it must withstand the erosion of the law of destruction. Two pairs of eyes glowed bright red as they simultaneously formed the seal for the spirit void eyes. The gorilla's eyes also lit up. Those two beams of light shot downwards. Seeing it like this, he became even more arrogant and contemptuous of them. Do these monkey brats only know incompetence and rage? Finally, by this lord's indestructible golden body, you're frightened, aren't you? In the end, you're nothing more than a monkey brat with a stick. You are not that mighty god of zero dimension after all now. Submit to this lord. This lord will even bestow upon you monkey brat a place in the Pure Land. He stood high above looking down, completely unconcerned. Little did he know that the spirit void eyes could actually discover the circulation of his power. Seeing those rays of light, they were the power of faith he was connected to. All four eyes glowed brightly with red light, as if they had spotted the prey they sought to hunt, ready to be butchered on the chopping block. Previously the law of destruction at heroic spirit tier 1 couldn't do anything to him. Now that they understood the essence of his ability, the essence of his resurrection, as long as they used the law of destruction at heroic spirit tier 3 to disrupt his faith connection, they could prevent his resurrection. He looked at him and said loudly with contempt, "Who would be loyal to you, you leech? The fresh blood of all living beings, you evil Buddha. We've long found you an eyesore-shattering staff." Raging Ape Avatar Rise. The gorilla seemed to have gained a power boost. Its eyes were blood-red and its aura soared to the heavens. The two sides confronted each other, one wielding a staff, and the other a spear to decide the victor. That gorilla charged forward, violently smashing him with its staff. It brought its staff down with a cleave, then used sacred staff whirling techniques, sending all his flying swords flying. Leaping to a high place, it manifested a long staff, then retracted it and slammed it down towards his location. He found it an eyesore just by looking at it. He couldn't just stand there and take the blows anymore. This monkey is truly impudent. Disciplining you truly fills this lord with immense disgust. Do you think this lord's precious weapon can be so easily destroyed? It was his turn to use the staff to block the monkey's attack. But soon cracks appeared on the staff, making him frown. What, the staff actually broke in half in that attack? He took it full on. Everything around him, from mountains to land, all exploded. Not a single thing was left intact. Having taken a direct hit, he couldn't help but feel enraged. You actually dared to harm this lord. He finally realized the problem. He gaped, unable to believe this fact. You can actually see through this lord's faith connection. Impossible, you actually dared to harm this lord's faith connection. Actually, the law-shattering staff's destructive law ability works against the power of faith, the monkey said proudly. Oh, your defenses are breached, aren't they? Weren't you so confident before? What immortal and imperishable? What, I alone am supreme? In the end, you're just an ant relying on the power of faith, that's all. Meanwhile, over at King Zhu's side, all the evil Buddha's followers were knocked out and also worried about Lin Feng and the others. My Goryeo Nation's followers can barely hold on. He sensed his own power. The power of faith was gradually weakening. What, you despicable ants, what have you done? This lord's followers are constantly diminishing. The monkey continued to charge forward and attack today. He'll scatter your faith and destroy you. He refused to be outdone. He conjured an umbrella, longer and larger, to counter the Moha halberd. His demonic aura was indeed endless. Opening the umbrella, he blocked the monkey's attack, and also asked, "Destroy this lord." The umbrella flew high into the sky, emitting an extremely powerful evil spirit aura, announcing, "This lord will destroy both you and this Goryeo Nation." Moha umbrella, myriad demons slay the heavens. Everything around him. At this moment only powerful evil spirits were seen flying around. This heaven will ultimately be ruled by this lord. The people below looked up. They could no longer see the sky, and became even more terrified. Is this Goryeo Nation truly going to? Tong Tong decided to help. Because the monkey was now trapped, she shouted, "Brother, we're here to save you." Tong Tong, wait. Don't enter the attack range of this demonic aura. The monkey struggled desperately trying to break free but failed. This is not just our power. Fighting here. Shen. Hua and everyone kept dancing, cheering him on. The story between you and me is still developing. After some resistance, the monkey finally broke free from him, and simultaneously increased his power. He and she teamed up for the decisive battle. This time, you are fighting against the power of a girl group, the Ghost Spirit and the Windmaster, and the power of hundreds of millions of fans. The monkey made the Rui Jingu bang longer, and struck him with force. He was struck. Before he could react, he was sent flying far back. Then he suffered a fatal blow, hitting his abdomen, and he spat blood on the spot. He was sent flying into the depths of the cosmos. The monkey lost his footing and stumbled backward. His body began to break apart section by section. But the monkey refused to let him go, deciding to rush into the depths of the cosmos to finish him off. Ah, Tong Tong, Lucifer, take me up with you. The monkey gathered his strength, preparing to rush up. All right, big bro. Soon after, they directly flew into the sky. Their speed was undeniably fast. Because the speed was too great, both of them couldn't adapt in time. So their bodies became twisted and distorted. Finally, they also flew outside. Just in time, they saw he was being dismembered. The monkey and the general, taking Tong Tong and Lucifer, charged forward. The monkey and the general, their eyes wide open and blazing red like fire, roared. Your faith connection has been destroyed. You only have one life left. The Mara incarnate was massive, its entire body pitch black. Its giant arms flailed and its eyes were blood red. It looked down upon him from above. It truly refuses to see reason. In this world, he opened his eyes wide. His crimson pupils like burning flames. Fire burned fiercely in his crimson eyes. Ashes from the flames flew out, falling into the vast dark void. He roared, his voice filled with hatred. All suffering stems from indulgence, the desires of the world, greed for wealth. He thought of a scene where people were fighting over gold and silver. Next to a massive mountain of gold, shouts rang out from the crowd. Mine, all mine. Lust, a scene of a man lying on his back, looking at a smiling girl, who reached out and pulled down the fabric covering her chest. He chuckled obscenely, saying, he. Serves you right. The ashes in its eyes. The Mara incarnate continued to fall into darkness. A monk clad in a magnificent kasaya, with a golden halo around his head, laughed triumphantly, ha 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 ha. Wearing this kasaya, I am a great virtuous monk. Power and fame. The monk in the kasaya, with a golden halo, an excited expression on his face, said with a brilliant smile, clever, I am a great virtuous monk. Let's see who still says I have no worldly connections this time. It's not Jin Hai. The Mara incarnate recalled a scene of Jin Shan. As he sat, thinking of that scene, he pressed his palms together and stared straight ahead. As he tilted his head back and drained the potion, Jin Shan's entire body became enveloped in black aura, and blood-red tears flowed from his eyes. He pressed his hands together, his eyes white, staring straight ahead. The Mara incarnate roared loudly. And this hypocritical morality. They are all the root of all suffering. Blood-red tears streamed from the Mara incarnate's eyes. It pressed its hands together, and a surging red killing aura emanated from its entire body. It roared loudly, demons like you, truly the ultimate evil in this world, plaguing all living beings. Only I can save this world. Lucifer's eyes widened. He looked up at him and said with a smile, the ultimate evil in this world. Thank you for the compliment. I won't be tormenting you much longer. At this moment, General Gong Yuan, Lin Feng, full of rage, pointed at him. He shouted loudly, nonsense, twisting right and wrong, spouting rubbish. You easily forgive the evil deeds of the powerful, yet you belittle the good intentions of others. You use twisted logic and heretical ideas to promote yourself, impersonating a savior, making everyone your puppet. You are the ultimate evil in this world. Sun Qingqing stood beside him, frowning slightly, clenching her fists, and said angrily, exactly. You are a heretical evil Buddha. Lin Feng took Sun Qingqing's hand. They both raised their hands, and a bolt of lightning struck behind them. Lin Feng and Sun Qingqing's eyes were blood red. They smiled brilliantly and shouted in unison, let demons like us destroy you, this Buddha. General Gong Yuan's eyes gleamed. Gong Yuan brandished the staff in his hand. Red aura coiled around the staff. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, power of destruction. Gong Yuan swung his staff and charged forward. The Mara incarnate struck a fierce blow towards him. The Mara incarnate swung its giant arm like a blade, blocking Gong Yuan's attack. A flash of fire erupted violently, striking the Mara incarnate's body. One of its arms was broken off and fell. It opened its mouth and howled in pain. Tong Tong and Lucifer simultaneously pointed their weapons at the Mara incarnate. Attack, Tong Tong. Shouted Earth's rebellion combined strike. Gong Yuan leaped up. He leaped into the air. Red aura streamed from Gong Yuan's entire body. He shouted, it's time to finally end you. The Mara incarnate raised its head and looked up. Its body seemingly petrified in place. A massive staff enveloped in red demonic energy crashed down. The Mara incarnate extended its giant arm to block, gripping Gong Yuan's staff tightly. The red demonic energy surged into its body. Mara incarnation roared, redemption, redemption. Tong Tong's delicate brows furrowed as she cried out worriedly, big brother. Beside her, Lucifer excitedly clenched his fists and shouted loudly. Just die. Just die, all of you, he, you mere fodder, you mere fodder. A massive explosion occurred in the space beyond the universe. The explosion emitted a blue light. The surrounding air was significantly shaken. On the Ghost Spirit stage, Ling Luo at this moment. Xianhua, Xiaorou and the band members all looked up at the sky simultaneously. Their eyes filled with worry. Xianhua cried out loudly. Husband President Yan's eyes widened as she cried out. Lin Feng Wuyue raised his fist, gritting his teeth, his eyes wide, and shouted. Lin Feng. The people below also looked up one after another. Their eyes full of worry, shouting loudly, Wind Lord. The heart-cleansing lotus in the sky began to burn. Xiaorou squinted her eyes and happily shouted, Lin Fengwan. That ghostly wail disappeared. Behind her, Wu Tianji and Wu Daoui began to burn. Wu Tianji's tears streamed down. Her eyes widened, gripping the microphone tightly in her hand, she said. The heart-cleansing lotus has been dissolved and vanished. Am not reconciled, am I just going to die like this? I haven't sung enough yet. The Mongfeng Protectorates. Mountain Peak began to tear apart and shrink. Suwan smiled happily and said, Ruler. We received news that the Mongfeng Protectorates covered areas. Rang City and Prefectural City have all vanished. In the clear blue sky, a golden tail flew across. System notification. Victory experience points increased by 999,000. Reward Cloud Dream Scroll. Lin Feng sat on the golden cloud and said, Luckily Tong Tong's demigod power protected us, allowing us to escape from his self-destruction. Tong Tong hugged his arm tightly and said with a giggle, hee hee. Now that I've reached heroic spirit level 1 can help big brother. Even more. Sun Qingqing squinted her eyes and shouted loudly, Big Boss Tong Tong. Lucifer clung tightly to the billowing tail of the cloud. Trailing behind, Lucifer was covered in dust, her hair disheveled. She gritted her teeth. While clinging tightly to the cloud's tail, she shouted, You mere fodder. Why didn't you protect me just now, you mere fodder? The mere fodder. Lin Feng rode on the cloud, flying through the air. Everyone on the Ghost Spirit stage looked up simultaneously. Someone spoke up. My husband is back, said Granny Dai. As expected of my Sea City Lord. Yi Shuang also spoke at the same time. As expected of my Grand Situ. Granny Dai and Yi Shuang widened their eyes, staring at each other. They bared their teeth and roared loudly. What did you say? President Yan reached out to wipe away her tears and choked out. Lin Feng has successfully liberated Korea. Lin Feng and the others stood on the high platform. The people below gathered, raising their fists, looking up and shouting loudly. Wind Lord, Ghost Spirit Idols, Ghost Spirit Idols. This chapter needs a physical release soon. I'm buying them all. Ling Luo put her hands on her hips, smiling as she raised a finger and said, Do you feel our immense power? Which idol group do you like best? Xiaorou stood behind her, also squinting her eyes and smiling as she said, How was our performance? You've been conquered by our cuteness, haven't you? Xiaorou held up a picture of Lin Feng, introducing it with a brilliant smile. The credit for the spirit venerable who could defeat even us two is also considerable. If it weren't for our manga, where would you get so many fans? Ling Luo raised two fingers behind her, winked and said with a smile. That's right, that's right. The fan power in the supernatural era is truly formidable. Lin Feng smiled brightly, gave a thumbs up and said, Thank you to all our readers for your support. Otherwise this battle would have been too devastating. Tong Tong stood behind him, raising her two index fingers to her forehead, and giggled, hee hee, thank you. Sun Qingqing's face was ashen, appearing behind Ling Luo and Xiaorou, putting her arms around their shoulders and said, Hurry up. Make more cute Wind Lord figurines. For us. And arrange for potted plants as well. Ling Luo and Xiaorou's faces darkened. They said in unison, All right. Yi Gang smiled and snapped her fingers, saying, Mika's aura has been lifted. A circle of golden vortexes surrounded the two of them. Yi Shang and Granny Butterfly. Both were stunned, their eyes wide as they exclaimed, Lin Feng. Yi Gang walked closer to Lin Feng and said with a smile, Mr. Ghost. Lin Feng looked at her and asked, What's wrong? At this moment Yi Gang took Lin Feng's hand and placed it on her chest. She said with a brilliant smile, Mr. Ghost, please feel this. Lin Feng looked at Yi Gang blushing and asked, This is Yi Gang held his hand, her cheeks flushed as she said, "This is the sound of my spirit heart condensing. I'm also close to reaching the spirit rank." Lin Feng thought, blushing, it's truly intense. Yi Shang turned his head aside, his cheeks flushed as he said, Grand Situ. Granny Butterfly also widened her eyes and called out Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked with a grin, what's wrong? A green light appeared on Yi Shang's chest. A purple light appeared on Granny Butterfly's chest. Both of them blushed and exclaimed simultaneously. Lin Feng looked at the two of them overjoyed and said, City Lord Condensing Butterfly, are you two also? Yi Shang placed his hand on his chest, looked at Lin Feng and replied, yes. Grand Situ, my spirit heart is condensing. Granny Butterfly also placed her hand on her chest, and blushing glanced at Yi Shang and said, you're copying me again. I was the one who condensed it first. Lin Feng thought. It seems the experience from earlier has already taken effect. Lin Feng spread out his hand. A blue scroll appeared in his hand. He thought. This is precisely the reward for defeating the Spirit Venerable this time. The system displayed the reward Cloud Dream Scroll. Lin Feng opened the scroll. The scroll immediately floated up. It emitted a blue light above everyone's heads. Everyone looked up. Lin Feng said, it feels extraordinary. Could it be as powerful as the Ghost Cry White-Robed Guanyin Sutra? Everyone else had the same question. Someone immediately asked. Could it be as powerful as the Ghost Weapon White-Robed Guanyin Sutra? It feels quite extraordinary. Ghost Painting fell into thought. Then said. This is a scroll called the Cloud Dream Scroll. The name Yunmeng seems to be a place name from the east. When Ling Luo and Xiao Rou heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. Ling Luo excitedly shouted. Could this be a new combat ghost weapon? Xiao Rou was equally excited. We want a combat ghost weapon, give it to us. After the scroll was opened, surrounded by the condensed ghost chi, everyone saw that the scroll was empty and exchanged bewildered glances. Their earlier excitement quickly died down. A voice filled with disappointment rang out. Why is there nothing on it? After Qing Zhu saw it from the side, she clasped her hands together and respectfully bowed her head, indicating. Lin Feng. I think this scroll is quite special. The ghost chi on it is still condensing. It might still need some time before its full effects can be known. Lin Feng looked at his martial ant and replied, understood. Let's put it into the ghost spirit homeland for now. Lin Feng smiled, looked at everyone and said, it's over. Let's go meet the queen and the others. As soon as he finished speaking, they were already moving on the clouds. The people below quickly noticed them. One person shouted in surprise. Look, it's the Peak Master. Another person then happily shouted. The Peak Master has returned, riding the clouds and breaking the wind. After they landed, the queen also happily ran over, loudly exclaiming, Peak Master. She hugged Lin Feng tightly and began to sob. Whoa, thankfully we still have the Peak Master. The Goryeo Kingdom has finally broken free from the Spirit Venerable's control. Lin Feng also hugged her, gently stroking her head to comfort her. It's all right. It's all right now. Tong Tong smiled and stroked her head, saying, Your Majesty, don't cry. Don't cry, Lin Feng said, reaching out to wipe away her tears. Her eyes were brimming with sorrow. Lin Feng comforted her, saying, The Goryeo Kingdom still has many matters to attend to, and this is precisely the time when your strength as queen is needed. She replied with gratitude, Yes, Peak Master. After comforting the little girl, Lin Feng passionately announced, Ling Zuan has been eliminated. The time has come to completely eradicate the lingering poison left by Ling Zuan. He then ordered everyone, purge the remnants of Ling Zuan in Goryeo, thoroughly wipe out the cult controlled by Xie Bixian and the evil spirits. Seeing his imposing presence, everyone immediately grew excited. Xiao Rou giggled, hey. Ling Zuan couldn't handle it. But can I handle Xie Bixian? Xia Li spoke up. Watch me, Ling Luo continued. Let's see who can eliminate more evil spirits. Xianhua was impatient. Eradicating these evil spirits, and those who aid the wicked. Leave it to us, husband. Hearing their enthusiasm, Lin Feng didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned to Master Qingzhu and said, Qingzhu, Lingzhen's faith is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people of Goryeo. To completely eliminate his influence, we'll need you to awaken the good in their hearts. Qingzhu replied, No problem. Sun Qingqing energetically leaped up, kicking a ghost in the face. With a weapon in one hand, she then excitedly shouted, Awoo. Amidst explosions, the scene descended into chaos. The ghosts fled frantically. Sun Qingqing silently counted 98. 99, 100. Sun Qingqing's power burst forth, knocking down one ghost after another. Ling Luo stretched, then languidly said to Xiao Rou, Wow, that was way too easy. It looks like I won. Xiao Rou stood nearby, annoyed and indignantly shouted. That's not fair. Why do you get to defeat one more? Dong Dong, seeing the two, always competing, sighed helplessly. You two are impossible. Enveloped by the still condensed ghostly energy, the flames took shape, descending from the sky with immense power. Countless ghosts fled frantically. A pregnant female ghost also ran desperately, continuously shouting for help. Where did these ghost spirits come from? Lord Lingzuan, where have you gone? However, they hadn't run far when they were tightly bound by a scroll of absolute annihilation. The long-haired female ghost yelled unwillingly. This old lady still wants to eat Koreans. At the same time, a huge explosion echoed in the sky. The statue's head was thus blown away by the force of the explosion. Below, Gue Hua stood with hands on hips, saying in an empty tone, all the urban legend evil spirits of Goryeo, all of them cultivated by the cult, have been eliminated. After the battle, countless bodies lay scattered on the ground. The Yaksha demon frowned and said unhappily, what trash! They're not even as good as the Eastern Ghost Masters. They can't even withstand this much ghostly energy. The girl beside him continued, all the remaining members of the cult have been suppressed. At this moment, Qingzhu also appeared. Around her floated lotus flowers of Buddhist masters. She pressed her palms together and softly chanted, Namo Debi Guanxian. May I swiftly attain the path of precept and samadhi. Heart-cleansing spirit purification spell. As soon as she finished speaking, the lotus flowers drifted downwards, enveloping the ordinary people. They felt the miraculous power within each lotus flower, reached out to touch them, and then said, what have we done all this time? Whoa, we were wrong. One person exclaimed happily. My mind has never felt so clear. Seeing this, Qingzhu said, the Goryon's faith in Lingzuan has been cleansed. Lin Feng picked up the female ruler, smiling as he said, now that Lingzan's lingering poison has been purged, the rest is up to you, your majesty. Her face flushed upon hearing this, and she replied, He then turned and said to Lucifer. Lucifer once again manipulated the mechanical demon Buddha. National broadcast. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lucifer furiously roared, I get it, you stinking small fry. After speaking, she thought he actually has two heroic spirits in his hands. Demons always take advantage and never suffer losses. I'll deal with him once I've recovered my strength. Meanwhile, the Goryeo Kingdom's monarch had also fulfilled her duty. People of the Goryeo Kingdom. I am Kim Tenki, the monarch of the Goryeo Kingdom. He exclaimed. Is this the spiritual power of the Goryons? Everyone was shocked upon seeing the news. They immediately cried out, it's our monarch. The monarch of our Goryeo Kingdom is still alive. A person nearby said, Your Majesty. She continued, over these past years, our Goryeo Kingdom has been continuously deceived by the Spirit Lord and the Order. They enslaved us, distorted facts, and falsified history. They monitored and controlled the Goryeo Kingdom, which led to the current tragedy. For 100 years they have harmed our people and lorded over us tyrannically. Thankfully, Wind Master Lin Feng of the East has arrived. Our Goryeo Kingdom has finally seen the light of day again. As she spoke, she imagined the horrifying scenes. It was everything the Goryeo Kingdom had endured for a century. Everyone was greatly shocked upon hearing this. They exclaimed, so that's how it is. All those rumors circulating outside were true. We've been continuously deceived by those accomplices. The Order. Thankfully, Wind Master came to save the Goryeo Kingdom. She continued to express our gratitude to Wind Master Lin Feng. I propose that Wind Master Lin Feng shall become the protector king of the nation, the supreme existence in the Goryeo Kingdom. Under the Wind Master's leadership, we shall rebuild the Goryeo Kingdom. Lin Feng was astonished upon hearing this. What protector king of the nation? Mi Dong Dong stood by and said, Brothers' titles are increasing again. Xiao Rou said with a smile, there are too many. I can barely keep track anymore. Everyone immediately rallied around him as if he were a deity. Wind Master Protector King of the Nation. Wind Master Protector King of the Nation. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly waved his hand, saying, No, I'm afraid I can't do this. However, their monarch showed a sad expression. She said, Does Wind Master dislike our Goryeo Kingdom? Me indeed. Our Goryeo Kingdom is indeed small and old, and very weak, she said. He immediately denied it, saying, No, that's not it. Of course, other girls were also present. They walked over and said, Wind Master, that title sounds very impressive. Just accept it, the other girls said. Wind Master, please just accept it, don't abandon us. He helplessly said, All right. Facing such persuasion, Lin Feng finally announced, I will stay here for a while, to help rebuild the Goryeo Kingdom. The Eastern Ghost Exorcist Alliance will also send people to assist the Goryeo Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the monarch immediately said gratefully, "Thank you, Protector King of the nation, for saving the Goryeo Kingdom. The Goryeo Kingdom is originally a nation of the East. Now we also invite the Eastern Ghost Exorcist Alliance to govern the Goryeo Kingdom." Lin Feng also responded with a sound of assent. Everyone joyfully set off fireworks to celebrate, and said that from today onwards, the Goryeo Kingdom under the Protector King of the nation, the Protector King of the nations, acceptance, will welcome a new life under Eastern leadership. Wind Master Protector King of the nation. Protector King of the nation. Suddenly a girl ran over. Lee Dongyeon called out Sukyin Sukyin. She cried, "I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, Lee Dongyeon comforted her, saying it's all over now. At the Eastern Ghost Exorcist Alliance headquarters, someone said, "News of Lin Feng and Granny Butterfly has spread." Tang Yu chuckled softly and said to Ing Er, "Let's go support the reconstruction efforts of the Goryeo Kingdom and establish a branch, the Goryeo Kingdom's Ghost Exorcist Alliance." Upon hearing this, President Yen immediately said excitedly, "Wait for me. I also want to go support Korea." Yang Wei smiled looking at her and then said, Of course I don't mean supporting Korea." "To mean?" President Yen stammered, refusing. "Nothing in particular." Tang Yu turned her head smiling faintly and said to her, "Catch up." She happily replied, "Okay." President Yen followed behind her, blushing, and thought to herself, "Lin Feng went to Korea. He actually has so many people with him. Don't tell me, no way, no way." A dilapidated building sat nestled among the mountains, in the gloom of the night, accompanied by strange noises, making it appear even more eerie. In the silent air, a loud voice suddenly rang out, "Lord Feng, this is bad." At this moment, Su Wan was holding the sovereign. She urgently reported, "The red tile house has been surrounded." In the sky, countless strange spherical objects emitted terrifying energy. She hurriedly continued, "Hundreds of ghostly entities of unknown origin. All are above abyss level." Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately looked up, looking at the objects floating in the sky. Then he comforted Su Wan, "Don't worry, they're not enemies." Inside a red orb of light, President Yen, Tang Yu and Yang Wei stood calmly watching him. Then said Lin Feng, "We're here to provide support." In the spacious conference room, in the tense atmosphere, Yang Wei spoke. "So it's friends from the Eastern Ghost Master Alliance." "Excuse my manners," she said, covering her mouth and looking at the sovereign. "I didn't expect. The sovereign is actually such a cute little sister. How delightful." Hearing this, she shyly and hurriedly replied, "Oh no, not at all, not at all. To be able to extend a helping hand during Korea's most difficult time, we are extremely grateful." Tang Yu smiled and placed her hand on President Yan's shoulder, then replied, "Sovereign, there's no need to be so polite. As long as Lord Feng gives the command, we would travel day and night without hesitation." President Yen turned her face away and said coldly, "I certainly didn't just now hear the news and rush over day and night. I'm very busy too." She thought to herself, "As expected, Korea also has so many beautiful women." Lin Feng scratched his head and burst out laughing, relieving the awkward atmosphere. "Ha ha ha. It's all my fault for not being able to restrain myself during the battle, leading to the destruction of the Korean city. This time I've really troubled everyone." Ningdi Shanliang sat beside them. Hearing this, she curved her lips into a smile and replied, "Of course you can always trust the alliance. Ghost Masters, enough said. Come, let's get straight to the reconstruction plan." She recalled Tongtong's image, distributing food to everyone. Then she explained, first the large number of displaced refugees. Build temporary shelters. As a priority, ensuring everyone's health, food and transportation. Next is a scene of Ghost Painter using a magical scroll, healing the affected people. Ningdi continued to explain. At the same time, healing teams will go to major cities in batches to help the injured. Then she proudly said, "After the people of Korea recover, we will lead everyone in starting infrastructure construction, then gradually restore normal life." In the construction zone, workers diligently laid bricks and built walls. Fortunately, with the Ghost Masters brought by Lord Feng and the rescue from the Ghost Master Alliance, we can rebuild Korea. Everyone keep up the good work. In the sweltering heat, everyone was encouraging each other. Yes, seeing our homeland about to recover. A woman laughed loudly, handed a water bottle to an old man and said, "Everyone's morale is high. Drink some water, don't overexert yourself." At this moment, Idong happily ran over shouting, "Mom and Dad." The old man saw his child and stammered in surprise, "Idong, you're..." He happily walked over to his parents and said, "The Eastern Imperial Master Alliance helped us rebuild a temporary school. Classes are about to resume. Upon hearing this, the two happily replied, "That's wonderful." Standing in front of the classroom, Idong said to his friends, "As you can all see, this world isn't just our Goryeo kingdom. There's a much wider world out there. Those people are also striving to live just like us." Hearing his words, everyone was stunned, unable to believe their ears. A boy cried out in horror, "Oh my god! Is this the real world map? The Goryeo kingdom is just a tiny shrimp in it." Another person said incredulously, expressing great shame. So everything Idong said before was true. Facing the panic of everyone in the class, he slammed his hand on the map on the blackboard and shouted, "Before we were isolated from the world, manipulated and brainwashed. Now with the help of the Wind Lord and the East, we also have the chance to learn true knowledge. One day, the Goryeo kingdom will become a truly happy nation." The people below happily shouted, "That's right. True happiness must be achieved by ourselves. By striving for it. When I grow up, I also want to study abroad in the East and become a disciple of the Wind Lord. We can definitely do it." A month later, in the main city, it was bathed in morning light. In a more vibrant scene, beneath a tall tower, a bustling crowd stood on the street taking pictures. A scruffy uncle made a heart gesture, smiling and taking a photo with the headquarters. Someone inside said doubtfully, Where did the Wind Lord go again?" Another person immediately replied, "He really wants to go on a date in another scenario." Lin Feng smiled and said, "You all are really amazing. In just 1 month, the main city has completely transformed." President Yen leaned on his shoulder and happily replied, "Hee hee. This is how a human city should look. Mrs. Momentum is taking effect." He awkwardly scratched his chin. "It's just that." At this moment, under an advertisement billboard, an image of a tall man was displayed, with a muscular physique featuring the dazzling effects of a phone brand, Ghost Star Galaxy 70 Pro. The people around began to discuss animatedly, "Wow, it's Wind Lord Appa's advertisement. So handsome." Seeing this scene, Lin Feng silently slapped his forehead and asked himself, "Why did it turn out like this?" After President Yen saw it, he remembered Xiao Rao's image, and chuckled, then quickly explained, "I forgot to tell you, Xiao Rao unauthorizedly sold your image rights. Not only in phone advertisements, posters were also printed in milk tea shops. Posters of him drinking milk tea, and loudly advertised, 'The new Wind Lord exclusive milk tea is still on sale. Limited quantity, please queue up for a number.'" Hearing the notice that it was almost sold out, customers became agitated. "What, there are still 500 cups ahead?" One person shouted unwillingly for Wind Lord Appa. "Even if it takes 6 hours. I'm going to get one today." In the plaza, his image was erected into a giant statue. A muscular warrior, a powerful symbol for all beings. Everyone loudly said, "Wind Lord Appa's handsome appearance is truly captivating. Came all the way from the city to check in, to take a photo with King Ming Appa. It's not a wasted trip." The Wind Lord Eastern Guardian King Ming suddenly noticed something and said. A woman said, "Son, look. This is our Goryeo Kingdom's Guardian King Ming. He's very handsome, isn't he?" Suddenly a man walked forward and asked Lin Feng, "Young man, could you help us take a family photo?" Hearing the request, he awkwardly replied, "Ah, okay." President Yen stood by, only able to smile. Sighing as expected of the Goryeo Kingdom, they got rid of the Spirit Lord, but still can't get rid of the image. Idol worship. A portrait of a stunning beauty appeared on the large screen. She said, "Citizens of Korea, good morning. With the help of the East, we welcome another new day." After Lin Feng's statue, countless beams of light intertwined, illuminating the massive stage. Chairman Yan looked at the scene before her excitedly, exclaiming, "Wow, the concert is about to begin." She replied, "It's Tong Tong and her group." A sweet girl raised the microphone and loudly declared, "Hello everyone." Tong Tong continued excitedly, "I never had the chance to perform before, but this time I'll definitely do my best." The audience below turned into fervent fans, captivated by Tong Tong's beauty, shouting loudly, "Ah, isn't that a member of the new girl group? Isn't she the lowly who defeated the Wind Master with a violent headbutt? I never imagined she'd be so cute." Phantom Spirit Party Girl Group. Tong Tong excitedly introduced. "First, please welcome our drummer from the East, Xingju. Next is our flutist Sun Cheng Cheng." The beautiful girls, accompanied by gentle melodies, played enchanting music. They commanded all the spotlights, becoming the focus of the audience's eyes. Tong Tong continued, "Welcome to our traditional Eastern style stage." Chairman Yen and Lin Feng stood below the stage, enjoying the performance, amidst the cheers of the audience below. "So beautiful, so cool, it's Eastern music. I'm so excited." Phantom Spirit Girl Group. Tong Tong of the Phantom Spirit Girl group sat on the red dragon's forehead, and the red dragon began to chant. In her song, distant mountains were like dragons. Flowers fell gently and smiles were like the spring breeze. After her song, the sound of the zither and the other members' dance moves also joined the performance, captivating everyone. 1,000 miles of landscapes cannot compare to an inch of our homeland. A few days later at Phantom Spirit Estate, the three stood above overlooking a castle. Xiali sat on a flying cloud laughing gleefully, and said to Ling Luo and Xiero, "Let's build a flower fruit mountain in the Phantom Spirit Estate, for us to live in." Upon hearing this, Ling Luo and Xiero immediately turned pale as death. Both of them said in unison, "All right," and they both thought to themselves, "Finally we can relax a bit. This period has been truly." As they spoke, they recalled the past, where a red-haired demon stood with her arms crossed, shouting furiously, "Draw now! If you can't keep up with the update schedule, next week's The Age of the Bazaar. New bonus chapters need to be arranged to you too." Ling Luo and Xiero furiously typed on their keyboards, tears streaming down their faces. We're drawing. Xiali closed the book in her hands and said, "From now on I am the editor of The Age of the Bazaar. This time I'll make sure you draw it well, since all you do is slack off all day." Ling Luo and Xiris' expressions grew even more pained, with 2 streams of tears still flowing continuously. What dark days back to reality. Ling Luo gently placed her hand on her cheek, eyes wide, as she said, "Most of the Phantom Spirit Estate is occupied by Lucifer's castle. To build Flower Fruit Mountain, she has to give up a part of it." Hearing this, Xiero sighed and said, "No way." Upon hearing this, Xiali immediately said, "What's so hard about that? My 2 comrades. Join us in our expedition to defeat the evil god Lucifer." Ling Luo and Xiero, hearing this, had eyes filled with determination. "Yes, big sister." Meanwhile, Lucifer, holding a game console, let out a piercing laugh. "Ha ha ha, you bunch of small fry. Lady Lucifer can fight you while playing games." She used her toes, tapping the keys on the keyboard at an extremely fast speed. It's here, Lady Lucifer's ultimate skill. It's here, Lady Lucifer's ultimate skill." I heard Lady Lucifer created a virus with her ghost energy. So scary. Can't beat her. Can't beat Lady Lucifer either. At that moment, Harry Eye and her 2 companions suddenly appeared. Harry Eye raised both hands straight up and shouted, "Lucifer, we need to talk to you about something." Lucifer turned around with a dark expression and said, "You monkey, how dare you disturb me while I'm playing games?" Harry Eye ignored Lucifer's displeased expression and said with a smile, "Lucifer, let us use part of the castle's land to build Flower Fruit Mountain. How about it? Anyway, you play games all day. Occupying such a large area is useless." Ling Luo pouted and said, "Exactly. Isn't that right?" Lucifer's face grew even darker. Her ghostly aura also surged even more. She said angrily, "You small fries have been really arrogant lately. Though I don't know what's going on. My power has increased a lot recently." Before her words faded, Lucifer suddenly vanished from sight. So it was a sneak attack. She flew over ferociously, unleashed her move and continued, "Now I can ambush you all." But Harry Eye calmly and easily blocked it. Xiero stood behind witnessing this scene, and couldn't help but feel astonished. Harry Eye turned her head looking at the person in front of her, unable to hide her excitement. As expected of a heroic spirit, the power of rules is too strong, it's making me excited. When Lucifer saw her sneak attack, easily blocked, she couldn't hide her surprise either. But soon she regained her arrogance, and continued, "You monkey, you've piqued my interest. Become the stepping stone for my return." But then, suddenly the rhomboid iron piece, embedded in Lucifer's necklace, began to spark with electricity. Seeing this, Lucifer immediately showed a worried expression. Oh no. My power has clearly increased. How can this be? This is bad." Immediately after, she was struck by a current and sent flying far away. Sent flying so far, Lucifer couldn't help but groan. Seeing Lucifer in pain, tormented by her own power, Harry Eye immediately seized the opportunity. She then said, "I think it must have agreed." Seeing this scene, Xiero took out her phone and captured this interesting sight. She and Ling Luo said in unison, "Yeah. We all heard it." At this moment, Lin Feng and Tong Tong walked out of a green circle. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Feng sighed. Tong Tong also said, "Lucifer is really a handful. Luckily you sensed it in time and activated the power of the contract." When Harry Eye saw them arrive, she also turned to look at them, smiling. She thought to herself, through the recent battles, Lucifer has also gained quite a bit of experience. She's likely close to becoming a Tier 2 heroic spirit. I must always be wary of her sneak attacks from behind. The next day at the ghost spirit home, Harry happily exclaimed, "My Flower Fruit Mountain is finally here." Flower Fruit Mountain was built according to her wishes. Harry then organized a party to celebrate. Holding a wine glass in her hand, she said with a loud laugh, "Welcome everyone to Old Sun's Cave for the celebration." Tong Tong also held a wine glass and said, "This time we eliminated the Spirit Lord thanks to Ching Ching." Ling, Luo and Xiaoro echoed Tong Tong's words, praising Sister Ching Ching. "So amazing that fake heavenly mandate Spirit Lord, under the attack of our ghost spirit girl group, couldn't withstand a single blow." A rolled-up scroll floated in the air. In the air, Lin Feng and Manhua stood side by side, looking at the painting together. Lin Feng said, "During this time, the Cloud Dream Scroll has been absorbing ghostly aura, and it's finally reacting." The scroll immediately unfurled, revealing the figure of a glowing girl inside. The surroundings were all green. Lin Feng was surprised to see this and said, "A ghost spirit was drawn on it." Master Qingzhu said with clasped hands, "This painting is still continuously absorbing ghost energy. Something else might happen. Everyone send your ghost energy into it. Accelerate its transformation." After the master finished speaking, everyone raised their hands in agreement and said all right. Xiaoli added, "There's a ghost rowing a boat." Xiao Rou became flustered as soon as she heard Xiaoli. "Do you have to supervise this too?" Lin Feng smiled faintly, looking at the text on a blue panel in front of him. Searching for the special ghost domain Yunmias. He thought searching for the special ghost domain Yunmias. It seems this painting is related to the ghost spirit on it. Above the painting suddenly disappeared and from somewhere unknown, a deer appeared. Tong Tong excitedly said to Lin Feng, "Big brother, the painting is gone." This deer had white and green fur and on its head were golden antlers. It panted heavily as it ran. The deer ran to Tong Tong's side and licked her face. She laughed happily. "Haha, that tickles so much." Ling Luo also joyfully petted the deer and asked, "Where did this deer come from?" Xiao Rou said even more excitedly, "I wonder if this deer will turn into a human." The master and Lin Feng stood aside looking at the deer. With surprised expressions on their faces, they said to each other, "The painting turned into a deer. Is it a ghost spirit?" The master still replied with clasped hands, "This creature seems to be made of special psychic energy. It's not considered a ghost spirit. But it's not a living creature either. Just like Jin Shan's benevolent life." The deer ran out of the ghost spirit homestead and entered a blue circle. Lin Feng was immediately surprised to see this and said, "It can run out of my ghost spirit homestead." He immediately grabbed Rumble, who was holding a watermelon, and said, "Rumble, take us to chase it." At this moment Xiao Long transformed into a gigantic orange dragon. Everyone below saw the giant dragon and immediately exclaimed, "Dragon God, that's the dragon god of the Protector King." The research president also stood below looking up. Then she said helplessly, "That fellow only settled down for a few days before running out again." Ying stood beside her, heard this and smiled. "Forget about that busy man for now. Let's go shopping at a fashion store in Goryeo." Rumble, after being strengthened, transformed into a gigantic dragon, its body engulfed in blazing flames, chasing after the white deer. Lin Feng followed up saying, "This little deer might be able to find the special ghost domain mentioned by the system." What the system said. Seeing the giant dragon struggling to fly, as Lin Feng and Tong Tong sat on its head, the two said worriedly, "Rumble seems to have gained a lot of weight. It can barely fly anymore. Yeah, big brother should help it lose weight when we get back." As the deer prepared to fly towards a mountaintop, Lin Feng thought, "Ahead is this little deer's destination." The golden deer landed on the mountaintop, emitting now sounds. Rainbow-like bands of light surrounded the deer, then also encircled the mountaintop where the little deer rested. The system notification sound rang out. Special ghost domain discovered. Yunmeng's EXP 200,000. At this moment Lin Feng and the others also arrived at the mountaintop, where the deer was located. Everyone said one after another, "Brother, this ghost domain feels so powerful. The oppressive aura even surpasses that of heroic spirits. I've never seen a ghost domain like this before. My dear husband, it seems this painting turning into a deer is the key to opening this ghost domain." The deer shook its head, gesturing for everyone to follow it. Tong Tong understood the deer's meaning. She then turned back and said to Lin Feng, "Big brother, the deer wants us to go in with it." Watching the deer gradually enter the circle, accompanied by countless stripes and orange-eared light bands, Lin Feng said, "All right, we will. Well, go in and check out this special ghost domain." After speaking, the four of them also walked in without hesitation. After everyone entered, they were all astonished, amazed by the sight before them. Is this still the ghost domain? No, it could be called a mini-world now. This place is even larger than my ghost city. Before their eyes, the scene before them was incredibly tranquil. Silence. Around them were endless verdant mountain ranges. Vast and boundless. Immense. Lingfeng and the others. After arriving at the ghost domain, one of the girls said, "This ghost domain is truly beautiful." Tong Tong asked Lingfeng worriedly, "Brother Lingfeng, after I advanced to the spirit rank, the ghost domain gradually transformed into a spirit rank ghost domain. Just as Elder Lai said, then the young girl explained. Initially, our ghost domain was dependent on the world's existence, but after reaching the spirit rank, the ghost domain began to evolve into a spirit rank realm, an independent world. Xianhua interjected, "Husband. That is exactly right. My flash ability in the spirit rank realm, within this independent world, cannot be used freely." Lingfeng asked Tong Tong in surprise, "Tong Tong, so is this a spirit rank realm left behind by a spirit rank being?" The young girl replied seriously, "No, Brother Lingfeng. Although a spirit rank realm is independent of the world, it has not yet become vast enough to be a true mini-world like this place. This place is like the immense Gaia's divine realm from before. Only could preserve this sky." Lingfeng blurted out, "A sacred spirit." Suddenly the sea churned with waves shaking violently. Then a stone tablet emerged from the sea. The azure fawn called out a few times, attracting his attention. "It seems to be telling us to look at that stone tablet." Lingfeng read the characters on it. Then asked the others, "What's written on this stone tablet?" "The writing on it is strange, it's exactly the same as the characters in that painting." Zhang Wei replied, "This is ancient Eastern script from thousands of years ago. It says Yunmeng Marsh." Lingfeng exclaimed in surprise, "Yunmeng Marsh?" Zhang Wei continued to read the inscription on the tablet. Looking at Chang'an rainfall's vision diminishes, stopping at Yunmeng. This is a record about Yunmeng Marsh in the east from thousands of years ago. Regarding the east from thousands of years ago, I heard that thousands of years ago, Yunmeng Marsh was located in the east. But for some unknown reason it became a special ghost domain, and appeared near Goryeo. Suddenly the fawn leaped towards another location again. Lingfeng said to the others, "Where is it taking us now? Let's follow it and see." At this moment Xiara, with tears in her eyes, said exhaustedly, "This ghost domain is so vast. How much longer will it make us run?" "I'm exhausted," Ling Luo shouted angrily. "You're clearly a ghost, how can you still be tired?" As they walked, when they saw a city ahead, Tong Tong in surprise said to Lingfeng, "Brother Lingfeng, at the end, an ancient city has appeared in the great marsh ahead, with the style of the ancient Shu kingdom." Lingfeng replied, "It seems that's where the fawn wants to take us." Lingfeng looked towards the city gates where people were entering and exiting, and asked Jiang Wei, "Are there people over there, Jiang Wei? What's written on the city gate?" She replied, "It says Yunmeng City. This seems to be an ancient Eastern kingdom from thousands of years ago, which disappeared at some unknown time." A scroll appeared in Lingfeng's hand, and he said, "It seems its task is complete. It has reverted to its previous scroll form. Let's go into the city and have a look." The red-haired girl stood on her hands, one hand resting on the fawn's back, shouting at it, "Move! Get moving!" Ling Luo, with her arms crossed, looked at the women who stood motionless, saying, "These people are really strange, standing here like statues." Xiao stood beside her and also reached out to poke the woman's cheek. Then said, "No reaction at all. Neither like a ghost nor like a human." Xinju saw this and frowned, saying, "These people are all composed of thought power. They are powerful existences. Pure thought form bodies, congealing images from their memories." Lin Feng and his group explored the city. While chatting, he said that inside the city it was just like outside. It seems that this Cloud Dream City and its inhabitants are all formed by psychic power. Hearing this, Xiao Rou said worriedly, "It's too scary here, so creepy. Tong Tong boss, something's happening, protect me." Suddenly the system chimed with a notification. A powerful psychic energy source has been detected in the ghost domain. Lin Feng heard this and immediately turned to his companions, giving an order. "Tong Tong, use your ghost eye to look for it. Find the source of this psychic power." The little girl responded, "All right, big brother." Afterwards the little girl transformed into her ghost spirit form. Unleashing her skill, she activated her ghost eye. The entire city's psychic energy flow, including all its routes and images, was taken in by the little girl's mind. Tong Tong said to Lin Feng, "I see the psychic power that's accumulated here is spreading outwards, concentrated in the city center." The little girl said to him, "Brother, all the psychic power is coming from inside the palace, which is in the city center, and spreading outwards." Lin Feng heard this and decided, "All right, well, head to the palace." As they approached, the closer they got to the city center, the more psychic power there was. Tong Tong said, "Brother, the further in we go, the stronger the psychic power gets. It's assailing our consciousness, resonating with our perception." A girl behind them chimed in, "There seems to be something ahead. They don't look like people formed by psychic power." Lin Feng looked towards the direction of those evil spirits and explained, "Those are evil spirits. Judging by their consciousness, they have nightmare-level strength." "Ha! They're just like the citizens formed by psychic power. Without any consciousness, just standing there foolishly." Then when he tried to touch one, he exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible? They dissipate the moment I touch them." Jiang Wei also widened her eyes and said in surprise, "Oh no, this psychic power isn't harmless. We don't know when these evil spirits came in. Their consciousness has been battered and worn down by the psychic power." As they got closer to the center, the psychic flow became even stronger. Lin Feng said, "Tong Tong, you all stay here." The little girl said worriedly, "Brother." The eyes of the surrounding people also became dull. It turned out they had already been enchanted by that psychic power. And everyone became listless. "Sis, your mom lost the game again." Fortunately, Xingju timely shouted to wake them up. "Don't be deluded, wake up quickly." She unleashed her white-clad Guanyin Sutra. As Xingju shouted, everyone also sobered up from the enchantment. Lin Feng frowned and said, "Is this the power of psychic energy? How could I not have noticed at all? My consciousness has already been eroded by it." Luckily Xingju was here. Afterwards Xingju stood in front of them, leading the way, and said to those behind her, "Follow me closely." Arriving before a large door, she turned her head slightly, reminding them again, "The further inside we go, the stronger the psychic power becomes. My ability can only allow us to move slowly inside." Lin Feng said excitedly, "We've been walking for half a day. And finally we see the palace gates." Tong Tong exclaimed in surprise, "A bronze door, how magnificent." But then Lin Feng said with a serious expression, "The psychic power here has already solidified. It's affecting flight. We must find a way to open this bronze door." Suddenly a surge of psychic power caused a shift in the bronze door, and the door slowly opened, making them exclaim in surprise. The door opened by itself. But inside there was a figure. A woman was standing there. This is Lin Feng frowned, looking at the woman, and guessed, could she be the source of the psychic power? Xingju replied in front of him, "Although she's somewhat special, I feel she's also formed by powerful psychic power. Formed by condensation." Afterwards Xingju continued to activate her white-clad Guanyin Sutra, blocking the powerful psychic flow, which made her the woman exclaim in surprised amusement, "Oh, to be able to resist my little sister's power to this extent." Now, Lin Feng and his group finally got a clear look at her. She was a woman with green hair and green clothes. She said, "Why don't you follow me into the palace and give it a try, to see if we can find it?" The green-haired woman introduced herself. "I am the eldest princess of the Yunmeng kingdom, Shang Ruoyun." The system's introduction also sounded, "Eldest princess of the Yunmeng kingdom, Shang Ruoyun." When Lin Feng saw her appearance, he couldn't help but blurt out, "So beautiful, is she a fairy?" The others also stared blankly at Shang Ruoyun. She simply stepped aside, clearing a path for them to enter. "Please everyone, follow me." On the way, Lin Feng observed the surrounding statue masks, saying the style of these bronze statues is truly unique. Jiang Wei, who was behind him, said, "I've read about it in books before. It seems there are related records. The designs of these bronze statues belong to the style of a mysterious civilization in the East from thousands of years ago." Thousands of years ago in the East. A moment later, when they were led to a hall shaped like a gourd, Shang Ruoyun said to them, "We've arrived. This is the illusory Dream Tower. My younger sister, Shang Ruoshi, the little princess of the Yunmeng kingdom, is at the very top. All the psychic energy here is a test set by my sister. And each floor inside the tower has powerful psychic erosion, getting stronger the higher you go." Tong Tong stood beside Lin Feng, closed her eyes to sense it for a moment, then told him, "Brother, the psychic energy here is all emanating from the top of the tower. It seems her sister is the source of the psychic energy." Lin Feng said, "It looks like we'll have to challenge this bronze tower." Then Shang Ruoyan looked at Lin Feng and the others, and asked with a smile, "Who wants to go first?" Xiao playfully placed 2 fingers on her face, and chimed in with a childish voice, "Isn't this just a level clearing game?" Ling Luo also said cheerfully, "Ling Luo is the main character, must be cute and charming, let's go." Everyone was helpless against these 2 girls. Lin Feng could only say helplessly, "You 2 go give it a try, Qingqing, you keep an eye on them." Qingqing immediately agreed, "Leave it to me." They stood watching Ling Luo and Xiao, who full of spirits said in unison, "Charge, charge, visual sharing." They arrived at the base of the tower. Ling Luo looked up and exclaimed. So this is the first floor of the illusory dream tower. Xiao judged the psychic energy here is just so-so. Ling Luo smiled and said to her. Let's go up. Xiao agreed. Alrighty. Ling Luo observed her face and asked suspiciously. Why are you sweating? Xiao pointed upwards and answered Ling Luo sheepishly. It's a bit hot in here. Ling Luo also nodded repeatedly in agreement. It really is. But Xiao secretly thought to herself. If I quit now it would be embarrassing. The two climbed the stairs exhaustedly. Ling Luo wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand, and said tiredly to Xiao, it doesn't seem that hard after all. Xiao also felt her body was utterly exhausted. Her breathing rapid. She said to Ling Luo, yeah. Look, our backs aren't sore. Our legs don't hurt, and we made it to the 6th floor in one go. The exhaustion and aches all over their bodies made Ling Luo's face turn pale. I can't feel joy anymore. Xiao felt completely weak. She said dejectedly, this world is void. Everything is meaningless. In the space a cloud of mist was spreading. After inhaling it, Xiao immediately seemed to encounter an illusion. Ling Luo was no exception. Her eyes were wide open and drool kept flowing. Lin Feng slapped his forehead and sighed helplessly. I knew it. Qingqing, go rescue them. Qingqing immediately ran over, shouting, my dear sisters, keep it up, I'm coming. Ling Luo and Xiao were both sent flying out. The illusory dream tower let out an explosion. Lin Feng quickly shouted, Qingqing. You. Tong Tong saw the explosion and the illusory dream tower was already damaged. So she shouted to Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, you punched a hole in the illusory dream tower. Ling Luo and Xiao fell to the ground, both groaning in pain. Lin Feng hesitated, feeling extremely remorseful. When they poked a big hole in that tower. The Mirage Tower. He stammered, well, figure out a way to compensate you. Although it was a great pity she didn't make things difficult for them. She gently closed her eyes and said, it's alright. It was formed by my sister's power. It will recover on its own. Ling Luo burst out laughing. He asked Reverend Qingzhu, puzzled. Reverend Qingzhu also explained to him. I can feel the thought power within the pagoda. It not only erodes consciousness, but also carries the 7 emotions and 8 sufferings of the human world. They've been impacted by it. He asked about the 7 emotions and 8 sufferings. Ling Luo knelt on the ground. His eyes shining, he continued to laugh uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Xiao lay prostrate on the ground. Her hands clenched, pounding the ground. She cried in agony. Qingzhu began chanting sutras, her hands rhythmically tapping the wooden fish. Reverend Qingzhu began to explain. Joy, anger, sorrow, greed, hatred, delusion, fear, love, aversion, old age, sickness, death. Meeting with what one resents, separation from loved ones, not getting what one desires, the blazing of the 5 aggregates. These are the 10 passions and 8 sufferings of the world. The thought power imbued with the 7 emotions and 8 sufferings assaults them, causing their emotions to lose balance. If I perform a deliverance, they should return to normal. Lin Feng sighed with emotion, then it'll trouble you, Qingzhu. Ling Luo and Xiao sat upright in a cross-legged position. Both wore golden headbands. Qingzhu said to him. The demonic energy is only temporary, the white-clad Guanyin Sutra. How could it not quickly stabilize them? He felt somewhat relieved. At the same time, he was very impressed by Reverend Qingzhu's wisdom and spiritual power. As expected of Qingzhu, they've already begun to return to normal. Inside the Mirage Tower, Qingqing used a staff, performing a powerful staff technique, causing sparks to fly. She looked ahead with determination and then shouted, watch my spell-breaking staff. Qingqing ran quickly with her staff. She said confidently, it's not that hard actually. Dong Dong clicked his tongue in admiration for Sister Qingqing. So amazing, we've already reached the 2nd floor. Qingqing twirled the staff deftly in her hands. She said confidently, watch me take it down in one go. Suddenly a shockwave entered her ears. Qingqing's expression also began to show the impact, causing illusions to appear. She cried out, it's so itchy. Suddenly Qingqing's eyes lit up. Her mouth kept muttering, banana. Banana, banana. Lin Feng cried out in alarm. Qingqing's also affected, but she still had a bit of consciousness left. She slapped her face with both hands, trying to wake herself up. She shouted to remind herself, no. I can't fall here. At the same time, her Dharma manifestation was preparing to activate. Lin Feng said, don't do that, come down quickly or the tower will burst. She shouted, I'm coming out, he exclaimed again. Qingzhu said, you've also been affected by the 10 passions and 8 sufferings, you need deliverance. A girl said, from the current situation, it seems the little princess at the top of the tower possesses at least tier 2 power. Qingzhu said, I have a way to reach the top of the tower. He immediately asked, what is it? Qingzhu replied, the thought power and 10 passions and 8 sufferings inside are primarily unified consciousness. A single person's consciousness has limited power. But by using a psychic link, connecting everyone's consciousness, if everyone gathers our consciousness together, we will have the strength to resist the thought power and the 10 passions and 8 sufferings. He said seriously, all right. Everyone come with me to the highest floor. Indeed, it was effortless. The power of everyone's consciousness succeeded. And they ascended to the 4th floor. Then the thought power and the 10 passions above, and the 8 sufferings power increased several fold. Don't worry, keep going up. Well, go with you. Because the thought power and the 10 passions on the 4th floor, and 8 sufferings have truly materialized. He blurted out, this isn't good. The girls said, don't worry. We will protect you with our consciousness, brother. Lin Feng responded, mum. Then he blurted out, the top of the tower is just ahead. A girl exclaimed in surprise, are they really not AI? They're going to pass the test so quickly. Sisters were almost at the 6th floor. Then they said in unison, we are the Ghost Spirit Girl Group. We are fans of the Wind Master. Charge, my lord, leave it to us. He asked, is that a ghost ahead? He turned around and let out in surprised, oh. Someone else is almost at the top of the tower, just like this old man. This old man possesses the power of a heroic spirit 1st tier. I've been climbing this tower for hundreds of years. The spiritual power and the power of the 10 emotions and 8 sufferings here are immense. Every step upward is like a whole year passing. In another 100 years this old man will reach the top of the tower. Kid, I advise you to go back down quickly. Above is this old man's territory. He said angrily, you old stinky ghost, get out of the way. Seeing Lin Feng walking ahead, he blurted out, how are you so fast, kid? He said, it's you old ghost who is too useless. She said his creative heart is shattered, unable to sustain itself. His spiritual power has also dissipated with it. He announced to everyone, the top of the tower is just ahead. Then the spiritual power changed. It seemed this was the final test. Lin Feng blocked with one hand in front of him, to avoid the cluster of skulls, and gradually walked towards the door. Xingju reminded Lin Feng that consciousness in this space merges with the boundary of reality. Then after reaching the destination, Lin Feng looked ahead, only to see an eerie ghost eye staring at him. King Zhu's voice continued, the spiritual power and the emotions of the 10 feelings and 8 sufferings here have all materialized. Don't let them devour you. Otherwise your consciousness will be destroyed. His eyes glowed green and he asked coldly, to go up, do I have to deal with these things? Is that right? Can everyone still hold on? Xianhua beside him cheered him on, while Tong Tong replied, mum. Big brother, don't worry. Our consciousness will become your power, helping you move forward. Hearing this he shouted, everyone let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding ghost spirits joined forces with him, and the power of the ghost spirits directly targeted one eye of the monster group. They attacked continuously, turning to other parts of its body. The emerald green light emitted by the ghost spirits shot directly at the monster. Tong Tong appeared next to Lin Feng and shouted, big brother. He leaped up to continue the attack, then shouted at the little girl, Tong Tong, charge. The previous attack followed a zaped trajectory, damaging a portion of the monster's body. Afterwards it continued to attack another serpent-like monster. The little girl said to him in a panic, our power isn't enough yet. Immediately the other ghost spirits gathered and said, we're here. He flew into midair, shouting, charge. Below, the many ghost children collectively raised their fists with concerted effort. A green light emanated from Zuanhua's hand. Next was Qianwei. Following that, Ling Luo and Xingju also contributed their power. Next was Xioro. Everyone unleashed their power to assist him. Finally it was Tong Tong. While assisting him, the little girl frowned deeply and said firmly, don't even think about stopping us. The converged power rushed forward with a terrifying aura, tearing the monster to shreds. Standing before the revealed door, after eliminating the monster, Lin Feng said confidently, the door to the final floor isn't far. A red light flew out from the door, making Tong Tong say anxiously, big brother, another materialized monster has appeared. You go up quickly. Leave this place to us. He replied, all right. Xingju walked to his side and said to Lin Feng, let's go. The monster's red light fought against the ghost spirits. Their attacks continuously struck the barrier created by the ghost spirits. Their offensive was overwhelming the ghost spirits. The ghost spirits were drawn into the center of the aura, but feared we were surrounded. Dong Dong. Dong Dong was tightly bound by the energy currents of the monsters. Said in a panic, our consciousness is about to give out. Meanwhile Lin Feng and Xingju were almost there. He said to Xingju, almost there. The spirit entities meanwhile were still surrounded in a space enclosed on all sides by tangible monsters. Here Lin Feng had arrived. He reached his hand into the aura and exclaimed, "We're here." The red light attacking the spirit entities disappeared. Dong Dong joyfully shouted, "It's him!" After the monsters dissipated, the scene within the city became much clearer. It was a tranquil sky, and many houses in an ancient architectural style. It seemed they had been polluted by the monsters before. So when they were eliminated, the city became brighter too. Ruoyun exclaimed happily in the city, "My sister's psychic power has dissipated. Someone has finally passed the test. My sister is saved." Meanwhile Dong Dong rubbed her forehead and sighed in relief. "Phew, that was close." Xing Zhu blinked. "I knew Lord Feng could handle it." Xiao Rou, wearing sunglasses, proudly stroked her chin. "It's not just him, it's because we all worked hard." Ruoyun appeared and said to them, "My sister's test is over. We can go up now." On the other side Lin Feng sighed in relief. Phew, finally made it up. Suddenly he looked forward, sweating. This is the 6th floor. He saw many jade pillars in the space ahead, and right in the center of these jade pillars there was something like a yellow cloud. He said in surprise, "A ghost domain." Ruoyun arrived just then and confirmed upon hearing him, "Yes, this is the 6th floor of the Phantasmagoria Tower." Dong Dong was nearby. She said, "Brother, we're here." Ruoyun looked at the cloud and said, "My sister Shang Ruoshi is sleeping in that cloud in the middle." Then in the blink of an eye, she was already calmly sitting on that golden cloud, and a girl appeared on it as well. The girl was sleeping peacefully, looking very much like Shang Ruoyun, but much younger. It seemed the girl was having a happy dream. Lin Feng and his group, upon seeing the girl, their eyes shone like stars. They exclaimed, "So adorable." Ruoyun looked at her sister with sadness in her eyes. Her gaze lowered and she said worriedly, "If you have passed the test, it proves you have the ability to wake my sister." She pleaded with Lin Feng, "Please help us." He wondered, "Why is your sister in a coma? And what's with this ghost domain in this city?" Dong Dong was nearby, chiming in. Sister Jiang Wei said before that the Cloud Dream Marsh is in the east. How did it end up here? Ruoyun explained, "This city is the Cloud Dream Kingdom, which was destroyed 1,000 years ago. My sister and I are remnants of the Cloud Dream Kingdom from 1,000 years ago. All the tragedies from 1,000 years ago began with the invasion of the Western evil god into the east, which caused the divine war." She touched Ruox's forehead, saying, "These are my sister's memories. Perhaps they can answer your questions." The system simultaneously issued a notification. Found a powerful psychic source in the ghost domain. Special mission complete. Reward dream memory. Dong Dong looked at the white deer. It was gradually forming under the influence of psychic power. She exclaimed in surprise, "It's getting bigger." She called out to Lin Feng, "Brother, let's go inside and see." Although he didn't know what was inside, Lin Feng still calmly replied, "MHM." The white deer suddenly grew larger. Under their gaze, gradually, it transformed into a giant deer. Lin Feng suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, Dong Dong." His hand had turned into a chicken wing. Then she, not to be outdone, screamed in horror, "My ears have turned into rabbit ears." And then in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng turned into a black chicken with red feathers on its head, and Dong Dong had turned into a cube-shaped rabbit. He cried out in a panic. This familiar opening, could it be her doing again? 80% sure. He blinked. Only then did the two realize they were in free fall, plummeting towards a nearby river. They then swiftly plunged straight into the river. Lin Feng and Dong Dong choked on the water, spitting it out. The surrounding animals were attracted by the sight and quickly gathered around to watch. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately cried out in fear. But all his sounds turned into chicken clucking. Cluck cluck. Dong Dong, not to be outdone, could only weakly chirp cheep cheep, looking at the animals eagerly gathering around. She immediately chirped cheep cheep in confusion. "Meaning you? It seems I can only make animal sounds and can't speak human language anymore." He replied, sweating profusely, "Cluck cluck. This might be the special characteristic of this memory world. We've all turned into animals, unable to speak human language, but we can communicate through our calls." A chubby yellow rabbit appeared and said, "You're awake." Lin Feng asked blankly, "Where is this?" A small white dog replied, "This is Eastern Yunmeng's. Did you drown and lose your memory?" Hearing this, the yellow rabbit quickly explained, "You too, like us, are spirits, guided by Tsong Foreign. You live in Yunmeng's and protect Yunmeng's, correct?" He asked who was Tsong Foreign, then he thought to himself, "It seems this is thousands of years ago, when Yunmeng's was still in the east." They looked up at a giant female statue, surrounded by green, and situated amidst mountains and rivers. Then it said, "Tsong Foreign is revered as the Yunmeng goddess, the Holy Spirit who protects Yunmeng's and the Yunmeng kingdom beside the Great Marsh. It is precisely because of Tsong Furen's guidance that we can fight against evil gods and spirits. We and the people of the Yunmeng Kingdom have been able to live happily here for thousands of years. Lin Feng stroked his chin upon hearing this and thought, Tsong Furen, a holy spirit. What is the relationship between this Yunmeng goddess and the Princess Royal's sleeping young princess? Suddenly Dong Dong leaped up and asked seriously what's going on. A giant circular object suddenly appeared in the sky, containing strange eyes within it. The strange animals cried out loudly, Tsong Furen, you damned Eastern deities! Who killed our Western holy spirits? What are those weaklings worth? I, Angola, have personally come to defile this place and you. The circular object gradually moved elsewhere. A resident of Yunmeng Kingdom shouted loudly, it's those Western evil gods invading the East again. Lin Feng speculated these guys are another powerful evil god. This is the divine war the Princess Royal spoke of, where Western evil gods invade the East. The Princess Royal said, the strange eyes in the marsh are making sounds. It seems they are here to defile your Yunmengs. A monster emerged from the marsh. He said, I am Angola, the great evil god of the marsh. You Eastern deities are only fit to submit at the feet of us Western evil gods. His information appeared, Angola, evil god of the marsh. Saint Rang 2. Next he summoned thousands of greenish evil spirits with glowing eyes. From the marsh, come forth my familiars. A woman surrounded by streams of colorful water, said great Western evil god. It turned out to be the Yunmeng goddess, Tsong Furen Saint Rang 2. She continued, it's not like we haven't killed them before. Dong Dong, upon seeing this person, exclaimed excitedly, that's Tsong Furen, the Yunmeng goddess. So beautiful above the woman was something that looked like the skeleton of a centipede, but was diamond-like blue. That strange thing made a sound. That's right, with Tsong Furen here. You foreign evil gods are nothing but pathetic weaklings. Lin Feng asked, what's that? Dong Dong replied, that is Lady Shang's right-hand man, the insect spirit commander under the mountain god of Yunmeng Marsh. Lord Xianyue possesses strength of heroic tier 03. Just one step away from becoming a holy spirit like Lady Shang. At this moment the man in green robes wearing a bamboo hat, referred to as the mountain god of Xianyue, clasped his hands and bowed to Yunmeng. This humble god has arrived. His information stream also appeared. Mountain god of Yunmeng Marsh, Lord Xianyue, heroic tier 03. Lin Feng and Tong Tong both exclaimed simultaneously when they saw him lift his head. So handsome. Lady Shang turned her face and looked at Lord Xianyue. She said, the Western evil godin, Korra, I will deal with him as for the powerful evil spirits under his command. They are yours to handle. Lord Xianyue replied, as you command, goddess. Lady Shang gave another order. Yunmeng Kingdom, spirits of Yunmeng Marsh, heed my command. Expel the evil god and his kin. Protect our East. The man in the green robe spread his hands holding in them something resembling a giant fan and replied, as you command. Soldiers of Yunmeng Kingdom, follow us and eradicate the evil god's kin. That man is the king of Yunmeng Marsh. Beside him is the queen of Yunmeng Marsh. Meanwhile, a rabbit introduced. Those are the king and queen of Yunmeng Kingdom. They are super powerful ghost tamers. The soldiers below, hearing this, shouted in unison, eradicate the evil god's kin. Eradicate the evil god's kin. The rabbit continued. The soldiers of Yunmeng Kingdom are also super powerful ghost tamers. They will fight alongside us. The white bear held weapons in both hands, standing in front of the two animals. One black, one white, saying, take these. It's our turn to attack. The two black and white animals were Lin Feng and Tong Tong. Both took the weapons. Lin Feng, with determination in his eyes, said, all right, let these evil spirits from 1,000 years ago witness my demon-slaying combat arts. Tong Tong also said, check out my spiked club. Those evil spirits, the green minions of the Western evil god Ankora, also shouted in unison for Lord Ankora. Defile this land. Defile this land. Those on Lady Shang's side were not to be outdone, and shouted for goddess Yunmeng. The king and queen combined their efforts, transmitting psychic power through their scepters. They shouted in unison. All soldiers, summon the ghost spirits of Yunmeng Kingdom. The evil spirits also began to roar and charge forward. Summon ghosts. Summon ghosts on one side, several with tongues hanging out, just waiting to pounce on humans. On the other side, wielding weapons, fiercely charged forward to eliminate the enemy. Lin Feng and the others, weapons in hand, also shouted, slay the evil spirits. Slay the evil spirits. The two sides were already closing in, beginning to fight. Goddess Yunmeng's side wielded weapons, striking down enemies. Evil God Ankora's side entangled the enemies, leaving them no chance to retaliate. At this moment Lin Feng and the others also began to charge out. Lin Feng struck the evil spirit with his weapon shouting, "Die!" Tong Tong also swung her weapon around shouting loudly, "Rabbit staff technique." The other animals seeing this scene, immediately their eyes lit up exclaiming in admiration, "How admirable! So strong." At this moment, Lin Feng took the lead shouting loudly signaling to charge forward. The two forces collided, vowing to overwhelm each other. Then they merged into a spherical mass. Lin Feng said in surprise, "That's the god of war." As soon as the two sides clashed, the very rules of space were shattered. Tong Tong also added, "Holy spirits are too strong." Upon seeing this, Lady Shang said, "The Western god is still quite formidable." The Western evil god Ankora also said, "The Eastern gods are nothing special either." The Cloud Dream Goddess said calmly, "The Western god does have some skill." That enormous and bizarre demon, radiating a green aura all around, also responded softly, "The Eastern god is nothing special either." A chilling serenity emanated from her eyes. She condensed a blue orb of light and said, "Let me show you Eastern magic." The small orbs of power gradually gathered together, transforming into the enormous form of a deer. Around the deer's head were countless mysterious orbs of light. At its center was a sparkling crystal, power of the Holy Spirit. Those orbs of light gradually flew towards the strange creature. It had antlers on its head, yet it didn't quite resemble a deer. Its eyes gleamed. Its lower body, however, consisted of countless mouths. The Cloud Dream Goddess touched an orb of light and said, "The illusory dream world is formed by illusory hearts. Dreams entrap enemies within in spirit. Is the bridge connecting to the dreams. Dreams are boundless." The creature shrieked in terror. "Eastern God! To think you can create so many dream worlds." The monster focused intently, watching the orbs of light flying towards it. At this moment the goddess said directly and without hesitation, "Western evil god, fall into endless slumber." An orb of light gradually entered its head. Its eyes slowly closed. A green aura emanated from around its body. It was unclear what it was. Its gaze became blurred. It merely thought to itself. Dirt transforms into an abyss, evil becomes a revered body, chaos exists to plague the world. Then it transformed into a black mist. But its pupils remained not dissipating. All living beings suffer. All is my will, black demon forever enslave myriad souls. Its eyes as if on fire emanated immense power. He said this is divine power. Then he scoffed, extended his hand, and used a bit of power. Finally black streams of energy erupted, intertwining with the goddess orbs of light. "Ha ha ha ha, what Eastern magic! You think you can trap me, filthy abyss, devour heaven and earth. Power of the evil god, shatter the spirit void." Those green streams of energy rapidly surged forth, tightly coiling around his arms. He said with indignation, "Rotten swamp born of wickedness. I am the god of the swamp and I will drag you to despair. Let's see whose god of flame is stronger. Besides the 8 wonders, only my filth is the strongest." The Cloud Dream Goddess frowned, thinking to herself, "This evil god's power is too defiling. I wonder how many rotten creatures it's composed of. It truly cannot be underestimated. It can even defile my divine power." Meanwhile those small and adorable animals were battling the slimy green monsters. Their forms were incredibly hideous. They said these kin of the evil god are nothing special either. "Everyone, let's cooperate and deal with them." Suddenly a person in white attire holding a fan shouted loudly, "Drive away the evil spirits defiling Yunmengs." Accompanied by that cry, the warriors charged forward to fight. Suddenly a green current of water appeared, surrounding the monsters. The king of Yunmengs anxiously shouted, urging, "Everyone be careful. This swamp carries the power of the evil god. Everyone quickly fly up to evade it." Tong Tong shouted back helplessly, "Oh no. The evil god's power is too corrosive. No one can fly." The animals lined up immediately felt fear upon hearing this. Filled with worry, a gray animal and a white rabbit bravely stood at the forefront, determined to protect everyone with all their might. In the end, what was destined to happen happened. The viscous water surged forward, gradually pouring down, aiming to devour everything. It swept away everything, the animals included, plunging them into an abyss of extreme panic. However, at this very moment, the chicken and the rabbit suddenly unleashed their combat skill, demon-shattering war god staff, preventing the swamp from surging in and engulfing them. At this moment the chicken thought to itself, "It's almost collapsing," because swamp fragments had struck its body, leaving it with multiple injuries. At this critical moment, Mountain Lord Xianlu appeared. In his hand he held a jade-green treasure pagoda. and said the time has come. Demon-suppressing pagoda emerge. He simply waved his hand. The pagoda then gradually grew larger. And then a small tornado formed here. Gradually all the demons and monsters were sucked into that pagoda. What was even more special was that they were all heroic spirit-level demonic energies. This surprised the rabbit even more. No sooner had he finished speaking. The pagoda returned to its small and exquisite size, resting steadily in his hand. Lin Feng then spoke. His tone stiff. Since you possess such powerful demonic energy, why didn't you use it sooner? None of the demon spirits fighting alongside us died either. The mountain god looked displeased. Do I need your guidance on when this god should make a move? Just then a hand suddenly reached out and punched him directly. Caught off guard by the surprise attack, he immediately fell backward. It turned out that this was almost the strongest demon here. It had a huge red eye in the center of its abdomen, making its appearance look exceptionally terrifying. The mountain god scoffed. Is this the power of a god? How truly enviable. Upon seeing this, the rabbit immediately exclaimed, "They're back again, little chick." Little chick immediately replied, "This battle still depends on the outcome between goddess Yun Meng and the evil god." Meanwhile, on the swamp evil god side, goddess Yun Meng, she was performing a series of skills: cloud, dream, ethereal, dreams, haze, and azure ripple. The monster in front was confronting her. Its eyes were incredibly sharp and its body was covered in blood-red spikes. It thought to itself, "In this swampy hell, I am the master. Holy spirits are my playthings. Struggling is futile. Watch how I defile you, Eastern deity." Afterward, it immediately summoned its sacred artifact, the swamp divine spear. But before it could do anything, the goddess only needed one move to repel it. But at this moment, her hand had already been tainted by a trace of its power. She thought to herself, "Its divine flame power is indeed not inferior to mine." Then it flew up again and said, "Swamp world, manifest before me. Chaos power be at my command." The sacred domain immediately opened at its command. The earth began to tremble. The abyss instantly became chaotic. It then looked at the goddess and said, "Oh, even when trapped within my sacred domain, you still want to activate your own sacred domain? Are you holding back?" The goddess showed no panic and calmly replied, "To deal with you, I don't need to activate my sacred domain yet." It retorted, "In my sacred domain, what if you are a holy spirit? Even divine flames will be suppressed by my power." It no longer hesitated and continued to unleash new moves. Its said domain of the marsh darkness spread. Decaying aura permeates the sky, swamp whirlpools surge. All living beings fall into a path of no return. The goddess stood below looking at it. She was not in a hurry to act. Instead, she stood there watching what it intended to do, remaining in a state of readiness for battle. Ready at any moment. Seeing that the time was ripe, she then unleashed her divine flame, burning her own essence. Instantly her whole body shone with immense light. A cluster of azure flames appeared before her. At this moment the goddess remained calm, enchanted. Power of Yun Meng, command the fire spirit. Scorching light illuminate heaven and earth. In just an instant, its moves were blocked. It hadn't even touched her fingernail. Goddess Yun Meng formed a barrier, blocking Ankora's attack. Seeing this, it said, "She's burning her own essence again to unleash divine flame power. This woman is truly mad. But in my sacred domain, how long can you last?" A fireball appeared in the sky. Black sparks emanated from the fireball. Tong Tong transformed into a rabbit and said, "That's the Holy Spirit's domain." It even trapped goddess Yun Meng inside. Beside the little girl, Lin Feng said doubtfully, "Could the tragedy the High Princess spoke of have been the failure of this battle? And Yun Meng Kingdom as a result?" Disappeared. Xuan Lishanjun watched Yun Meng's battle with a worried expression, saying, "The power of the Holy Spirit, when will this god be able to?" On the other side, Ankyla, wielding a long spear condensed from his own power, charged towards Yun Meng, shouting, "I've seen through your power." Ankyla thrust his spear at Yun Meng, brimming with smugness. "The water dream laws you wield are completely suppressed within my holy domain." Meanwhile, she was creating water columns to block his attacks. Even after being hit, Yun Meng said, "I never said my abilities were water and dreams. Were all your experiences from the beginning truly real?" She continued, "Truth and illusion are but a thought apart. Was it Zhuang Zhou dreaming he was a butterfly? Or is he now a butterfly dreaming he is Zhuang Zhou?" Ankyla exclaimed in surprise when he saw Yun Meng, who had just been hit, and his attack had suddenly vanished. What Yun Meng created a piece of antler-shaped ice and commanded, "Let it burn with divine fire to its fullest." Ankyla raged, mind power altering reality again. No sooner had he spoken than he was thrown into the air by a gust of wind. Multicolored orbs surrounded him. He heard Yunmeng's voice say, "The moon pulls mystifying Du Link's chains, the phantom sea runs deep. Truth and illusion are hard to discern. All found within the illusion." After these words, a lotus flower suddenly appeared in the space. It emanated a powerful aura, accompanied by a majestic voice. Lunar disunion. Ankila discovered a lotus flower had appeared behind him at some point. The aura it emitted was incredibly powerful, seemingly trying to draw him in. He roared unwillingly, "I can't be pulled in. If I'm pulled in, he'll be etherealized by mind power." Then blue flames erupted from Ankla's eyes, and the aura of his body gradually intensified. "Don't think you're the only one who knows how to burn their essence." Yunmeng remained calm, commanding the lotus to draw him in. Moon Lotus, unite and seal the evil. In just a moment after he was completely drawn in, the lotus gradually closed its petals. As Goddess Yunmeng's fingers gradually closed, the aura of the Western evil god also vanished. His subordinates vanished along with him, causing the king of Yunmengs to cheer. The evil god's power has dissipated, the goddess won. Following suit, others also cheered. The goddess won, we won. Yunmengs is safe. However, above Goddess Yunmeng's task was not yet complete. She was struggling to suppress Ankla's power within the lotus flower. It seemed he was trying to break free. The people below only saw the lotus flower. And then Yunmeng's lotus exploded. The light from the explosion scattered, obscuring everyone's vision. Xuanla Shanjun painfully broke out in a cold sweat and cried out. After the explosion, something fell into the water. Goddess Yunmeng glided on the water's surface, dodging the green energy currents. It turned out Ankila had already escaped. He was fiercely attacking her. Xuanla Shanjun saw Ankila about to strike Yunmeng and cried out in terror, "Goddess!" Ankla's spear was almost touching Yunmeng's neck. With just a slight push, it would pierce her neck. But before it could fully penetrate, it suddenly stopped. Ankila cried out in defiance, almost, I won't accept this." He vanished before he could finish his sentence. But at the same time, Yunmeng also collapsed to her knees, seemingly gravely wounded. The antler-shaped ice construct she had created also developed a huge crack right in its center. Xuanla Shanjun cried out in alarm and ran towards the goddess, while others were still worrying. Tong Tong and Lin Feng slumped to the ground, letting out a long sigh. "It's finally over." The little girl beside them also added, "To fight like that, it must have been exhausting." Meanwhile, Xuanla Shanjun was concerned, inquiring Yunmeng, "Goddess, are you all right?" She replied, "My divine flame is about to be exhausted, and I need to recuperate for a period of time." Although Yunmeng was severely wounded, she still struggled to say to him, "I don't have much strength left. The demonic aura from that evil god saint-level being still contains his power. Go and destroy it." Xuanla Shanjun respectfully replied, "Yes, goddess." Then, using his magical treasure, the pagoda, he commanded it to suppress the demonic aura. The evil god's war spear lay silently in his hand, causing him to fall into deep thought as he looked at it. Then all of a sudden, he pierced Yunmeng's body with that war spear. The two of them, Tong Tong and Lin Feng, were too stunned to speak, their faces ghastly pale. Everyone else was equally in disbelief. Upon witnessing this scene before them, they rushed towards Yunmeng shouting, "Goddess!" But just as they were one step away from reaching her, they were all flung back by a mysterious force, causing everyone to fall to the ground. Xuanla Shanjun slowly turned around, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. "How overconfident! Have you forgotten that I am the strongest here beneath the saints? All right, my children, come out." No sooner had he finished speaking than many strange insects suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They had wings and flew like bees, beetles, and many other bizarre insects, causing Tong Tong to exclaim, "That's the mountain god's demonic insect army." Goddess Yunmeng's eyes held sadness and her face was filled with confusion. She asked him why. Xuanla Shanjun chuckled sinisterly, saying, "What, goddess, you're asking me why? You don't know, then I'll make it clear to you." He approached, mockingly lifting Goddess Yunmeng's chin. "I've served you for so long, and now you finally deign to look at me." Severely injured and devoid of strength, she could only look at him weakly. He scoffed contemptuously, "So even a high and mighty goddess can show such an expression." She arrogantly stood amidst the clouds, looking down upon the saints below. "All this time you've been high above, receiving the admiration of countless people. When your feet touched the ground, everyone would respectfully kneel. In the past, Xuanla Shanjun was always devoted to you, willing to kneel in reverence, to worship you, and even willing to die for you." He stretched out his hand, wanting to touch the goddess, merely wishing to get close to you, begging for a little attention from you. Just as he was about to touch her, everything vanished. He looked up, his face filled with regret for you. She didn't even spare him a glance, merely turning away heartlessly and leaving him kneeling there. Watching her quietly depart, the mountain god thought indignantly. You never once lowered your noble head. To look at him, he gritted his teeth in anger. The mountain god slammed his palm onto the ground. Not even a glance at the place where he knelt. Then he leaped up and grabbed the goddess body. His eyes filled with uncontrollable rage. He roared, "Am I unworthy? Unworthy of the attention of you saints?" Yunmeng weakly replied. "For so many years, I have never seen any mercy in your eyes. For any living being, your heart is only filled with control and conquest. I thought I could." But he didn't let her finish. Xuanla Shanjun had already revealed a ferocious expression, bursting into mad laughter. "Shut up, goddess. You're putting on that high and mighty act again. Isn't that just because you are a saint? High above." Xuanla Shanjun pushed his palm backward, as if preparing to unleash a move, completely ignoring the goddess' disgusted expression. "Saint goddess. As long as I obtain your heart and divine flame, I, this god, can also become a saint." Immediately after, he unleashed a powerful blow, striking directly at her heart. The people below only saw a massive explosion. Beams of power intertwined, making them gasp. "Goddess." After defeating Goddess Yunmeng, the Mount Xuanla deity shouted, "Your heart is already mine." Before dissipating, she looked at him sadly, struggling to persuade him, "Leave with me." A hand clutched the glistening stone heart. In the hazy light, Yunmeng lunged at him as if to drag him into death with her. The Mount Xuanla deity exclaimed in surprise, "What, you still have?" Two terrifying forces collided, causing a massive explosion that shot out blue light. Lin Feng stood in front, shielding Tongtong, and summarized. Goddess Yunmeng was a sacred spirit, but because of severe injuries, she was ambushed and killed by the Mount Deity's subordinates. The little girl closed her eyes and shouted that Mount Deity truly deserves to die. The Mount Xuanla deity's laughter echoed in the deep crater that had formed after the explosion. Lin Feng said in surprise, "That Mount Deity isn't dead yet." A voice emerged from the crystalline form. "You still wish to send me to my end?" Who knew this deity's destiny had not yet ended? From the void, a hand appeared accompanied by a sinister voice. Not only did this deity not die, this deity also obtained Angura's residual divine power. The Mount Xuanla deity appeared in a bizarre form. "Goddess, do you see this?" He laughed manically. "This deity is about to become a sacred spirit. As long as I fuse with your heart, this deity will surely ignite the divine flame and ascend to sacred spirit." Suddenly he was utterly shocked. Looking at the heart of Yunmeng clutched in his hand, it dissipated. The figure of a child appeared in his palm. The Mount Xuanla deity chuckled in astonishment. The heart of Yunmeng had actually transformed into a baby. He laughed horribly. "Goddess, even in death you won't make things easy. No matter, this deity will wait a few more years." A person shouted loudly upon seeing the bugs. "They are the traitors who betrayed Goddess Yunmeng." They replied in unison. "We only obey the great Mount Deity's commands." The Mount Xuanla deity flew into the air announcing, "Goddess Yunmeng is dead. From this day forward, Yunmeng Marsh and Yunmeng Kingdom both belong to me." His gaze was incredibly cold and full of determination. From the Mount Xuanla deity's hand, a spell was cast, attacking the residents of Yunmeng Marsh. He threw down the sphere containing Goddess Yunmeng and commanded, "This infant is entrusted to your care. This deity will come to retrieve her in a few years." Everyone was utterly astonished. Could this be the Mount Xuanla deity? Smirked triumphantly. "From this day forward, this deity shall be the only true god here. If Yunmeng Kingdom wishes to continue existing, it must regularly offer tribute to the demonic bugs and make live sacrifices to this deity." He turned towards the distant goddess statue, gathering power to destroy it. As the Mount Xuanla deity did so, he declared, "From this day forward, within Yunmeng Kingdom's borders, destroy all items and records related to Goddess Yunmeng." He pointed to the sky, commanding, "From this day forward, this land shall only permit the worship of the one true God, me, the Mount Deity, Mount Xuanla Monarch. From this day forward, this land shall be ruled by me and the demonic bugs." The demonic bugs chanted in unison, "Mount Deity, Mount Deity." He chuckled triumphantly, watching the scene of people's reverence and submission. "Goddess, everything of yours will be mine." A girl ran up crying, "Father, Mother, I heard Goddess Yunmeng." Tongtong quickly called out, "Brother, that little girl looks like the eldest princess." Lin Feng replied coldly, It seems she is the eldest princess from when she was little. Thousands of years ago, Goddess Yunmeng was killed by the Mount Deity, and her residual power transformed into that infant." He suddenly thought, could that infant be The king of Yunmeng Kingdom stroked the little girl's head and said, Ruoyun, from now on she will be your little sister. The little princess of Yunmeng Kingdom, we Shang Ruoshi, are the eldest princess of Yunmeng Kingdom, and mustn't always cry in front of our little sister. The infant transformed from Yunmeng reached out a hand, called out Elder Princess. Lin Feng and Tong Tong were utterly astonished. The Cloud Dream Goddess was actually the little princess, Mangling Shang Ruoshi. The little princess Mangling Shang Ruoshi is the Cloud Dream Goddess. 13 years later in the Cloud Dream Realm, the ground was covered in lush green. Phoenix wings fluttered gracefully in the sky. Ruoshi was currently playing hide and seek with her sisters. Fuzzy Chicken Blockhead Bunny, where are you hiding? Ruoyun was hiding behind a pillar, secretly motioning for her to be quiet. Meanwhile Ruoshi with puffed cheeks pondered, it looks like you'll have to use my real skills. A white aura enveloped her. Fuzzy Chicken in front of Shang Ruoshi. You can't hide. Immediately after, she appeared in front of Fuzzy Chicken and Blockhead Bunny. Ruoshi yelled, found you. Both were startled when she caught them. Ruoyun walked over, tapped her head and chided. How many times have I told you not to use your powers so casually? If you're caught by Ruoyun's words trailed off before she could finish. Continued from L11226 she suddenly stopped. Ruoshi asked suspiciously, caught by what, big sister? Ruoyun seemed to have almost let something slip. She quickly replied, flustered. Nothing. You misheard, she thought to herself. Ruoshi is growing up day by day, and some special abilities are manifesting in her. I hope the ghostly insects that monitor the palace don't notice. Ruoxi's expression suddenly darkened. She said sadly, lately I've always felt uneasy inside. And sad. It feels like something is about to awaken within me. With a worried and scared expression she said to her sister, I feel my psychic power growing stronger. I can hear some of the thoughts of the people outside. The emotions of the common folk outside. The feelings they're expressing are too sorrowful. It turned out that the people had been constantly praying for the goddess to come and help them. The Cloud Dream Kingdom was now enslaved by the mountain god and evil spirits. Those insects and other evil spirits had joined forces to hunt down the villagers. Those innocent residents were being mercilessly slaughtered by those creatures. Ruoshi said, pained, and longing showed in her eyes. What kind of abilities do I have? Why do father and mother always forbid me from leaving the palace? The one I always hear about. The one they pray to. Who exactly is that Cloud Dream Goddess? Hearing her younger sister say these things made Ruoyun's heart ache. There are some things sister, father, and mother all hope you'll never know. In another scene, a monster was speaking with Ruoxi's parents. This time's offering. We agreed on 3,000 people, but you're still 1,000 short. He replied frantically. But the population of the Cloud Dream Kingdom has already been halved. It bared its sharp teeth, saliva dripping from its mouth. It said to him with an arrogant tone, don't forget, it was thanks to Lord Mountain God's benevolence that your country was allowed to continue existing. The monster roared furiously. If the offerings aren't enough, we can't let Lord Mountain God go hungry. That would be an unforgivable crime. It angrily lifted him up and roared loudly. If it's not enough, bring newborn infants to make up the number. Seeing this, his wife pleaded anxiously. It found her troublesome and forcefully kicked her away. Feeling it was a bother, she struggled to crawl towards her husband. The monster watched the couple as they tried their best to protect each other. It then said disdainfully, you ungrateful wretches. I'll give you 1 day to gather the rest of the offerings. When we collect the offerings tomorrow, Lord Mountain God will descend in person. Don't you dare mess anything up for me. It's almost time after all these years. It then said something that terrified the couple. Tomorrow Lord Mountain God will personally come to take that person away. Be prepared. Hundreds of bees swooped down, take the sacrifice, and ascend to the heavens with the monster leader. The people of Yunmeng Kingdom. Ruoxi's mother cried out in utter despair. Do we really have to hand our daughter over to him? He shouted firmly. Ruoshi is our daughter. She is also the hope of this Yunmeng marsh. Inside a magnificent and grand building in the Yunmeng Kingdom. At this moment Ruoshi and her older sister Ruoyun ran to reunite with their parents. 2 streams of tears trickled down Ruoxi's reddened cheeks. She was crying, not understanding what was happening. Both her parents revealed a smile, kind and gentle. Her mother smiled and said, Ruoshi, for the past few years, it must have been difficult for you being confined to this palace. The king standing beside them added, he's almost here. Now is the time to tell you what happened all those years ago. After the story was told to Ruoshi, she was very surprised. I'm not father's and mother's child. Her mother with teary eyes replied, my silly child. You will always be our child. We will never hand you over. The king took out a golden mask. And then told Ruwashi, "This is a spirit-level artifact. It can conceal your form and aura. It's a legacy from the ancestors of the Yunmeng kingdom. Continuation of L11331. Take it and leave Yunmeng Marsh with your sister. You must live happily in the outside world." Hearing this, she cried out heartbrokenly, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "Father, mother, what about you?" They exchanged a look, then replied in unison, "We will protect the Yunmeng kingdom until our last breath." Ruoyun took her sister's hand and left. Her mother cried out heartbreakingly, "Ruoyun, your sister is in your hands now, take her away from here quickly." Tears also streamed uncontrollably down Ruoyun's face. This might be the last time they would ever see their father and mother. Outside, a giant monster roared, "Keep a close eye. Lord Mountain God will arrive tomorrow." The two sisters Ruoyun and Ruwashi were fleeing. The area around them was already protected by a magic barrier. A day later in the Yunmeng kingdom at this moment, a large number of creatures were gradually entering. They shouted, "The mountain god descends. All beings of Yunmeng Marsh kneel and welcome the mountain god." The king of Yunmeng kingdom had also prepared himself mentally for their arrival. "Creatures of Yunmeng Marsh, prepare yourselves." His wife standing beside him added, "Instead of continuing to be treated as livestock by the mountain god, we would rather perish along with this Yunmeng kingdom." The monsters and evil spirits said disdainfully, "The Yunmeng mountain god's power is boundless." The leader Xuanla Mountain Monarch also declared, "Today is the day this mountain god shall burn himself to become a saint." He revealed a sinister smile. "It seems these wretches want to spoil this god's fun." A large amount of poisonous gas emanated around them, preparing for a great purge. Xuanla Mountain Monarch smiled smugly. "It seems you don't intend to hand her over. Let this god see where she is." A red aura gradually enveloped the entire Yunmeng kingdom, aiming to search for the sisters' whereabouts. As Ruoyun fled, she spoke to comfort, "With this ghostly aura, the mountain god won't find us." In the air, cunning gleamed in his eyes. Looking at everyone in the Yunmeng kingdom, he revealed a smile and let out a sinister chuckle. "Can't find them? You wretches, how dare you play tricks in front of this god?" The queen and king charged forward together to attack at this moment. "Summon the spirits of Yunmeng kingdom. Mountain god, the beings of Yunmeng Marsh are not your slaves." Xuanla Mountain Monarch looked at them sinisterly, then mocked, "Have you forgotten this god's might?" Then he shot a wave of power towards the people of Yunmeng kingdom. Ruwashi and Ruyun's parents were also affected by the evil power and were severely injured. Ruwashi, standing in the distance at that moment, witnessed this scene. She could only feel a sharp pain in her heart, screaming in despair and powerlessness. At this moment, everyone was attacked by a dark purple power. Everyone was screaming in agony. Sister Ruwashi cried out tragically, "Father King, Mother Queen." Ruwashi cried as she hugged Ruoyun, recounting, "Sister, my psychic power sensed Yunmeng City. Father King, Mother Queen, and everyone else were." Ruoyun gritted her teeth in anger and comforted Ruwashi. "Let's listen to Father King and Mother Queen and leave this place." The white rabbit panicked. "Is there nothing we can do?" The black bird cursed angrily, "Damn it. We've lost our power here. It's completely useless." It glanced back and continued, "Moreover, this is Mengling's memory world. This means it's a reality that has already happened. Even if we had power, we couldn't change what has already happened in the past. In this memory world, we can only follow the course of events as they unfold." Finally, at this moment, a man and a scorpion flew over, roaring loudly. "These human insects dare to offend the mountain god. Punish them." The giant scorpion smashed down with a powerful blow. Everyone was terrified and scattered, fleeing for their lives. At this moment, a figure exuding a dense dark aura landed. He held a scythe in one hand. His other hand pointed to the crowd hiding in the corner of the ruins. "Fireflies trying to shake a tree, overestimating yourselves. This god is the mountain god who governs this Yunmeng Marsh." Suddenly, a rabbit with glowing red eyes stood up and retorted angrily, "You evil god who betrayed the goddess." The scythe was plunged deep into the ground. It emitted a dark aura engulfing the area. The mountain god arrogantly raised his scythe and threatened, "Speak. This god knows where they went." Those resilient old officials sneered dismissively, "Dream on." Upon hearing the answer, the mountain god revealed an eerie smile. "It seems that for the sake of that little girl you're disregarding the fate of Yunmeng. My minions, prepare yourselves." Those innocent commoners who had been captured were hung on crosses in midair. From now on, for every quarter of an hour, 100 Yunmeng people will be killed until they speak. Flames blazed fiercely. All those innocent people were burned alive. The two quickly pleaded, "No, please don't." At this moment the mountain god revealed a despicable and shameless expression, saying, "As long as you hand over that little girl obediently, this god will not pursue the matter and spare your Yunmeng kingdom." In Ruox's tear-blurred eyes was the arrogant mountain god. She miserably cried out, "Father King, Mother Queen, Yunmeng kingdom." A misty swirl of smoke gradually formed an animal, a rare spirit beast from Ruox's heart and mind. Ruoxi was surrounded by that layer of cyan mist, then gently flew into the air. Ruoyun couldn't help but feel surprised. Ruoxi, like a fairy, sincerely said to Ruoyun, "Sister, I want to go back and save Father King, Mother Queen, and the people of Yunmeng kingdom. Yunmeng kingdom is suffering so much now, and it's all because of me." After hearing this, the sister's tears also fell. Then Ruoyun stood below, extending her hands, watching Ruoxi fly away, and shouted loudly, "This isn't your fault. Sister will always be with you." The mountain god was surprised to find that Ruoxi and Ruoyun came out of a mysterious portal. Her parents knelt on the ground, also surprised, and asked Ruoxi, "Why are you back?" Ruoxi, at this moment full of power and courage, declared loudly, "Mountain god, I am the one you are looking for. I'll go with you. Let go of Father King, Mother Queen, and the people of Yunmeng kingdom." He revealed an eerie and cunning smile, then conjured a dark orb and responded, "Good." He maliciously extended his hands full of dark energy and clutched Ruox's throat, making her gasp for breath. Her parents below immediately cried out in terror and worry. Ruoxi the beasts also began to howl wildly. Ruoyun reached out, wanting to pull her back, and shouted loudly, "Ruoxi." At this moment a dark force suppressed everyone, rendering them unable to move. Ruoxi sorrowfully in pain. "In here, spare Yunmeng kingdom." He smugly stuck out that disgusting long tongue and said, "Hey, you're just like her. Even now you still act so high and mighty." Those filthy hands tightly clutched her neck, and he said viciously, "It seems your heart isn't ripe yet." As he spoke, he stuck out his tongue and licked Ruox's face. "But since you're already in my hands, there's no need to spare them anymore." She asked in horror, "What?" Instantly everyone was killed on the spot. Ruoyun offered no resistance and died immediately. Ruox's face turned pale with terror. He, on the other hand, spread his hands wide and laughed gleefully. "Children, go destroy this Yunmeng kingdom. Today the Yunmeng kingdom will cease to exist." The demonic insects received their orders, continuously releasing poisonous gas, causing people to painfully collapse. The mutated insects hovered in the sky, overlooking the decaying ruins of the land. Ruoxi couldn't bear it and cried helplessly. At that moment, everyone, in the depths of her heart, a deer formed from green spiritual energy appeared, which had just seemed full of majesty and power. It emerged with the jade heart in the center. When he realized this, the mountain god's eyes widened. He turned around and laughed gleefully. "Oh, your heart is finally ripe." He showed no mercy. Preparing to fiercely stab Ruoxi today is indeed a good day. It will allow this deity to become a holy spirit. Now this deity will devour your heart. At this moment she had completely lost consciousness. The mountain god gradually dug out Ruox's heart. As he pulled it out, he discovered something that made him open his mouth in surprise. What Ruoxi was surrounded by a rainbow-like aura. She slowly said, "Yunmeng's sacred domain." The rainbow light shone as Ruoxi commanded it to open. The mountain god roared in alarm. "What? Is it possible that the entire Yunmeng marsh is Madame Tsong's sacred domain?" His hands, filled with darkness, had almost touched Ruox's heart. "But what does that matter? How much of her power can you exert? Her heart, this deity must have it." Ruox's beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide. "Sink into eternal sleep with me." The mountain god's massive hand reached out, trying to grasp the heart of Yunmeng. He roared frantically. "But what does that matter? How much of her power can you exert?" Some Ruox's eyes widened, tears still streaming down her cheeks. Her eyes gleamed with a blue light. She said, "He sink together into eternal sleep." After that, everything was pulled into a vortex. The heart of Yunmeng, sacred domain resonance. A thought transforms into a dream. The Yunmeng kingdom fell into silence. The mountain god reached out, struggling to grab, and said furiously, "Is this your last resort, goddess?" He couldn't believe it. The heart of Yunmeng and the sacred domain resonance merged, plunging himself and this deity's reincarnation into sleep. Sealed deep within the dream, he cursed furiously, "You won't rest in peace." The mountain god began to fall into the sealed dream. He shouted unwillingly, "Why? Why must you stop this deity? Why can't this deity ignite the divine flame?" A circle appeared, forming a giant chasm, sucking everything into it. His voice still echoed in the space. "This deity is not reconciled." Gradually the mountain god's body was sucked into the chasm, leaving only his blurry figure. The heart of Yunmeng shattered into 5 pieces. Ruox's eyes were filled with tears. Her heart ached more than ever before. Father King, Mother Queen. Sister, let everything return to the dream. The water surface rippled, splashing water. And some small ripples. Ruoxi did not resist, did not struggle. And thus quietly sank into the vast water. In the dream she saw Tsong Ruoyun again. She hugged Ruoxi. Even though only her spiritual consciousness remained in the dream. Ruoyun said to her sister, "Will stay by your side." Tongtong saw a huge blue orb of light in front of her. She said to Lin Feng, "Brother Yun." Meng Zhe began to revert to its ghost realm appearance. Then he corrected Tongtong. It should be called a sacred relic. The two of them flew after the sacred relic. Tongtong saw the sacred relic. As it flew further away, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She said to him. The sacred relic flew away. He observed for a moment, then said to her. It must have flown to the location we found in reality. He stopped. Tongtong's intention to keep flying. We should go back too. Tongtong said nothing, just hummed in agreement. Tongtong was in tears. Brother, when we go back we must find a way to wake Ruoxi. He thought for a moment, then replied with a sound of assent. Lin Feng asked Qingqing and Ling Luo. Through their mind link. You all saw it, right? Qingqing furiously clenched her hands while Ling Luo sobbed. Her voice was a little off-key. How pitiful. Lin Feng looked at the Grand Princess, then asked. Grand Princess. What method can we use to wake Ruoxi? He thought to himself. The Grand Princess had already disappeared with the Cloud Dream Kingdom. This Grand Princess was formed from Ruox's lingering thought. There should be a way to wake her up. The Grand Princess lowered her head and said sadly. The method to wake my sister is a bit dangerous. It requires entering my sister's dream world. But if one stays in the dream for too long, the person who enters will be assimilated by the dream world. In order to indulge in the dream with the mountain god. Her heart shattered. My sister's heart of Cloud Dream shattered into 5 pieces. To wake my sister, 5 ghost spirits must enter my sister's dream world. To act as carriers for my sister's soul fragments. The 5 ghost spirits acting as carriers will lose their memories and transform into characters within my sister's dream world. The Grand Princess continued. Then you, carrying your memories, will play a role that moves the 5 ghost spirits who are now characters in the dream world. The ghost spirits who are moved will regain their memories, thereby awakening my sister's heart fragments. Once the 5 ghost spirits have been enlightened, and the 5 fragments are awakened, they can form a complete heart of Cloud Dream. At that time my sister will wake up. However, my sister is the core that suppresses the mountain god. When my sister awakens, the mountain god will also break free from his confinement and awaken. Qingqing confidently patted her chest. Leave the mountain god to us. The female ghost Feng Bao also spoke up. Lin and I will definitely deal with him. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, pondering 5 ghost spirits. Who should go? At this moment Xiao Rou ran over from nearby. She was holding a game console in her hand. She pushed up her glasses, then confidently accepted the task. He'll go. Isn't this just a romance game? I've researched this. Leave this live-action romance game to me. Lin Feng glanced at her, then hesitated. All right. You really get involved in everything, don't you? But Lin Feng. Fenglin sadistic love, 3 lives, 3 worlds, 20 miles of peach blossoms. What in the world is this? He held the game console in his hand, looking bewildered. Xiao Rou smiled slyly. It's a super popular romance game. Can I do it now? I'm doing it. Qingqing and Ling Luo looked at Xiao Rou. Their eyes sparkled. They held hands, then turned to Lin Feng and said. Such an interesting thing. We want to participate too. For Lin Feng, he felt quite helpless with these people. But now there was no one else who could take on this task. He could only accept. All right. The ghost spirit Isuna, Meng Yijie and Xianhua all looked at each other. Then they all hummed in unison. The two of them quickly walked towards him and called out. Husband Lord Ghost. We want to participate too. His eyes lit up and he replied, good. Everyone was very willing. Xiao Rou excitedly said to Lin Feng. Young man. Next we're about to enter the dream world. You'll become the 5 female protagonists of a dating sim. They're waiting for you to conquer them. At this moment a question suddenly came to his mind. He turned to look at the eldest princess and asked. How do we enter the dream world? She spread her hand in front of him and said to him. She said, give me the key. Lin Feng handed the scroll to the eldest princess. Then he asked, is it this painting? She took it and replied yes. The scroll flew upwards. The eldest princess loudly chanted, open the dream realm. Qingqing and Xianhua flew up first. Next were Ling Luo, Xiaoro and the ghost spirit Isuna. Dream Phase 1. They shouted. Then well, go in first. Xianhua turned back and looked at him affectionately. She loudly said, husband, I'm waiting for you. Tong Tong asked him, can I go in with you? Your conquest skills might not be up to par. Lin Feng scratched his head and replied, do I really have no charm? The eldest princess covered her mouth with her hand and said, smiling. Tong Tong, no problem. I'll also find a way to preserve your memories. Tong Tong nervously pulled Lin Feng's hand towards the direction of the scroll. She excitedly said, brother, let's go. Behind them was the eldest princess. Zhang Wei and Yi Xuan were both waving goodbye to the two. The eldest princess looked up at the scroll. She said to the two, their actions inside will be displayed on the scroll. Yi Xuan sat eating watermelon. She smacked her lips and said, Grand Minister, how long will it take to complete the conquest? The Grand Minister rested her head on her hand. She sat cross-legged eating popcorn. She sighed helplessly. That blockhead Lin Feng will definitely have a hard time, won't he? Gue Hua said, chewing. His luck has always been good. Lucifer smiled and said, anyway, there will be a good show with the small fries. A light suddenly shone, stinging Lin Feng's eyes, and he yelled. Just came out of a flashback and here we go again, but Tong Tong remained calm. She was even a little excited. Tong Tong's eyes seemed to be glowing. She happily shouted, brother, we're changing clothes. He said the two of them are now wearing scholars' robes. Lin Feng spoke. These must be the character costumes in the dream world. Tong Tong's eyes widened in surprise, saying, brother, there's something up ahead. An image of Nanling Gue appeared ahead. It displayed Cloud Dream, Love Plan and a confirm start button. He asked in surprise, what is this? How strange. The two looked up. Those glass fragments shattered and were sucked upwards. Tong Tong reminded Lin Feng. Brother, it's starting. On a street an explosion made the ground crack. Plumes of smoke rose high. One person shouted in horror, flying immortal from beyond the corpse. Another person loudly shouted again. Someone fell from the sky and died. Lin Feng and Tong Tong sat on the ground. He scratched his head. So this is the dream world. Luckily we weren't turned into ordinary people when we came in. Tong Tong looked at the clothes she was wearing and thought they weren't bad. She said to him, this outfit isn't bad. Someone saw the two fall down but not die. He was scared half to death and quickly ran away. Lin Feng looked around and then said, according to the information provided by the system, we are a brother and sister dependent on each other in this world. From a humble background. Tong Tong skipped happily ahead, answering, really am going to conquer them. What about Sister Xianhua and the others? She continued. Their progress all shows 0, not yet unlocked. Only Xuanhua's progress. Sister's progress is unlocked, showing 50. It seems that when the progress reaches 100 their hearts will be one. In this world, the system has also become like a dating sim. Even if Sister Xianhua lost her memories upon entering the game, she still has a good impression of brother. Lin Feng deduced based on the character information. We should go to the academy to study now. Let's go check out the academy together. Tong Tong excitedly clasped her hands above her head and said, laughing happily. Okay, let's go to school. After a while the two had arrived in front of the school. Lin Feng said to Tong Tong, this is the school. He pointed at a girl who was reading. Tong Tong exclaimed, big brother, look, it's big sister Xianhua. Lin Feng quickly covered her mouth, signaling her to be quiet. Quiet. Look at big sister Xianhua. Look how she's dressed. But Tong Tong's voice had already been heard by Xianhua. This line is a continuation already combined in L11811 translation. She thought, puzzled. Did I just hear someone calling me? Could my identity have been exposed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My disguise is flawless. Then who was that person I just saw? Why do I feel he's so strangely familiar? Suddenly a system prompt sounded. New option activated. First encounter with Xianhua. Please choose a. Wait for her to come. Say hello. B. Introduce yourself proactively. C. Tell her you know she's a girl. Lin Feng looked at the three options deep in thought. Xianhua is disguised as a man. She must have her reasons. I can't expose her directly. But she's a bit shy. I should be more proactive. So he walked up to her and greeted her. Hello, I am Lin Feng. From now on we'll be classmates. I hope, my friend, you can guide me in my studies. Xianhua looked at him and replied, brother Lin, my name is Xianhua. Seeing her reaction he was secretly excited. He thought to himself, looks like I chose correctly. Lin Feng extended his hand, intending to shake hands, and continued to Xianhua. Xianhua, that name sounds quite feminine. She took his hand and replied, no. Brother Lin, I am a man. Tong Tong observed the two from the side. Seeing this situation her eyes narrowed as she thought, big brother, I can't believe big brother is this kind of person. Lin Feng looked at the progress bar. The capture progress was slowly filling up. He smiled slightly, thinking, "It seems that when I'm with Xianhua, her affection towards me will increase." During class, as soon as the master entered, he loudly addressed all the students. "Class is in session in Old Man Kon Yiji's classroom. Everyone must study diligently." Not long after, Tongtong was chased out of the classroom by the master. "She was thrown out the door, out page," she said in a panic. "How did I become a page?" Meanwhile, Lin Feng in the classroom pretended not to see and continued to focus on his reading. "Guan Guan cry the ospreys on the river's isle. Gentle and graceful is the girl, a good match for the gentleman." Xianhua sat beside him thinking, "Strange sitting next to brother Lin, my heart is beating so fast." Lin Feng noticed her unusual behavior and asked Xianhua with concern, "Brother, are you running a fever?" She frantically waved her hand to deny it. "No, I'm not." Suddenly a ruler flew in from nowhere, striking Lin Feng directly in the face, making his face distort to one side. Then the master's voice sounded, "Lin Feng disturbing the class. Xianhua, go outside and stand as punishment." Later in the corridor, Lin Feng and Xianhua were standing as punishment. Each had a basin of water balanced on their head. Lin Feng turned to look at Xianhua, smiling apologetically. "My apologies, I've implicated you, brother." Blushing, she shyly smiled and forgave him. "Brother Lin, it's all right." By evening, the two sat in the courtyard, studying the lessons they had missed during the day, because the punishment had taken up their time. Xianhua began to recite a poem first. Meeting in silence. A hibiscus blossom bathed in autumn rain, a faint blush. A slanting fragrance pouch, a plucked phoenix, hairpin, dark brows, about to whisper. Only for a fixed gaze, fearing others might see, wanting to express deep feelings. Turning to lean on the railing, tapping a jade hairpin. After listening, Lin Feng praised her. "Brother Xianhua truly lives up to his reputation. The master also said you possess the talent of a top scholar." Upon hearing this, not only did she not become happy, but instead wore a worried expression. She stammered. "But I," Lin Feng quickly asked, "What's wrong, brother?" She unnaturally changed the subject. "No, it's nothing. It's getting late, brother Lin. Let's quickly go to bed. There's an early class tomorrow morning." Tongtong sat below, bored beside the desks of those two from before, grinding an ink stick and muttering to himself, "You two are being so lovey-dovey. I, your attendant, am truly superfluous." After some time, Xuanhua's affection progress bar had increased significantly. Today, on the way to the academy, Lin Feng punched a scholar in green robes. He said Ma Wenkai wasn't allowed to bully Xianhua. His punch sent Ma Wenkai flying. Fortunately, two people nearby caught him, so he didn't fall. Afterwards, Lin Feng rubbed his punching hand, turned around, and smiled at Xianhua, saying, "Xianhua, don't worry. I'll protect you from now on." After hearing this, she blushed, avoided his gaze, and thanked him, saying, "Thank you, brother Lin." Tongtong was carrying a stack of books, and seeing the scene felt helpless about Lin Feng. He thought brother is getting better at acting. That evening on the mountain behind the academy, Lin Feng was reading, when he noticed a set of clothes on the mountainside. In the nearby lake, he thought, why would there be an academy uniform here? Suddenly he saw Xianhua bathing in the lake. He instantly flushed crimson and stammered thighs as Xianhua seemed to have noticed his presence and screamed. A moment later, Xianhua came ashore. Blushing and lowering her head, she said to him with a somewhat dejected expression, "Brother Lin, I didn't mean to hide it from you. You know that women aren't allowed in the academy. So in order to study, this was the only way. Brother Lin, can you please keep this a secret for me?" Lin Feng took her hand and agreed, "Of course, Miss Xianhua." And because of this incident, the affection progress bar was almost full. Time flew by. Until the eve of graduation, Lin Feng arranged to meet Xianhua under the cherry blossom tree. Planning to confess his feelings, he looked straight into her eyes and said, "Xianhua, after graduation, I'll come to your house to propose, all right?" She blushed and exclaimed, "Oh, brother Lin." But then she turned her face away and said, "I'm sorry. I'm already engaged. I hope we can meet again someday if fate allows." Lin Feng reached out his hand and asked why. He pulled her back. "Xianhua, don't go." She turned around, kissed his lips, then bid farewell. "Brother Lin, take care." At the academy, the master said to Lin Feng, "Xianhua, due to family matters, won't be able to attend the graduation ceremony. This is a letter she asked me to give to you." He replied, "Thank you, master." When he opened the letter to read it, he cried out in surprise. How could this be? The system also popped up a notification. "You and your classmate, Xianhua, are about to be forced by your parents into marriage with the rich young master. Ma Wenkai, your choices are A. Do nothing, find someone else. B. Go immediately to snatch the bride." Lin Feng pressed option B without hesitation. He rushed out shouting, Is there even a choice needed for this? Tong Tong, come with me to snatch the bride. Tong Tong responded, alright, he thought. Fortunately, my abilities aren't restricted here. Xianhua, this time, I will definitely make your life different. At the wedding venue, Xianhua, dressed in a traditional red wedding gown, was walking out from her home. Behind her, two maids were holding up the train of her wedding dress. On both sides of the road, people were beating gongs and drums celebrating. Only Xianhua, her face filled with sorrow, thought of Lin Feng. She thought, Lin Feng, it seems we are not fated in this life. But I hope we can meet again in the next. Meanwhile, Ma Wenkai was grinning hideously, drooling from the corner of his mouth. And looking at her with a lecherous gaze as she approached, he said, He. Xianhua, I never thought you were a daughter of the Xian family. To be able to marry me, Ma Wenkai, is truly a great fortune for you. He. Let your husband take you home and take good care of you. Xu Yingtai's mother stood beside her, urging, Xu Yingtai, hurry up and call him husband. Her father meanwhile smiled fawningly and bowed towards Ma Wenkai, saying, Young Master Ma is truly a brilliant young talent. For my humble daughter Yingtai to marry you is truly a blessing in 3 lifetimes. We will have to rely on young master a great deal in the future. Ma Wenkai grinned lecherously, reaching for Xu Yingtai's face, saying, Xu Yingtai, I didn't expect you to be a woman disguised as a man. No wonder when I saw you at the academy I just hee. You're so beautiful, let this young master have a good look. But before he could do anything, a flying stone struck his face, making his head snap sideways. A voice rang out, Take your filthy hands off her. The one who threw the stone was Liang Shanbo, with Tong Tong following behind him. Liang Shanbo gripped his sword hilt ready to draw and said, Yingtai, am here, I've come to take you away. When she saw him arrive, instead of joy, she frantically shouted at him, Brother Shanbo, hurry and leave, go now. The Ma family is too powerful. You two must leave here quickly and live well. Forget about me. Ma Wenkai recovered from the dizziness of being hit by the stone, clutching his bleeding nose, pointed at Liang Shanbo and ordered his subordinates, You worthless servants, what good are you if you can't even handle this? Stop that poor wretch for me. Fearing implication, Xu Yingtai's father hurriedly said to Ma Wenkai with trepidation, Oh dear. Young Master Ma, this matter has nothing to do with our family. Are you all right? A burly short-haired man, wielding a spiked club, threatened Liang Shanbo, saying, Of all people to provoke, you chose the Ma family. You must be tired of living. Another person chimed in, saying, Ha. Brothers today will definitely give you a good thrashing. Ma Wenkai, standing aside, blocked Xu Yingtai from getting close to Liang Shanbo, and said with a sinister laugh, Ha. I'd like to see if I can make your little sweethearts bones shatter. Xu Yingtai in a panic said to him, Please let Shanbo go. Let them leave. I'll agree to anything you want. Xu Yingtai's father heard this and cursed. Xu Yingtai, you unfilial daughter. You're utterly bewitched. And you're actually helping that poor wretch. Her mother chimed in, echoing, That boy is truly a toad trying to eat swan meat. He should go pee in a puddle and look at himself. He's dirt poor. How can he compare to young Master Ma? Ma Wenkai's face contorted maliciously and he suddenly spoke. Wait a moment, Liang Shanbo. I'll give you one more chance. If you kneel down right now and kowtow to me 100 times, I won't kill you. And I'll even let you attend our wedding, how about that? A system prompt sounded simultaneously. New option triggered. Ma Wenkai demands you kneel and kowtow. Choose a comply and bide your time. B, ignore him and take Xu Yingtai away directly. C, slay everyone present. Liang Shanbo and Tong Tong, one wielding a sword, the other wielding a saber, descended slowly, sparks flying, their expressions icy. The two spoke one after another. Yingtai, I told you I'm here to take you away. If anyone blocks our path ahead, my brothers and my blades have always been deadly. Kill everyone here. Ma Wenkai's face grew uglier. He roared, What are you idiots standing around for? Kill that pauper for me. A tall subordinate, wielding a weapon, charged directly at Liang Shanbo, and taunted, How shameless. What do you think you can do with that scrap metal? Ma Wenkai's subordinates also swarmed forward, shouting, How many of these lowlifes have we killed already? Brothers, attack. Liang Shanbo listened to the man's words. A flicker of disdain crossed his face and he retorted, Scrap metal. No sooner had he spoken than the weapon in one of the subordinates' hands shattered into pieces. The man stared at what was in his hands, exclaiming in astonishment, What, how can I not see anything? Where is he? Before he could finish speaking, the man was struck in the abdomen by a palm strike and sent flying far away. Following that, the others also fell victim one after another, their faces contorted in fear. Then they were all sent flying, and crashed into that blue door, breaking it in the process. Xianhua saw the scene. and couldn't help but cover her mouth, utterly astonished. Her eyes wide, she exclaimed, "Lin Feng." After Lin Feng finished fighting, he didn't even break a sweat. His face still stern, he slowly landed. Tong Tong flew to his side and immediately said, "Only you don't have enough strength to see through Big Brother's moves. Big Brother, leave the rest to me." With that, Tong Tong flew off to deal with each person. She laughed happily as she fought. "Haha, all of you fly up and dance." One by one they rolled their eyes and collapsed. The scene cuts back to Xianhua and Lin Feng. By now he had extended his hands towards her, a smile on his lips, gesturing something. Seeing him like this, Xianhua also blushed. She covered her mouth with her hand to hide her surprise and shyness. She softly and shyly said, "Brother Lin Feng." He immediately said, "Xianhua, come with me." She then took off the hairpins she was wearing in her hair, ran to his side and exclaimed, "Lin Feng." The two embraced tightly. He said, "Xianhua, I've come for you," she replied. Favorability increased. Xuanhua's favorability bar immediately changed. As the two embraced, he gently stroked her hair and gave her a kiss, full of love. Cloud Dream Confidant activated 15. The two released each other, their eyes filled with deep affection. He looked at her, his lips curved slightly. She also smiled happily as she looked at him and said, "Husband, I've regained my memories." Seeing this scene from above, Tong Tong couldn't help but feel happy as well. She scattered flowers, creating a special effect, and shouted, "Xianhua, sister has regained her memories." Lin Feng saw this somewhat gaudy special effect, and blushing he awkwardly asked, "Was that special effect just now you're doing?" The crowd on this side immediately started discussing after seeing the scene. "Wow, this story is really captivating. Exactly, not violent enough. Bad review, bad review." Just then Ma Wenkai reappeared from who knows where, clearly unconvinced, and yelled, "You brat you. Do you know who Ma Wenkai is? What's so great about a bit of martial arts? Watch me." The Ma family immediately mobilized the city's army to annihilate your entire clan. Xuanhua's parents also got angry. They both cursed unfilial daughter, parental orders and matchmaker's words must be followed. "Xianhua, you kill that boy to appease young Master Ma. Only then will I acknowledge you as my daughter." Hearing these words, Lin Feng's face immediately darkened. He said, "Ha, an army." He pulled Xianhua into his embrace, raising his sword forward. "Although I don't know how many of you there are, you are definitely no match for me." After speaking, he swung his sword backwards. Everything in front of him was destroyed. Even the mountain was split in half. Even the spot where Ma Wenkai was standing was split open. The three who were just defiant a second ago, seeing this scene, were utterly terrified. By now Ma Wenkai's clothes were tattered, looking nothing like young Master Ma. He knelt down, his face tear-streaked, hands clasped together in supplication. "I surrender, all my property is yours. Please, great hero, spare my life." Hearing this, Tong Tong immediately ran to gather the wealth, a whole large bag. She carried it on her back and excitedly told Lin Feng, "Big brother, this stuff should be enough for us for a while." "Right." They arrived at an inn with a yellow sign hanging by its door. Lin Feng said, "Let's rest here for a bit." Xianhua replied, "Okay, husband." They walked into the inn room. Tong Tong put her hand to her brow, looking around at the scenery. Lin Feng rested his chin on his hand and thoughtfully asked Xianhua, "Xianhua, in your memories, does your former self have any clues about other people?" She replied, "Yes, husband." Ling Luo's character was the young lady of a prominent umbrella-making family in the city. A purple-haired girl was standing under hundreds of yellow umbrellas directly above her head. She looked at them, her eyes full of envy. "I want to make such beautiful umbrellas too," Xianhua continued. Ito Na's character was a princess from another country. Xianhua described a princess with dark skin. She was standing on a balcony, looking out at the scenery and sighing. "Alas, it's been a long time since I came to this country. I wonder when you'll be able to return." Xianhua then said, Sun Qingqing's character was a great bandit king from outside the city. A red-haired girl with an extremely distinctive appearance, carrying a weapon on her shoulder, placed one foot on a rock and said arrogantly, "Haha, this road is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass, pay the toll." Xianhua continued. As for Xiao Rao's character, Xiao Rao was surrounded by stacks of papers she had written. She was writing so much her eyes glazed over, muttering, "You'll write, oh right." Xianhua went on to say that Xiao Rao was Kong Yiji's niece and a teacher at Hometown Academy. The other two immediately exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Xianhua. "Kong Yiji, him again." After Xianhua finished, Lin Feng immediately began to think, "So who should we start with next?" Tong Tong immediately had an idea and said, "Brother, why don't we choose Xiao Rao?" Xiao Rou plays a lot of games, so she must have many useful strategies. Lin Feng also nodded repeatedly in agreement. Exactly. Besides, Xiao Rou looks like she'd be easy to conquer. At this moment, the three of them were hiding in a corner waiting for Xiao Rou to arrive. Seeing Xiao Rou's figure vaguely appear, Lin Feng immediately said, "Xiao Rou is coming soon." "Everyone pay attention," Tong Tong replied. "We have our gear. We'll definitely be able to conquer Xiao Rou." Xiao Rou was currently carrying a heavy stack of books on her back, muttering, "When will this studying ever end? Just how many ways are there to write the character Hui?" As Xiao Rou approached, the three of them immediately shouted loudly, Xiao Rou, where did you pop out from?" The three of them stood in front of her shouting loudly, calling her name, which naturally made her scream in fright. The choice panel appeared. "First time meeting Xiao Rou, please choose a." Appear with a friendly smile. B. Invite her to eat. C. Help her with her homework. Lin Feng said at this moment just smiling is enough. Tong Tong continued, "Here, eat." Although the three of them had smiles on their faces, their hands were trying to stuff food into Xiao Rou's mouth. But all in all, they truly looked terrifying. When Xiao Rou saw the scene before her, she immediately screamed in terror. Wrong option, punishment received. Lin Feng thought in surprise. What, there's a forced penalty like this? Why can't I move my body? Xiao Rou was overly panicked by the three people. So she picked up the book she was holding, raised it high and struck Lin Feng. She yelled, "Kidnappers!" Lin Feng's head was hit hard. His face instantly distorted, and his mouth tried to scream but couldn't. After hitting him, Xiao Rou immediately ran away, leaving Lin Feng with a large bump on his head, and Xianhua and Tong Tong in astonishment. "Hoa Hoa and Dong Dong." As she ran, she said, "I'm so pathetic, I was scared to death." Lin Feng's eyes welled up with tears from the hit, and he asked, pouting aggrievedly, "Why did you only hit me?" It was only then that the other two somewhat reacted. Xianhua walked up and rubbed Lin Feng's head. Tong Tong sat aside disheartened and said, "Oh, big brother, now you've made Xiao Rou unhappy. It'll be even harder to conquer her next time." The choice panel appeared again. "Do you want to try again?" "Yes, no." He tapped yes on the screen, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, so we can go back? Then let's do it again." As soon as he finished speaking, he and his companions felt the world spin. A moment later, the three of them were sitting in a restaurant eating steamed buns. Xianhua rubbed her head inside. "Ugh. My head is spinning," Lin Feng calmly said. Indeed, we're back in this place again." Tong Tong chewed on her bun and suggested, big brother, let's hurry and find Xiao Rou." He stroked his chin and replied thoughtfully, "Hold on, let's try a different person this time." Afterwards, the three of them arrived in front of a shop. A sign hung above the shop reading Ling's Umbrella Emporium. Lin Feng said, "This is the place." Tong Tong exclaimed excitedly, "How grand. The Ling family must be really rich." Next, the three of them entered the shop. Inside, various types of umbrellas adorned the space, colorful and vibrant, hanging from the ceiling. A shop assistant's greeting, "Madam, please take a look, these are our new arrivals for the year." And a man was holding a red umbrella asking the woman opposite him, "Madam, please take a look, does this little azure suit your taste?" The lady praised with satisfaction, "Beautiful, beautiful." Suddenly, a shop assistant from the umbrella shop approached Lin Feng and his companions. He spoke in a slightly effeminate voice. "Greeting, Lin Feng. Welcome, esteemed customer, is this your first visit? Are you here to pick out a gift for the beauty by your side? Oh, you've certainly come to the right place by visiting Ling's. The Ling family are master umbrella makers, the most renowned in Yunming City. Whether it's the oil paper umbrella frames or the embroidery, these are refined techniques honed over centuries." Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his face and replied, Actually, I'm here to see Miss Ling Luo." The assistant said, "Oh dear, this humble one was so blind. A handsome and dashing young master like yourself. You must have been introduced by a matchmaker for a meeting, to meet our young lady. Right." Hearing this, Lin Feng wondered, an arranged meeting. Afterward, the assistant led Lin Feng inside. His hand extended an invitation, "Young master, please follow me inside." He then turned to Tong Tong and Xianhua and said, "This line is empty and has been incorporated into the previous translation. You two maids can wait outside." Both Tong Tong and Xianhua looked suspicious maids. After entering the house, Lin Feng was arranged to wait by an outdoor stone table. A servant said to him, "My apologies for the wait, young master, miss will be here shortly." Soon a stout old woman with a stern face brought Ling Luo out to meet Lin Feng, twisting her ear and scolding her. "Young lady, you ran off to the workshop to secretly make umbrellas again, making a search everywhere for you." Ling Luo yelled with a scrunched up face. "I know I was wrong, and wow." The female servant gestured towards Lin Feng, introducing him to Ling Luo. "Miss, this is young master Lin. Please take your time talking." Ling Luo replied reluctantly, got it. Then she pouted, sized up Lin Feng and scoffed, humph. The system emitted 4 beeps. First encounter with Ling Luo. Please choose a conquer her with your charm. B. Talk about her hobbies. C. Talk about her troubles. Lin Feng thought, I must choose carefully this time. Tong Tong's voice reached his ear. If it were up to me, choose a. Quickly take off your jacket and drape it over her. Xianhua interjected, refuting, no way. Young ladies from good families don't like ill-mannered men. Lin Feng heard this and decided him. I think I understand. Lin Feng smiled and asked Ling Luo, nice to meet you. May I ask what Miss Ling's hobbies typically are? He thought asking this shouldn't go wrong. However, contrary to what he expected, Ling Luo snapped. More of this meaningless drivel. Aren't you just using asking about hobbies as an excuse? To find out if I'm skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If I'm proficient in embroidery and cooking. And if I'm virtuous and gentle, is that it? Afterward, Ling Luo flew into a rage, picked up the umbrella in her hand and swung it, aiming to hit Lin Feng. Let me tell you, this young lady possesses none of those things you're looking for. At the same time, the system's notification sounded. Wrong choice penalty triggered. Ling Luo hit him, scram. Lin Feng was sent flying far away by her hit. He shouted, it's back again, reload the save, reload the save. The 3 of them were back in the old tavern. Lin Feng said, phew, we're back again. Xianhua rubbed her forehead inside. You failed again, darling, don't lose heart. There aren't many options either. You can succeed even if you get beaten up a few times. Lin Feng refused. We can't go on like this. Even if we pass the first stage, what if a second problem is triggered later? Or a third? That wouldn't be good. Previously, Xuanhua's approach went very smoothly. Which was also because there was already a baseline of favorability. Other characters don't have that baseline favorability. We can't just charge in recklessly anymore. Tong Tong suddenly pointed and said, that's right, big brother. Xiao Rou played this kind of game with me before. Although the genders are different, the problem-solving approach should be similar. Each character has a different background and personality. So even if you encounter similar problems, their reactions will be different. You need to make choices based on their preferences to gain favorability. The little girl continued, Xiao Rou and the others have amnesia. So their backgrounds and personalities, we don't really understand them. Xianhua agreed with the little girl, he said. I think Tong Tong makes a lot of sense. If we understood Xiao Rou, how would we be able to learn properly about her? Lin Feng acknowledged. It seems we need to do some reconnaissance work first. Tong Tong then followed Xiao Rou. She was currently sitting in her private room reading a book. In the northern darkness there is a fish whose name is Kuan. The Kun's size, I do not know how many hundreds of li it is. Teacher Kong assigned Xiao Rou a large amount of schoolwork every day. Listening. As Xiao Rou read the poem, the teacher suddenly tapped her on the head and reprimanded her. Wrong, it's not hundreds of li, it's thousands of li. Xiao Rou replied with a wronged expression. But thousands of li could encompass the entire East. The teacher reprimanded again, nonsense. You just need to memorize it. Furthermore, the teaching methods did not encourage creativity. One day Xiao Rou took a fishing net to catch fish. The teacher chased after her, scolding Xiao Rou, you're slacking off again. If outsiders see me, your teacher, unable to even teach my own niece properly, it would be utterly disgraceful. Ultimately, it was all for his own reputation. At night, Xiao Rou lay in her bed, secretly drawing comics by the firelight. She said, someday my drawings will be passed down for generations. Yet she didn't know that Xiao Rou's true talent and what Xiao Rou was passionate about were not in studying, but in drawing. Through the window, Tong Tong saw that Xiao Rou's drawing was about a black-haired man defeating someone. It looked like that old master, but with 2 pairs of demon horns. The little girl found the man very familiar. Why does this art style look so familiar? But when the teacher discovered Xiao Rou's drawing, he tore it to pieces and yelled, what is this rubbish you're drawing? What's the use of drawing? Can it feed you? This made Xiao Rou cry heartbrokenly. Not getting understanding from her family made Xiao Rou feel immense pain. Meanwhile, Ling Luo belonged to a family of umbrella makers. The family business had always been passed down from father to son, not to daughters. Therefore, even though they didn't stop Ling Luo from learning to make umbrellas, they never truly put effort into nurturing her. Although Ling Luo was very interested in umbrella making, every attempt she made failed. She couldn't produce works that satisfied her elders. Thus, once she reached a certain age, her family began arranging marriage prospects for her. They taught her zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, hoping to quickly find a son-in-law who could inherit the family business. During a zither lesson, the zither master told Ling Luo, young lady, if your zither skills don't improve soon, I'm afraid it might shorten your future husband's lifespan. Meanwhile, the matchmaker incessantly introduced potential suitors to her. Hee, these talented young men. There must be one that pleases you, young lady. Ling Luo sighed listlessly and said, I'm truly useless. I can't even make an umbrella properly. Ling Luo gradually lost confidence. She lost interest in everything. Meanwhile, Xianhua went to investigate Isuna. Princess Isuna was an envoy representing 2 allied nations, and had already settled in Yunmeng City. Every day, some officials would bow and offer her gifts. Lingzhou County greets Princess Isuna. A small token, please accept it. Isuna would occasionally look out the window. It was raining and she said, I haven't seen the sun in a month. I'm going to turn pale. The maid beside her replied, Princess, this Cloud Dream City has 90 days of cloudy weather a year. It really can't compare to the Pyramid Nation. But she was a bit unaccustomed to life in Cloud Dream City. She deeply missed her homeland. Although Isuna had tasted many dishes now, she was sitting, looking at the dishes laid out before her. Next to her was the shop owner, who said, Princess, please try our restaurant's signature dish. White jade clear melon salad with beans, and pickled green beans with pickled vegetables. She touched her chin with an expression that showed she didn't want to try it. She said to her Black Panther, we must be strong, especially when it comes to food. The bland food was making her progressively weaker. As for Sun Qingqing, every day she led her mountain bandits to pillage and loot. Because she was a special target, the 3 of them gathered to investigate. They hid in the bushes, where Sun Qingqing was conducting her robbery. Tong Tong asked Lin Feng, this guy is too violent. Isn't it over yet? Xianhua also agreed. I think so too. Suddenly a durian fell from somewhere, landing on Lin Feng's head, accompanied by a cry of awe. My durian! Sun Qingqing held a spiked club and pointed it at Lin Feng. She yelled, who's skulking around here? He corrected her skulking. Sun Qingqing blushed and thought, so handsome. But outwardly she shouted, what? Are you looking down on me just because you're so dashing? At the same time a system prompt appeared. First encounter with Sun Qingqing. Please choose a seduce B submit C dual D. Lin Feng thought, I can't choose wrong this time. He then cupped his hands and bowed to Sun Qingqing. I am Lin Feng. I've heard that Chief Sun's martial arts are superb. So I've come specifically to challenge you. Would you be willing to compete with me? Sun Qingqing's face flushed and her heart pounded. She roared in her mind. Is this the legendary heart-fluttering feeling? She replied to him, of course I don't mind. But I have one condition. No sooner had she spoken than Sun Qingqing grabbed Lin Feng's collar. She pulled him close to her face, a smile playing on her lips, and said, if you lose you'll stay and be my husband of the mountain fort. Lin Feng smiled and agreed, all right. If you lose you'll have to obediently be my subordinate. Sun Qingqing also accepted with a confident smile. No problem. Anyway, I've never lost before. Progress bar. Sun Qingqing's favorability increased slightly. In the open ground of the bandit camp, Sun Qingqing's subordinates lined up on both sides, shouting encouragement for her. Our king is mighty. They held up signs and yelled, King, King. You're the best king. King, you're the strongest. Long live the king, knock him flying. On his side there were only 2 people. Tong Tong said, brother, go for it, you can do it. Xianhua also cheered him on. Husband, don't underestimate your opponent. Sun Qingqing smiled confidently. A bandit lifted a cow, indicating it was the first round, and yelled, the duel begins. He also smiled confidently. Sun Qingqing made the first move. She swiftly rushed towards him, wielding a double-head spiked club to strike him. Lin Feng parried her attack with his sword. He thought so fast. At the same time Sun Qingqing's favorability also rose. Every one of Sun Qingqing's attacks was blocked by Lin Feng's sword one by one. Her favorability continued to rise. Suddenly Sun Qingqing took a step back, creating distance between them. Tong Tong said proudly from the side, now you know how amazing brother is right. The bald bandit opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, oh my goodness. I can't believe this guy is so strong. Even when facing the great king he showed no signs of weakness. The red-haired guy with the messy hair next to him also gaped. If he wins, do we all have to become his subordinates? Hey, Sun Qingqing suddenly attacked over there. But Lin Feng still easily blocked the attack. He flung her away. What's going on? Then she used that mace to prop herself up for balance. She saw Lin Feng point his sword at her and prepare to thrust. Sun Qingqing thought in a panic, damn this sword strike. Lin Feng was still closing the distance, rushing towards her step by step. She stood motionless, unable to react. She thought, I can't dodge this. In Lin Feng's golden pupils, a glint suddenly flashed. The sword tip thrust forward, almost touching her. Sun Qingqing was only a few centimeters away from being hit. But suddenly the sword tip stopped right in front of Sun Qingqing's eyes. It was just a hair's breadth away from piercing her eye. Lin Feng stood still listening to the system prompt. Sun Qingqing is about to be defeated. Option A, act decisively. Option B, show mercy. He softly said, show mercy. Sun Qingqing facing him looked upset. If you still hold back, are you looking down on me? Then she suddenly screamed, grabbed the blade with both hands, and plunged it into her own stomach. Don't ever underestimate others again. The system prompt sounded. Choice incorrect. Xianhua panicked. Tong Tong anxiously shouted, Qingqing. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Damn it, step back quickly. Time rewound to when Lin Feng made his choice. The system prompt sounded again. Sun Qingqing is about to be defeated. Option A, act decisively. Option B, show mercy. Lin Feng muttered to himself, choose a. As long as I avoid vital points, I'll be fine. He silently apologized to her in his heart. Sorry, Qingqing. His blade chopped down, striking Sun Qingqing's left shoulder. She closed her eyes and fell. The bandits shouted, boss. Sun Qingqing gradually lost her balance and was about to fall. But she still struggled to say, it's me. Her favorability continued to rise. But she still smiled contentedly and said, I lost. Qingqing. Sun Qingqing's favorability progress reached 100. At the same time, the system also issued a notification. Cloud Dream's soulmate activated too. 5. Sun Qingqing has regained her memories and recognized him. Lord Feng Feng. So it was you. He supported her and asked, are you alright? Drowsily, her eyes almost closing, she replied, so sleepy. I want to sleep for a bit. Seeing this, he shouted, Qingqing, hang in there. A while later, Sun Qingqing woke up. She stood energetically on the high platform, giving him a thumbs up and shouting. As expected, a good sleep fixes everything. He looked at her helplessly, thinking that was way too fast. Next, she gathered all her subordinates and announced to them, from now on the entire bandit stronghold will follow you and help you conquer the remaining 3 women. If they see you have so many subordinates, they definitely won't be able to resist throwing themselves into your arms. The subordinates also shouted loudly, Lord Feng. Lord Feng. He let out a dry laugh and said, I appreciate your intentions. Tong Tong also said, there's actually no need for that. And Xianhua didn't even bother to speak. Next, Lin Feng discussed the plan with the remaining people. The order of power is from Xiaoro to Ayaka. And finally Itona. He said, next, well, proceed according to the plan. Based on their individual worries and wishes, we will break down their inner defenses. Lin Feng continued. First, help Xiaoro with her annoying homework. He went to Xiaoro and spoke to her, as she was holding a stack of books. It's tall, can you help me with my homework? She blushed and hesitantly said, but I don't have any money. He happily replied, drawing as payment is fine too. Her favorability progress also increased a bit because of this. She drew his portrait as payment. After finishing the drawing, Xiaoro showed it to him. It's done. Xianhua also raised her hand and gave him an okay gesture. Done, brother said. Fantastic. To give Xiaoro a chance to show her drawing and manga talent. So he took the manga Xiaoro drew to show the bookstore owner. The owner stroked his long beard and began to read. At this moment, Lin Feng said to Xiaoro, this is who I told you about. The comic shop owner. He's looking for drawing talent. The rewards are generous. Suddenly he coughed a few times. Ahem. The comic shop owner, with his red eyes, looked at her and said, this ancient painting is truly amazing. It's a pity it's been lost for a long time. Only a draft remains. If only someone could continue to finish drawing it. What do you think, young lady? It turns out the bookstore owner was Tong Tong in disguise. Xiaoro was very surprised to hear this, thinking this was exactly like the story she had drawn. Lin Feng praised her from the side, saying she drew it too well. Xiaoro, you're truly a genius. Tong Tong next to her also chimed in. Fantastic, fantastic. Xiaoro drew contentedly, asking herself, can I really keep drawing here forever? What about Grandpa? Brother said there's no need to worry. Zaira's favorability bar is full. Then sever. Completely severed. Zaira's grandfather's outdated educational methods. Sun Qingqing has already brought her subordinates to threaten Zaira's grandfather. Hey old man, your granddaughter is in my hands. Hand over your most precious possessions quickly. Grandpa cried, begging for mercy. Please spare me, sir. I'm just a poor scholar. Where would I have any gold or jewels? Sun Qingqing said. Aren't you the head of a scholarly household? What I hate most in my life are learned people. I want to kill them when I see them. Grandpa clasped his hands and agreed. As long as you spare my precious granddaughter, I can give you everything. Meanwhile, Linglong's blind date was also in progress. Lin Feng sat opposite her. Looking at her worried expression, he asked, Miss Linglong, You seem to have a lot on your mind. Can you tell me about your troubles? Ling Long stated. I actually love making umbrellas, but because I'm a girl, my family doesn't plan on letting me inherit the family business. Now they're forcing me to marry someone else. They won't even let me go back to the umbrella factory. To win her over, first you need to help her regain her confidence. Lin Feng took Ling Long's hand and left. She asked her brother, puzzled. Where are we going? Brother replied mysteriously that he wanted to give her a surprise. He brought her to an umbrella shop. Ling Long asked in surprise this. This is Lin Feng replied. This is the umbrella factory I specifically prepared for you. I believe it's not that you can't do it well, but merely a lack of practice and confidence. Manhua stood by smiling and said, Miss Linglong, you can use this umbrella factory anytime. I believe you will definitely be able to make perfect umbrellas. Linglong was so moved that she covered her mouth and cried. She asked again disbelievingly. Really, thank you. Her favorability bar is half full. The guards around Princess Itona are very elaborate. The defenses are tight. A special identity is needed to approach her. Tong Tong and Lin Feng hid behind the wall to observe. The little girl asked her brother. Brother, will it be alright if we wear this? Brother replied, let's try our luck. It seems many people are coming to the embassy today. Inside the embassy, Itona lay languidly on the chair, lazily watching a man in green robes reporting. I hear the princess has been in a bad mood recently, because she isn't accustomed to the climate. On behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, I humbly present 4 male consorts to the princess, for her amusement. 4 distinctive men surrounded Itona, making her blush. One of them said, greetings, princess. She hurriedly stopped them. Wait, that's not what I meant. Another fellow grabbed her hand, wanting to kiss her royal highness. I will surely allow your highness to enjoy a moment of peace. Peace. Suddenly his expression changed. With a sharp gaze and a malicious smile, he drew a knife and stabbed Isuna. He said, go to hell and enjoy your peace. With that he directly used the sharp blade, swiftly slashing Princess Isuna's neck, leaving her no time to react, frozen in place. Suddenly a dazzling light appeared from nowhere, cutting through the air in an instant. The mountain bandits were mercilessly struck down as well. At that moment Princess Isuna saw the scene, and couldn't help but gasp. In that instant, Lin Feng suddenly appeared like a god, confidently asking, are you all right? He momentarily lowered his voice softly saying, my princess. Hearing this, Isuna immediately blushed shyly and said, I'm fine. At the same time her eyes sparkled as she thought, so handsome. From his appearance he must also be from the Pyramid Kingdom. Immediately, Isuna's favorability also increased. When he unconsciously looked at the group of mountain bandits, Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. He realized, aren't these the mountain bandits under Sun Qingqing? Upon seeing him, that group of scoundrels immediately trembled with fear, pleading, Lord Feng, please spare us, it was the king who sent us. Indeed, the scene shifts back to moments ago. Sun Qingqing was very excited, making a big show with drums and gongs. She ordered, you guys, shave off your beards, learn how to serve people, and go assassinate Isuna. Practice on me. Hearing this, that group of scoundrels was also at their wits' end, and could only kneel and beg, your majesty, please don't. But how could Qingqing let them off so easily? She continued to oppress and mock them directly. Yes, a little sexier. Ha ha ha, go on, don't worry, I'll come save you, watch me. Arrange a hero saving the beauty scene for Lord Feng. At this point they were helpless. This group of scoundrels was willing but unable, and began to whimper and plead. Whoa, we're defiled. This matter had really gone too far in an instant. Lin Feng's face darkened as he listened, thinking, damn it, oh my god, was I set up by Qingqing? Meanwhile over here, that group of scoundrels couldn't help but cry out in grievance. Whoa, your majesty, you must come save us. The scene switches to Isuna's side. At this moment she was curious, and asked, are you two also from the Pyramid Kingdom? As soon as she finished speaking, the system panel immediately displayed a prompt. First encounter with Isuna. You choose a male concubine from the Pyramid Kingdom. B chef from the Pyramid Kingdom. C female slave from the Pyramid Kingdom. Facing these confusing options, Lin Feng thought helplessly, what kind of options are these? BBB. In that instant, Lin Feng's biological sister had already started introducing themselves. Beautiful princess. We brother and sister are chefs from the Pyramid Kingdom. In order to become master chefs and gourmet hunters, we embarked on this journey to the east. Afterwards, Lin Feng also quickly interjected. We heard that your royal highness misses her homeland, so we specifically came to present some hometown delicacies. to alleviate your highness homesickness. Hearing this, Isuna couldn't help but get excited, excitedly urging good. Quickly a reward. In an instant the favorability continued to rise. So immediately, Lin Feng loudly and cheerfully said yes Tong Tong. Hearing this, Tong Tong instantly obediently complied. Okay big brother. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but think proudly. Fortunately I had learned cooking skills from Manhua before, and under Isuna's subtle influence, learned how to make Pyramid Kingdom cuisine. Soon Lin Feng skillfully displayed his culinary arts. He took the initiative to invite Princess try it. Tasted in a flash, Lin Feng appeared like a deity in the light. Continuation from L12905. Princess Yasuna couldn't help but be captivated. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment. Unconsciously he suddenly invited the princess. This made Yasuna instantly excited and full of anticipation. Holding the delicious food in her hand she happily said, "This taste, it's the taste of my homeland." Without any hesitation she immediately, Yasuna began to eat heartily. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She revealed a satisfied expression and expressed, "This I feel like him." Yasuna choked up for a moment. Recalling past events she trembled all over with excitement. "I've returned to my homeland. Dancing gracefully on the sea of my homeland. My homeland's fish swim by my side." Immediately Yasuna excitedly spoke. "Thank you very much chef brother." At the same time she thought to herself, brimming with excitement, "Why did I have to say that?" Soon after that, Yasuna continued to devour the delicacies ravenously. Shyly she stammered an invitation to chef brother. "Will you stay and be my personal chef?" Hearing this, Lin Feng without hesitation struck a majestic pose and replied, "As you command my princess." As soon as he finished speaking, his favorability rating rapidly skyrocketed. Meanwhile the scene switched to a strange room. Here a group of people were constantly discussing. "Grand Minister, you truly know how formidable Lin Feng's power is. This salted fish is truly a master. Should we team up against him? I want to see rivers of blood." Contrary to their attitudes, a black-haired girl in the team suddenly helplessly thought to herself, "It'll be bad once Lin Feng comes out." A moment later the scene switched to a magnificent castle. Here Manhua was ceaselessly flattering, saying, "The remaining 3 people have made great progress this time. As long as we proceed according to the plan, we should be able to complete our cultivation quickly." Hearing this, Sun Qingqing also immediately nodded in agreement. But Lin Feng for a moment thought to himself with some hesitation, "Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Is it just my imagination?" Unconsciously, Tong Tong, who was nearby, suddenly added, "Next you need to manage your time well. I'll be a soul transformation master next, managing time and traveling through various cities." At this moment the green-haired girl Kushiro was continuously excitedly expressing, "My drawing. I have new ideas for my drawing again. A new chapter. Next up is the adventure in Fusong, right?" A moment later, Lin Feng joyfully and proactively took the story to distribute the era of the bazaar. A new chapter is out. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd immediately became immensely interested, scrambling to grab them. I want one. Me first," he excitedly calculated in his mind. Making everyone like Kazuira's story is the best way to enhance her skill. As expected, in a short while, Zaira's favorability rating significantly increased. A moment later the scene switched to a tall building. Here, Lin Feng was continuously praising Ling Luo. "Your craftsmanship is truly excellent. As long as you have confidence, you can make a perfect paper umbrella." At the same time he secretly pondered, what Ling Luo lacks is precisely confidence. Encouraging her will enable her to make perfect paper umbrellas. Hearing this, Ling Luo became a bit shy for a moment. So she replied, "Thank you for your encouragement. It's because of you that I've gotten this far." In a short while, Ling Luo's favorability rating also increased. A moment later the scene switched to a room filled with melodious music. Here, Yasuna was continuously dancing with Lin Feng. As she danced she proudly expressed, "Chef brother, luckily you're by my side." Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel pleased for a moment, thinking to himself, "Isuna needs someone who can truly connect with her heart. Someone to be by her side, to alleviate her loneliness in a foreign land." Indeed, in an instant Isuna's favorability skyrocketed. At this moment Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. He secretly plotted, "Stay too long in this illusion and I'll lose myself. For efficiency's sake, I'll shuttle between 3 people daily according to my plan, making good use of my time." However, things were not as easy as he had planned. Lin Feng, exhausted, had muddled everything up, scaring his sister into screaming. Bro, you're wearing the wrong clothes and you haven't even put on makeup. But he didn't care at all, his face still grim. He thought, under my plan, the favorability of the remaining 3 people is rapidly increasing. But sometimes accidents were unavoidable. Because he chose wrong, he was immediately punished, getting a hard slap across the face. Chose wrong again. Punishment upon touch. Linfeng was hit repeatedly for the 2nd time. And then he even chose wrong a 3rd time. Punishment upon touch. All those moments repeated over and over again. Like a movie. Linfeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I turned back. The scene shifted to a bookstore. Here the shop owner was loudly shouting non-stop. Speaking of which, that Wind Master went to Japan. Seeing this, the people around began to discuss endlessly. How come the new chapter of Age of the Bazaar isn't out yet? Yeah. I'm going to offer a high price for Great King Qingqing to find that author and tie them up. Make them draw every day, that's a good idea. Just then, by a desk, a reader was continuously exclaiming in admiration. The Wind Master's ghost spirits are too powerful. I've read it several times and it's still amazing. Unbeknownst to the old man, a familiar voice suddenly came from afar. Upon hearing it, the old man immediately trembled in fright, flustered. It's Xiao Rou. What's wrong? Grandpa is studying scriptures. Seeing this, Xiao Rou hesitated for a moment, then stammered to her grandpa. Actually, I've always. Then she suddenly raised her voice and firmly asserted, Grandpa, I don't want to lie to you. Actually, I've been drawing manga all along. Age of the Bazaar is drawn by me. Upon hearing this, the old man instantly froze in shock and horror. He silently maintained a serious expression for a moment, making Xiao Rou scream stiffly in fear. Suddenly the old man quickly gripped the girl's hand. He immediately seriously and nervously encouraged loudly. Good child, hurry and update. Your manga has already made everyone in the city obsessed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rou was momentarily astonished and frantically exclaimed, huh? Then she couldn't help but cry with emotion, saying, making everyone in the city obsessed. It's what they accomplished in an instant. Xiao Rou's favorability skyrocketed to 100. The system immediately proudly announced, Dreamseeker's heart activated 3 stars 35. Xiao Rou also became excited because of this, and suddenly spoke, saying, meditating on spring and autumn, no fruit I sought. Tumult fills the heavens and earth as I once thought. A flash of insight breaks the chains. Only today do I truly know myself like the gods, everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, the people eating watermelon on this side, upon hearing it, were all stunned and spat everything out. Meanwhile, on this side, people were continuously exclaiming and discussing the bustling scene before them. That umbrella is truly perfect. Who made it? It seems it was Ling Luo. What, it was Ling Luo? Immediately after, this news quickly reached the clan leader's ears. He said proudly, Ling Luo, from now on the family's legacy will be entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, Ling Luo immediately raised her favorability to 100. She also immediately activated the Dreamseeker's heart. 4 stars 45. Ling Luo immediately expressed excitedly and eagerly, Finally, it's done. A moment later, the scene shifts to another magnificent building. Here Linfeng met Yasina. At this moment she was beaming with delight. She opened her arms and went forward to hug him. Chef, I've finally waited for you today. The closer Yasina got, the redder and more bashful her cheeks became. Master Chef, spending time with you these past days, I've realized my heart only belongs to you. Her eyes grew wide and round, as if hypnotized, and she kept whispering sweet nothings to Linfeng. I can't live without you anymore. Master Chef. Yasina's eyes sparkled with affection. She suddenly chuckled, then continued, He. I want Master Chef to belong only to me. Seeing that everything was going awry, Linfeng tried to calm Yasina, a little worried. Calm down, why is her favorability constantly rising? I want to say about Suddenly someone made a judgment. I get it. This is because those weaklings during the management process, after being discovered, activated the character's Yandere attribute. Those watching the show checked and exclaimed, wow. At this moment Yasina was still tightly gripping the iron chain in her hand. Almost choking Linfeng, she replied, now Master Chef belongs only to me. I'll find a place no one can ever find, and stay by Master Chef's side forever. Yasina's favorability continued to rise. Cloud Dream Affinity activated 5-5. At this moment Yasina's eyes somewhat excitedly sparkled and she stammered, I love you, Mr. Linfeng. The remaining people around were somewhat excited. When they saw the scene they said, we all saw that. Although Yasina was extremely excited, she kept reassuring herself in her mind. Hold it in. Linfeng and the others were eagerly awaiting what would happen next. Ningdi Shanlian covered her eyes as if to hide something but only drew more attention. Then she thought to herself, what's next? It stopped at the crucial moment. Son! Qingqing suddenly shouted, suggesting they take turns. Yasina fumed, complaining that the world was ending. Lin Feng tried to encourage her, hang in there Yasina. The vortex began to spin. Accompanied by Brother Kaiking's shout, we're leaving the illusion. The vortex gradually vanished completely. Lin Feng left the place, while being tightly hugged by Yasina. She muttered to herself, Mr. Ghost, that wasn't me just now. He immediately reassured her, I know. Standing far away. That girl pointed at the two of them and commanded, you can wake up my sister now. Power gradually surged into her body. The girl was a bit agitated, unable to speak. Then the girl suddenly hugged Ruwashi tightly and said, Ruwashi, you've finally woken up. The phoenix-robed female ghost explained with some agitation. Now the eldest princess is merely an image created by her psychic power. When she truly wakes up, it will dissipate. The people around, hearing this, all cried sadly. The girl gently placed her hand on Ruwaxi's cheek and instructed, Ruwashi, from now on big sister won't be able to take care of you anymore. Hearing this, Ruwashi could only acknowledge with a sound. The girl gently, with tears in her eyes, continued to instruct, you must live well. Then with reluctance she exhorted everyone, Ruwashi is in your care now. The phoenix-robed female ghost patted her chest and promised, leave this child to me and Linkuan. Linkuan also responded reassuringly, we will take good care of her. Ruwashi sobbed, wiping away her tears, and said, what happened outside? I know all about it through Big Sister's psychic power. Are you willing to sign a contract with me? And help me get revenge? At that very moment a notification appeared. Awaken Dream Spirit Ruwashi quest completed. You will receive 1 million EXP as a reward. Dream Spirit contract. Do you agree to sign a contract with Dream Spirit Ruwashi? Lin Feng silently weighed the pros and cons before agreeing. The female ghost Fengbao also watched Ruwashi intently. Then she said with concern, from now on we'll be your family. Lin Feng also urged, leave everything to me from now on. Ruwashi smiled and hummed in response. A notification immediately popped up from the system. Spectral Being Dream Spirit Ruwashi Level. Heroic Spirit Tier 2 Potential. 6 stars EXP02. Talent Psionic Perception, Collective Psychic Power. Dream Affirmation. Collective Dream Perception. Heroic Spirit Ability, Dream Water like a river. Summon water waves. Done. Suddenly a thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. She already has a sacred domain at the Heroic Spirit tier. Did she inherit it from the Cloud Dream Goddess? Ling Luo happily clutched Lin Feng's back and bragged, Lin Feng, I've leveled up. He muttered after hearing it. Experience evaluation added. Everyone's leveling up so fast lately. Ling Luo burst into joyful laughter. I finally caught up to that water ghost. The system prompted again. Spectral Being. Ling Luo level Nightmare Silkworm tier. Potential 5 stars EXP03. Ability Clonal Regeneration. Wind Sword Wing Shield Guard Heavenly Wind Array. Method of Wind's Arrival Heavenly Sword Descends. Mysterious Domain Ability. Dark Clone Unbounding Dream Ability. Method of Wind's Arrival Heavenly Wang Sword Dance. Talent Dark Clone Demonic Domain. Wind Coming River Ruin Bind 3222. Method of Wind's Arrival Decaying Screen Sword Dance. Unleash the Family Treasure Baru. Sword Rain Heavenly Sword. Bearing the Laws of Destruction. I've reached the Evil Spirit tier. He pointed at the sky and said provocatively, I've reached Nightmare tier 3. Am I going to turn into a heroic spirit again? Ling Luo, furious like a tigress, pounced over and roared, how is that possible, you lazy gluttonous water ghost? Yasuna suddenly exclaimed, Mr. Spectre, my heroic spirit's heart is about to converge. Mr. Spectre, I've gained a heroic spirit. The image in Yasuna's subconscious resurfaced, evolving with the passage of time. Immediately a pyramid suddenly appeared. Yasuna happily boasted, Mr. Spectre, I've gained a heroic spirit. System notification. Spectral Being Yasuna. Heroic Spirit Tier 1 Potential 5 stars. EXP03 Spectral Art Weapon Mastery. Serpentine Carving Quicksand Invasion Colossal God Soldier. Profound Ability. Dreamtime Nightmare Ability Phantom Body Haze. Heroic Spirit Ability. Erect Statue Celestial Palace. Pyramid Control Spectral Domain Bind. Bind 2000. Heroic Spirit Ability Erect Statue Giant Warrior. Upon upgrading. Crafted from pure gold, it is the statue of RA, capable of wielding solar flames. And it comes with some of Ra's divine laws. For incinerating enemies. Yasuna leaned her face close to Lin Feng. I've gotten stronger. Mr. Spectre. Elsewhere a violent gale was rising. It was utterly terrifying. Yi Chang closed his eyes, coughed a few times, letting out a cough. This is not the time for us to be fooling around with each other. I've sensed powerful fluctuations of spectral energy. It seems the mountain god has already broken its seal and appeared. Lin Feng clenched his fists and suggested, "Let's go tear that bug to shreds." From within that dark vortex, a violent gust of wind emerged, accompanied by sinister laughter. "In the end your power will also be unable to imprison this king that was none other than Huan Yushanjun." He then continued, "Once this king awakens I shall once again rule this land." Phantom Jade Mountain Monarch Heroic Spirit Silkworm Tear. Lin Feng showed a somewhat furious expression and roared. For some reason this bug is so confident in its own power. So confident. "We are the ones who deliberately awakened you." Phantom Jade Mountain Monarch squinted his eyes and asked. What Lin Feng and the others brazenly blocked its path. He then continued. "To awaken you is to utterly crush you, you pest." He pointed his weapon directly at everyone and roared. "This is what on earth happened in the outside world? As powerful as ghosts. I the king am a heroic spirit, a cocoon tier barrier. I am about to become a sacred spirit and I even possess a sacred artifact." Lin Feng still calmly glanced at them and said, "Then come on." At the same time the system issued a warning. Activating 3 heavenly lantern flames, combat power greatly increased. Meanwhile Yushan Junjun ordered Erlang to attack. Nu Kuei Fong Pao blocked the way. "By your command Lin Jun, let me handle this." Nu Kuei Fong Pao used fiery dance of flying blossoms to attack them. At the same time she cursed incessantly. Those pests must have been burned to death. Yushan Junjun also roared in fury. "How dare you offend this king so?" Next up is the Fire Phoenix attack. Fiery punishment. Yushan Junjun immediately sneered, "This is truly outrageous. Insulting a god. Violating the rules." System alarms blared repeatedly. Combat power increased, adding more creeping flames. Suddenly a golden light shimmered there like golden threads. Lin Feng suggested, "Ruwashi, let's merge our heroic spirits." Ruwashi agreed. Immediately after Lin Feng shouted merge, a shimmering crystal appeared. Lin Feng proudly held up his weapon, as if he were a completely different person. Lin Feng gently stroked the sword's body and said, "Power of the dream spirit." Then he raised his treasured sword, "High Dream River Flow." The girl, seeing her weapon by Yushan Junjun severed, felt a pang of regret. "What my ghostly aura and..." At this moment Lin Feng also rushed over, calling out Tong Tong, then said, "Tong Tong, you should get out of the way first." Immediately after he used the war banner art. The sword dance and dream river flow combined. Tong Tong obediently tried to dodge and replied, "Okay, big brother." He stood in front shouting loudly, "Dominate." Yushan Junjun chuckled arrogantly and replied, "Ha ha ha, though your realm is inferior to mine, this god's, your combat power is quite strong." He split into a clone and arrogantly shouted, "Let me show you this god's true abilities. Beneath the sacred spirit realm, I am invincible," and he used his power to devour the war banner. Xingju worriedly shouted a warning to Lin Feng. His combat technique devours spiritual energy to strengthen himself. He simply narrowed his eyes and said, "Stronger the longer he fights, how interesting." Yushan Junjun glanced at Lin Feng as he said, "Let me see how strong you are." And he used the art of demon-slaying combat technique. Void Tentacles Dream Haze. The battle raged with unusual intensity. Suddenly he coughed a few times, then secretly pondered, "How is this possible? That's Lady Xiang's power. This god cannot fall into slumber here." Ling Luo said, "Welcome to assist in the battle." Immediately after the evil spirit also urged, "Go." In Ankula's consciousness space, at its center, a well appeared with eerie flames burning above it. Yushan Junjun shouted, "Ghost suppressing pagoda." They shouted, "Oh no, it's over." Lin Feng quickly assigned tasks. Ningdi Yeswang assist the two. They accepted the task. They immediately replied, "Okay." One hand benevolent, one hand malevolent clenched tightly together. Suddenly Yushan Junjun shouted, "Aha! This god is about to become a sacred spirit. How dare you offend this god?" Ignoring those words, Lin Feng continued to fight. Yushan Junjun shouted triumphantly, "Power of the evil god, frenzied devour skill." They shouted, "Rod of lawbreaking." Tong Tong also summoned her power, Longinus. Xingju saw those terrifying monsters and felt somewhat worried, and used the white-clad Avalokiteshvara Sutra. The monster still insisted on attacking there. Xingju stood behind. Lin Feng called out again, reminding himself, "He's gradually able to use the evil god's rules." Hearing this he replied, "That combat technique is corroding our power, constantly strengthening him." Xingju looked up, an added layer of worry on her face. Warning, this isn't good. Something is invading through my ghost energy. Tong Tong suddenly shouted. Brother, sister Qingju, look at your face. Qingju gradually felt something on her face and exclaimed. This feeling, it's like a curse. Seeing this, Lin Feng also felt it. Our power is constantly draining away. The Yushan County Lord said excitedly. As long as you fight me, this deity, you will be branded with my curse worm mark. Your power will continuously deplete. When the number of curse worm marks accumulates to a certain extent, it will activate my poison worm curse. At that time, the red annihilation poison worms will erupt, making your lives worse than death. Poison worms were attached to their faces. But Lin Feng still tried to calm his mind and said, his frenzied devour combat skill constantly devours our ghost energy to strengthen himself during the battle. It also contaminates us with curse worm marks. He's truly a venomous one. Seeing this, Sun Xingqing immediately said, our lawbreaking staff can directly attack the rules, causing true damage. Hearing this, Tong Tong also cried out, brother, let us lead the charge. Longinus power combined with Gaia's can stop his curse. Hearing this, Ningdi immediately shouted, Oblivion Butterfly Underworld Fire of Zhou. Both of them pushed themselves, then instructed, you two from inside, attack together. The two flew into the sky like a ball light as a feather. Lingla pointed at the evil spirit and said angrily, stop slacking off. Let's unleash our ultimate skill. Attack this ghost energy. But Shiro still held her game console, her face calm. I'm generating emotions. As long as the game keeps stimulating me, my ultimate skill will continuously strengthen. Lingla flew into a rage. I think he'll just smash your game console. You'll get stronger faster. Everyone was struggling to resist those things. Lin Feng ordered Isuna to act immediately. She immediately replied okay. The next power to appear was none other than the Lapu statue. Yang Yan, Isuna said, harming Mr. Ghost, it cannot be forgiven. She then said to the Yushan County Lord, Mountain God, you're cornered. The Yushan County Lord remained arrogant and overbearing. For thousands of years, I still haven't been completely sealed away in the end. However, a shriek with 7 notes immediately rang out. Qingju put her palms together and devoutly said, joyful spirit purification spell. The Yushan County Lord's face grew increasingly furious. His eyes were bloodshot. He shouted, insect poison spell. Qingju lost her balance and was flung to the ground, making her sister cry out in fear. Sister. Lin Feng immediately said to Jiang Wei, take Qingju back to Jizhao Nunnery. That sister kept yelling, White Tiger Exorcism mark Lin Feng. I've temporarily suppressed the curse. Quickly deal with the Mountain God Corpse curse. He immediately replied okay. Tong Tong stepped forward and said, brother, what's wrong? I feel like the demonic god's power he's using. It seems even stronger. A hand reached out from somewhere, yelling Lucifer into the fray. Lucifer, annoyed at being interrupted from playing a game, cursed angrily. You little pawns, I don't want to work. Lin Feng turned to Lucifer and said angrily, quickly use your rules. Interrupt the mountain god's power. She laughed loudly, you little pawns, you're really asking for it. Afterward, Lucifer immediately lashed a whip behind him, launching an attack. Tong Tong cried out in panic, brother. Qingqing also cried out worriedly, peak master. Lin Feng said with a tired expression, you all continue fighting. I'm fine. Tong Tong returned to her initial excited state. She replied okay. Lucifer charged forward in a rage, cursing, oh, you little pawn, how did you discover that? Lin Feng glanced back and said, all of this is thanks to Ruwaxi's perception ability. Ruwashi looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. Brother, her malice towards us is very strong. Does she want to betray us? Lucifer revealed a cunning smile. Haha, little minions, I've already reached Valiant Spirit rank 2 now. Your contract can no longer bind me. The system suddenly prompted Ghost Spirit Lucifer. Valiant Spirit rank 2 enhanced rule of rebellion. Immediately after, a thought appeared. Lucifer had only strengthened her rule, but hadn't gained new abilities. It seems her abilities have almost fully erupted. Lucifer glanced over, her face full of petulance. Now I've temporarily regained my divine body. Then a smile appeared on her face. I will return everything that I've endured during this time. 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Her crimson eyes were filled with hatred. Starting with you, you little minion. Lucifer swiftly charged forward with astonishing speed. At the same time, Lin Feng also assumed a combat stance. As Lucifer attacked, he quickly parried. Lin Feng pointed at Lucifer and asked, did you think my contract would be broken so easily? She was a little surprised. A special collar suddenly appeared on her neck. Lin Feng pointed at her and instructed, Be a good girl and go fight. He already had a plan in mind. Her ability was indeed too strong. Actually being able to temporarily break free from the restraints. But that was all a scream. Rang out. Followed by repeated punishments. That left her breathless. Cough cough cough, I get it. Lucifer roared angrily. There will be a day when my power will destroy your restraints. Wash your neck and wait for me. Lin Feng's eyes were more piercing than ever. How come I feel like I've become an evil villainous god? What's wrong with you? You're the evil god, aren't you? Go quickly and help Tong Tong and the others. Ho Hot suddenly shouted at Lin Feng. My white-mouthed demon expelling sigil can't hold on much longer. Immediately a sharp sword imbued with power, with enhanced blood sacrifice appeared. Everyone looked at him, their eyes glowing crimson. Redundant merge with above. At this moment Lucifer remained calm and shouted. I'm very angry right now, you scum. What followed was the Xianyu Mountain Lord's pain scream. His body gradually became tattered and broken. Lucifer cursed excitedly. Power of rebellion, scum. The Xianyu Mountain Lord's eyes were filled with unwillingness and hatred. Tong Tong had just landed at this moment and commented. Lucifer still has some use after all. Qingqing then gave another command. Immediately take care of this mountain god. In that mass of fiercely burning flames, Isuna called out to Yang Yan. He was gradually pulled into the hole. As he fell, he thought this god. His eyes immediately closed, but then reopened with ambition. I won't accept this. The burning blue flames also continued to roar. Useless, quickly offer your heart to me as fuel. Let us become one and become a false god. The Xianyu Mountain Lord gripped his weapon tightly, preparing for a second attack. Suddenly he inflicted a huge wound upon himself. The place where the flames appeared also emitted an abnormal light. Then a command rang out: activate sacred domain. Isuna anxiously shouted, Yang Yan has been swallowed. The others are about to be pulled in too. The others also continuously screamed in terror, shouting Lin Feng. Meanwhile the evil spirit joyfully said, surround them, they're screaming gibberish in fear. Let's go, she charged forward shouting azure water raging waves. At this moment the system prompted combat power increased by 250. An umbrella was unfurled. At this time Ling Luo said again, come spiritual charm. That power caused the surrounding objects to become inverted and chaotic, accompanied by the shouts sword dance of the raging gale, evil slaying and path guarding, awing the human realm. Two streams of flames and water power advanced in parallel. Immediately after, those areas exploded like grand fireworks. Annihilate the butterfly continent's underworld. Fire Phoenix transformation. Explosions continued to occur in those areas. Yi Shang glanced behind him and said, I'll go support Grand Situ. The female Kuei Phoenix robe agreed. Then she realized something. We can't unleash our power in there. The female Ghost Phoenix robe gnashed her teeth and yelled, Lin Jun, within the sacred domain of Chuzha. Lin Feng gripped the sword in his hand tightly and explained. This is the evil god's sacred domain of Chuzha. For thousands of years, our power has been suppressed and weakened. Tong Tong stood beside him and immediately asked, Brother, could it be that he, like the cloud dream goddess, hasn't completely vanished? He judged that it must be so. He then continued, just now the mountain god did something, and unexpectedly activated the evil god's power. In the mental space, Ruashi hugged him tightly and said, Lin Fengage, I feel the surroundings are filled with malice. This malice feels very familiar and it frightens me. Lin Feng comforted her. It's all right, Ruashi. I will definitely protect you. A voice echoed, ha ha ha, finally. This god has also become a saint spirit. Finally, this god has also become a true god. A grotesque and nauseating entity floated in the air. Jade Mountain Lord had evolved, laughing hideously. Ha 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 ha, now this god is a true god. System notification: Pseudo Mountain God Saint Spirit Rank 1. Lin Feng's expression grew grim as he secretly calculated. Has his power almost reached the Saint Spirit realm? With his combat power and blood sacrifice on top of that, we should be able to fight him as equals. Ruashi. Ruashi spoke with some concern. Lin Fenggu, I feel his divine power is continuously being depleted. He's sacrificing himself to reach the Saint Spirit realm. In a short time, an idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. This means we can wear him down until he dies. He then urged everyone, get ready. Well, wear him down. Cloud Dream Power Tong Tong stood beside him ready to fight. Okay, brother, power surge. A system notification chimed. Combat power boosted. Blood sacrifice boosted. Qing roared furiously, unruly soul. Power, might and dharma manifestation. Also received a system notification. Ghost Spirit Venerable Qing Heroic Spirit Rank 2. Lucifer revealed a cunning smile, musing to herself. I am the flower of the night. and the untouchable proud specter of light. In this true world, I shall surely bloom with a radiance that is mine alone, even if it means going against those of high standing. System notification: Ghost Spirit Lucifer. Heroic Spirit Rank 2 Rebellious Law Enhanced. Lucifer declared arrogantly, "You ghosts and monsters, come worship me." Isuna floated in the distance, saying from afar, "Because Mr. Ghost is my idol." In the battle scene appeared Linfeng, Tong Tong, Lucifer, Isuna, and a large gorilla, all looking towards the mountain god. They charged forth with imposing might. The mountain god displayed an evil, unrepentant smile. "But before this god dies, I must tear you and that cloud dream remnant into 1,000 pieces." Devour combat technique. Linfeng charged at him, cursing, "You scoundrel! A petty scoundrel dares to call himself a god." The two once again raised their weapons and lunged at each other. Their momentum soared to the heavens. He blocked Linfeng's attack with one hand, and with the other he condensed a black energy orb. He then shot the energy orb towards Tong Tong, forcing her to draw her sword and block it. The mountain god suddenly turned and glared. Zun Qing roared loudly. Supple staff. Then he suddenly used his tail to unexpectedly attack Tong Tong, forcing Tong Tong to struggle to block with both hands. However, suddenly a ball of green flame reappeared from afar, once again attacking them directly. The mountain god flew over arrogantly, declaring haughtily, "This god's martial prowess, how could you possibly compare to it?" Lucifer heard these words and revealed a scornful smile. "What are you blabbering about?" She then rapidly darted through the air. Power of rebellion. While that ape was fighting, waving its staff, shouted at him, "Law-shattering staff." After the mountain god was hit by the previous attack, he was injured to the point of spitting blood. He spoke uncomfortably, saying, "The laws are too strong, interfering with my divine power again." But then he laughed triumphantly. "All beneath the Holy Spirit are but ants." After speaking, he stretched his hand forward. Then the mountain god began to accuse. "It was you earlier who damaged my divine body." Lucifer looked down at him from the air and scornfully grunted, "And still dare to touch me? Come on, you small fries." Upon hearing these words, Tong Tong became somewhat angry and irritated. The battle was raging fiercely. Yushan County was facing attacks from all directions. That ape rushed over and shouted, "Staff of Severing!" The mountain god roared, "All Devourer!" Suddenly a giant centipede flew out, forming a vortex to attack Linfeng and the others. After enduring the previous attack, everyone fell into the water. Tong Tong suddenly spoke up, "Brother, our powers are suppressed in the sacred realm. We can no longer resist the curse." Small centipedes appeared on their skin. Hearing this, Linfeng suddenly asked, "Where's Qingqing?" Isuna struggled with a difficult expression, resisting the curse. "My power is draining too rapidly. I don't know if I can still summon the divine statue." Qingqing also struggled to resist, replying, Fine. I just can't turn back into a sphere for now." Lucifer glanced scornfully, then scoffed, "Small fries, all of you are small fries." Qingqing retorted angrily, "If it weren't for the Lord of Wind and Tong Tong saving you just now, you would have become a dead, useless fish long ago." Tong Tong, standing nearby, also agreed, "If brother hadn't wanted to save you, I wouldn't have bothered with you at all, to let you become a dead, useless fish." However, Lucifer remained indifferent. She crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and dismissed them scornfully. "Right now I could clearly deal with him, but you're all standing in my way." Isuna asked Linfeng worriedly, "Mr. Ghost, what do we do now?" Linfeng immediately replied, "His attack has stopped." Ruashi felt his psychic energy rapidly dissipating. Rapidly. Our tactic worked. The mountain god's face grew increasingly grim. His skin was gradually cracking. He opened his mouth wide and laughed scornfully. "You think you can exhaust this god to death? Let's see who gets exhausted first." His lips curled into a grin and he shouted with laughter, "Black tide poison mud." Instantly a giant centipede suddenly burrowed out from underground, bringing its enormous body. Seeing this, Linfeng loudly warned, "This is the swamp evil god's attack." They were quickly attacked by those centipedes, which sprayed venom to prevent those centipedes from attacking. Linfeng and Tong Tong rushed towards the centipede swarm, cutting them into pieces. Lucifer gritted her teeth, struggling to hold on, shouting, "Small fry!" Linfeng, quickly think of something. "If you can't, then let me go." Linfeng was struggling to fight against the centipede swarm, and replied, "Our curses have accumulated too much. The insect poison is about to erupt." Tong Tong, standing nearby, gritted her teeth and persisted just a little more. "Brother, this is his final struggle. As long as we can hold on." Tong Tong let out a scream as the insects crawled all over her face. Seeing Tong Tong harmed by the poison, Lin Feng immediately reached out and embraced her. Shouting worriedly Tong Tong. Ruoshi standing nearby placed her hands on her chest and said, Brother Lin Feng, I am the reincarnation of the Cloud Dream Goddess. I should be able to forcibly use the goddess power. A Holy Spirit level 1. Hearing this he immediately replied I'm counting on you Ruoshi. Then Ruoshi placed her hands on her chest slowly concentrating. Immediately after, a white reindeer with its neck covered in crystals. The insects appeared. The toxicity is growing stronger threatening lives. Let them loudly call out for Lin Feng. Meanwhile Lucifer was happily celebrating. Finally dead. The mountain god's lips curved into an eerie smile and he said, Yang Niafren Meng. Finally died by this god's hand. Lin Feng looked at Tong Tong who was dissipating in his hands. Reality and illusion are but a thought away. As if sensing something, his expression changed drastically. This is the goddess power. The centipedes below were gradually dissipating. Lin Feng handed Tong Tong to Qing Qing and instructed her. Qing, take good care of Tong Tong, she replied surprised okay. After that, Lin Feng tightly gripped the longsword in his hand and flew towards the mountain god saying, the moon guides a blurry path, the lotus locks the deep sea of illusion. Truth and falsehood are hard to distinguish. All are sought within a dream of illusion. With that Lin Feng roared, Moon Lotus Armor. The mountain god was immediately hit roaring in pain. Why goddess, why aren't you dead yet? No sooner had he spoken, the orbs of light had already pierced through his body. Lin Feng continued to use his ultimate move. Lin Feng pointed his longsword towards the sky and loudly roared, a single thought turns to nothingness, seal evil. The demon's body immediately disintegrated into fragments. Lin Feng let out a long breath and his expression changed. To dissipate like this is already too merciful for you. Lin Feng said coldly, I will extract your consciousness. His face was gradually invaded by a green gas. He screamed in agony, followed by a series of memories surfacing. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, though you have died today, your consciousness will exist forever. In torment. Infinitely slowly enjoy it. He couldn't bear the pain and roared helplessly. Let me disappear completely. No sooner had he spoken, Lin Feng had already dispelled his transformed state. Defeated victory EXP 9000000. The girls nearby saw it and immediately started exclaiming in admiration. Brother, our curses are gone too. As expected of the peak master. After Lucifer saw this from the side, she showed a displeased expression and said, wasn't it all thanks to me? Scene shifts to Jizha Nunnery. Hohat asked worriedly, sister, are you okay? Shinju looked at her palm and secretly muttered, it seems Lin Feng won. A black orb of light immediately split open in the sky. Lin Feng and Lucifer appeared right after. Upon seeing them everyone was immediately surprised. Ningdi Shanliang said, it's finally over. This Lin Feng, he really makes people worry. Yeshang immediately said proudly, he's my arch-steward. I knew he could win. Ling Luo immediately cried out in surprise. Wow, where did this beautiful woman with a tail come from? Xiao immediately noticed and pointed saying, where did Lin Feng bring back another succubus from? Yeshang immediately furiously blurted out, it's that annoying brat again. But her thoughts contradicted her words, secretly thinking, darn it. She thinks it's terribly cute. Lucifer didn't forget to flaunt her revealing figure. How about it, this is my true form. You little nobodies quickly kneel before my beauty. Her move immediately took effect. Everyone immediately vomited blood. Xiao immediately blurted out, this is bad though it's a bit vulgar. Ling Luo immediately continued. But the attack power is truly strong. As expected of an angel. The legendary perfect fallen angel. Lucifer's lips curled into a mocking smile. Excellent, I have to go back and give gifts to my fans. This time, I must become the streamer with the most fans. Once everyone has submitted to my beauty, let's see what that little shrimp Lin Feng will do. As she spoke, Lucifer. Imagine Lin Feng lying down, with his butt sticking out, waiting to be spanked. Then I'll threaten him with my fans' lives. And I'll mercilessly spank that smelly fish Lin Feng's butt. At this moment Lin Feng, in Lucifer's imagination, was blushing and screaming, Lord Lucifer, I agree to obey you. But the real Lin Feng immediately jolted Lucifer awake. You just blurted out what you were thinking. Lucifer immediately blushed and shouted, oh no, even at heroic spirit stage 2 I still can't fully control my power. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple aura appeared around Lucifer. Lucifer immediately screamed, damn it, I haven't even fully enjoyed this body yet. The people opposite immediately coughed up blood which flowed like rivers. Is that a time management master? Could it be here to manage time? Lucifer immediately reverted to the appearance of a baby dragon. Lucifer picked up a whip and screamed. Darn it! My power is too rebellious. I can't maintain this form for too long. Once I change back, I'm going to destroy this world. Watch me transform again. Tong Tong couldn't take it anymore. So she punched Lucifer in the chest. Scolding. Stop doing things that aren't appropriate for children. Quickly change back. Seeing this, Lin Feng and his group stood by and joined in the jeering. But everyone had a big bump on their head. When we get back, you all better reflect on yourselves. At the same time, Qingqing happily rushed over at this moment shouting, Lord Wind. Lin Feng was also surprised to see this and asked Qingqing, what do you want to do? Qingqing stepped forward, climbed onto Lin Feng's head and fumbled around, making Lin Feng blush all over, and she said, Lord Wind Master, my inner voice was. I can't hold on, I'm about to gather the heart of the heroic spirit. Lin Feng let out an ah. But no sooner had he spoken than Lin Feng took another punch. And Qingqing was taken away. She didn't forget to look back and say, Lord Wind, he'll be back. Seeing this, Ruoshi appeared beside Lin Feng and said, You two have such a good relationship. Lin Feng sighed and replied, They've never given me a moment's peace. At the same time, Ruoshi suddenly collapsed onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng anxiously shouted Ruoshi. Ruoshi, lying in Lin Feng's arms, explained, This is because earlier, I forcefully used the power of the Holy Spirit Goddess, which led to side effects. Lin Feng listened and anxiously asked, Is there any way to treat it? Lin Feng. Brother, take Yunmeng Zhe back to its rightful place. In the east. I will enter it and sleep for a while. And my injuries will recover. A quest panel then appeared. Quest Yunmeng Homecoming. Return Yunmeng Zhe to its eastern homeland. At the same time, a passage in the sky opened. Everyone were ready to return to the east. Stepping out of the passage, Tauntaun immediately shouted happily, We're finally back in the east. We've been out for too long this time. The portal slowly closed. Lin Feng held Ruoshi, thinking to himself, If I mastered the heroic spirit level Yunmeng Zhe's sacred domain, then perhaps she is the only specter. In the capital of High America, many people were paying respects to Lin Feng's statue. Several people praised Brother Lin Feng. High America has been almost fully rebuilt, thanks to the help of everyone from the east. One person spoke up, trying to keep them. Won't you stay a little longer? Someone cried out. We can't bear to see the protector underworld king leave. Lin Feng stepped forward, stroked the little girl's head and said, I have some matters to attend to back in the eastern nation, lord of the nation. You must lead everyone well. The little girl replied, Brother Lin Feng, don't forget. High America is now a vassal state of the east. And as the protector underworld king of High America, you must come back often. Seeing this, Lin Feng gave a thumbs up to show it was okay. After saying that, he leaped onto the giant dragon, extended his hand and called out, Nian Nian, come here. The two girls then chuckled, covering their mouths, and teased. Ying Er spoke up. Nian Nian, what are you waiting for? Everyone's watching you and your hair. Qingqing, standing nearby, also covered her mouth, chuckling playfully. Yan Yan's gotten shy, hasn't she? Lin Feng put his arm around Yan Yan's shoulder and said, blushing, Yan Yan, let's go. Yan Yan's cheeks were also flushed at this moment, and she nodded, replying MHM. Lin Feng then pointed to the sky and shouted loudly, Hong Long Long, let's go target East Pole. Hong Long Long immediately replied yes. She immediately shouted, Everyone follow Master Feng to the East Pole. In addition, some other people also flew along behind them. The people below, seeing this, waved their hands in farewell, as if they were bidding farewell to their heroes. Protector King Ming. Farewell East Pole champions. Lin Feng's giant dragon soared through the sky, accompanied by murmurs and conversations, which deeply moved everyone. Protector King Ming, goodbye. Tong Tong saw this scene and immediately cried out to Lin Feng, Big brother, the people of Korea are all seeing us off. However, the people on the dragon's back were heartily enjoying some food. Not only that, they were also playfully teasing each other. Ling Luo spoke up in admiration. Korean fried chicken is so delicious. Xiaoro also praised. Things are finally done and dusted. I need to have some real fun now. Suddenly Qingqing popped out from Wok No Sure, grinning slyly, and said mischievously, it's time to go back and rush the manuscript. Updates can't stop, you know. No sooner had she spoken, Xiaoro and Ling Luo were both dragged away by Qingqing. Scene switches to the East Sea Penglai Sea region. Biningzhu was splitting a giant crab in half. Vanished giant crab monster. Afterwards, a person stepped forward and respectfully said to the princess, Your Royal Highness, this wave of evil spirits has been defeated, but our tribesmen suffered heavy losses. Biningzhu then said worriedly, The evil spirits from the giant island in the east are growing in number. Biningzi thought to herself with a solemn expression. Things are getting worse and worse. What should I do? She then looked up at the sky, remembering Lin Feng. I can only try to find him on land. Scene switches to Sea City. At this time people were bustling about. They gathered together discussing Lin Feng. The Soul Spirit girl group is simply amazing. Especially Tong Tong. Only our city lord is the most dazzling. The person opposite shouted loudly. What Lady Dai is clearly the pillar of the stage. At this moment someone still leisurely said. The fans of both sides are fighting again. Unlike me. I'm a fan of both. The girl chewing on a bun continued. I'm a fan of Master Hua Feng. However, at this moment, in Lin Feng's dream, something appeared. It looked very terrifying. Lin Feng. You were already dead when you arrived here, he shouted, clutching his head off. Back to reality. The little dragon was sleeping soundly on Lin Feng's face. He made an uncomfortable sound mmm. After a while Lin Feng abruptly sat up. He shouted, all soul spirits assemble. Hong Longlong was flipped off the bed and yelled in fright. Lin Feng sat on the bed. A female voice rubbing her head sleepily mumbled, phew. Hong Longlong almost murdered me. Liu Ru stood by the bed, holding the little dragon in her hand, smiling as she said, Lin Feng, you're awake, breakfast is ready. A moment later Lin Feng sat in the dining room. President Yen Yen diligently served him food here. Lin Feng Tong Tong happily enjoyed her breakfast. Her cheeks were puffed out from the food. Finally, no more fried chicken or instant noodle box meals, she exclaimed. From a distance Hohat walked over to report to Lin Feng. Lin Feng Xian. Hua and I have found the location of Yunmengzi. It dates back thousands of years. After receiving the news, they moved within a red orb of light, traversing through the vast desert. Hohat spoke up, this is the place. It seems the impact of the Divine War. 1,000 years ago it still was. This place had become a desolate land. Lin Feng turned to Ruoji and said, Ruoji, now that you're here, release Yunmeng's. She obediently replied yes. She obediently began to circulate her energy. Instantly, brilliant streams of light appeared all around. It looked incredibly beautiful, seeping into the barren land, transforming a dry and arid place. The earth regained the vibrant green of life, causing bystanders to exclaim, wow! It had recovered its form, the way we remembered it. Another person continued. Yunmeng's also sprung back to life. This land became lively and bustling. Animals also began to appear one after another. Lin Feng and Ruoji landed on the ground. The animals found it strange. A white cat pointed at them and said, meow meow meow. That one looks like a startled bird, the yellow rabbit replied. Squeak squeak, you're right, you're right. After summoning a fertile land, Ruoji said, Lin Feng, brother, I need to sleep within Yunmeng's for a while. Sleep for a while in Dream Lake. My injuries will slowly recover. Lin Feng immediately replied, I will send someone to watch over this place. Ruoji smiled secretly, thinking to herself. Finally back in Yunmeng's. At the same time a system notification popped up. Quest completed, Yunmeng homecoming. Reward Soul Steed upgrade. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng also thought to himself. The Soul Steed's abilities have already started to fall behind the current battle. Strength. Fearing it would be affected by enemies, I left it in the Ghost Spirit homeland to recuperate. I never expected to be able to upgrade it this time. After the matter was concluded, he turned to Tong Tong and said, let's go see the Soul Steed. Tong Tong smiled and replied, okay, big brother. It's currently in the Ghost Spirit homeland, eating and then sleeping, and sleeping and then eating. When the two arrived, they looked at the two animals in front of them and said in unison, criticizing these two guys truly share the same plight. Getting fatter and fatter. Lin Feng thought to himself, it's been a long time since it worked. I'm afraid it's already forgotten me how comfortable. A ghost's life is really nothing more than this. The system also asked upgrade Soul Steed. Lin Feng waved his hand agreeing yes. Instantly the Soul Steed began to transform. It neighed hiss hiss. It was enveloped in a peculiar green aura, rising into the air, startling Boom Boom with its roar. Roaring, the sky changed color accompanied by eerie green flames. After only a moment its information changed. Ghost Servant Nightmare Warhorse new abilities. Tread Air Flight Trample. Ghost Chi Ascension. Prairie Assault. Violently spins, dashing forward with Ghost Chi, causing immense damage. Gigantification. Body strengthened to a certain extent. Tong Tong and Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. So cool. Lin Feng walked closer to observe. The upgrade is complete. Let's go take a look. Tong Tong climbed onto the Ghost Steed, stroking it. Big brother. After the Ghost Steed became a Nightmare Warhorse, it already possesses Nightmare level power. Just like Boom Boom. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. It must have been in the ghost spirit homeland for too long. Now it can be like before, letting you go out and fight together. The ghost steed neighed happily hiss. Although he was smiling on the surface, Lin Feng secretly thought to himself, "Oh no, it's time to work again." Just then the Ghost King's command called out, "Grand Minister, I've caught a nightmare-level Ghost King who broke into Ghost City. He has some interesting information, please come take a look." Lin Feng replied, "All right, Ghost King's command." The scene instantly shifted. A Ghost King knelt in reverence. Feng, "Peak Master, when did you return? Why was there no mention of it online? No wonder I was caught as soon as I entered." Lin Feng pondered. "I just returned not long ago, haven't had time to show myself yet." The kneeling ghost was evil spirit soul devouring void nether. Agility level 2 Ghost King. Ghost King Ling shouted, "Enough with the nonsense. Now tell me everything you know again." The Ghost King thought in fear. It hurts so much this guy can directly attack me. He must be close to the heroic spirit level already. After being tortured a few times he began to stammer his story. "Hey, listen to me. We were originally just minor Ghost Kings. Life was pretty decent. 2 years ago, after that strange awakening, our levels kept increasing." He pointed with his hand and continued to recount excitedly. "But with the Lord Prefect guarding the east, we didn't dare to make a fuss. Occasionally we'd secretly cause some trouble. Life was quite hopeful even then." No sooner had he finished speaking than his expression and tone turned furious. "But then came the blazing world eradicator Ghost King. His ambition is truly immense. He secretly gathered many Ghost Kings, and even wants to destroy the East." Then he sighed listlessly. While the Lord Prefect went to save Korea, they attacked frantically, wanting to seize everything. "It's truly terrible. Now I have to bear all the trouble." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng asked, "I understand. You were planning to take advantage of my absence, to cause havoc in the East and eat human flesh. Right, you're quite cunning yourself. You intended to first seize Ghost City. And you all. How many Ghost Kings are there in total? And when do you plan to act?" Tong Tong listened uncomfortably, covering her ears. "It's as loud as someone hitting my ears with bricks." Hearing this, he slowly began to recount again. "We are 5 Ghost Kings in total. The rest of us possess nightmare level 2 power. Specifically, there's the Blazing World Eradicator Ghost King, the Raging Thunder Killer Ghost King, the Frozen Snow Spirit Ghost King, and the Raging War Spirit Ghost King. Some minor ghosts secretly whisper, calling us the 5 spirit gods. We've already arranged to meet again on the ghost ship in 2 days, to launch a ghost tide together and sweep across the east. The ghost ship is at..." Tong Tong burst out laughing after hearing this. "Your names. You guys are really too childish." After finishing his tale, the Ghost King said, "Please, Lord Prefect, spare this humble ghost. This humble ghost will surely serve the Lord Prefect meticulously. I'm a fan of the Lord Prefect. All female versions of the Lord Prefect. I haven't missed a single one." Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled faintly, yet his face was full of displeasure. "Stop talking. Stop, I've already spared your life." Hearing this, the Ghost King was immediately overjoyed. "Thank you, Lord Prefect, thank you, Lord Prefect." Lin Feng continued, "However, as Grand Minister, my power is slight. My words carry no weight. You are targeting the Ghost City. Have you considered the City Lord's feelings?" Hearing this, he was instantly speechless. A green light flashed and Ghost King Ling struck. With just one move, the level 2 Ghost King was annihilated. Lin Feng was dumbfounded, utterly surprised. Before facing nightmare level beings was still somewhat difficult. "I never imagined everyone has grown to the point where they can easily eliminate them." After finishing the kill, she turned to ask the Grand Minister, "What do you plan to do? Do you need me to mobilize the Phantom Soul Ghost Army?" Lin Feng immediately replied, "No need to make such a big show of it." He continued with a smile, and feeling a bit bored anyway, "I have an idea, let's play a little game with them." Seeing this, Tong Tong also guessed his meaning. Brother. Could it be that he gave her an affirmative reply? Just then, the scene shifted to a ship in the sky. On the ship, there was a Ghost King engulfed in flames. The World Eradicator Ghost King arrives. Next was a Ghost King clad in armor, covered in spikes. The Raging Thunder Killer Ghost King arrives. Following was a tall female Ghost King. The Ice-Sealed Snow Spirit Ghost King arrives. The last Ghost King also appeared. The Raging War Spirit Ghost King arrives.